Fala, meus queridos, bom dia, mano. E aí, Fusari, bom dia, fala Tomás, fala Acelino. Como é que vocês estão, mano? Vocês estão bom? Você está bom, mano? Será que acordamos cedo? Tudo certo aí? Bom dia, mano. Acordamos no horário certo, na verdade. Tu acredita que essa live aqui eles já abriram desde 4h40, mano? Não entendi, mas tudo bem. A gente só aceita, né? Bonzinho aí sim, mano. Mas daqui a pouco deve começar, daqui uns 8 minutos, né? A galerinha vai chegar aí mais tarde, né? Não tem problema não. Eu tô acordado desde as 8 do dia 17. Caraca, desde ontem, mano. Caraca, tá sem sono, Fusari? Putz, esqueci de tirar o bagulho dos anúncios. Essa bomba aqui, mano. O jogador tem que engolir que o Pokémon Company faz. A vida, né, cara? Às vezes é ruim. Eu peguei às 8 horas no trabalho e saí agora. Ah, tu tava trabalhando. Pô, eu também. Também tô trabalhando, mano. Caraca, velho, na moral. Eu até peguei um cafezinho aqui pra me acordar. Nossa, velho, tá tão frio aqui, mas tão frio aqui. Pergunta pro Tomás. Tomás também mora na mesma cidade que eu. Nossa, mas tá um frio. Tu deve estar com umas 15 cobertas aí, né, Tomás? Porque, meu amigo... Frio da desgrama, velho, tá maluco? Será que veremos Okidog campeão? Ou poderia, tá? Só que o problema é que tem muito Dragapult, mano. E vencer de Dragapult com Okidog é meio tenso, mano. Mas se tivesse 2% de chance, essas porcentagens chegassem certo, né? Nossa, eu tô tomando um cafezinho pelando. Chega que tá ardendo na língua. Mas tá aqui, ó. Pelando. Okidog Dragapult. Mano, só do Okidog chegar no top 4 ou top 8 eu já tô feliz, tá ligado? Porque é uma coisa que a gente não espera, mano. O bicho foi pro dia 2, né? A gente viu emocionante partida pra ele ir pro dia 2. Mas, mano... É muito bom isso, velho. Do nada o cara, tipo... Top 8. O cara tem que pegar umas matches muito boas pra ele chegar top 8. Mano, eu já fico mó alegre, velho. O Okidog no Mundial ia rachar o bico, velho. Acho que não vai ter, não. Mas seria engraçado, velho. Não vou dizer que não seria engraçado, que seria muito, velho. Bom, aqui botei sem som, tá, meus queridos? Porque, né? Sem som é melhor. Não sei se eu esqueci de alguma coisa. Tô esquecendo de alguma coisa, mano? Espero que não. Espero que não esteja esquecendo de nada. Mano, e é os 5 minutos mais demorados da minha vida. Tava 5 minutos, eu abaixei a cabeça, eu levantei, ainda tá 5. Eles devem ter botado um timer maior. Mano, eles simplesmente podiam falar assim... Porque assim, o horário pra eles começarem no YouTube está 5h45 da manhã. E os filhos de uma égua já abrem a live antes e fica contando o tempo e vai chegar no mesmo horário. Não adianta nada. Tá ligado? Ô, na moral. Na moral. Eu não dormi. Tipo assim, o que aconteceu? Acabou a live ontem. Que acabou, acho que foi de tarde, né? Sabe o que eu fiz? Eu fui deitar. Eu tomei um banho, fiz as paradas, tudo, deitei e dormi, mano. Mano, eu só dormi. Sério mesmo, eu só deitei e dormi. Aí, eu acordei, era uns 8, acho, 6, 7, 6, 8. Já, tipo, nossa, acordei, tipo, depois de ter descansado bem mesmo. Aí eu vim cá, tomei um banho. Acho que eu tomei banho de deitar, né? Aí, meu irmão, eu só jantei e tô acordado até agora, mano. Eu literalmente não dormi, porque eu tava sem sono, velho. E quando eu ia dormir era tipo 3 da manhã. Eu falei, ah, mano, eu vou tirar um cochilinho. Acho que eu tirei um cochilinho de 1 hora. Acordei e falei, bora agora, bora fazer livezinho, mano. Pegou Day 2? Não, mas aí é óbvio, né? O cara é brabo, né? Só temos que descobrir com qual baralho quando sair no Olympus. Fala, Tigre, bom dia, mano. Como é que você tá, seu cheiro? Tudo bom? Ó, o Bielzinho, bom dia, Bielzinho. Bielzinho, você tá acordado ou você acordou agora? Cara, eu nem fui dormir, porque eu acordei 8 da noite de ontem. Aí eu só tirei um cochilo de 1 hora. Que eu dormi quando acabou a live. Aí eu acordei 8 horas. Eu dormi a tarde toda. E aí de manhãzinha eu acordei. Aí depois eu cochilei, tipo, das 2 até as 3. Depois vim fazer live de novo, tá ligado? Sono? Não existe. Agora é esperar esse timer aí, que eu acho que mesmo que é quando acabar ainda vai ficar uma enrolação. 15 horas aí pra começar. Só acho. Toma energético que tu não dorme até o final, Bugado. Meu amigo, o cafezinho já tá no grau. Ah, quentinho, gostosinho. Acabou, meu amigo. Energético nada. Toma energético eu não durmo mais não. Energético na verdade faz mal, né? Eu prefiro tomar café por causa disso. Cafézinho acho melhor. Então, eu fiquei sabendo que tava treinando de Axaludon pro Chile, mas ele pode ter mudado de ideia realmente. Tipo de Kickbox, talvez. Eu sei que ele tava treinando, mas... delícia! Pegamos você! Bom dia, Start! Como é que você assistiu? Tudo bom? Começastes. Vai ter que esperar um pouquinho, né? Porque essa musiquinha de início, né, é uma copyright. Deixa eu só ajeitar aqui. assim? Vamos dar uma olhadinha. 403. Ou seja, invicto. Aqui a gente espera um pouquinho, né, até acabar essas partes que tem um monte de música. Porque o copyright ele vem, mano. Um dia ele sempre vem. Quando ele vem triste. Cara, fui embora umas 3 vezes hoje já, velho. E é o que eu tô tomando só café. Acho que eu tô na segunda xícara de café, se não me engano. Segunda? Segunda. Na segunda xícara de café. Tomar um pouquinho. Deixa eu ver aqui. Não. Musiquinha. Eu não quero musiquinha, mano. Pergunta, Tomás, você dormiu, mano? Ou você nem dormiu? Olha lá, mano. Tá os caras jogando. E essa partida nem será transmitida, só a próxima, possivelmente. Você deve ser ao vivo.
We're finished here today. I'm Shay Burt and I'm joined by my lovely set of co-casters. How are we feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm excited just seeing the top players there. Many of them we've had on stream as well, still succeeding, rising to the top of the tables. I think today's going to be a great sign of those stronger decks and whether they can come through, because yesterday we got to see 12 unique decks on stream, all of which doing very well.
12 unique decks, that's a good stat, I like that. Ben, how are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, just like Mike said, we saw a lot of variation in terms of the game. You know, a lot of decks that we got to feature on stream, which is always exciting to see. But, you know, I'm just living, you know, the atmosphere in the venue as well. Such a great venue here in Utrecht. Got a chance to see a lot of the vendors and a lot of the top tables just before the day had started. And, you know, the atmosphere is fantastic. Everybody having a great time. You know, it's just great to be a part of the community here today.
A lot of close run games yesterday, a lot of comebacks as well. We had a couple of big comebacks, and that could be a theme of today as well, because there are a lot of decks that like to sit from behind, and that's when they can really take advantage of some of these comeback cards and the mechanics in the TCG right now. So it's really all down to those final few turns every single game we watch.
Cadê a Bernadette? Bernadette não tá no Special Event.
Comebacks on stream, didn't we, yesterday? Goodness, that's what we like to see. So as I did mention, we're here in Utrecht. This is our penultimate event here in Europe. We still have some events left. Couple big ones towards the end, isn't that right?
Infelizmente,
yeah,
para
all
sua
over Europe, and the
tristeza,
advantage we have here, so many different cultures across the region. Excited for the food in Italy, in Bologna, but then the season will end out with 2 North American events, New Orleans for the NAIC, and then that incredible event we all look forward to every year, World Championship in Anaheim.
That's the big one. That's you know, the big, what we're building towards here in the season. That's where all the marvels, big prizes, and let's be honest, bit of egos get straight there as well. But what's better than being called a world champion? I can't think of anything better. I tell you what, the head on me if I won worlds, can tell you. You never hear me shut up about it. Right, so if you saw any of those events and you want to try and get involved, if you want to actually compete, or even, you know, come and spectate, you need to get yourself down to that link below, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon, because Joe, there's a lot of fun to be had here, even if you're not competing, right?
Yeah, there's a fan zone, there's lots of games set
Coisa
up outside,
tem rolando
there's lots
até
of side events going on, vendors.
Cara, o Shai tá tão bombado que a roupa tá apertada nele, tá com os músculos tudo marcado. Mas o cara é forte mesmo, pô. Pô, eu acho que se eu começar a malhar eu fico brabo, velho. Que eu saiba, a Bernadette só costuma aparecer nos regionais dos Estados Unidos. É porque não fica longe, né?
Well, it's all about championship points. How many you can earn throughout the season, accumulate as many as possible, and rise to the top. You can see on the left of the screen there,
Marine lá.
you've got the first place
tudo
finisher
bom?
getting 350 CP, and it gets less and less the less distance you make it through the tournament.
Yeah, you know, the bigger the tournaments, the more competition, the higher championship points you can potentially earn. As you mentioned, Mike, these are all accumulated throughout the season and will determine your place on the leaderboard. And we spoke a bit about it yesterday. You know, the competition's ramping up. We're on the home stretch towards the World Championships. This is really where the competition's ramping up. You're constantly looking at those leaderboards. Who am I leapfrogging? Who am I trying to get over the line to? You know, it's all so exciting at the moment, and this is where every win counts at this point.
And in Europe, top 125 will make it to Worlds. A huge amount of players, but it takes a lot to get there.
Mano.
I think every player right now is looking to try
Sem
and get even higher than
sono.
that to be safe from that potential shift at the end of the season.
Yeah, and it makes
Tô
these
só
last events really
divulgando
interesting,
aqui a
right? You have to really
livezinha
keep
e
an eye
tamo
on,
safe.
you know, who's in that range. If you're in that sort of what 150
Meio lerdo,
through
talvez.
130 ranges, it can
Meio
get a
lerdo,
little bit
talvez, que o
dicey,
Bugado
right? Like, looking,
essa hora não
how's my
funciona
opponent
mesmo.
doing? How am I doing? It means these last events are super scary.
Mas
But
tamo bem.
if he was to win the special event, obviously you get your auto invitation, but that's not all that's on the line, is it, Joe?
Shay, there's booster packs on the line.
come
My
on.
favourite. 108 of them. You can tear into them in a couple of hours, and there you go. You get to see your new shiny cardboard that can bling out your deck, or just give you more options of more strategies out there as well. It's always great to have access to multiple decks out there, so you can change up your strategy whenever a format shifts, or if you feel like you can pinpoint the metagame. So grabbing those boosters, I'll have to tear into them straight away, is always the great thing. And 108, that's a really good chunk of packs.
Yeah, we all know you can build one deck to take it to a tournament, but so many of the top players here are building several decks at home so they can test all of them. I mean, at any given time, Joe, how many decks
Você
have
nem
you got
dormiu
built?
então, né?
At least
Você
10.
tava
I think.
assistindo um
So
tailandês?
you need to over more boosters so you can
Chuto eu
get
que
those
tá
second, third
acordado.
versions of your
Nem
cards
dormiu.
and put them in other decks.
Yeah, it's been great working with Joe every chance I can, because he brings so many decks to these tournaments, and we always have a good time playing. Any of you, Mike, as well. You know, so many different, and you as well, Shay. You definitely brought some decks.
Certainly
this
some
weekend.
decks.
Certainly some decks.
You know, it's so fantastic to see, and you know, it's always great to you know, get some more decks, get some more strategies on board, learn the game a little bit further. Try out new decks,
Agora ele
maybe
vai
new
enrolar e
strategies.
o Bugadinho tá
it's all about
acordado,
the game,
mano, que
really,
eu
isn't
tô
it?
com fome.
It all starts with the booster packs to make those fun decks. Now, we actually have a good list of players here who are battling, well, for championship points and booster packs, of course. Here is a list of the players that are currently, you know, playing right now in our day 2 here in Utrecht. And Joe, what are we looking at here?
Some great standout names. Iono PAL, who's already won in Seville. Ryan Morehouse, a UK player who we haven't seen for a while. He's not always someone that shows up to these tournaments, but when he does, certainly one of the strongest players that we have in the UK. Alberto Conti as well, back to winning ways. I think he's on an 8-0-1 record right now, having a fantastic time in the tournament. And of course, Stefan Ivanov sticks out. One of the strongest European players we've ever seen, multiple international champion. Not many players can say that.
Yeah, so many strong players. And there's Alex Dow on there as well.
He made it on. Who put him there?
Acertou? Ainda não?
Playing very well. Yeah, our fellow
Capaz de você dormir
co-caster,
assistindo
Alex,
Bugado,
who's
isso
doing very well.
aconteceu
We
isso
saw him on
aí, já
stream yesterday,
aconteceu
and that's one thing
antes.
to note is a lot of those players, we saw them throughout their journey yesterday. It'll be interesting to see if we get to see them again, because as we mentioned, 12 different decks yesterday, and if we could see, say, 5-6 of them on there, that means the variety on those top tables is still pretty thriving.
It really is. Like I said, I think the player base has sort of had enough of the Dragapult Guard of Ireland, saying, right, let's see if we can topple them off the crown. Now, we saw a little list of some day 2 players there. How about we have a look at the Swiss standings coming into that last round and see how this day 2 is shaping up. And as you said, Joe, Alberto Conti, a previous regional winner this season, currently 8-0.
Eu mesmo tô acordando agora.
Yeah, these are some fantastic
Mentira.
records,
Pior
especially
que eu
going
não
into the
dormi,
later
mano,
stage
mas
of the
eu tô
tournament.
sem sono.
A lot of these players will be thinking, what do I need to make that top 8? What do
Mas
I
não
need to
duvido
be making those
de eu
final
dormir
7s to
durante
be in
quando a gente
contention
estiver assistindo
of
as
winning
paradas.
the entire tournament. As you said, Alberto Conti,
São
the
probabilidades que
8-0-1 record,
aconteça.
the strongest in the room right now. Johan, of course, 8-1. This is a fantastic record. Maybe he can make a double
Fala,
win,
meus queridos.
double major
Bom
win
dia,
there. But
Bugadinho
Ryan Morehouse, as you
acordou
mentioned,
cedinho,
Joe,
5 da manhã,
really
mentira, nem
strong player.
dormi.
The
Tô das 8
competition's
horas da
definitely
noite
ramping
acordado.
up, and also in this
Vamos
type of
assistir,
format
a
as
gente
well.
vai assistir juntinhos
You know, it's about the
o
matchups,
especialmente
especially,
de
it's about the
Ultrecht.
variations of those
Beleza?
decks.
O linkzinho
You
aqui
don't
embaixo,
quite
da
know what
roxinha.
you're coming up
E no
against, and
anterior
that's what
tá o
makes this
link
game
lá
so
no
exciting.
YouTube.
Is
Beleza?
how
Aguardo
skill
vocês lá, caso
intensity
vocês queiram
it's going to
acompanhar
actually
com o
be out there,
Bugadinho.
especially on those top tables.
I mean, you compare the top player, who's the only one with that record at 801, and compare it to the 16th player. There's only 3 points between them, so it's very tight at the top, and all it takes is one round to completely shift who's going to be making it into that top cut.
It really does. It really gets so close, you know, in those top places. You know, if you get into
divulgação
a
importante,
and you can lose that, all of a sudden you can really topple down far. So it means every match point really matters. Now, before we come into this event, we picked some players to
Na
watch,
moral,
didn't we?
esse Judo ali
And
num
let's see how
bagulho.
they're sort of panning out, and who did we pick and why.
Not too shabby, to be honest. Owen Cameraman, we got to show him on stream yesterday, playing that Raging Bolt EX archetype, and is still in the mix. I believe has taken a couple losses, but can still walk away with a bunch of boosters and championship points. Didn't quite catch how James was getting on. I don't think he had the best day yesterday. He's certainly
algo de bom ontem.
tippy top tables, but he might still be in the mix.
Okidog Baby serve?
The players who are right at the top of the EU ranking are scary players to play against.
Amassou o Tickbox
playing with
ontem,
that
só
safety
digo
net
isso.
of knowing that the CP isn't as valuable to them here, and so if you're playing against a player like that, they might play a slightly different day.
O cara ficou lendo a carta, Silver. Toda hora ele lia a carta. Ele fazia a jogada e falava, ué, não morreu por quê? Aí ele perguntava pro juiz, não, ele não morreu mesmo não. Dando gratiluz no Okidog, falando, ué.
Where are you?
Yeah, where are you? The thing is with Sander,
the DMs, it's all Ben.
Mano, ontem a gente rachou de irritante.
I would have put him as my players to watch is because we're at a
Não,
such
foi
a
o Baby,
critical
não foi nem o
time in
AX,
terms of
mano.
decklist variation, and
Tava
Sander's the
rachando
sort
de
of player to
irritante
just go
ontem, velho.
off the wall,
Depois você
right,
vê o
with his
VOD,
choices
mano,
in
você
terms
vai
of
rachar de rir,
control
velho.
archetype.
Mano, a gente passou
And so
mal,
I was
velho.
really interested to see how he puts his finger on the meta.
Estamos
You know,
aqui pra
how do
apoiar o
you
Okidog
approach
Baby,
this
né?
sort of format in that
Todo Baby em
mindset?
nossos
You
corações
know,
pra sempre,
with
né?
the card pool being so large,
Deixa eu ajeitar.
what do you prioritize in terms of
Ai, pronto.
strategy of approach in terms of control as well? We've seen him before. He has a wall archetype. He has a hand control archetype that he's played before. So I would have been really, really eager to see what he would have prioritized.
Really hard to predict a meta right now. So many different decks.
Really, really is. I just had confirmation Owen is the only one of our players there who is currently battling day 2. I tell you what, previous regional champion, if we had to pick one, he's going to be quite high up on that list to take it all home. Now, people, start yesterday. We had some hot takes, didn't we? How about have a little bit of a revisit into them before we get into our day 2 action? I'll start off with you, Joe. What was your hot take and why, and how has it been panning out?
Well, I've been peddling the bikes all weekend. Not literally. I've been trying to find some cyclists who came
O inteiro não se
to the
fala em outra
venue
coisa.
on a
Na Índia tá
bicycle, 'cause
todo
we're
mundo
in the
falando do
Netherlands
Okidog
and
Baby.
Bikes are everywhere. They're
Estamos
far more popular
apoiando
than
ele.
cars, and all you will ever see in the road, you don't have to worry about a car. It's only the cyclists that you have to worry about. And I feel like there will be some that I found. I've had some messages from a few players who did turn up on a bicycle.
Você fica meio calado, gente.
Myself today.
Porque o sono ainda reside em mim.
But, yeah, I think it's a hot take, and I think it can be good for your mind and body.
Uma hora eu vou acordar.
Specifically, your hot
Ou
take
não.
is I will find 5 people. So
Eu
what
não
is the
dormi,
count
cara. Tô
currently?
desde as 8 horas da
Well, I
noite
found
acordado.
2, but I haven't recorded
Só dei um
myself
cochilinho de uma
shouting
hora
to
e
these
tamo
people,
aí.
so I have a lot to do today.
So 0 technically. 0.
Currently at 0, yes.
Maybe 2.
I'd be really surprised if you don't find 5, because those pavements are pretty dangerous out there in the Netherlands. You know, the cycle routes out there, pavements, you got pavement, cycle, tram, it's quite dangerous out there, but I'm sure you'll be able to find 5.
The car park at most venues has been replaced with bike racks here because there are so many people cycling, but I'm sure you'll find some more today, Joe.
Por acaso essa cidade é conhecida pelo ciclismo? Que eles estão que fala de bike,
So if
mano.
you're watching at home and you know people that have cycles at the venue, reach out using #PlayPokemon. Get
Eles
involved.
perguntaram
Make his job a
ontem
little
para
bit
vários
easier.
jogadores se ele
Only
veio de bike.
5, it's not
Aí o
too
cara, não,
many.
eu vim de
Let's see
longe,
if we
não sei
can
o
get
quê.
him there. Mike,
Falou que a maioria
what
veio
was
de
your hot
bike.
take and why?
I was a big fan of customized accessories when I entered
Tem
the
uma
TCG,
bicicleta ali
how
atrás.
important it was to make your playing experience easier. So my
Foi
hot take
a
was that
bicicleta nasceu
customizing
dessa cidade,
accessories
por acaso? Eu não tô
is
sabendo.
underrated. And I'll be honest with you, I've been outdone a little bit. I came along with my accessories and I thought it was the best way to do it, and played a little bit of Pokemon last night with Joe, and I won't lie to you, the heads or tails dice has taken my interest, and now I want to get one.
Piqued your interest.
Yeah, so I think Joe has trumped me on this one, but I definitely think people should take a bit more time to focus on how they keep control of the board state and make it as easy to understand for not only themselves, their opponents, and how quickly they can acquire the dice they need. I color code them. Joe sticks to a singular type of dice of just the 1 to 6, and then that heads and tails Pikachu is so good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it easy, doesn't it? It's a bit heads or tails. Simple.
Although I thought your dice wasn't that great for Dragapulse. With all those dice being put around, you know, you need more. You need more.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was reaching for some of Mike's as well yesterday. We ran out, didn't we?
We did, actually. There we go. So perhaps yours combined with mine, we make the dream accessory setup there.
There you go. Let us know in the chat what setup you prefer. I was actually funny. I think looking at yours there, Jeff. Is that enough dice these days?
No, my opponent's gonna have dice as well, right?
Yeah, true. All right, Ben, what was your hot take and why?
So my hot take was that a parent would take home the win. Recently become a parent. I've got even grayer since yesterday with some of those games that we've had on stream. But I had a chance yesterday to go speak to some in the juniors and seniors area. You know, that juniors and seniors area, it's pretty hectic. I mean, you know,
those poor judges.
I mean, yeah, those poor judges. They have a lot to deal with over there. But that's only because the excitement is so high. You have the parents, you have the kids, and they you know, they're playing at the moment. And you know, especially going into day 2, the atmosphere is just a little bit that higher. And of course, you know, those wins are oh so important to this point. But more to my point, I think a poker parent will take home the win. But I need them to, for my own self-esteem. My self-confidence has gone through the floor at the moment with the limited amount of testing I have. But you know, Alex, we saw him on stream. Hopefully he can, you know, take home some wins today. And,
no físico, eu acho que é bem comum isso, não tem mostrador de HP digital. Sim. Se você não leva dado, né?
I need tips on how to become a sufficient poker parent, but also an effective one as well. You know, I need as many tips as possible.
Well, hopefully a poker parent will be flying the flag there for you. Now, my hot take, fellas, I'll be honest, it's dead in the water already. I failed. My challenge to myself was not to say the term goodness gracious me all weekend. It's a phrase I found myself saying a lot when, you know, all manner of multitude of action happens. Casted 3 games yesterday, said it twice, unfortunately. So there was exactly 1 round where we didn't get it out. But I went back and watched the clips. I'm not gonna lie, I think they deserved it. So, you know what I mean? Maybe the overall count has been lowered, but let's see what we can do for day 2. Speaking of day 2, though, I think just a little bit of confirmation. We can look at our day 2 metagame. Let's see how this has been panning out. I'm very intrigued to see how our day 2 has been panning out here, because we saw it yesterday for day 1. Here's day 2. Any surprises, fellas?
Well, I think the big one is the conversion of Gardevoir, because it did come in with a slightly lower percentage than I was expecting. I think that's due to that recent result of Raging Bolt that leapfrogged it into 2nd place.
Olha, quem diria?
17% of our day 2.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much as expected for a day 2 meta breakdown. I think the only real surprises here is
alguém está surpreso com isso aqui?
Good showing here, 7% of the room in day
Não,
2,
né?
and then that EVEX toolbox becoming 5%.
38 Dragapult, 37 Gardevoir, 27 Raifuda, 24 Tickbox, 14 Dragadeng e 11 V-Box.
But we can definitely expect some Dragapult Gardevoir mirror matches, mirror matches and matches today for sure. But Raging Bolt, Miraidon, can they overcome these 2 archetypes? Can Dragapult and Gardevoir overcome the faster archetypes? It's showing that it possibly can with some alterations in their deck list, but it's whether they can still weather the storm as the day goes on.
Yeah, I think there are still a couple of Raging Bolts in the mix. I think there's a couple of End Zoroark as well, even though that's not on the graph here. There are 1 or 2 towards the top who haven't really taken many losses or ties, as we see the best of the rest here. The End Zoroark in there. Also that Charizard Dragapult, of course.
Sobrou, meu Deus, tem 5 Frostlass com Monkidori.
Taking that on board and thinking, well, there weren't any new cards in those deck lists.
6 Terabox, 8 deck do N, 8 Charizard. Ah não, 8 Dragazard, né? Nem Charizard. E o Okidog tá ali nos 7 baralhos diferenciados.
It's an archetype where it doesn't have a high amount of representation, but it's the players that are usually having a high
Bom, teve 7 baralhos diferentes indo pro Day 2. Agora, quais são esses baralhos?
We mentioned it on stream yesterday. It has a little bit of a cult following.
Deles a gente sabe que é o Okidog, então falta 6.
So we can expect it having that great conversion rate. But for the rest of that day 2 graphic, it was actually in the best of the rest. It was the Ogre Terrabox. It didn't have a great showing. It had a pretty
não, ali não é o novo astro não, ali que significa que são outros tipos de baralho. Aí eles botam o
being that the 2 stronger decks were trying to overcome the faster archetype. So I think that's what is the most surprising for me looking at that.
Yeah, I think disruption's just everywhere, and that deck doesn't do so well with it. So if you're going to deal with
Sentei diferente, sentei cruzando as perninhas, porque tá frio, mano.
stamps out there, the Budew item locking you, I think you have to have a secondary plan, and finding your knocktails is often very tricky after disruption.
Really can be. We saw that on stream, right? Those Ionos can be very scary to deal with for the Terror Box players. The deck has a very high power level, but hasn't really, I don't think we haven't quite found the correct list yet. So if you're watching at home and you want to have more information on where you can find the next
Mano, tá
broadcast, you can
frio
block them out in the
demais,
calendar so
velho.
you don't miss
Chega, tá
anything.
doendo os
I need
ossos,
you to
velho.
get involved with that website down there, pokemon.com.
Sabe quando dói os ossos?
All the information for your relevant time zones, the locations, all that good stuff. There's only one place you're going to find it, and that is there. And Mike, if people want to get their post on stream, how are they going to do that?
That's a very good question, Shay. They'll have to use #PlayPokemon and make sure to get involved in all the different socials, X, Instagram, and Facebook, and also make sure you tune in on the YouTube so you can catch all the action live, as this is where we'll be over there, or you might want to catch us elsewhere.
Pô, eu tô aqui sentadão,
I'm sure Shay
acompanhando aqui o Tomai debaixo das cobertas, assistindo o Bugado, mano. Pô, compartilha essa coberta aí, Tomai. Tá mó frio, velho. Que aí não é mais frio que aqui onde eu moro? Ou não? Asa Sul? Ou Asa Norte? Acho que aqui é mais frio que aqui, não?
/Pokémon TCG. That's where you're going to find TCG stuff. Now, while you're there, I'll be honest, you can, you know, follow /Pokémon as well. I'm not going to blame you for that. However, I want you to be watching /TCG. That's where you're going to see us. That's where you're going to see the Pokémon trading card game, which we all know and love.
Pô, mas Terra Box tá no meta atual, não tá bom mesmo, não. Por incrível que pareça, tá mó.
What happened yesterday, and we'll be back with some gameplay real soon.
Ai, musiquinha copyright, a gente multa, né? Mano, sabe esse começo dessa música? 2 vezes que eu deixei tocar só o comecinho, eu tomei copyright na live de ontem, velho, pra tu ver, velho. Dá mó raiva isso aí. Deixa tudo mudo, né? Não ouve nem os comentários, né? Mas aqui eu boto os comentários da galera, porque o Bugado... Igual agora, eu tô morrendo de sono, velho. Pra tu ver, né? Tá mais acostumado que eu, ele, né? Não lembro. No caso aqui eu fecho o áudio, né? Eu só abro depois. Igual agora, só tá minha voz. Aí se eu abro... Entendeu? Já tá batendo sono, tá ligado? Vocês vão me zoar hoje, talvez, porque, pô, sono tá forte hoje. Eita, derramou. O café. Não é pra você derramar não, café. Que aqui tá tudo fechado, não é pra derramar. Cadê o Monster? Eu tomo café, não tomo energético, eu não posso. Não sei o motivo, mas energético eu passo mal. Agora... sem ser energético eu não passo mal. Cafezinho... Talvez a taurina, não entendo por que colocam taurina naquele troço. Pois é. É o bagulho do boi lá, né? Gatinho Emílio passou pro segundo dia? Não sei. Eu sei que o do Okidog de ontem, ô Madruga, ele passou. Agora o outro eu não sei. Não tenho certeza. Caraca, Melbourne no Raio Fúria subiu mais que Dragapult. Cara, Raio Fúria subiu bem. Mano, isso é o meta, é só isso aqui. Não tem diferenciar, nada diferenciado. O quê? O top 8 de Melbourne. 5 Gardevoir, 2 Terabox, véi. E o Ben Tennyson tá ali, mano. Putz. Agora lascou. Bem diferenciado. Sem input. Sem input eu já fico feliz, então... Não vou reclamar. Ben 10 é o único campeão que precisamos. Pensem nisso. O cara meteu um Fórmula 1 ali, vocês viram? Do nada. Ele falou, ele comparou a Fórmula 1, né? Tipo... Não, eu não gosto do Verstappen, não. Pelo amor de Deus, Belzinho, não joga praga, não, cara. Eu quero que o carro dele bata. Dá uma rodopiadinha igual o Tsunoda deu rodopiou ontem. Já tô feliz. Tu não gosta do melhor piloto hoje em dia? Cara, eu não gosto da cara dele, meu irmão. Na moral. Eu não gosto de torcer pra quem tá vencendo. Eu gosto de torcer pra outras pessoas vencerem, cara. O meu piloto é só... Eu tenho dois pilotos que eu gosto lá, Belzinho. O primeiro eu vou deixar você adivinhar quem é. Eu acho que eu já comentei aqui. E o primeiro piloto eu acho que eu já comentei aqui qual é. Agora o segundo... Ele entrou recentemente de novo na Fórmula 1. É, o cara tem a cara do Cid da Era do Gelo. Não dá não também, não. Tilápia não dá não, pô. Não dá não. Hamilton? Cara, não é Hamilton não, mano. Hülkenberg? Não, pô. Hülkenberg não. Eu já até zoei aqui falando que era o boneco Josias. Não sei se vocês sabem quem é esse piloto. Antonelli também não, pô. Vocês sabem quem é o boneco Josias? É o Russell, é isso mesmo. George Russell. Eu gosto do boneco, mano. Boneco Josias, melhor piloto. Inglês? Não, acho que não é inglês, não. Acho que o Russell não é inglês, eu acho. É George Russell o nome dele. Esse é meu piloto. Pra sempre, hein? Mas tem outro piloto que ele entrou recentemente. Até a abertura teve que mudar. Vamos ver se vocês sabem quem é. É o meu segundo piloto. E o motivo de eu torcer pra ele é só por causa do nome dele. Meu amigo fica me zoando porque... Antes dele aparecer na Fórmula 1, eu falei zoando. Caraca, se ele aparecer na Fórmula 1 vai ser... Eu vou rachar de rir porque os comentaristas vai ficar falando o nome dele toda hora e eu não vou aguentar, mano. Salve, Du! Como é que tá assistindo? Tudo bom? Cola Pinto, ele mesmo, mano. Esse é meu segundo piloto. Só que esse é só pelo meme mesmo, pô. Esse é só pelo meme. Esse é só pelo meme, mano. Dá não, pô. Mano, ontem eu nunca vi os caras falar tanto cola pinto ao vivo, mano. Porque o cara fez uma cagada tão grande lá, rodopiou, parará, não sei o que. Meu irmão, os caras falaram cola pinto umas 500 vezes, eu tava rachando de rir aqui na live, velho. Na moral, velho. Olha o... Mano, olha o nome do cara, velho. Pesquisei Russell e tem uma bandeira da Inglaterra no nome dele. É, então tá certo. Colapinto vai voltar, a equipe dele é uma merda e não sabe quem pilota naquela... Ninguém sabe, mano. Mano, o cara da abertura, Belzinho, já mudou a abertura 3 vezes. 3. Porque ele fez a primeira abertura, aí trocou o Tsunoda pelo Lawson, aí o cara fez a abertura de novo. Aí agora tiraram o bagulho e botaram o Colapinto. Trocaram a abertura de novo. Meu irmão, se trocar a abertura... O cara da abertura tá trabalhando mais que tudo esse ano, velho. Ai, caralho. É brasileiro? Sério? Tá maluco, mano. Mano, a Ferrari tá uma meta mesmo. Tu foi pra lá e os caras não conseguem fazer uma estratégia. Mano, mas o problema da Ferrari é a própria Ferrari, mano. A Ferrari só ganhava com o Leclerc e com o Sainz, porque os dois eram bom piloto pra caramba. Mas se não fosse isso, eles não ganhavam não, pô. A estratégia da Ferrari é uma bosta, infelizmente, mano. Nada contra a Ferrari, só que a própria Ferrari se sabota, mano, é bizarro. Esse aqui é o triste. Mas eu tô feliz, meu boneco já pegou várias poles, mesmo tendo só terceiro lugar, mas pô, já fico feliz. Que hora que é, já que o Tomás aí tá por dentro, que hora que é a corrida hoje? É 1 da tarde? Acho que é 1 da tarde, né?
More than I'd say 3 of those in any combination at an event, right? So why do we think, Ben, that as good as Dragapult's been, why do you think it hasn't been able to take one home?
Well, it's quite
mano, mano, parece maldição, né, Thiagão? Pô, bizarro. 9 da manhã? 10? É 10? Cara, não sei, Silver, eu não entendo muito bem essas paradas. Eu comecei a torcer recentemente. Ah, é 10 da manhã? Realmente quem cuida da abertura é brasileiro? Caraca, não sabia não. É 10 da manhã? Pô, achei que ia ser 1 da tarde, 10 da manhã. Ah, então quando for o horário, vocês me avisam, tá? Pra eu botar aqui no meu celularzinho, aqui que eu boto aqui no canto.
Issue in the meta. I don't think there's any sort of specific cards that, you know,
9 a transmissão e 10 a corrida.
I also think that the deck
vai lá, Belzinho, tamo junto, mano, obrigadão.
I think that there's many different ways of playing it, and I don't think there's a fully ironed out list yet. I think a lot of people will go towards slow Dragapult a little more often, but yeah, I think in terms of
depende, se conseguiram consertar o carro dele, sim. Se não, que o batida frio.
It's necessarily not going to help it, but I don't think there's any specific reason that I couldn't take the tournament here today, especially with the top players that are bringing it.
Yeah, it's actually a point I would like to explore a little bit further.
Se não fosse cada proteção que o carro tem, meu irmão, o cara ali tinha morrido, velho.
Just in the A specs, there's 3 off the top of my head that I think you could play.
Yeah.
You know, Sparkling Crystal, that's when we saw traditionally towards the start of the season. Now we're seeing Unfair Stamp.
Aparentemente não corre. Mano, detonou o carro dele ontem. Foi uma batida muito louca, velho. Sabia que vocês eram fã de Fórmula 1 igual eu, não, cara? O Tomás eu já sabia. Mas vocês eu não sabia. Mas eu falo brincando, gente. Nada contra quem torce pra tilápia, torce pro outro. Não, mano. Cada um torce pro seu piloto. Na edição a gente vê emoção, né? Eu comecei um amigo meu que me mostrou Fórmula 1. Aí eu comecei a assistir, achei maneiro pra caraca. Agora eu tô acompanhando esse ano todinho. Desde o ano passado que eu comecei a acompanhar, tá ligado? Eu comecei no meio do ano passado pra frente. Aí esse ano eu tô acompanhando tudo, mano. Tô curtindo pra caramba. Você assistiu com o teu pai? Pô, meu pai assistia Fórmula 1 antes, né? Hoje ele não acompanha mais não. Com certeza. Os primeiros 3 Fórmula 1 desse ano. Foi tudo de madrugada. Bom dia, pessoal, como é que tá seu cheiroso, tudo bom? Eu vi o Alba explicando porque é tão maldito o segundo carro. Ele fez uma analogia que fez sentido pra mim. O carro é feito pro Max, pro jeito que ele gosta. Bom, mas os 2 carros são feitos pro Max? Não faz sentido. É o companheiro do Schumacher? Caraca, então tem tempo, né? Até tempinho. Cara, pior que... Sabe o que é engraçado? É que vocês falam de Fórmula 1, cara. Quando eu era jovem, meu pai, meu tio, meu avô falava só do Senna, mano. Na época. Então, eu também achava que sim. Fala, Marcão, como é que tá seu cheiroso, tudo bom? É que eu saiba é assim, né, não?
So yeah, that's why I picked that. What about yours, real quick?
I mean, Godwa, I mean, we've seen it on stream now. It's so consistent, even though that refinement's taken out of the deck. Unfortunately, I haven't had many.
Se fosse mouse, é como se o Max gostasse de deixar de DPI, o carro fica muito sensível e agressivo. A regulagem é pra cada um, né? Eu acho que depende. Não é que os 2 carros são feitos pro Max, é que eles são feitos usando os ajustes que o Max prefere. Mas os 2? Loucura, né? O cara... essa pista agora é horrível? Ou a próxima? Eu não conheço muito das pistas, né? Vocês conhecem mais que eu, não sei. Essa? Qual o problema dessa pista de ser ruim? Eu tava vendo a pista em si e eu vi que os caras estavam errando muito nas paradas lá, né? Então, pior que isso já aconteceu. Um cara pegar um carro ruim e correr bem. Tem casos assim, né? Ah, o Senna morreu foi em Imola, não é verdade? Pô, pior que é verdade, o Tsunoda tombou ontem, né? A prova de que dá uma tombada ali braba tá ali. Caiu. A live tinha caído mesmo, mano. Ih, a live vai cair antes do bagulho? Ah, não sei, é que eu comecei a assistir Fórmula 1 agora, né? Aí eu tô gostando pra caramba. Gente, não é aqui, tá? A live tá viva ainda aqui, né? Não é aqui, né? É lá, não é?
Psychic Embrace is just such an inherently good ability.
Yeah.
Energy acceleration from the discard pile has always been good. We've seen it in
Atualizei
many
pra
different
ver.
iterations in the past. We've seen Malamar, Psychic Embrace, a lot has gone fine. And I can still play all of these which this deck top is Drifloon something. I think
Acho
it
que
just
melhorou.
embraces just
Of what God of War would look like without
Acho que é lá
any
mesmo.
tools.
go on.
Iono's belly bolt, unfortunately.
As abas anônimas, pera aí.
Iono's belly bolt. I'm going to attack
Pronto.
with his energy, but I've got no attacker. However, we have our Swiss round 11 feature match ready. We have Yoa on the left versus Noah on the right. And this is going to be a bit of a Dragapult EX mirror match here. Now, it is the most popular deck.
Dragapult Mirror Match.
At some point.
Já sabem o que vamos fazer, né?
On terrific records, 9-1, both on 9-1, I should say. So, both players.
Mano, eu não vou nem botar pra vocês votar.
Into the asymmetrical top cut.
Vocês vão votar no Dragapult, Dragapult?
Will be to get a win here, nice and early. So both.
Tá lagando mesmo, véi. No YouTube. Tô quase botando no YouTube, porque tá lagando mesmo. Ah lá, mano. Alguém sabe me tirar uma dúvida? Tem um tempo que eu acompanho o canal um pouco. Só esses dias me liguei quão parecido ele é com o caster das transmissões. É ele mesmo? Não sei dizer, mano. Omnipoke. Mano, tá lagando só pra mim essa bomba? Só um minuto. Mentira que eu vou ter que ir pro YouTube, né?
Players shuffling up. Do you have much thoughts on the Dragapult EX mirror match, Ben?
I mean, we call this a mirror match typically. However, with the many different variations out there at the
Acho que é só
moment,
aqui
and
mesmo.
this is a great example of it. Noah's actually going for a relies.
Budew in the prize, one Raptors and a kick.
However, it does fortunately play
Yeah.
to put 10 damage onto 2 benched Pokemon. However, being that it's in the active, it's not
Osh.
doing much here, and that corner Maractus is a perfect way for Yoa to start disrupting Noah, slowing him down a little bit, taking advantage, and building his own board slowly and steadily. And here we see the first deck surge from Yoa. Going first, he won't be able to use corner straight away. Noah will have one turn in which he will be able to manually retreat out of the Holucha. So yeah, whether this corner will come into play
Deck de
straight
Holucha,
away
2 Dragapult,
for
mano.
these, players, this is just something that is making me a little bit nervous, Shay.
Alguém, por favor, ativa o bot pra eu fazer uma gambiarra aqui.
Including the Buddy-Buddy Poffin. And is that an energy search? It is an energy search, a lovely old
Ativa o
one.
bot aí pra mim, Silver, só pra eu fazer uma gambiarra aqui.
Let's take a quick rundown of the Dragapult EX archetype.
Você sabe o que eu tô falando, eu
It's
acho.
quite a simple one, to be honest. Dragapult EX says, I'm going to hit your active for a lot of damage, 200 in fact, and I'm going to stop you from setting up your...
Só manda o comando que eu vou fazer uma bagaceira aqui.
Dive, since that spreads 6 damage counters on your opponent's
Só
base.
manda o comando.
Just a very
Relaxa, só
simple,
manda o
sound,
comando.
fundamental
Eu
deck
faço o
reaction
resto.
for a lot of damage.
Ah, manda tu, tem que ser tu.
Bench at the same time. Now, both players would love to use the Budew Itchy Pollen to slow their opponent down, since one of the downsides of Dragapult EX is that it is a stage 2, so it can take some time to get into the game. But that's okay, because our stage 1
Até Dragapult usando Maractus. O Maractus é muito bom, velho. Ah, é, deixa eu primeiro reduzir aqui, ó.
Whereas a lot of
Aí.
stage 2 decks might opt to use Rare Candy to get your stage 2s into play. Dragapult actually likes to use the stage 1 as well.
Manda aí, exclamação.
Say for Noah, prizing those 2 Budew, he
A
has no
mimir.
way of disrupting Yoa on the off, so
Eu já
he'll
tô
have
quase
to
dormindo só de
find
olhar,
some
velho.
sort of Pokemon to, you know, he does that's the disadvantage of
Acho que é
these
Mimir,
builds.
perdão, não é Mimir, não
You
tem A.
have an opponent in
Isso.
which can do some early pressure
Obrigado.
onto your board. and get around the itchy pollen, that's where the deck
Meu Deus, o bot tá sem...
starts to be, you know, at your disadvantage.
I just want to draw attention real quick as Noah's moved all the
O Amimi não tá funcionando.
Actually prized 6 Pokemon, 2 Budew, so there is no Budew available, as you said. There's no Serendipity either. And then
Nossa, nem ferrando que a Mimi não funciona mais.
As well as 1 copy of Duskull. So Noah's Pokemon line
Nem
is very thin right now.
ferrando.
It's a very important card. Flip the script, and you draw extra cards throughout the game when your Pokemon gets knocked out. That's currently at the top of the prizes for Noah. Now traditionally,
Matei o bot sem querer. Formatando o PC. É porque a imagem não tá aqui no meu PC, eu acho. Nossa, matei o Amimi.
Yeah, his only Droopy are on board. You'd imagine going through that deck and through those first initial deck checks, he will be thinking, I need to get these Droopy down thick and fast. I need to start getting evolving pretty quick, especially with no itchy pollen to pivot into to start disrupting. Yoa, you know, staring down a Droopy with an energy attached isn't going to be fantastic for him. He'll be knowing that if there's a potential for Yoa to evolve into that cycle from the off, this isn't going to be a fantastic time for him. Fortunately for him, Yoa's not playing any sort of
morreu o bot. Então vou chamar Mimi de verdade.
Doesn't play any rare candy to speak of. So fortunately for him, he does have one more turn of playing around with.
Prisou o quê? Não vi, nem eu, mano. Eu pisquei tão rápido.
Just preparing for the next turn to evolve both into them. No energy attachment either. That's also significant, like you said. And here we see the pass over to Yoa. Yeah, I don't mind just a corner here. Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what you said.
I just don't mind a corner here from the Maractus. Although, you know, there's nothing
Pois é, né?
done. I think this is
Não, mas é porque antes tinha a imagem, né? Eu formatei o PC, aí a imagem foi de vala, eu acho. Fala, King, bom dia, mano.
You know, no threat from that Holucha isn't able to attack or anything like that. This isn't going to be great.
Tentar aguentar? Pô, eu vou comer uma banana pra aguentar também.
Only buying Yoa some more turns to evolve into those Dracloaks and evolve their board states that little bit further. I think the only thing that Yoa would have liked is an evolution into.
Posso ser bem sincero com você?
Here we see the Buddy Poffin coming down for two Duskull.
Yeah, I must say Noah's turn has been off.
Primeira partida ser Draga vs Draga. Eu pedi pra eu furar meu olho com gilete, tá ligado? Tipo, acordei pra isso.
Now these Dusclops and Duskull lines are going to be really interesting as an X factor. Not a card was sort of very popular earlier points in the format, sort of died off a little bit. Those cursed blasters are really scary. Dusclops letting you knock itself out to put 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Dust Noir, there's 100.
Pelo menos o cara tá jogando rápido.
What an absolutely ridiculous way to access any one of your opponent's Pokemon, but it's because of that corner lock. Forced to pass it over with a turn attachment to the.
Não, um é com Duskull, outro é sem Duskull.
Yeah, I think Yoa really needs to start accelerating his board. Oh, this isn't fantastic.
This is not good.
If Noah is able to evolve into a Dragapult EX and get those Dusclops up and running, this could be devastating for Yoa's board state. Now, and here we see Noah just thinking about his lines. He still needs to find that switch, still needs to find a way to get out of the active for his Holucha. Here we see the first recon directive. What does he find? I think there was a Dracloak being one of those options. That's going straight to the bottom of the deck. Here we see another. And
that's not very helpful.
It's just Cleffa and Bloodmoon Ursaluna, I think it was. That's not a fantastic choice. I think the switch is in hand, so it does have a way to get out. And here we see the Jack. Does play 2 Dusclops, so does have a way of using those Dusclops from the go, but just going for, I think it was one of the Dustmar actually that he's picked out as well as one of the Dusclops. Doesn't play any rare candy, so no acceleration into those Dustmar from the off, which is what we used to see before. But here we see, I think Noah's pretty safe here actually. Oh, going straight for
this is strong because the Cursed Blast will do 5 damage counters. Obviously a counter.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Wait. Oh, because of the Cursed Blast. Oh wow, so that means we're going to see the switch. And we have do you have energy and
have the energy
and the EX.
Oh, this is absolutely
massive.
Of course, with the Dusclops effectively knocking itself out with the Cursed Blast, does put himself down on 1 prize.
Wow.
And that essentially unlocks the counter catcher Oh, and you
Yeah,
see
because it carries the Budew with the wow, a 3-prize turn for Noah. Phantom dive plus curse.
Ah, mano, para com isso, velho. Essa é a vantagem do YouTube, talvez. Que ódio, velho. Odeio isso, velho, de verdade.
Get that curse blast and using it to his most effective way. However, for Yoa, I think it's just a chance here. Doesn't play any recovery other than the 2 Night Stretcher.
Se tá ruim, já pro outro, né?
Find those 2 Dreepy, because another curse blast you'd imagine is coming out from Noah in the next turn from that Dusclops. And here we see a Brock scouting from that unfair stamp, finding a way to get 2 further Dreepy out on board. For Yoa, it's just a case of how fast can I accelerate at this point, and how can I take advantage of disrupting Noah. Does still have the Maractus on board, fortunately enough, but unless he finds another way to gust out that or Lucha, this isn't going to be a great turn. I think he still can't deal with the threat of that Dragapult in connection with the Duskull on board. Here we see the energy.
Esse cara jogando 2x, mano.
Is there another way to gust? Oh, fortunately enough, there is.
Okay. So this is interesting. Going to buy himself some turns back there. Core now going to stop the Hulucha from retreat. We've seen the 1 copy of Switch from Noah being played already. Yeah, we do see Recon Directive, and he has been hit with the unfair stamp. Does have a rescue board in hand. Ultra Ball. Recon Directive, and get 1 more.
The thing is, for Noah, at least he knows that if Yoa does decide to corner again, it will knock out that Hulucha. So at least he has the security of knowing, okay, if you go for another corner, that's fine. At least
mano, eu nem botei no 2x, parece que os caras estão no 2x, velho. Nem precisei.
Option doesn't look that appetizing as much anymore if he wants to go down another further prize. And here we see 2 Recon Directives coming down. That's exactly what you would want to see if you're Yoa at this point. But does need to start developing that board even further. I would like to see another energy attachment. Here we see the boss's orders. Yeah, going for that Dracloak. That's pretty good. With no energy attached to that Dracloak and with no Crispin for Noah, there's no way of getting that developed Dragapult this turn. You see the first Recon Directive.
Could we, there's a rescue board in hand. If he was to evolve, that would reset the effects of corner, then you could retreat, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It would reset the corner effect. So if you find, and that's exactly what we see there. Nice one. And here we see the rescue board coming down, so that Dragon Ball will be able to retreat. And here we see the boss's orders.
Wow, with the boss's orders.
Desiste aí, tio.
Noah has been dissecting Yoa's board really well, even after a couple turns of corner. Being able to get the Dragapult EX back into the active Phantom Dive that would KO the active Dracloak, and then you've got 6 damage counters to play with as well. Where do you think they're going?
I would like to see, on the Pheasantipity, because Noah's now going down to 2 prize cards, so putting 1 on that Pheasantipity will put him away, will put him only 1 attack away from taking the game, being on 2 prizes. So the rest going on to the Maractus, and 1 on the Pheasantipity. That's exactly what you would like to see. And I think for Yoa, I think the writing's on the board. With these slower Dragapult builds, don't really tend to play any sort of energy acceleration.
Yeah.
So with this Dracloak not having any sort of energy attachment, I think for Yoa, it's a simple Iono to 2, try and disrupt as much as possible and maybe gust up something like the Dragapult with no energy attached. I think that's your only option here, and just hope you can develop this Dracloak on board.
I think you're correct. There's a counter catcher, and it's going to have to be into the Dragapult. Won't be able to retreat now.
Yeah, definitely
you can attack with it though.
Yeah,
he's attached 1 jet headbutt 70 knocks out active.
It does knock out active. And due to the ability on Maractus, I think it's 6 damage counters going on to.
Oh, true, it does.
Just the attachment of the fire. We'll need a psychic if you want to use Jet Headbutt.
That is a good point. We don't obviously talk about the Maractus ability.
Pera, por que não tacou?
Needles. If it's knocked out by damage while it's in the active, put 6 damage counters back, and that's why we see Noah saying, "Alright, even though I could look up Jet Headbutt, I'm not going to bother."
No, and here we see Yoa now just going for a Brock scouting. Unfortunately for him, no Dreepy is an option, but going for that Monkey Dory, I think taking the damage off that Fazendipity is going to be what you would want to see here. You know, taking that 1 damage counter off, and this is why Adrenaline is so important. Taking that 1 damage counter off, 1 damage, it doesn't sound like a lot, but in this circumstance where you're able to swip and swap, you know, take the damage off, move it onto your opponent's board, this is why it is so effective. The fine margins, especially in these Dragapult mirrors, are just oh so prevalent. Here we see another corner onto the Dragapult. Yoa not able to evolve that Dracloak, and I think a Gust here for Noah will just be able to take the game at this point. If he's able to find a knockout on that Dracloak.
Yeah, I think I don't think it has boss orders in hand currently. I think it's another Fire Energy. I think Buddy-Buddy Poffin was the top deck. Not sure what the other card was. I don't think it's particularly good though.
I think there's only one boss's orders left for Noah. He used his other Ghost option as a counter catcher earlier in the game. So the Buddy-Buddy Poffin coming down, not thinning the attack any further, not finding any more Pokemon here. Playing it a little bit safe. I think we just see a pass here from Noah. So Yoa able to.
No, gonna go for the KO with Jet Headbutt. Gonna take 6 damage counters back. Noah down to 1 prize card. This is getting interesting. 1 prize card left when you have access to Dusclops.
Ah, I thought Jet Headbutt was just the psychic energy. It is just colorless energy, yeah. And here we see the flip the script from the Fazendipity. Getting rid of that Maractus puts Yonoa only 1 prize card away now. I think with that 1 damage counter taken away from the Fazendipity, still only 1 Gust away from one of those smaller HP Pokemon in the Monkey Dory and the Genesect still. So I think, yeah, forced to take a knockout on the Maractus here. And here we see the Night Stretcher for that psychic energy, the last energy required to start using Phantom Dive. I think for Yoa, he'd love to see some sort of disruption here.
Yeah, you'd love that.
Here we see the Iono. Yeah.
Big Iono to 1. This could be a game-defining Iono here. Will Noah be able to close this game out? Will Noah be able to start the comeback? It starts now, doing a fantastic job so far. Defiance Band, KO in the active, 6 damage counters on the bench. Noah's taking 2 prize cards. Noah, what can we do? And this is terrifying because that Hallucin only got 1 damage, 1 hit point left. What is this second card? Oh, Iono and Dusclops, Duskull.
I think I would have liked to have seen a knockout on the Duskull actually, instead of the 6 damage counters on the Dragapult.
Bom dia, Gutrix.
You need
Tudo
to be
bom?
taking those bigger knockouts.
Gutrix.
Gutrix, né? Some further ways of taking advantage of this game. I think this would be a fantastic comeback if Yoa is able to take this game, but I think with now that
Se eu parecer calado, gente, é porque eu dormi com os olhos abertos, velho. E assistir isso aí me dá mais sono.
And here we just see, is that just a pass?
I think it was a pass. I think Noah's going to try and just win the game
through just drawing Gust, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Mentira, o cara vai perder ainda.
Doesn't want to put damage in play, it just bounces back, right?
Yeah, and here comes the Arvin, and with Yoa still down prize cards, Bravery Charm and the Counter Catcher is still a way of taking this game. I think the Bravery Charm will come onto that Genesect just in case Noah does play that Prime Catcher.
Não é todo dia que se vê.
Take away the opportunity for Noah to play any Apex at this point. Now, the Bravery Charm on the Bravery Charm on the Genesect. I think just taking away any sort of opportunities for that Prime Catcher. Doesn't opt to use that Counter Catcher. Now taking out that
just wants damage on the active, right?
I think you still have to apply pressure on this Dragapult as much as possible. And I think for Noah now, I think now is the turn in which you have to find that Gust.
Yep,
I think if you don't find anything.
Yep, we need boss's orders for the game. For Noah, it's that simple. This is the turn. There is no more wiggle room now. We need to see boss's orders. A lot of dice. Do we see it? Oh, I don't think we do. No, it's an Iono. Iono and Dracloak. That's not a boss's orders. It's not a way to swap your opponent's active. We are going to see the Iono get played anyway. What is this last card going to be, Benjamin? And is it a game winner? It's a Professor Research. That's game over. And Yoa was able to perform the comeback of the century, coming back from that mighty fine 3 prize turn.
Cara virou o jogo.
As we do see here on the replay, that was the Iono right at the end. Wow, what a game for Iono. That just takes composure.
Bom dia, morcegão.
Ben, isn't
Como é
it?
que tá, seu cheiroso? Bom?
Because Iono was off to the races, but Noah stabilized, played some good, fundamentally good Pokemon, and is now 1 game up.
I think Dragon Ball has pretty much solidified itself as the comeback deck of this tournament. We've seen it time and time again at this point. You know, Iono all the way down to 1 prize card left from away from losing this game. Fortunately enough for him, did have the outs to, you know, start disrupting Noah a little bit, use those Ionos to his most effective way, and that Adrenabrain, that all-important Adrenabrain from that Pheasantipity onto the active Dragapult in order for a knockout here. And I think for Iono, he played to his outs, right? We heard it from Arthur yesterday. What's your mindset like going into these sorts of games? You know, do you just go, oh, you know, I'm just going to scoop it up here and take the loss? Unfortunately for Noah, that's not what Iono did, and kept on strong. Gonna take the win here, and you know what a comeback here, what a comeback. And unfortunately for Noah, wasn't able to find that final gust and the scoop it up there.
Yeah, it really was. It could be very easy to get disheartened in that situation,
so.
right? But was able to say, like, let me just buy some turns back with corner. Let me see what I can do. And was able to navigate where.
Vira até melhor. Bom demais você comentar. Tô só com sono, mano, mas.
If I'm the other player, yeah.
Tirando sono, tá bom, mano.
Thinking, hold on, I was so far ahead, I just lost. My confidence is still sky high. If I'm Noah, you know, in a quote unquote mirror match, being able to fling extra damage into play via Dusclops, Dust Noir, I don't think that gives me a bit of an X factor, right? That's something that my opponent just can't do. Let's consult these prize cards real quick, though. Maractus, we saw.
Nossa, prisou o carimbo, mano.
And 2 covers of Drakloak in the prizes, and then for Noah, 2 GP and the Budew as well. But here we go, Ben. This is our game 2 here in our Swiss round 11 feature match. Both players would love to win this best of 3 to catapult themselves with best chances to make a symmetrical top cut. That means Noah needs to win this game, and Iono would absolutely love to win this game.
Yeah, Noah electing to go second in this circumstance, looking for an explosive start for the next turn, or possibly going for the first turn of Itchy Pollen. And of course able to use a supporter first in this game, but fortunately for Iono, was able to find a Buddy-Buddy Poffin in that starting hand. Here we see just consulting the deck, looking at what options are available to him throughout this game, going for 2 GP as you expect. Already has the Budew nice and comfortable on board. I think the downturn from Noah in that last game, prizing those 2 GP, only just finding them on the turns and taking knockouts, and then with Iono responding with Disruption, wasn't able to bench any of those GPs later on in the game, not able to establish a second attacker. I think that was pretty much his downfall at that point, and isn't going to be looking to do the same at this point, fortunately for both players. No, I mean, 2 Drakloak isn't fantastic in the prizes, especially when you have no acceleration into the Dragapult EX. So we'll be relying on those 2 Drakloaks only, especially, and you know, taking away a main engine in the deck in that Recon Directive. Let's see how this will disrupt Iono's game plan.
We do see a strong turn there for Iono. Buddy-Buddy Poffin has led the Budew. Not a card we actually saw in game 1. Very important card. Itchy Pollen. 0 energy, stops your opponent playing any item cards, and does 10 damage as well. In fact, no, we did see it. I apologize. It just got KO'd really quick thanks to Phantom Dive.
Yeah, it just got knocked out real quick. And here we see an energy attachment as well. This is, I think, one of the perfect board states for Iono, benching that 3rd Dreepy as well. And here we see the Arven from Noah. Great starts. This is exactly the supporter you want in this deck for your starting hand. Able to find those crucial Buddy-Buddy Poffins to start getting set up. Does find that rescue board to get out of the active. Will give Noah the way of a manual attachment and not having to use it for a retreat, which is huge.
Yep.
And going into that Itchy Pollen, I think it's just a straight up Itchy Pollen here.
No turn attachment, Rabbit.
No turn attachment, and as we've already established, no energy acceleration for either player.
That means turn attachments are very important. I hope you've got your antihistamines at home because the Itchy Pollen war has started. But over for Iono, does have the copy of Jark and the Brock's training. They're very good at dealing with Itchy Pollen, but traditionally, if you're just relying on Ultra Ball, you'd be in trouble. However, Jack, a supporter, you can play it under Itchy Pollen lock, and it's going to get you your Drakloaks, and then Recon Directive will start to filter through your deck. A fantastic addition to help deal with Budew.
Yeah, Jack is definitely the response to the meta, isn't it? Finding 2 evolution Pokemon, gets around that Itchy Pollen, You know, you're not using any items in this circumstance. You know, you're using a supporter to find your Pokemon, which is quite untraditional, I would say, in the Pokemon TCG. Usually players will rely on Ultra Balls and Nest Balls, you know, and all those sorts of searches. But with Itchy Pollen so prevalent in the format, this is what you have to do, Shay, to deal with the threats in the format.
I think that was a mighty fine turn though for Yoa, considering he was under item lock. Get another energy down, 2 Drakloaks and another Itchy Pollen. Over to Noah now though, can start to turn off with evolving a Drakloak into Recon Directive. We need to start seeing some energy now for now. I believe one of those off the Recon Directive was an energy, so he will be able to get involved with that. Turn attached there. Was there? There is a Dragapult EX in hand.
Yeah, this is a perfect start for Yoa, and this is a good example for either player of how this Itchy Pollen delay and negation of either player works. You know, hiding behind the Itchy Pollen, you're limiting your opponent in what they can do per turn. No items being able to be played. This does slow the game down a little bit, and this is where the name of slow Dragapult comes from. You're slowly building your board.
Aparentemente, com sendas que não era mais forte, né? Mano, o cara literalmente fez o Dragapult todas as vezes aí e ganhou. Isso é muito bizarro, tá? O cara sem Duskull, velho, ganhou. Ele fez uma virada muito absurda.
I think this is going to be a tall order for Noah to get those turns off like he did in the last game.
Really is. How's the Dragapult? Yeah, so he doesn't want to evolve that though, because that one Recon Directive is the only way he's seeing extra cards this turn. Hasn't got any supporters in hand. Has a lot of items. Has a luxurious cape, but we're definitely not attaching that anytime soon. A tool card that gives the non-rule box Pokemon attached to an extra 100 hit points, but it does give up an extra prize card when it's KO'd. But yeah, that hand is a bit stuck. We will get an Itchy Pollen KO here, funnily enough, on the Budew. But yeah, Noah's definitely falling behind a little bit here. Is over to Yoa though. Let's see what you can piece together. Definitely in the driver's seat. Oh, that was a Dragapult EX off that Recon Directive.
Yeah, top deck of the Counter Catcher isn't able to be played this turn through the Itchy Pollen, but will come in relevance next turn, I would have thought, with the knockout on this Itchy Pollen. I think important for Noah, the consideration of
boss's orders, sorry, Benjamin.
Orders.
Oh no, this is a disastrous turn for Noah. Yoa's gonna be able to take out the Drakloak via active. Oh my goodness, gonna take out the bench Dreepy thanks to the flying entry as well. Oh, and the Budew as well, I apologize. Oh my goodness, so that is a 3 prize turn, wiping out 3 of Noah's Pokemon. Only had 4 in play. Benjamin's laughing, can't believe the absolute absurdity of that turn. Noah, what can you do with this board state?
I can't speak at this point. I mean,
o comeback existe.
What do you do at this point with 1 Duskull on board? Yoa was able to wipe the board clean. The flying entry Holucha, he was hiding those cards pretty well.
He was.
At that point, you know, with the boss's orders, not even an item card played at that point. Finding the top deck in that Dragapult EX from the Recon Directive is exactly what he needed at that point to find those ultimate pieces to get that turn on board. We spoke about explosive turns from Noah, but what about Yoa? That was just the definition of taking advantage of the board state with an explosive turn. And I think Noah at this point, it's just whether he can set up a board once again while staring down a Dragapult EX, and those Phantom Dives are going to come in thick and fast, Shay.
They really are. No, Yoa is just going to be announcing Phantom Dive turn after turn after turn after turn now. And Noah, it's up to Noah to see if I can try and weather the storm a little bit. Has got a Pheasant EX in play now and Buddy-Buddy Poffin, but the problem is when you bench these low hit point Pokemon like Dreepy, and that's his last Dreepy actually, because remember, did prize 2 copies as well. Can get 1 back via Night Stretcher, of course. Is that even though when you bench these Pokemon, they're not safe. Not when you got Dragapult EX Phantom Diving.
Not at all.
Oh, here we go. Now, here's a bit of a comeback. The unfair stamp can be played. There is no Genesect now. So that's going to let Noah shuffle his hand, draw 5, and then Yoa will get 2.
Yeah, forced to play the unfair stamp at this point. I mean, any disruption possible for Noah is going to be the way to play this game. You would love to see a counter catcher on that Holucha just to start delaying Yoa from, you know, taking advantage of this board and running away with it, really. Can't afford to play any sort of Budew at this point because of how low that HP cost is. 30 damage is just it's just breakfast really for this Dragon Ball TX, isn't it, with a Phantom Dive.
Yep.
And what Noah doesn't want to see is any sort of opportunity for Yoa to take multiple prizes at this point. And here we see the unfair stamp. What is Noah able to find?
Hasn't found a basic energy, I can tell you that.
No, and does he see the flip the script? 3 additional cards. I don't even think there was energy in there either.
Nope.
I think you know, this is where this Dragon Ball deck really has some weaknesses. There's no sort of acceleration into the Dragon Ball DXs. There's no rare candies. There's no TM evolution. There's no way to accelerate your board state without hiding behind something, without hiding behind an Itchy Pollen or a corner, etc. So at this point, Noah's just he's just got to accept that, you know, no,
Fala aí, bom dia, mano.
his board.
Como é que você tá, seu cheiroso, tudo bom?
Already established. He has a Dracloak already with another energy.
Cuida agora.
Even if you do find a way of taking away that Dragon Ball TX. So for Noah, it's just, you know, can I weather this storm? Can I find a way to disrupt Yoa enough to find a board state that is acceptable at this point?
Well, we've seen his disruption of the plan of the day for Noah now was unfair stamp plus counter catcher into the Halucha base. And I hope you haven't got an energy, Yoa, so you can't move that Halucha out of the way. Spoiler alert, I think there's a
concordo contigo, mano.
In hand, so is able to retreat. Even rescue board would be a way of getting a retreat out here. Does find that energy surge, looking for that psychic energy. I don't know if there was an Arven in hand, but if he does have that Arven in hand, we'll be able to find that rescue board for a retreat, but does choose for a manual retreat. I like keeping the luminous energy in hand because that's the only way that you're going to be getting Adrenabrain up and running, so might come relevant next turn or in the further turns, etc. And for Noah, this Duskull, I mean, this is pretty much useless on board at this stage. You definitely don't want to be using Curse Blast. It would put Yoa down to 2 prizes, which is, you know, pretty good at this point. That Pheasantipity already being on board is an easy 2 prizes for Dragon Ball to take. And here we see the manual attachment, retreat, and an Iono.
Yep, gonna reduce.
Estava malhando?
Yoa will get 3.
Foi malhar primeiro? Tá certo.
Yep, should be 3. Oh no, he's drawn 4 off the Iono. Oh, he's only meant to draw 3.
Yeah,
but I think he
draws 4 by accident. Nossa, o cara ainda errou Iono,
velho.
We've
got table judges there, they'll be sorting that one out, but let's think about how the rest of the turn would play out, right?
Deus, a partida já tá emocionante, o cara mete uma Iono pra 4, sendo que ele só puxa 3, velho. Ah, não, velho.
I think for Yoa, it's just still establishing that board state further.
Aí você quebra, né, os esquemas, tio. Pelo amor de Deus.
His board state was already advantageous. He still has that Dragapult on board
Parabéns,
with
gênio.
the Dracloak with an energy attachment. I think maybe you're just playing the Iono to see how can I just make this board state better, if I even can. Maybe finding the Monkey Dory, maybe finding ways of getting that Adrenabrain up and running next turn, because I think the only way in which he would be able to take the game quicker is finding the knockout on that Pheasantipity.
Sim.
With no damage on board as well,
Quem tá só pra brincar mesmo.
Noah does still have to, you know, he has to do something next turn. He has to start attacking. He has to start, you know, disrupting in ways in which might put damage on the board. I think for Yoa, it's just finding that Monkey Dory and that Luminous Energy ready for next turn.
And obviously the Luminous Energy did get sent to the bottom.
Yes, it did. That's correct.
I know, so we hope, well, chances I probably will be joining into that anytime soon as he can shuffle the deck, but I guess just applying the pressure as
well. Dá uma volta de bike. Pô, saudade de dar uma bike. Tinha uma bikezinha braba, mas
wow, what a commanding,
não tenho mais, mano.
So far, though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
aqui onde eu moro, bikezinha é muito top, daria pra eu correr no parque, velho. De bike. Tem um parque que se eu pegar um metrozão, mano, nossa, isso é insano.
You know, being in connection
with
knocking yourself out,
eu gosto de andar de bike.
Those counter catches, you know, gusting up, doing all these little bit of shenanigans, taking advantage of the fact that these are evolving Pokemon, right?
Mas ele viu, ele puxou.
70. This is prime for a Phantom Dive, taking multiple knockouts here and there, and in connection with Hawlucha as well. Wasn't able to use the Hawlucha, of course, but that's exactly what he's going for. He's using these different type of abilities to put more damage on board in order to use these sweeping board states. But then, on the flip side, I mean, what was so surprising was Yoa, you know, having this larger hand. We didn't see it at the time, but, you know, having the boss having a way of getting around the itchy pollen and then going for these multiple knockouts as well with the Hawlucha. That's exactly why they play it. We know that the smaller HP Pokemon in the format, Ralts and Dreepy, 70 HP.
O Amimir meu vai a Mimir, tô quase a Mimir de verdade.
That's exactly what you use it for. That one damage counter on each.
Eita, vou double prize.
Very important as we do get back into our game, and it looks like we will get confirmation.
Cara, só falou double prize, segue o jogo.
Well, has received a 2 prize card penalty for that extra card drawn. That's why we see the prize cards there for Noah with the red Pokeball. Now, that doesn't mean he's taken them, but it just means he has to take 3 to win the game. And it looks like we see a Phantom Dive that KO'd the active and then put 3 damage counters on a bench Dracloak and bench Dreepy at the same time. And now we're back into the action.
Yeah, and I think that damage placement is pretty much perfect because, you know, having that 3-3 approach will mean that Yoa will still have a chance of taking 2 prizes next turn if he's unable to find the knockout on the Pheasantipede. He knows that no damage is coming out on board for himself, so that Adrenabrain may not be an option for the Pheasantipede unless we see something like a Yechipollen, which I don't imagine we will at this point, of course. Too easy to take down. But yeah, the 2 prizes penalty might come into play because we know and we've already established that these types of decks will be looking for multiple prize knockouts. So, you know, will that come into play? Let's just take a look. And here we see the Ultra Ball for the Dracloak looking to evolve that Dreepy as soon as possible. You know, nothing's safe at this point for Noah. I think he's, you know, clutching at straws just a little bit. No manual attachment of the Psychic Energy.
Oh, yeah. Because we are going to see the Iono. Wait, that Iono, Noah. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that is 2.
Oh, yeah, the prize penalty means, you still take it. I apologize. I'm getting them scared of the Iono now.
Yeah, you still take the 5.
Them. Yeah, no, you are correct. You are correct. I'm so on edge now after that. Well, it is over to Noah. Let's have a look. Iono. Let's have a look. We did see the recon directive.
Bota fé. Pô, andar no mato é bom mesmo, velho. De bike. Pô, é maneiro, velho.
This is a tough situation.
Yeah.
There we go. We do have to see energy at some
Eu
point.
gosto, eu acho maneiro.
Do we see a loop? No, we don't see a Luminous Cape, do we? Recon directive.
I think at this point for Noah, you know, having those 3 damage counter on both, you know, with no Monkey Dory in the deck either, isn't able to take away that damage on board.
Yes.
But for Noah, I think what I'm mostly scared of is
if I even do get a também, mano, só que
if I'm putting damage onto Yoa's board, that Adrenabrain is just going to put the 1 on the Pheasantipede, and then a simple Gust will take the game. Oh, there we see the Luxurious
Cape. Going to give that bench Dracloak 190 hit points in total, 160 left. And we see a counter catcher onto that Hawlucha, and we see a pass. Can Yoa get out of that Iono to 2? Let's have a look and start turning off with the recon directive. What's in that hand? Rock Scouting, Ultra Ball, Iono.
Getting rid of the Iono. The Iono isn't going to be as effective anymore for Yoa being 2 prizes down.
Latias is going to give you a free retreat cast. That's going to KO the active. I think he's missed the Luxurious Cape. That will not KO the bench Pokemon there, the bench Dracloak, because it has 160 hit points. Now, did he actually announce the attack? Doesn't look like he has. So
o cara tomou double prize e começa a errar.
He got rid of the boss's orders with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, he did.
So I think a boss's orders, if he were able to play it, would have taken out the Luxurious Cape for game.
That would have got you the other way around. Oh, the Luxurious Cape coming in clutch there for Noah. Not a tool card we see all the time, but it's put in fantastic work. That's going to KO the active 6 damage counters on the bench Dracloak. Thanks to that, Luxurious Cape did have 160 hit points remaining. Oh no, Yoa might actually be deciding where to put this 6 now.
Yeah, where does he want these 6 damage counters to go?
Esse cara joga tão rápido que nessa falta 14 minutos.
You have to put at least 1 on the Pheasantipede, right?
Yeah, you have to.
You still have to.
So at least you can win off a boss, even though you did just discard 1.
With that boss's orders discarded, there are still 2 in the deck for Yoa.
Ele esqueceu a capa, Rai.
All 6 on Fez.
Yeah, all 6 on Fez.
All right, here we go. We do see Ultra Ball in hand. We don't see a basic energy yet, of all things, though.
He has to start attacking this turn. I think for Noah, it's just a fact of taking as many prizes as possible and as soon as possible. Does Nest Ball for that Bloodmoon Ursaluna can hide behind that high HP cost on that Bloodmoon Ursaluna. 240 HP, not too shabby at this point. 260, sorry.
Wow.
Not too shabby, so we'll be able to hide behind that at least and take some big knockouts. With that Latias on board now for Yoa, Noah will be able to take a good 2 prize knockouts at this point.
Tell you what, this, if you see a pay retreat, right, you're going to evolve into Dragapult EX, pay retreat, boss's orders, KO Latias with Bloodmoon Ursaluna. That actually puts you in a rather good spot, right?
Well, it would. I mean, it would force Yoa to have Gust next turn at this point. So if Noah is,
and we just saw he discarded one as well, right off the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, does have boss's orders in hand.
Does have boss's orders in hand. That is a potentially live play. Bloodmoon Ursaluna, its ability, season skill reduces its attack cost by 1 colorless energy for each prize card your opponent has taken. Yoa has taken 5, so that means Bloodmoon Ursaluna can attack for free, 240 damage. Is that what we're going to see? He's going to. Oh, no, we're going to see the best research instead.
He's gone for the research instead. Maybe looking for the manual attachment.
Tô ligado. Nossa, tava quase dormindo aqui.
You said, if you were able to
Inovação atrasada, porém feita com sucesso. Caraca, mano. 12 meses, mano. Agora eu tô Amilotic, mano. Brigadão, Soshiro. Você é maravilhoso. Tamo junto, Duvi. Dentro do seu coração, cara, tu me acordou. Eu tava dormindo. Obrigado por me acordar, velho.
I feel like that was just a safer
De verdade.
option. I
Obrigado.
guess for Noah, you would have to manually attach, then retreat, and you don't want to waste a manual attachment on retreating. I guess.
True. That is true.
Want to go for a Phantom Dive instead? This is another option. You know, going for the Phantom Dive instead, this is pretty safe.
It is. It is.
You are going for 2. You are going for that 1 prize still on the Budew. And you'd imagine the other damage cut is going on that Latias to put it within range of that Bloodmoon Ursaluna. Well, it still is within range, but putting the Dragapult in range, sorry, of that Bloodmoon Ursaluna. Imagine. Oh no, not going for the knockout on the Budew. Interesting. Forcing yourself to effectively use another Phantom Dive next turn.
It's quite interesting because, funny enough, not
Cadê o café? Eu já tô bem.
The unfair stamp that Yoa drew into actually can't be played now. Luminous Energy, Iono.
Yes.
Here we go.
I suppose not taking a knockout will effectively put those Ionos at less efficient for Yoa and doesn't want to put himself down that extra card drawn. So at least with the 6 damage
What's orders that was?
Ah, no, with knocking out the Budew.
Oh, but it looks like Noah has drawn the boss's orders after Iono. That means he'll be able to close the game out next turn, and he is able to win our round 11 feature match here. Game 2. That means we're going to a game 3. Congratulations, Noah was able to navigate a bit of a tricky game, not the easiest ones to, get around, but was able to take those prize cards first. And now both players are shuffling up for a game 3.
That last turn was crucial actually for Noah. One thing I didn't mention is that if you were to knock out that Budew, it would open up a bench space for that Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
so that was actually crucial play there. Yoa was still within gust of taking the game, but that Monkey Dory play would have still been prevalent here or there to heal on that Volucha and that Dragon.
Eu vou ali lavar o rosto.
So yeah, smart play there from Noah.
Já voltam, acaba dormindo, cara.
A couple of unfortunate things that happened for him. Did get rid of that crucial gust.
Vou acabar dormindo literalmente aqui, velho, no meio do bagulho.
And here we see Noah just flashing that boss's orders, and here we go into a crucial game 3.
Yeah, and even if your opponent might, what's the word I'm looking for here? You still have to capitalize on your opponent. Even though Yoa opened the door, Noah still had to navigate some tricky hands there. He didn't actually start attacking until very late in that game, right? And was still able to navigate his way to victory.
I think every single Dragapult that we've seen take game this stream has been within 1 or 2 prize cards of losing.
Yep.
I think it's just established itself as the comeback deck at this point.
And what we've seen so far in this best of 3 is that the first person to announce Phantom Dive has lost, funnily enough. Games 1 and 2, which is an interesting thing to think about, right? So as both players shuffle up here, we still have 9 minutes 40 seconds. We might get a little bit of an extension. We'll get confirmation on that. But at the speed that both players are playing, they're going to try their best to get a game 3 here and there, get a conclusion, because you don't really want ties at this point. We want those 3 match points, and we want some wins.
I think, fortunately for both players playing Dragapult, you will be looking for those multiple prize knockouts. So at least there is a way that both players can win, but it's maybe determined on how long those starting turns will be, the itchy pollen delays.
Yeah.
How long are we going to be delaying each other?
Yeah.
I think that's the case here, because, you know, that can take 1 or 2 turns, and with establishing your board at the same time, it can take that little bit longer to get around. So fortunately, I mean, hopefully we will find a winner of this game. You want to hope so for either one of these players. It puts them in great contention for top 8 later on with a 10-1 record.
Yeah.
Here we see both players shuffling up now, just going through what Pokemon they will be starting. And here we see the first draw. Well, no, that was a mulligan, sorry, for Noah. And here we see the game just starting now. And Monkey Dory start for Yoa, and a Duskull start for Noah. Here we see the prizes come down as well. Nothing too detrimental. Actually, just two cards of the evolution line for Dragapult for both players. In this circumstance, a Drakloak for Yoa, which may come into play. Those crucial recon directives. You want to get them up and running as soon as possible. And 2 Jack, I might add, as well.
Yep, so here we are going to see our Game 3 Swiss Round 11 feature match here. The winner of this round will get themselves very close to a top cut placement, and just had confirmation that the timer we see on screen has been corrected after the time has been added. So both players will want to try and have this game conclude before the end of this round. If the timer gets down to 0, there'll be 3 additional turns played. If there's no conclusion to the end of that game, then this will end in a tie. But both players don't want that, so we're just going to see Ultra Ball being played, GP Budew, and pass over to Yoa.
Yeah, manual attachment into the Monkey Dory. You imagine a itchy pollen coming down soon for Yoa. Start disrupting Noah as much as possible. I think the thing is, for Yoa, prizing 2 of the Jack doesn't have any other way of finding these Drakloaks or Dragapults other than the Brock's scouting, so he will have to try and find them as soon as possible, because you imagine an itchy pollen is going to be coming in for Noah next turn, possibly, and with a Monkey Dory start, does have to find ways of finding these crucial cards. Creepy, Budew, all these cards so important for the initial turns for these Dragapult.
Esquentar meu café e ver se eu acordava.
Ways of finding them. Just do the prize check. You can see the Brock scouting on the top of the deck. Counting how many methods do I have of getting these evolution Pokemon out? Staring down an itchy pollen.
Yeah, I mean, this. And the Brock only gets 1 evolution as well,
Bom dia, mano. Você tá bom?
Better at finding basics, gets 2 basics, only gets 1 evolution. So
Pegou de 2.
But let's see.
Dale, sociais. Eu acho que foi bom então, né?
Game 1 quite a lot and was able to navigate the win. So let's see how he navigates this.
Quase deu bom pegar quase com sociais todo dia agora.
And then, as you imagine, we'll see the pay retreat into the itchy pollen.
Yes.
And then Noah, it did get
a turn attachment down,
so maybe, you know, the hand might not be great.
Yeah, Noah unable to find a turn attachment. Oh, this Iono is going to be crucial.
This really is.
Really start.
Deixa eu dar uma acordadinha,
has
só
to
foi
find
ali.
Buddy-Buddy Poffin, or a way of getting. Oh, I think there was a Buddy-Buddy Poffin there.
And a GP as well.
Another GP. Okay, worry over. Worry over for
Nossa,
Yoa.
botei o café mais forte. Vê se me acorda. Nossa, arrepiei todinho, chega, acordei.
At this point. And here we see them come down. And I think both board states are pretty prime. I think, you know, no manual attachment for Yoa on a tree, just like Noah has here. So I think both board states are pretty equal.
Mas pegou o dia 2, tá ótimo, mano.
At least you don't have to waste any sort of ball search resources on finding that Monkey Dory for the next turn. It is going to be staying around for a while. There's no way of Noah finding knockouts on a Monkey Dory other than the straight up Phantom Dive. So yeah, I think both board states are pretty equal at this point, right?
Yep, they really are. As we do see the Ultra being played to grab Drakloak now preemptively, thinking that if a Phantom, an Itchy Pollen comes down, I remember to play Ultra Ball next turn. But here we go. Do see the Itchy Pollen. 10 damage onto the active. Remember, that means Noah can't play item cards now. We do see Basic Energy. We do see Dusclops. We see multiple supporters, Iono and Professor's Research. Let's see how this turn pans out.
Yeah, does have the manual attachment.
There we go. Curse Blast into the active. Going to KO that. Obviously, Yoa can take a prize card. Noah can take a prize card. We're going to see a turn attached to GP. Will we see Luxurious Cape getting attached?
Yeah,
we will.
The Luxurious Cape. And now with different options of research, and Iono does go for that Professor's Research with the Curse Blast. At least he would have put Yoa down to five cards in hand, but course, better yourself down as well with that Curse Blast. But getting rid of that Itchy Pollen Budew is actually quite, it's quite crucial here, because Itchy Pollen, although it does 10 damage, Budew is only on 30. So, it's these mind games of whose Budew is going to be knocked out first, unlocking your opponent's counter catcher. To take the Jack off those prizes going to be crucial.
Yeah, what a turn to grab him.
Yeah, what a turn to unlock the Jack from the prize cards, finding it at the most important time, taking 2 Dracloaks here, finding those important evolution Pokemon under item lock as well. Yoa probably can't believe his luck finding that Jack there from the prizes.
Yeah,
so saying thank you very much to Yoa. Right?
Yeah, that was the perfect time, exactly when you needed them. And it's going to draw into Unfair Stamp plus Budew after Recon Directive. Budew getting sent down to the bottom. Another Dracloak Evolve, Recon Directive. This is the power of the Dragapult EX deck, making use of those stage 1s. A third Recon Directive. What is this intelligence that these Dracloak are all finding? The reconnaissance, as it were. Luminous Energy and a pass.
Yeah, manual attachment there onto the active Dracloak. Doesn't want to be attaching to any benched Dracloak at this point, because you will have to find some sort
Vi
of
não,
way
eu
of
tinha
getting
visto
out
só o
of the
top 8, eu não vi,
into that
tipo,
benched- into
quem
that
foi o
benched,
campeão.
Dracloak, if you are, to sort of accelerate energy
Eu vi que
onto
tinha
it.
5
So
guards no
you
top
attention
8,
play
mano,
here
tá maluco.
from Yoa, and of
5
course,
guards,
staring down at Budew, and no Dracloak in sight, nor any Dragapult EX in sight for Noah anytime soon. Feels safe of just attaching to the active here. Here we see a Buddy-Buddy Poffin, of course, items now unlocked for Noah, going for that Droopy and that Duskull. You can imagine some Curse Blast coming down pretty soon, not like we had seen in Game 2, of course. And now you'd imagine just an Itchy Pollen now from Noah. Like to see a manual attachment. Unfortunately, does have the, fortunately for him, sorry, does have the Earthen Vessel in hand. Can go for manual attachment now, finding the Fire and Psychic.
Do we have a Dracloak though? No.
Don't have a Dracloak, no.
So it's going to have to be a boss's orders and stall a little bit. Bring up the Monkey Dory. Bring it into the active and Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, and this is exactly why it was so important of attaching to the active Pokemon, because if Noah was able to disrupt in a sort of way of getting around this, Yoa really doesn't want to be wasting his manual attachments for retreating. There's no energy acceleration within the deck. We've already said this a couple of times now, which is going to be crucial for both players to try and disrupt around. We've already seen it a couple of times, getting around, I'll just get up that Holucha, waste a manual attachment on this sort of Pokemon. And here we see a Adrenabrain onto the Budew, and a manual retreat into another Budew, and you can imagine an Itchy Pollen coming down here, and I think there was an attachment of a Bravery Charm, putting that Budew to 80 HP now.
The brave little Budew.
Yeah, isn't going to be in range of a Curse Blast. So good play from Yoa there, and that Budew is going to be alive quite a bit longer than the opponent's Budew, so is going to be using that Itchy Pollen to its maximum effect for as long as possible.
There's actually a world we should see a Phantom Dive here, perhaps, if you want, or you could slow the game down and take the KO with the Itchy Pollen, perhaps, as well.
Yeah,
we've definitely got energy in hand, right? I believe.
Yes.
Yep. There's loot. Oh, okay. So we're not going to see a Phantom Dive. Just going to see an Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, Adrenabrain onto your opponent's.
Oh wow! Mid-turn KO.
Knockout. Yeah.
And now we see the Itchy Pollen. Does it actually have Dragapult EX in hand, actually? So could have evolved up and KO'd that Droopy if we liked, but we are just going to see the Itchy Pollen. Noah's still been item locked. I think that hand is looking a bit dire. No supporters, all items, 4 items, but under Itchy Pollen lock, not even going to announce bites or gnaw, whatever that attack is. A petty grudge, I should say.
É grande guard, né?
Yeah, and I think for Yoa, not evolving into any of those Dragapult EXs, doesn't want to risk any sort of damage coming down onto them with a Phantom Dive on that last turn. And here we see the boss's orders onto that bench Droopy with all that energy attachment and a luxurious cape. Yoa will be taking 2 prize cards at this point, and didn't find the flying entry Holucha for another explosive turn, but with the knockout on that
não teve nenhum draga, nenhum. Todos foram dizimados aparentemente. Eu vi essa parada aí.
Absolutely dissecting Noah's board there. Wow, what a turn that was. The Monkey Dory, that 10 extra damage, so important. We're going to see nice stretcher from Noah. Serendipity, there's a Dracula. Could have done with that 5 turns ago, to be honest.
Yeah.
Recon directive. There's the Dustclops. Can't use that now.
No, I loved leaving these 2 Duskull on board because they are effectively useless at this point.
Really
you cannot use Curse Blast. You'd effectively lose the game because you're giving one prize to Noah, to the Yoa. So at least now, well, this would be the comeback of all comebacks. I mean, we've seen Dragon Ball come back from situations like this, but not quite to this disadvantage. No energy on board, only 1 Dracloak. You're forced to use a manual retreat at this point.
Não compensa.
From that Dracloak as well. This is
compensa
not
você ir pro...
And just, I think, it looks like time has been called. I saw the players lining up some die to demonstrate who has...
Compensa você gastar mais com celebrações mesmo para você...
If this game does not conclude in those 3 turns, then this game will not finish and it will result in a tie. However, we have to imagine that with Yoa only having 1 prize card to take, he will be able to take that 1 prize card. So for Noah now, the goalposts have shifted. He isn't
Se você estiver falando no live, não compensa. Se for no físico, compensa.
So he's going to say, how is it I can stop Yoa from taking a singular...
No live não compensa, no físico sim.
With the Dracloak in the active, and with the rescue board in the discard pile, is going to have to try and find an energy attachment with this Iono to get out of the active. I think benching the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, you're hiding behind that high HP cost of 260, isn't going to be knocked out from a Phantom Dive anytime soon. Is Noah able to find more?
We're just going to see a concession, and Yoa is able to take the game. Much love to the crowd. They're loving that.
Meu Deus, o cara tá de terno, ele tá do meta do japonês. Então, não sei se é jogar no físico ou no live. Por isso que eu dei essa resposta. Porque os caras ficam passando as cartas e voltando, cara, não sei, velho. Todo jogador faz isso, cara.
Yeah, certainly was. I mean, using that corner as early as possible.
Porque um monte faz isso, velho.
We were looking for the switch outs for Noah straight away at that point. But no, fortunately for Yoa, was able to find a couple of turns of disruption, but it was really in the Noah show, like you said, in that first game, was able to find ways of getting around this. And the explosive turns, like
é porque ele falou pra farmar, então eu pensei assim, farmar deve ser no live, né? Na minha opinião não compensa. Compensa já ir pra celebrações.
It was so intricate, these sorts of plays, and this is what these Dragon Ball mirrors are all about. This is going to be a familiar matchup in the room today and this weekend, but it's all about the variations. How do you get around these?
Conheci o canal agora, pegando as dicas pro live, seja bem-vindo, mano. Tem algum Gardevoir no top aí? Aqui não é top ainda não, Rodolfo. Aqui a gente ainda tá assistindo o suíço, mano. Aqui, ó. Aqui embaixo. Round 11 suíço ainda. Não tem top ainda. Vamos chegar lá. Mas ainda não chegamos. O top que eu tava comentando mais cedo era de outro regional, que teve esse final de semana também. No live mesmo? Não compensa. Melhor você ir pra celebrações. Acabou os 4 Zard, os 4 pontos de Charizard, vai pra celebrações que você vai farmar muito mais. A longo prazo compensa mais, tá ligado?
The Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory just dissecting the board, but this was the big swing turn here. Boss's orders plus the Phantom Dive plus the extra damage.
Valeu, mas só você vê figura? Como assim só você vê figura? Mas teve Gardevoir no top do outro regional que acabou já, mano. Teve 5 Gardevoir. Pra que esses dados? Cara, a galera prefere usar dado, mano. Até nos regionais a galera usa dado. Pra marcar cara e coroa. Pra contabilizar dano. A galera usa dado.
Transfer another board state to put down the Monkey Dory. It's all about these little tiny things that will ultimately put a factor on the game.
Suíço, achei que esse era na Holanda. Desculpa, sou igual a piada ruim.
I still think he's in good standing, and he's playing to his best, as you can see there.
Caraca, eu nem entendi o que você falou.
I'm sure he will, still in a fantastic spot. However,
gente, eu não consegui responder as perguntas, desculpa, é que eu tô com sono, velho. Acordou cedo demais, velho. Eu não dormi nada, eu tô desde as 8 da noite sem dormir.
Thanks so much, Shay. Yeah, here we're on the sofa with 10-1 Iono piloting the Dragapult archetype. Tell us a little bit about that game. You've just come to me saying that was a relief.
Yeah, okay, so the first game was kind of cool, I guess. It made really fun to play. I know after you played the Switch,
Bom day, que tudo bom, mano?
I actually don't know the name. It's just it's a cactus, so... yeah, and I knew I can make a comeback because he was really low on draw engine. He only got one drag cloak out, so I could just trap the Lucha and then trap the drag cloak, which also worked out really well. In the second game, I just didn't saw the Luxcape and I just threw
Mas
so
agora,
badly.
qual deck você acha mais promissor com advento na nossa coleção Destiny Rivals?
I managed to throw an unlosable game.
Assim, Destiny Rivals, talvez a gente veja muito Cynthia, Typhlosion. Cara, Typhlosion eu acho que é um dos baralhos que vai jogar muito bem, tá? Muito bem. Eu pelo menos espero. Lá no Japão joga muito bem Typhlosion, sozinho. Eu espero que aqui jogue bem também. Tipo, um Dragapult com Typhlosion joga muito bem também lá no Japão. Um Golden com Typhlosion também joga muito bem lá no Japão. Espero que esses aí venham pra cá. Da Cynthia mais ou menos lá, o da equipe Rocket medianamente bem, mas eu não acho que vai ter muita equipe Rocket por aqui não. Espero estar enganado, né?
Yeah, I thought about the board position just to take out all his engine. He didn't have, I think, yeah, he didn't have really an engine left. Yeah, he only has a Duskull left. So he
acho que o Green Snow com o Prosless fica melhor aqui do que os outros, na minha opinião, Rodolfo.
He needs like 2 turns to set up his pole.
E o Typhlosion eu acho que ele vai ser bem jogado agora. Talvez tenha até uns decks novos, mas não sei se meta, a gente tem que aguardar pra ver, né?
Because he needs 2 attachment and evolve twice and he didn't get a 3P in play, so I knew I could just chill some games and basically I knew the game was over, but then I threw so badly.
Até pra falar o cara é rápido, velho, meu Deus.
Exhibiting fantastic play, especially in that first game, like you said, using that Maractus, being aware of resources. It sounds like you know the Dragapult mirror match quite well. Yeah. I'm sure you faced it a few times.
Só o Articuno da equipe Rocket. Mas ele só vai proteger Pokémons da equipe Rocket. Tirando ele, nenhum. É o único que vai fazer isso.
And I played against some really good players like Alberto Conti, the mirror match in the mirror match this tournament. So yeah, I think I played like 4 or 5 mirrors. And they worked out really well for me. I think also my list is like kind of cool with it. Like there was a 3 Brock and a 2 Jack. I'm kind of cool against Budew, and also with the Charm and Monkey Dory. I think the matchup is okay for me, especially against the Dustbolt.
Yeah, I was going to say you were using those Jacques really effectively, and up against the Dusknoir matchup, do you feel like you're favored by playing a more straightforward build with all those basics?
Yeah, against the Dusknoir matchup for sure, because like I can just take down his Duskulls and then all his adventures just floating away, and I have just more space for like card like Brock or Jack, so I have more consistency, and also the Monkey Dory is really impactful. And Genesect preventing the stamp, I think it didn't cut up in this game now, but in most of the matches it really comes up to just charm the Genesect and just play around the stamp, and the others just can't play around the stamp. So my board is probably most of the time better and I can stamp in.
And actually you were able to win that first game thanks to your own unfair stamp. Yeah. So you can see how impactful those ace specs can be. If you can deny that from the opponent, it's fantastic for you.
Bom dia, Marcinha.
Highlights over either today or yesterday, some of the more interesting games you've shown?
Nossa,
I definitely had some interesting games, but not like one really specific game. I think this match was really a highlight. It was a highlight and also a lowlight at both times. So yeah, but it was fun for sure. My opponent was really nice and it was fun.
Yeah, showing both great sportsmanship from Noah in there as well. You could see how much fun you were both having on the tables, laughing with each other, even in those high pressure situations. But now you're at a 10-1 record. Fantastic to see. I just have one more question for you. It's a bit of a curveball. Did you happen to cycle to the tournament today?
Excuse me?
Did you cycle to the tournament on a bike?
Oh, no.
No, okay.
I am here nearby with an hotel.
Fair enough. Well, you cycled plenty through the deck throughout that video, so it was fantastic to see you on the
stream. O cara tá perguntando pra todo mundo que tá pedalando, velho.
That's me with our interview. I'll let you go for now, and we'll be heading back to the desk, I think. So there we go.
Qual é essa lombra aí de pedalar que eu não entendi? Alguém me explica? O Ultrecht é a capital da bicicleta, mano. É a cidade da bicicleta, eu não tô sabendo. Mas assim, eu dormi ontem Eu dormi ontem, acordei 8 da noite e tô acordado desde as 8 da noite. Ficou em terceiro na liguinha ontem, aí sim, mano. Monstro mesmo essa praga. Monstro. Holanda todo mundo anda de bike, mas não sei se tem algo a mais. Ah, é? Eu dormi ontem na live, acordei com... Entendi. É porque eu mandei raid pro Nalo, né, ontem. O final foi emocionante, tá, massinha, do dia de ontem, porque foi Yokidog Baby ganhando de Kickbox. Ontem foi cinema do cinema. Já ganhei R$ 1.065 de crédito com Dragaput. Tô quase ficando só de Gondengo, só pra ver se eu ganho mais que isso. Você tá virando a noite? Não, é porque eu tava sem sono mesmo. Tipo, como eu dormi a tarde toda, eu tava sem sono nenhum. Entendeu? Aí eu tomei um café, era 3 da manhã e fiquei sem sono. Naquela época, Guard já era absurdo, mano. Sei como meta muda, né, velho? Guard já tem tempo que tá jogando, velho. Aí uma hora morreu, depois voltou. E agora vem Mega Guard, meu Deus. Bom dia, Bugadinho. Ontem vi a live de noite, hoje já tô cedo aqui. Hoje tem cup aqui na minha cidade. Pô, Tu vai participar? Se tu for, boa sorte, mano. E bom dia, mano. Você tá bom? Botei o café forte, velho. Pra me acordar. Vou de Terabox. Boa sorte, mano. Que foi aquele jogo do Okidog ontem, Absolute Cinema. Não, aquele jogo do Okidog foi cinemaço, velho. Paguei uma pipoca muito bem feita, tá ligado? Ele pegou o palê 6 vezes, Purga. Tu viu lá? Mano, o cara leu Caesar, o cara leu 3 vezes o Okidog. O cara... Mano. Pegou o palê e perdeu, né? Já falei. Silvio. Não consigo culpar quem lê Dandan's PRE SX. Pior que o Dandan's PRE SX eu relevei porque... Ninguém tava usando no meta mesmo o Dandan's PRE SX, só no Japão, né? Então faz sentido você ler o Dandan's PRE SX. Mas o Okidog, velho, o cara leu 5 vezes o Okidog, velho. Eu não tô nem zoando, ele leu 5 vezes o Okidog, velho. Foi umas 5, 4 vezes, velho. Teve uma vez que ele pegou a carta, fez assim, ó. Aí devolveu, parou, volgou de novo. E ficou assim. E devolveu. Ele leu, fez um check-up todinho na carta, velho.
Played it in his Lost Zone variant for many tournaments, then jumped on to Reggie Drago V-Star, where he could still use that Giratina V-Star, and now he's going to be piloting the Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and such a consistent
esse
player
calvo
as
aí eu
well. It's
lembro
easy
dele,
to
pô.
look at these one-off championships, but another player who consistently had top finishes, especially
E ele quase
around
empatou,
that
velho. Que
2023 season.
bizarro foi isso, velho. Ele quase
And another
empatou.
one of these brothers. We talk about the strength of the Kammerman brothers and so on, and it is the Kalama brothers who keep coming up. Yuho an amazing player, and Consta recently has shown exactly why they're both so good.
And Consta staying calm. They're literally yawning right now, so he's relaxed. He's
Always
ready to
looks so chilled, doesn't he?
Literally is very chilled out. As we see some prize cards, well, that might make him a little bit more awake, prizing his A-Spec, the secret box. In addition to one of those Monkey Dory, every time you can get Adrenabrain online against the Dragon Ball player, it's going to be massive, because that Phantom Dive damage is so crucial.
And here we go, our final round of Utrecht. Alberto versus Consta, looking to try and answer the debate. Dragapult or Gardevoir, which is better? Consta piloting the Psychic deck with Gardevoir at the helm.
Gente, vamos ser sinceros, vocês querem que eu boto mesmo? Vocês votar? Quem ganha? Vocês querem votar? Eu tô assim. Hoje eu tô com fome,
We've seen so much success from the Brent Tonneson build. Consta is playing a few different cards within his list. He does have the Mew EX, which is so strong at copying Dragapult. We know Dragapult EX has one of the most powerful, devastating attacks in the game. So when Gardevoir is able to copy it with a Psychic type using the Fairy Zone from Clefairy, it can be devastating.
Well, first goal of Gardevoir EX is get as many of those Psychic energy into the discard pile. Typically, we like to attach those energies from hand, but we have Psychic Embrace on Gardevoir EX, which allows you to attach an energy from your discard pile to any of your Psychic Pokemon. And if you do, they take 20 damage. You might think that's a bad thing, but you've got Monkey Dory, which you see there in the active spot, able to move damage from your side to your opponent's side, so a great bit of synergy.
Yep, Gardevoir can't read the rules. The hair's in the way. It's allowed to attach as many energy as it likes, provided they're coming from that discard pile. And the Psychic Embrace downside of putting damage onto your own Pokemon can become an upside with Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory.
And
you've got attackers like Drifloon and Screamtail, which do damage.
Trabalhar, tem que trabalhar, né? Eu tô aqui streamer, né? Tem que fingir que trabalha, né? Pronto, tô fingindo que trabalha.
And as you can see, Consta just making sure he knows exactly what he's working with. We'll recognize, as you said, that A-Spec is gone. But another interesting situation here with Gardevoir. How many Monkey Dory do you play? And Consta opting to play just the two, while having one of them prized, will limit that board state that we often see Gardevoir try to do against Dragapult, of having the double Monkey Dory pushing energy back towards their opponent.
Looks like the Artisan Stadium is Consta's only means of getting a Ralts down, but can at least get that rolling. Has not much else in hand at all either, Mike. I just saw a bunch of energy cards. Nothing too usable as we pass over to Alberto, who I think already has access to that Budew in hand. Whenever your opponent has a slower start, if you can start initiating an Itchy Pollen item lock, you massively reduce the number of cards remaining in their deck that can be used to get them out of that rut.
And typically that Artisan is a last choice way to find your basic Pokemon, as you'd rather not give it to your opponent. As you see here, Alberto able to use Consta's Artisan to find any non-rulebox basic Pokemon and put it on his bench. And will be a chance to deck check, as we saw Consta do, making sure he can work out what those 6 prize cards are, and we'll recognize a few important Pokemon in there. The Monkey Dory,
é porque tá frio, acho que é porque tá frio hoje, eu tô com
preguiça, mano. Taken
De
away,
verdade.
and there are 2 of those
Tá
luminous
frio,
energy, 2 out of the 4.
And for the Dragapult, it's all about trying to work towards that Phantom Dive attack. 200 to the active and 6 counters anywhere you like to sprinkle across the board. And when Gardevoir is already self-damaging so much with Psychic Embrace, that is sometimes devastating. But another key selling point of the Dragapult is, in fact, it's stage 1. The Dracloak with Recon Directive allows you to see so many cards and piece together big combinations. So Alberto needs to find multiple Dreepy on this first turn.
And these 2 decks at the top of the current meta, about 20% for each of them in day 2 here, and they will be rising to the top.
Nossa, eu lembrei de dava energy pau, mano.
Well, there was less than that in day 1, around
O bicho fala assim,
15 to 10%
eu aprendi.
And now they have risen up. And that is just a credit to how good they are at winning matches. It's that combination of early disruption with the Budew and that ability to set up such a powerful attacker in Dragapult EX,
a culpa é minha, bagulho assim, né?
In Gardevoir EX.
And not just the Buddy-Buddy Poffin turn 1 for Alberto. His turn gets even better here with the Arven. We'll be able to find the rescue board for the Genesect to retreat and can get into Itchy Pollen. Finds another Buddy-Buddy Poffin here. So we'll be able to thin the deck of even more Pokemon as well.
And interesting, such a strong setup. That Buddy-Buddy Poffin not even needed.
Perguntou o ChatGPT e falou que Gardevoir ganha na maioria das vezes porque Guard resiste 30 de dano do Dragapult.
Buddy-Buddy Poffin, as you really want to see them early on,
as the game goes on, they become less and less useful. And on this occasion, Alberto comfortable with the amount of Pokemon he's got out, so those Buddy-Buddy Poffins are to be removed from the deck
Isso que você
and put in the discard
especificou ainda,
pile.
né?
Also spying Ultra Ball, recognizing that Consta is likely to play his own copy of Budew, so proactively finding a Dracloak for next turn to allow you to draw more cards. Expecting an Itchy Pollen lock is really heads-up play already from Alberto, demonstrating why he's on this 9-1-1 record in our Swiss round 12.
As these players settle into their early board, trying to set up for the rest of the game, it looks at the moment like Alberto is in a strong position, but Consta very easily can set up his own Budew, and then it will be a slow start. And as the Artisan sits in play, the longer it stays there,
Bicho tá atrasado,
the
hein?
more both players are able to guarantee their setup is
Espera
fully
que ganhe porque eu postei errado.
And that will mean
mas tá safe.
we'll have a slower start to this game. Evolution through the stage ones. No rushed entry of an EX.
ChatGPT não sai de Sol e Lua.
It will be an attachment for Alberto. Hit all of the beats of that first turn. A wide board, an energy attachment. Budew in the active, and Ace-Specs turned off with that Genesect.
That is essentially the dream start for the Dragapult EX, especially with a Dracloak in the hand for the following turn. Did Consta pick up any useful cards here? I'm looking at Rare Candy. I'm looking at a lot of energy in that hand, Mike. Just the Artisan to use here. To try and slow your opponent down, it may still be worth trying to find your Budew, but another Ralts is also a decent option here.
The Monkey Dory can attack in this situation. It has that Mind Bend for 60, and you might be looking at home thinking that Budew has 30 HP. We can take a knockout here. Why might Consta be avoiding taking an early knockout?
It's due to the A-Spec choice of Dragapult. So often it's the unfair stamp. So if you take a cheeky prize just hoping maybe to get a useful card off your own prize cards, suddenly you can be in a helter-skelter, going down to just 2 cards. So you have to actually be a little bit reserved at times. And this could be one of those moments when your hand is pretty awkward, but even 2 cards may be worse. So let's just grab an additional Ralts here, protect yourself from any aggressive attacking lines from Alberto.
I know you have a way of looking at this matchup of Dragapult needs to win the early game to take the victory, where Gardevoir, once it's fully set up, puts itself in a very favourable position, especially if Gardevoir EX is on board. So for you watching at home, you'd be wondering when is Consta going to be able to evolve up? Can't use that Rare Candy, can't use things like Ultra Balls to find the evolutions. It's so going to be really tough now to set up a board of Gardevoir EX, and we'll be interested to see how Consta works his way through this. Might actually be looking to take that knockout and go a bit more aggressive and hope that Alberto doesn't have the time to set up.
It's one of those moments when your hand is so bad anyway that like you're in top deck mode, so you may as well take the one. Even keeping the 1 damage counter on Monkey Dory for later is quite reasonable, knowing that your opponent can also play their own Monkey Dory. As we do take the first prize from Consta, not fearing the unfair stamp, his hand's so bad anyway. Let's see the first recon directive from Alberto.
Bom dia, Fei. Como é que
He's
você tirou? Tudo
also
bom?
on a hand with no draw power. Is any of these a supporter that can draw additional cards? And you've seen your opponent not draw
Hoje
much.
estamos
Your
com
own
matches
Iono look less appealing.
meio chatas.
Yeah, really
Já
needs
foi
that
Dragapult,
unfair stamp
Dragapult,
here.
Guys,
Would be an
Dragapult.
ideal
Eu tô
situation.
dormindo já aqui, já.
And the Artisan will allow
Peço
for
perdão,
another
tá,
Budew
gente,
to
pelo
come down,
sono.
so we will see the
Mas é porque eu
item
não
lock
dormi,
continued,
velho, de ontem
allowing
pra hoje.
Alberto to keep growing that board, add more Dracloaks on board, get more energy down. No rare candies in Alberto's deck, so even without that item lock, we'll have to take a few turns to really set up here.
And now we're going to see the Bravery Charm come on to Budew. The issue is that a Mind Bend could still KO this Budew. The Itchy Pollen puts an extra 10 damage back onto this Monkey Dory, so the Adrenabrain plus Mind Bend combination can even get around this Bravery Charm. We're going to see the attachment from Alberto to the Dracloak. You can feel quite confident that many Gardevoir EX players these days do not play Boss's Orders at all. So you don't have to fear many gusting effects.
And there we go.
Pass things over. Just a Psychic Energy drawn for Consta. Again, it's horrific. Again, you can take another prize card. You still don't fear an unfair stamp. We could swing an extra energy onto a Ralts here, just to take it out of the deck. You know you can retreat these energy later for your Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, and on the side of Alberto, he's looking to try and get that sort of delayed board removal and get both rolls, get everything taken away.
That's why I'm seeing a third one.
And that's why Consta's saying, well, you can't take out 3 in one go, so we'll be safe if we keep doing that. And this is an interesting difference. Most players would look to try and set up that Buddy and create more turns, but actually the more turns that go on, the more Dragapult is able to set up and start drawing cards with that recon directive. So a slower game with no evolutions is favored for the Dracloak engine, where Ralts, unless it evolves into Gardevoir, you're not going to be doing a huge amount. There's no draw there. There's
uma carta na mão, impressão minha, gente.
Through your deck. You're relying on those supporter cards that are so key to the deck.
Will Monkey Dory continue to take KOs here? I think Consta is simply saying that my hand is so poor anyway. I'd welcome 2 random cards at this stage.
Well, all those energy in hand, they need to be discarded, but you can't discard them while the item lock's going.
Still refuses to use Adrenabrain. Instead, it's going to confuse this Budgew. Try and remove the Itchy Pollen that way. 2 more cards to see for Alberto. He gets to keep one of them. Will this get him out of a slower hand himself?
Yeah, only the 2 cards in his hand, so top decking in a way with an extra look with that recon directive, but not ideal.
Both players in such a strange stalemate here.
Quando a gente vê os caras jogando X2, depois vai pros caras low play, fica triste, né, mano? Porque os caras jogam lento.
In fact, a Tails flip on Confusion would knock the Budgew out. That's horrific.
I mean, normally we see these coin flips from a Mind Bend Confusion for late game attacks to end the game.
It's an Arven.
This is an early Mind Bend that would potentially open up the game for Consta if there's a Tails flip.
Arven can grant you access to switch, so you can guarantee go into the Genesect with the rescue board and bring the Budgew back in. And yeah, we are going to see the switch from Alberto. He's already drawn all of his tools naturally. There's 3 of them in play.
Wow, this just shows you how important it is to get this item lock off for Alberto. Needs more time, so we'll be switching, retreating back into the Budgew. We'll get another Itchy Pollen off, but you mentioned about that Monkey Dory. What Consta's done quite cleverly here is he wants to be in control of that on his side of the board so that the new active would become confused.
It was a big risk from Consta, because if you don't use it, you can lose it.
Só pra tirar confusão.
Alberto had been able to find a Dragapult EX, but in this case, Consta now has even more damage to play with. Finally picks up a Mew EX as well. Another Pokemon to put into play to safeguard yourself if you are going to start taking prize cards. And I feel like it's a decent choice to do so at this stage.
Especially with that Bravery Charm. The Mew EX with 180 hit points is very vulnerable to the Dragapult's Phantom Dive that does 200 damage. Bravery Charm adding 50 HP will put it out of range and would be a safe option to protect.
This is a huge prize card because Iono will be plucked
Viram
here
nossa
from the
carta
prizes
que saiu
with the
controle,
Adrenabrain.
nossa carta.
That can
Que
also
nossa carta?
finally
Nova
start
carta,
unlocking
fala.
his hand for Consta. He's holding on to Ultra Ball Rare Candy, can't use them because of the Itchy Pollen
Orbitera?
item lock.
Nem tem Orbitera nessa versão, pô. O Dragapult não usa Orbitera. Eu acho que não usa, né?
The Bravery Charm combination with the Mew gives you a lot more protection, so it can sit on board a little bit more comfortably.
Ooh, debating the Artisan, maybe even looking to do their own Buddy now.
Novo X, cara, eu odeio postar vídeo e do nada dropa uma carta nova, velho. Deixa eu olhar aqui.
He also can't then use Night Stretcher to bring back his own Budgew if you use Itchy Pollen this turn. So you're almost locking your opponent out of an Itchy Pollen by doing this.
Pô, mano,
and you
as
also
cartas
knock out
estão
the unfair
dropando
stamp.
só quando eu...
We often talk about how great these top players
Só depois que meu vídeo cai, mano. Meu vídeo vai cair daqui a pouco, aí sai uma carta nova. Que ódio disso, velho.
But suddenly when you're posed with a completely different start, it's the navigation like this that we see from those players who are looking to make regional finals, winning them. They see these routes completely differently and recognize the options of the opponent and take them away. That Budgew, as you mentioned, will allow Consta to play items next turn should he attack with it.
I love this choice. It also protects your Monkey Dory, and that's still, the Adrenabrain is still one of the crucial selling points of Gardevoir. Typically, the more Monkey Dory you see powered up on the bench, the more they're capable of.
Cara, pior
they
que eu
can
gosto
reach
de
higher
Defiance,
damage output, or they can target multiple Pokemon at once. So trying to protect this one Monkey Dory, we know the other ones in the prize cards, is still vital here.
I'm actually going to be attaching that Bravery Charm to the Budgew. We mentioned how it could work great with that Mew EX, but on this occasion, Consta happy to item lock, happy to see new cards as that hand does have the Iono in, but recognizes Alberto is not seeing much here, so
esses eventos sempre é Draga versus Guard. Bom dia, mano. É porque é os meta, né, mano? Sempre é mesmo.
Iono is
Porra,
finally
mano,
coming into
maneiro,
this
gostei
hand, so
do
Alberto can get a
Defiance.
fresh few cards here, and boy does he need them. We need to see more Dracloak. We need to see Dragapult EX ideally as well. We need to start pressurizing.
And that would be able to swing straight into the active. A Dragapult EX would begin the game for Alberto.
Já são metas, já.
Using that amazing
e tem lock, depois não deixa nada funcionar.
6 damage counters on the bench. But even then, you're putting damage about.
Pokémon Company tá louca, né, mano? Ela quer não deixar o... Já tem lock, agora não vai poder ligar a ferramenta.
Ok.
Meu amigo, a Pokémon Company quer fazer só deck controle agora? Que merda é essa?
Ultra Ball does hit the hand.
Pra parar o Dragapult? A solução...
That's no help. No, we've just run into a bunch of item cards and supporters.
Does have the Jacq for next turn. Yeah. A great card to allow you to find those Pokémon under
item. Que vídeo Draga tá usando? Então, que eu saiba, Draga não usa Arbitera, mas tudo bem.
The time now to establish his board after getting those early knockouts.
Ah, com certeza, mano. Isso aí já é uma resposta de que vai vir um controlezinho absurdo. Eu fico preocupado. Que manda, meu Deus.
So you can guarantee a God of War EX if you would like.
Não joga, né?
Grab that Mew EX that was shuffled towards the bottom and draw a few additional cards that way. But really, I think as long as you get God of War, you're cruising with this deck.
Yeah, God of War, such a big Pokémon as well.
A única coisa que vai parar a Draga vai ser a rotação.
Most of the options on Alberto's side doesn't have that Dust Noir line, which can be utilized to take those knockouts.
Controle no Nike.
Rely on just 200 damage to the active, and God of War can be used as an attacker here, knowing that it's safe from any future knockouts.
There we see the rare candy into God of War EX. There is at least one Psych. There are 2 Psych Energy in the discard pile, so we can continue to launch attacks. And it will be that chunky God of War EX itself, as you said, Mike, not in too much danger, especially with also Adrenabrain helping you heal off this God of War a little bit as well.
Yeah, using that Psychic Embrace, attaching 2 energy from the discard pile. Does put that damage on, but we keep talking about Adrenabrain, how powerful it is. You actually, it's a benefit in the context of this board state to have that damage put into play, and allows you to start setting up future knockouts. Speaking of a knockout, there we go. The Genesect goes down. The rescue board pivot has been taken away. Consta can now use Ace-Specs, but it is still locked up in the prize cards.
However, the Monkey Dory is taken off those prizes, and a second Monkey Dory on the bench starts making God of War even more dangerous. Alberto will see a huge chunk of cards.
Cremosinho com certeza vai estar preparando algo,
mano. He has one recon directive. He has to start getting his Dragapult EX in the mix. However, there's danger. Because whenever
Cremosinho no Nike, o melhor jogador de controle na minha vida.
At any stage of this game, and then suddenly those Dragapult can be KO'd very easily.
Yeah, Lily's Clefairy has really been the main check to Dragapult. When a Pokemon has no weakness and has 320 HP, it's very hard to knock out for a lot of decks. But the Lily's Clefairy coming out in Journeys Together has the Fairy's own ability, meaning the weakness of all opponents' Dragon-type Pokemon is now Psychic. And it doesn't mean you have to attack with the Lily's Clefairy. You can use attackers like that Gardevoir, the Mew EX, or any of the Psychic attackers in the deck.
Sander é muito melhor que a TP, não sei quem é Sander, mano. Eu gosto do Cremosinho, porque o sorriso dele, mano, é impecável. O sorriso dele, né? Por nome eu não conheço, não. Sander. É porque aqui eu dou tanto apelido pros caras, Ramon, que até devo até conhecer, mas pelo nome do cara eu não conheço. E neste momento eu estou morrendo de sono, então pode ser que eu até saiba quem é.
Well, looks like Alberto finally setting up as intended, but with 3 prize cards taken by Consta, it's going to be a huge climb back into the match, and we've seen Dragapult do it on stream before. Arthur yesterday, 2 amazing comebacks, but that was against a deck like Raging Bolt, which can be disrupted.
Assim, devo até conhecer criações dele, mas não sabia que ele que criou, talvez, possivelmente.
Yeah, you use those energy as a reservoir in the discard pile, and your opponent can't really stop you.
Já testei tanto deck na minha vida, com certeza ele que criou a maioria deles. É porque eu também não sou muito fã de controle, vai. Então, eu odeio, na verdade. Mas eu sei que tem uns controles maneirinhos.
Looks like he's also holding the counter catch option here. Is going to burn a Buddy-Buddy Poffin. Just for the shuffle.
And that Monkey Dory is the big target you often see taken out in the matchup. But when you're taking 1 prizes as Dragapult, you do have a lot further to return, but so much power from the Adrenabrain. Really something to worry about. We'll just be swinging into the active. And now the question is, where do those 6 damage counters go? Because they could be coming straight back at you next turn.
Igual eu falei, devo até lembrar, mas neste momento eu não lembro nem que dia é hoje, que eu tenho que fazer da minha vida. Tô com sono, pô. Eu não dormi.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. That is so true. Another
Mas eu devo lembrar do like sim, do M22. Bem vagamente, agora neste momento.
An Earthen Vessel coming into the hand, and with the Monkey Dory taken from prize cards, you now can get double Adrenabrain. You can completely heal the bolts that just took 6 damage counters.
You would then be bench locked, so I don't know if Lily's Clefairy would be able to come in, but then that Pheasantipity, only 210 HP.
I think the final card is Ultra Ball, so that's a debate. Is it Earthen Vessel plus Monkey Dory, get double Adrenabrain, or do we just use Lily's Clefairy now and take out a Dragapult EX?
Well, we'll see the decision-making. Both these players warranted their position here with such strong performances at this event, as well as many others, and looking to try and become the Utrecht champion. We are in final round of Swiss, round 12, as these players looking to make it into that top cut. The asymmetrical top cut is waiting, and it will be the winner of this, guaranteeing their spot.
So there was one crucial decision there, Mike, that I would have slightly preferred. Here we go. We're going to retreat the Gardevoir EX and use the energy here on the Lily's Clefairy. What I would have liked was to use the Earthen Vessel just to thin 2 more Psychic Energy, and then you can have both Gardevoir and Clefairy already threatening for game. This way your Clefairy is under fire, but the Gardevoir's a little bit more protected. Here comes the Adrenabrain. The KO is already guaranteed from this Lily's Clefairy. Next to our weakness, of course.
Where are you going to put the damage? That's the question. You know, move it from the Ralts onto that Dracloak. Now it's 1 Adrenabrain away from knockout, and that active Dragapult EX will be taken out by the Lily's Clefairy. 1 prize card remaining now for Consta. Alberto hasn't taken a single prize card here, has 6 remaining. We'll have to claw back into this game, which will be incredibly challenging given the stakes and how much this board is in favor of Consta. Gardevoir, the favored deck in the end game once set up. But can Dragon Ball find a way through it? There is no energy in the discard pile, so there is potential for shenanigans. But the moment anything is knocked out, a Lily's Clefairy or a Gardevoir will go forward to finish the game.
That means the Lily's Clefairy EX is the most predominant threat. You have to KO that. Unless you're trying to use a Bloodmoon Ursaluna EX, that could be one of the only tankier options remaining for you. And don't go for Phantom Dive this turn, because you know you would just be a night stretcher away. This Fairy Zone is the reason why Gardevoir is so much more favored into Dragapult now than pre-Journey Together. It's just been a wonderful inclusion in the deck that has been so pivotal. Constantly jogar que é bom não tá jogando não. To close out this game. But Alberto does have a lot of damage spread around, and we know that Dragapult can really get creative.
Yeah, potentially seeing a line here. You know, these players have so much familiarity with what's possible, and I think one of the key understandings about Dragapult is with disruption, with a few knockouts, there's always some kind of route back into the game. And in this context, if you take out that Lily's Clefairy, Iono Consta down to 1, and
mesmo que ele deixe de draga,
you are very much in a position talvez consegue trazer de volta. The game in 2 turns.
You can see how it lines up with so many damaged, low hit point Pokemon, already a heavily damaged Gardevoir. And even Adrenabrain wouldn't really stop you too often, because of the likes of Hawlucha can also fly in and help you deal with the final Ralts in addition to the Gardevoir EX. So that's a 2-turn attack map planned out for Alberto.
Ficou minha cara de som,
and he's attacking this turn, don't forget. So with the hand
ontem quando acabou a live,
eu
fui dormir, né? Tava cansado. Aí eu acordei 8 e pouco da noite. Aí eu não dormi. Eu tô acordado desde aquela hora, desde as 8 da noite de ontem.
A raw
Por isso que eu
knockout
tô
from
com
a
pouco
high
de
damage
sono.
output attack, rather than needing to use that Fairy Zone of the Lily's
Eu não dormi
Clefairy,
nada.
would be able to.
Mas é porque eu tava sem sono mesmo, por isso que eu não dormia. Eu tomei café e fiquei acordado.
Recognizing how the next 2 turns are going, involving both of the Dracloaks.
Yeah, this might involve Mute EX and that it could copy a Phantom Dive. So you're keeping your Drakloak also out of range, just having as much hit points as possible here. Pheasant Dipty can still be brought up.
Bota aquele versus Gara ao som de Linkin Park pra gente
He can't use
assistir.
his counter catches, of course. Would then have to find Screamtail plus Bravery Charm plus a
Eu tomo
bunch of other
bando.
energy.
Alberto still needs an energy on that active, and so we'll be flipping the script here. Knows what's left in that deck, and considering he's seeing 9 cards here, there is the energy. It is a fire energy. Couldn't have been a luminous. Well, could have retreated and used the bench one in that context, but does have the ability now to phantom dive, taking out that active and starting setting up game for next turn.
And I think he has to finish off this Ralts, I would imagine. If we want a 3-attack game plan, we know Monkey Dory can disrupt it otherwise. The only question mark is opening up more bench spaces can be a headache for you. Artisan is still in play, so we can access a second Monkey Dory that little bit more easily.
You see there, the Gardevoir EX now has 40 HP remaining, and so we'll be in close range of the damage. With the Adrenabrain, it would potentially put it 70 damage away, but then there's lots of different...
Professor's Research, Mike!
Oh my goodness.
The 1-card hand, Professor's Research.
What a dream for Consta. Disrupted down, hasn't used many of his supporters throughout the game, and they've come in strong at the end. That deck is still looking very thick, so a lot of options to find, but seeing 7 cards fresh off of a Professor's Research will be huge.
Do nada ele acorda e começa a contar, meu.
Energy in the discard pile right now. So we still need to find
o som
additional
tá
discarding
forte,
cards to really make some of our most potent attackers available. But Night Stretch is the key here. Finding Night Stretcher and it's all over.
Well, fresh 7, Buddy-Buddy Poffin won't do much at this stage. Some evolutions for those Ralts might help put him out of danger.
Oh my goodness.
No energy though.
Cannot believe this.
Is there an
evolve into some Curlier for some higher hit points. You can Adrenabrain off a Curlier as well. So I don't think you're suddenly in a losing position, but somehow Alberto has hung on here.
Agora minha cara de sono, gente. Como eu falei, não dormi nada.
You can Nest Ball out Pheasant Dipty, but that's your final bench space.
And it's at risk of being knocked out for 2 prize cards.
Exactly. And that would open yourself up to big problems with a heavily damaged Gardevoir EX.
Same with that Mew we mentioned. If you put the Mew EX in play, then the Gardevoir plus Mew is a target. So just got to debate what to put on the bench here. No energy there, though. You're very limited on what attackers you could use. You have things like Drifloon that you could potentially attack with, but without a charm and without the energy available, it's going to be really tricky to take those big knockouts.
Onto just making sure. Already chose to fail.
E as partidas não ajudam também, né?
Fails Buddy-Buddy Poffin, now finds Nest Ball. Does he just want to keep Pheasant Dipty EX in play with the Bravery Charm and say that this gives myself the best chance to still sculpt something next turn, expecting more hand disruption back down to 1?
Well, the maths is all changing so quickly. Those 2 Curlier making those Pokemon so much bigger, more HP, and then you got the Budew, which is so typically an easy pickings for the Dragapult. It has that Bravery Charm, so 80 hit points on there. So this is really, you can see how much it's forcing both these players to think. Alberto leaning in, doing the maths. What's he got off this? Flip the script. It's an energy and a Night Stretcher, but the bench is locked.
We can turn attached to Monkey Dory. Mind Bend is live. Confusing the Dragapult forces more from Alberto on the following turn. Hasn't used Adrenabrain yet either.
Cadê o dano no Monkey Dory?
Oh, this is an interesting situation. If this Mind Bend comes out, we could see Alberto taking the game next turn. He had 6 prize cards to take. Consta had 1. Will he be able to come back here? What is Consta's option?
We have to Bravery Charm this Pheasant Dipty, surely.
It's in hand there.
It's too vulnerable. Yes. That gives you a lot of protection against a
Que fofo.
counter-catcher full prize swing from Alberto.
Isso, dona Judite! Bate nele! Vocês me amam, né?
Confusing the Dragapult EX. Alberto will now have to retreat and use his other one. He probably would have anyway because it's heavily damaged.
Bate nele,
But can Alberto once again disrupt Consta down?
Now we've got a very different end game. This has completely changed the options for Alberto. He's going to have to find a new route to victory. Consta doing everything in his power to get another turn to try and win next time. And that Mind Bend will
eu já comi banana, já tomei café desde a hora que eu acordei.
Even change up the game, so we
Nem café tá adiantando.
one prize card away for Consta, but it's going to be a hard one to find.
I think your best line probably involves gusting up the Serendipity, even though you can't KO it, and saying that you'll still
Mano, na
win
moral,
in 2 Phantom Dives time.
talvez...
By not taking prize cards, you deny Serendipity EX, flip the script, draw. And that's still the safest route you have. Alberto even checking how many cards remain in his deck now.
Even try Iono.
Talvez eu só acorde mais um pouco quando a mulher fazer o café, quando ela acordar. Café que eu falo, não café mesmo, mas café da manhã.
Is how many it'll take to get this final play. So an Ultra Ball being used.
Countercatcher Iono is still the big combination here. There are still countercatchers remaining in the deck.
Possivelmente, mas minha mãe só vai acordar daqui 2 horas, então até ela eu tô dormindo.
Maybe just a card he doesn't want to draw into. So we'll then Iono it to the bottom of the deck, getting him a little closer to the countercatcher that he needs to find here.
Wow, so these little decisions are the kind of decisions that could dictate our winner.
Você vai poder dormir no top 8 quando for Draga versus Draga. Nossa, nem fala isso. Porque tá precisando de um café caprichado e sem açúcar naquela tigela de sopa. Pô, pior que eu tô tomando café, eu já tô tomando café sem açúcar. Pra ver se me acorda. Nossa senhora, tá horrível o café. Tá horrível o café, velho. Na moral, tá horrível mesmo, horrível. Então, é porque o Amimi, eu acho que eu perdi a imagem do bot.
Using that counter catcher, what's the target? You said Serendipity would make sense. Let's see what Alberto thinks.
You cannot give Consta any more access to cards. You have to say 1 is all you're getting. Here comes the Serendipity EX. You can just damage all.
Eu tentei ativar mais cedo, não foi.
Get yourself even out of range of Monkey Dory removal.
And putting that Gardevoir down to 10 hit points remaining here. And that's going to be unable to be healed out of range. And so it will be next turn that we'll see Alberto taking the lead. What can Consta do this turn? What did you see of that Iono? Down to 1 card.
Psychic Energy. Was it Night Stretcher?
I don't think that's going to be enough. A Night Stretcher and a Psychic Energy, but can get the retreat off.
You can heal the Gardevoir, but you still can't attack.
Would you then go to item lock?
You can go in. Yeah, you have to go into Budew, I believe.
Wow, this has been far too many turns considering how many prizes Consta had left. The energy attachment is there. The retreat.
Or Mind Bend. That's also
Vamos lá de novo, Monkey Dory.
That Monkey Dory, relying on that coin flip to gain back a turn. The energy is running low for Alberto.
Adrenabrain once again. Crucial to keep healing off your Pokemon here. Wow, repping this Dragapult as best you can.
Where'd you get rid of this?
But the confusion is so huge here.
Do you take it off the Serendipity? Do you take it off the Gardevoir? Does it even matter? Is it these fine margins at this stage is what dictates who's going to win the game?
I like it going on to Serendipity just in case you can find room for a Screen Tail. Here comes the big confusion though. Alberto, even if he's able to find a boss's orders, which I don't think we see, he will have to coin flip here. We do have the Iono. Oh my goodness, is Alberto flipping this coin?
Oh, I think it might be. We've got the counter catcher, and he's just trying to do the maths. This could be coming down to a coin flip. Consta had 1 prize card remaining. Alberto had 6. Will it be a 50-50 to decide who wins this game? Can he find the victory in this final moment? Is he going to look for more cards? What's the plan here? Alberto wants to try and guarantee this, but may have to just rely on that coin flip.
He's really thinking about this Iono. He's going to launch it by the looks of things.
Fica dando que será pra sempre, mano.
Perhaps.
With the Horlucha would take out that Gardevoir, which might open up more options.
He does have a Luminous in his prize cards.
6, 6, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dragapult would mean he can't attach that.
Cara, acho que ele vai perder, tá?
Não? Oh my goodness. Does he have a Night Stretcher in deck as well? Just thinking through all the different resources.
Alberto.
Não ganhou, não.
Of these final moments. You've brought it back this far. You're edging closer.
Desce esse Horlucha aí, mano.
What can I see? It's only Luminous Energies and Night Stretcher. It's 1 Night Stretcher only, Mike.
And that would guarantee the attack here, and he has to play for the guaranteed attack. You can't risk that 50-50. You've always got it as a backup plan.
How many cards are in the deck? I think this is where Alberto checks exactly his prize map as well, to know those 4 exact cards to know whether or not Horlucha's correct.
He's got to make
see less cards if you use Horlucha, so you have to not use the Flying Entry, at least to take a knockout.
Just to make sure.
Ele tá confuso, né? Esse é o problema.
Wow, I mean, if you see the Monkey Dory plus Luminous Energy, does that open up any options?
Flying entry. He is going to take the knockout here.
Oh, wow, so
now he only sees 2 cards from his own Iono.
But can he just retreat and jet headbutt here? Different options available. Does find that Luminous and a Dracloak off the prize cards, so he's going to have to try and work out, is the maths here correct?
170 damage on the Pheasantipity with Bravery Charm, should have 90 remaining.
So can't just jet headbutt here. Was playing maybe for the Monkey Dory plus Luminous Energy route there.
2 cards.
Bloodmoon
Ursaluna!
Acabou.
And that's going to be game there. Bloodmoon Ursaluna does not require an energy to attack. Has the ability
Quem
to
disse que Guard ia ganhar aí?
Opted for the Hawlucha to get the guaranteed knockout. All he had to do was find enough damage on the active. There was multiple ways he could have done it, but in the end, chose the right way. Alberto Conti, 6 prizes down to 1 and found the way back in.
And you can see why he had a sigh of relief there. My goodness, what a game we've just seen. The deficit was massive, as big as it can get.
Bom, já acompanho o TCG há muito pouco tempo, já jogava o Pocket, só que estou passando pro físico também. Acho muito foda os campeonatos, mesmo não entendendo nada. É muito maneiro, velho, de verdade. Muito maneiro, velho, os campeonatinhos online, online, físico, todos eles, mano, eu curto pra caramba. É maneiro assistir os regional, é porque o Bugado tá com sono, mano, senão eu tava comentando mais.
Alberto must have thought all was lost, but kept in it.
Well, you say he must have thought all was lost. Decided to carry on. A lot of players, when they feel like there's no route, would scoop, but there was a small, slim chance, relying on Consta not finding the right pieces with that disruption, and he had to do it twice. Ioned the first time, wasn't enough. Ioned the second time, and then Consta came back in and said, well, now you're going to have to coin flip, use that mind bend.
Pra jogar água na minha cara, meu irmão, porque eu tô quase mais no sono.
Alberto went for, see less cards off Iono, but means there's more variety of outs to take the knockout.
There it was, the Bloodmoon Ursaluna at the very end there. So crucial in the deck. That seasoned skill ability allowing you to attack for free when your opponent has only 1 prize card remaining. But we're seeing the fist bump going into game number 2. See some prize cards.
Well, 3 Iono.
Yeah, that's pretty rough for Consta, actually. That's one of your crucial draw supporters. Not much time on the clock left either. 16 minutes. We've just seen how long game 1 took. So this is going to come down to it.
Tem 16 minutos. Comprei aqui deck Charizard pra começar a jogar. Vamos ver o que dá. Pô, sucesso, mano. Vai dar pra brincar.
Both players pretty much accepting that it was a best of 1 in many ways.
Yeah, we saw the early pressure from Consta using that mind bend to take the knockout. I think as the game went on, his mind did bend as the complexity of the game really increased. And it was that structure that Alberto found about 4 turns in of the 3 Dracloak, the Pheasantipity, energy on board, and really established an end game that was possible. And it was so close every time for Consta to find the way through, but it just didn't quite pan out for him, and that's why it's so key to have that stable board state for both of these decks where you can guarantee your game plan even if you're disrupted.
It was one of those strange moments where we're so frequently talking about Dragapult taking multiple prize KOs with Phantom Dive throughout the game that Consta filled his bench with a number of Rolts just to protect himself. But then Alberto used that to his advantage instead in game number 1. So many creative plays available as Alberto's going to pass things over. Quite happy with the turn attachment in addition to the second Dreepy and Budew. Looks like Consta also has a number of ball search cards in his opener, so has to be fairly content with this, Mike.
Yeah, we'll be looking to do that deck check now and work out what's available. And I think it's also something to note here of these players have been playing a long time now. This is the final round, a lot on the line. That kind of pressure, playing on stream, playing a game as tense as that, they must be feeling a lot of adrenaline right now.
And you were getting whooped as well. you were really behind it. You were up against it. Consta was putting you right in an awkward spot, to be sure. But this is why Alberto is one of our top players in Europe. You know, that's why we've seen him beat literally the best of all time, Tord Reklev, in a final. There's no more pressure than that, Mike.
The final boss, as he mentioned. The Budew does come down early for Consta this time, looking to use that item lock through Itchy Pollen, where last game we saw it avoided for a little while. As the attach retreat, Itchy Pollen, straight away, Alberto is going to be limited on options, but does have the Iono there to be able to see more cards. And 2 Drakloak, in fact.
2 Drakloak already. Wow, that's exactly what you want to see. This is a slow evolving archetype. Going to see the Arven, in fact, here. Despite an Itchy Pollen, still opting for the tool so that he can protect his energy attachments, as of course this is vital to pressure with Phantom Dive as much as possible.
And we see that luminous energy on the active, a card that's been in the format for a while but hasn't seen as much play as it has recently. Why is this card so good in Dragapult now?
Well, it means because of your 2 different energy type attack cost, you can see either of them and that can fix your attacker. But at the same time, it's because of Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory requires darkness energy to use its Adrenabrain, so it fulfills you for an attack cost, but also a crucial ability within your deck.
Yeah, that versatility and the ability of Monkey Dory is so good right now. One of those top cards in the format. Monkey Dory, Pheasantipity, and this little plant that could, Budew, Itchy Pollen, one of the most powerful attacks in the format right now.
15 minutos, segunda partida vai ser Dragapult Style agora.
For an additional Dreepy, before we get into some Budew plus Budew action. Stop me if you've heard that before.
Pronto, voltei. Gente, peguei mais banana pra comer.
Pretty common for these
E peguei
But it's crucial for Alberto to avoid rare candy. That's the main card he's trying to avoid here. The ball search cards, it's great to slow those down.
Eu nem vi Iron Candy, senão eu tinha falado também pra tu.
As soon as a Gardevoir is found, things get really awkward.
And these Budew wars can be very interesting because you have that 1 damage counter that can be moved around.
É briga de Badu, mano.
You want to take those knockouts, but you still want to make sure you item lock your opponent. Sometimes the knockouts can open up things like Pheasantipity. So the complexity of this back and forth can often be more challenging to navigate.
Bom dia, chat. Bom dia, Bugadinho. Fala, Will.
That Curlier evolution is huge.
And
the research will see so many more cards. The supporters in this Gardevoir deck are so key now.
And critically, we find a Psychic Energy for this TM Evolution. Consta is opting to use this tool card to help him get around the Itchy Pollen. And he didn't even draw into any Gardevoir or Curlier. So we'll happily get
Já teve Draga versus Draga, agora é Put versus
TM Evolution was the best friend of Gardevoir for a long time.
Tá ganhando.
Budew came along and people opted to slow down the game.
O outro foi mais emocionante. Teve o Dog Baby, mano.
Go back towards that TM Evolution to speed up Gardevoir's addition to play.
It's that vulnerability of the Rolts and Curlier, so a Dragapult can stop them ever coming into play, those Gardevoir EX. But at the same time, when you can't use Rare Candy, you got to get there some other means, and it really unlocks your Arven. As we pass things over to Alberto, has to be slightly more concerned about the board state now that there's a Gardevoir EX and a Curlier staring him down.
Last game we said once that Gardevoir EX comes into play, it's very heavily in favour of Gardevoir. But what happened last game, Consta wasn't able to get those attacks off because the bench was so full.
Yes.
This time we see 2 bench spaces free.
So he's got to be feeling even happier about this ball position, and he's going to need to if he's going to turn around this game number 2 in our final round of Swiss here in Utrecht, before finding out who will enter our asymmetrical top cut. Alberto a game up in our best of 3. Consta looking to find a way back to at least bring it to a draw. We see a Jacques supporter coming out from Alberto. It's been a real highlight supporter on our stream, specifically today, I think, where it's really shown its worth in these Dragapult archetypes.
Yeah, some supporters being used for Pokemon search, Brock scouting, Jacques. Shows you how impactful that Budew is. When you're item locked, you can't use your Ultra Balls, your Nest Balls, your Buddy-Buddy Poffins, so you have to find a way around it. And a turn like this is a prime example of why you can find not only more Drakloaks to keep yourself drawing, but that Dragapult, which can often be so elusive under Budew lock.
Alberto thanking Consta for the use of Artisan. Once again this turn, is able to find Monkey Dory for free.
Tinha que fazer um torneio não oficial que só pode usar decks que nunca chegaram no D2 ou top 8.
Ia ser incrível. For Alberto, so we can spend that on his benched Monkey Dory, but equally is aware that Dragapult can go down quite quickly in the matchup, so might just want to spread his energy to ensure that he can continue Phantom Dives throughout the entire game.
When we look at Gardevoir, there's 2 kind of mini games you have to play. Getting that Gardevoir EX into play, but also getting lots of Psychic Energy into the discard pile. And this game, the Gardevoir's come into play, but maybe not the energy available to be able to utilize it just yet.
There's 1 Psychic Energy on the active that you can play with. That's about it. So working towards an attachment this turn. For Consta is probably the priority.
Fala, Totti, bom dia, mano. Como é que tá esse cheiro? Você tá bom, mano? Bom, parece que eu acordei um pouquinho mais, né, gente? Deixa eu botar a banana na boca, não precisa acordar. Ou o Tomás deve ter dormido, certeza, mano.
Yeah, we're going to retreat the Monkey
Não
Dory
dormiu, velho.
and simply Itchy Pollen back into Alberto here. There's nothing else we can do. We're clogged up with items.
Well, the moment the Dragapult starts attacking and the item lock is unlocked, then you'll see Consta find a way to get energy into discard pile a lot easier, as items are typically the main way to discard if you've not got research available. But you see how many more cards the Dragapult deck is able to find using those Dracloaks. Choosing not to evolve the Dragapult last turn despite having the Dragapult, so you could still draw all these cards this turn.
It's what God of War used to boast. It used to have refinement at its disposal, but since rotation, it's
become
more of an aggressive archetype with less focus on draw power, more focus on just the Fessentivity to help you out in the game.
Nem é.
And rely
Porque se
purely on its
fosse,
manipulation.
você não estaria com a montaria no WoW. Tem gente que nem tem. Sinta-se privilegiado também, pô. Como falaram aqui naquele dia, né? Tem gente que tá tentando até hoje pegar a montaria, tu já tá com duas. Duas, né?
Huge hands of cards you don't want to see again. The discard synergy is amazing.
Especially with Night Stretcher in the formats. The Bravery Charm was the bigger find for the Arven, though, to protect Alberto against the potential Adrenabrain plus
tô com umas 25.
Caraca! The top deck for Consta didn't seem like it changed much. No, just another item
não
card.
Teve alguém que chegou aqui na live e falou que não tem nenhuma. Não sei quem foi.
Consta can do aside from use Artisan.
E tá 2 meses tentando pegar. Então, acho sorte sim, não? É que tem uns que tem a bunda virada pra lua mesmo agora. Ah, tem 1000? Caraca.
Well, if ever Alberto gets aggressive with Dragapult, there is a Lily's Clefairy holding out in the hand right now.
On the other side, Alberto choosing to keep it all one prize card. All of these Pokemon taken out, it's fine, because then you can start to use things like your unfair stamp and really start a comeback, and the Monkey Dory will be moved forward. That will increase the damage output with that Mind Bend for 60 damage.
But also again, making it awkward for Alberto to maintain an Itchy Pollen lock. Consta saying, please start taking knockouts with Phantom Dive. Still not taking a knockout yourself either.
Interesting not able to use that Adrenabrain. There's no dark energy, and that's a challenge that we often see early on to try and get a dark energy in play.
Tem 20 anos de conteúdo no jogo.
Cara! Elusive.
Pô, nem eu sabia que tinha tanto tempo assim. Cara, eu tentei entrar no bagulho do beta lá, do joguinho lá do GTA de LOLs. Vamos ver se você aceita, né?
But thanks to confusion, again, there's switch in hand, so you can just continue Budgew if you want to. Can just keep drawing cards. You know that you're in a slightly advantageous position here, but you can start wiping Pokemon off the board as well.
And then we see that Earthen Vessel can search your deck for any 2 energy, and they will be going straight to your hand. You do have to discard, but the Brock Scouting, now the board is set up, won't be so useful later on, so discarded there. But that hand, so big for Alberto, can pretty much choose anything he wants to do at any given moment, but really does need to start finding big knockout turns, and it's really hard with how stable Consta's board is. There's nothing you can really do right now. It's too scary to him.
There's so many reasons why Dragapult loves to slow the game down behind this Budgew. Gives you more time to manually attach throughout the game, gives you more use of recon directives. Sometimes you even get help with Monkey Dory if your opponent's attacking back into you with chip damage, and you're also laying that trap of the unfair stamp as well. So there's just so many reasons why Alberto can continue to be content here behind the Budgew. There's switch in hand if ever he wants to simply retreat back into this Budgew and just keep on this tiny amount of pressure, knowing that next turn you could go aggressive and try and stamp at the same time. We're back into Budgew, removing the confusion. There is 70 damage on this Budgew though, so Consta could still finish off the Budgew with his own Budgew that would maintain an Itchy Pollen lock.
Yeah, and we're so reliant on being behind on prize cards to use that counter catcher, and we often see these matchups stalemate when you're on the same prize cards, with the most obvious point in the game being when you both have 6 prize cards remaining. It goes slower, and for Alberto, the slower the game is, the better it is, as he is currently 1-0 up, and if we don't finish this game, would be victorious. So he's not looking to rush, as he knows time is on his side.
The EXP share going onto a bench Drakloak as well. That means that you have some certainty that you will be able to chain Phantom Dive attacks throughout this entire game. Also going to thin as many item cards as possible. He was hit with a Mind Bend last turn, so can use this Buddy-Buddy Poffin.
Just the Itchy Pollen there, going to be item locked once again, and I think this is the slow gameplay we expect to see out of this matchup, but Consta looking to try and initiate some knockouts now, has that Monkey Dory in the active, Lily's Clefairy coming down, but there's no big Dragapult to take out. We'll have to try and find a way to take a knockout here, maybe with the Monkey Dory, find that dark energy, and then look to start taking more important prize cards like a Drakloak.
Finally an Iono for Consta, lets him see some fresh cards, but also Alberto had a ridiculous hand size, so important to remove, and we finally start seeing some energy come into this hand.
Yeah, that Iono was the last and only Iono in the deck currently, as the other 3 are in the prize cards, which isn't too bad. You happily have them drip-fed to you throughout the game, but it was hard to find that first one to disrupt the hand of Alberto. So,
ooh, an interesting psychic energy attachment. You could, ooh, here we go. We're retreating into Budew, knowing that we can finish off Budew with Budew. And there we go. It's going to be an Itchy Pollen KO. You don't see it too often.
Criança amiga de Sarina.
Bravery Charm one getting
Cara, então.
But that means Consta isn't walking into an
Tô
unfair
esperando
stand,
ainda,
crucially.
né?
That's
Acabou
a
com
big
me
card he's trying to
respondendo.
avoid getting hit with now. Didn't quite find an Iono from the prizes either.
Mas se quer responder, eu mando.
And you see that Lily's Clefairy with the Bravery Charm on it. There's so many attackers in Consta's deck that are vulnerable to a Dragapult attack, so have to come down with a Bravery Charm. UEX is another example of that. Sometimes that Pheasantipity too. So on this occasion, Lily's Clefairy is somewhat protected and would be able to return KO in the future. So Consta now initiating that prize race. Counter catches are on, but they can't be used under item lock, so a little bit of protection.
Também.
Unfair stamp,
Não
story there. Alberto will now have to try and find a knockout, maybe using that boss's orders, as the Budew is not the primary target.
No, you've got to push that out the way if possible. You waste 190 damage that way. You would much rather hit more dangerous threats.
And can use that Monkey Dory actually to take out that Budew, moving 10 damage across from the active Drakloak. Would bring something else up into the active, but it would be
Não
under
insanamente
Consta's
poderoso,
decision.
mas é interessante.
And yeah, still force Alberto to probably gust as well. But here we go. We'll take the freebie prize from the ability of Adrenabrain. Picking up, I believe it was the Genesect Ace Nullifier from those prize cards.
And there's that boss's orders.
Yeah, wants to push the Monkey Dory out of the way, because that could be finished off with a Phantom Dive now.
And if you put enough damage on this Lily's Clefairy, it would force an attachment from hand, as it would be tricky to try and power it up, or you'd have to move damage off of it with that Adrenabrain. But it's actually just going to be...
Could possibly also be aware of time, let's not forget, with less than a minute left to play, by putting no multi-prizes into this mix. Consta has to take a huge number of them.
Maybe not even able to find it.
Game.
There was Ultra Balls in hand, but was under item lock, so...
But this plays into Alberto's hands either way. He's happy to put chip damage into the Lily's Clefairy, knowing it gets him closer, without threatening an EX.
There is actually a Dragapult in Alberto Conti's prize card, so harder to find organically under item lock. Once you have the Ultra Ball available, it can be easier. We mentioned the Jacques and the Brock scouting before, but they were Iono'd out of his previous hand. So just keeping the one prize board state here, has lots of energy in play, the Drakloak's still available, plenty of draw, now has that Monkey Dory online too, so does Consta, so this is going to become an intricate end game, as the research will see 7 fresh cards for Consta.
Nice combo there, secret boxing, then going to be using research. I think the time has now been called and players are just going to see if there's anything we can do here. Gonna damage the Clefairy, we're gonna retreat We'll get confirmation of time being called here, but it looks like Consta may not be able to do it. It's one of these strange things. Yeah, it's going to be the fist bump here. Consta recognizes he cannot take 5 prize cards in the 2 turns remaining. Alberto Conti, a fantastic game 1.
Cara, só desistiu, mano.
Smoothly cruise through that game number 2 as well.
I think fantastic might be an understatement. There he is, our winner. Will be going into top cut. Came back from 6 prize cards down.
5
prize cards down.
Not 6.
There was only 1.
Mano, esse cara joga muito esquisito, velho. Ele joga num slow player de uma forma que me dá uma agonia, cara. Não sei porquê, mano. Não sei se vocês têm essa impressão, mas ele joga muito slow play, velho. Dá uma agonia tão grande.
It was seeming like everything was in Consta's favor. As we all know, Gardevoir very strong into Dragapult, but it's not a guaranteed win.
But Alberto was able to put Consta down to 1 card, not once, but twice. And that was how he was able to slowly close out the game. He had to deal with the Lily's Clefairy.
Jogo emocionante, até voltei a dormir. Cara, tô igual tu, tá ligado? Tipo, eu quase dormi aqui. Eu tive que pegar um suco ali e comer banana pra acordar.
And damaging it heavily. We saw the Holucha pinging down Gardevoir before Alberto used Iono.
Ele quis fazer
it was in fact the Bloodmoon Ursaluna. Thanks to its seasoned skill with the retreat, could attack for free to finish off the Pheasant Dip TEX.
And Consta trying to use that mind bend throughout that game and in this one to try and increase the likelihood of winning a turn back with the tails flip. But Alberto every time avoided attacking under confusion, found a new attacker, and at the end
mano, se ficar só em drag guard, meu amigo, a gente vai dormir aqui toda hora, velho. Eu tô quase deitando lá na cama, lá assistindo com vocês assim, falando, bora dormir, bora assistir assim, deitadinho, abraçadinho.
Dragapult overcoming Gardevoir. We feel like the Gardevoir is slightly favored, but Dragapult still has
Vou fazer uma cama aqui atrás de mim, mirar aqui na cama e ficar deitadinho olhando pra vocês.
Gardevoir has a heavily favored matchup, but we were looking into the data a bit, and it's closer than you might think.
I think many people would say
quis ganhar, tava 1-0, enrolou mais que pedreiro recebendo por diária.
Favored for Gardevoir, so still favored, but much closer. And at this high level, those margins are razor thin.
And it can just be the difference of your deck build. We noticed that Consta only had the 2 Monkey Dory, the 2 Dark Energy, which could often be a huge factor, but then had the Mew EX Lily's Clefairy combo.
That's the thing.
Various different utility on both sides to favor in the matchup, and it can be those 1 or 2 card counts that can make a difference when you look on this kind of scale at the top level.
And that TM evolution as well, I've sort of picked that card to be a strong option. Either stage 2 deck can run it, so that when you're against the Itchy Pollen, because the stage 2s themselves have pivoted so much to be aware of Budgew, that especially the Dragapults, you give them items, they don't really do anything anyway, as long as you're not taking prizes and being unfair.
Pedro recebe a diária e ainda fica enrolando 15 horas.
Because they're just using supporters for search now regardless. But I would like to TM evolution in the face of them. We saw that from Consta, but he couldn't quite find those Psychic Energy to close things out.
Well, I tell you what, Alberto is probably feeling a bit relieved after that, because there was one point where I didn't think he had a chance in game 1, but I think we want to find out from him how he's feeling.
Yes, thank you, boys. I'm here with the winner of our last round, Alberto Conte. Alberto, I spoke to you just a minute before. I said, I've interviewed you like 4 times now. I mean, you are just such a regular on our streams now. Yeah. How are you feeling in this?
Well, I'm feeling really good. It's been quite a few events that are not being streamed, so I'm really happy to be on stream again. Yeah, I think I'm safe for top cut in this event, so feeling really, really good today.
Yeah, and that was a nail biter of our match. I mean, a lot of our casters thought you weren't going to quite come away with the win, but you managed to crawl it back. We've seen Dragapult come back on so many occasions this stream now. Has that been, you know, status quo for you this tournament?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of comebacks the whole day and also yesterday. Even though I think I could have played a bit better this round. Yeah, I think my sequencing was not the best of some scenarios. I tried to do my best, and then at the end of game 1 there was a really interesting scenario, I would say, with the Holucha.
Acho que é a pior combinação possível para me dar sono. Aí vocês perguntam, como assim? Eu não dormi de madrugada, porque eu tava muito tarde já. Tá frio, o café não tá funcionando. E é Dragapult versus Guard, a anterior foi Draga versus Draga. Moço, é a melhor combinação para um sono perfeito.
you know, reduce your hand size with the Iono?
So my thought was I need to hit the energy, and I only had 1 fire energy left in the deck at that point. And I think my stretcher was fries.
Literalmente, melhor combinação pro sono perfeito.
If I checked correctly, but I was
Pra
trying
mim,
to do
pelo
everything in the right amount of time. So I thought like I could maybe find this, like a card I need from the prizes, and then take a knockout like that. Or like plan B, I can just play down the Iono and then find the Ursaluna. So yeah, as I told you, maybe that was wrong. I should have gone like the other way, like trying to go for a Iono first. But luckily I got the Ursaluna, so...
Yeah, fair enough. It came up to your advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a player that loves talking about the game, loves talking about the meta, the formats, deck choices, etc. Dragapult, why?
Ainda tem entrevista com players de Draga.
So, because I like dragons. No, it's
Joe said that on the stream. Yeah.
But well, I played a lot of different decks in this format. I tried Trapagos, I tried Raging Bolt, I tried Goldengo a lot, and of course I tried Dragapult a lot. And I felt like Dragapult was the most consistent one and the one with the higher comeback potential. The feeling I had with Dragapult in testing was, if I get the chance to play the game, I can always make a comeback in the game. So I can always try to win. Where like other decks, I had the feeling that if I start like with a slow start or something like that, it's tough to make it back.
Because you know a lot about dragons. You know, you played Giratina Vista a long time. Dragapult, was it more of a format choice or something that you were comfortable with coming into this tournament?
I think it was something I was comfortable with. Even though it's like full of Gardevoir around, it's like, which is like a tough matchup for Dragapult. I felt like I could be able to play like most of my games at least, and I felt really comfortable with the deck.
No, fair enough. So let's talk about your season. Now, I had to write this down because you're on 1,260 championship points. So I think you've got more than 99% of this room. How has your season gone overall?
Well, my season was really impressive, I think, also for me. I started in Dortmund, where I played Dragapult the first time, but there I played it with Dusknoir and PGOTX. I made a really good day too. I lost my winning for Top Cut actually there. Then I picked up Regidrago. I made top 4 in Lille and I won Gdansk with Regidrago. And then I made 2 really good day 2s in LAC and Stuttgart, also with Regidrago. Then my season had a break, I would say, because I had like 3 mediocre runs. They were Birmingham, EUIC, and Stockholm. And I think the issue there was that I was not really confident with any deck, and I had to like pick a deck really far.
Pick a deck?
Really
que isso, cara?
In the testing phase. So, yeah. But now I picked up Dragapult as soon as the rotation started. I tried everything else also, but then Dragapult was the confident choice.
I mean, you've performed so well over this season, and now looking towards the end, we're at the home stretch now. We've got NEIC, we've got Bologna, which of course must be close to yourself, and then we've got the World Championships. How confident are you going towards the end of the season? Do you think this is your year?
Well, that's a tough question, I would say, because this will be my 4th World Championship actually. But I think I was always not prepared but the best for the World Championship. It's really hard to prepare for the World Championship. It's definitely a really tough tournament. The best players are there, and playing the best deck is not always the best choice. I learned from from experience now. So yeah, I will definitely lock in when the summer starts and focus on the World Championship testing.
Right, one of our wonderful people behind the stage noticed your socks, right? Your Tatsugiri socks. Yeah. You wore these during your regional win. Are these your lucky socks?
Yeah, they are my lucky sock. My girlfriend,
Your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, it's my favorite Pokemon.
Tatsugiri? Oh,
Tatsugiri,
you've got taste, my friend. You've got
taste. O favorito dele é Tatsugiri.
Alberto, anything you'd like to say just before we throw back?
Yeah, I want to say hi to all of my friends and
eu gosto de Dragapult no jogo, mas no TCG eu odeio. No jogo eu também acho maneiro, pô.
Testing, theory,
nossa, eu usei o Badu de item lock enquanto meus Draclock fazia todo o meu jogo. Uou, genial, exato.
I mean, you know, we see you all the time now, and I hope we'll see you later on in the tournament as
Dragapult por quê? Por que será, né? Bugado, bem que você falou da bicicleta, tem 3 no cenário. Eu falei, mano, da bicicleta, não tô maluco. Não, eu posso estar maluco, mas da bicicleta eu não tô maluco, não. Não tô maluco da bicicleta, não. Pickpocket? Mano, os caras tá que perguntam. Ele perguntou da bicicleta, gente, eu não reparei. Espero que não tenha perguntado da bicicleta, que eu acho que essa pergunta até hoje eu não aguento mais.
Damage counters, setting up KOs, all of those decks that he's gone back through and had the best success with, he's been able to be the one taking prizes when he wants and setting up damage when he wants and always having those Ionos at his.
Botar no mudo. Por quê? Porque sim. Tá, a musiquinha tá alta, velho, de fundo, velho. E aí vai dar os copyright. Os drip junto dele na cabeça, você fala? É maneiro. Eu falei, pô, tem alguma coisa com a bicicleta. Minha avó queimou comida ontem aqui e a casa tá fedendo até agora. Queimado? Caramba, mano, aí é ruim, pô. Aqui, quando o povo queima, vem o cheirinho. Opa, quer dizer... Não foi o que eu quis dizer. Bom dia, Tibério. Como é que tá, Sushiro? Tudo bom? Apaga, não é nem 9 horas, já vai apanhar. Nossa, pior que minha esposa tá dormindo, ela não vai bater hoje não. Ou não agora, pelo menos. Nossa, ainda bem que eu mutei, velho. Pesquisei o test bike no Google. A primeira coisa que apareceu foi um vídeo explorando a melhor cidade ciclista no mundo. Então, é isso mesmo, pô. Deve ter... É a cidade do ciclismo. Aparentemente, né? Eu uma vez fui fritar ovo na manteiga e depois de fazer o ovo, esqueci de apagar o fogo e deixei a frigideira com o resto da manteiga no fogo? Aí, pô, e trollou. De boa? Tamo bem, mano. Só com sono, mas tamo bem. Quando percebi a cozinha tava só a fumaça. Parecia o Snoop Dogg tinha me feito uma visita. Caramba, velho. Ô, já fiz isso, tá? Ike? Eu não te culpo. Todo homem já fez isso. Acho que todo mundo que não... Sei lá. Eu já fiz isso. Tem viaduto só pra bicicleta?
Judge whether it's a top player or someone who's just got a little bit more experience and they can really integrate you in and teach you the ways of Pokémon.
Leiteira, fui fazer um chá, esqueci. Bom dia, você já viu a nova Ash da coleção de nova? Você fala do Defiance? Já.
And they're not just willing to help, they want to help. They want to get more people into the game so they can share their passion with. If you get someone talking about Pokémon and they're at these leagues, they'll talk at you for a long time. So
não usa item e não usa ferramenta. Parabéns, mais controles.
I know for you and I, we love these big regional events, but there's lots of other formats these guys get to play. You know, we've got the standard formats playing here, and I think GLC is something that's becoming more and more popular.
Gym Leader Challenge, one of my favorite formats, and I actually think there's a side event going on today, Mike. So I think I'm gonna have to get over there and have a look and see what's going on.
Ai, meu Deus do céu. Vou deixar sempre mutado. Não é possível não, cara. Propagandinha pra eu tomar copyright é triste. Ué, a Amy tá com cabelo verde mais escuro agora? Top 8, gente. Daqui a pouco já, ó. Bom dia, Luxo. Tudo bom, mano? Ó, vai ser o top 8. Possivelmente depois já vai ser o top 4. E depois já a final, certo? Então temos mais 3 horas de live só. Então, 8, 9, 10, 11. Vai acabar meio-dia. Acabar meio-dia, na hora do almoço, eu acho. Vai dar pra eu comer, dormir. E aí eu acordo terça-feira do outro dia. A Mimi depois do almoço, então. A Mimi depois do almoço. Vai ter stream do Chile? Não vai, mano. Essa mulher do meio é muito gata, Fiona? A do meio? Do meio é a Fiona, pô. Pelúcia do Lapras encarando a Meganium. Tipo, não acredito que você ganhou Meg ou não. Ou parece isso mesmo, né, pô? Olha o Flareon lá ali atrás. Era a minha frigideira favorita. Putz, aí é que é triste. Mano, eu gosto de unha assim, a pontuda, mano. Vou fazer minha esposa ir na manicure só pra fazer a unha ficar assim. Pra me arranhar. Mulher mesmo, eu tava zoando, achava que era homem. Então. Vários dos RS foram jogar lá. Parece que ela tá engasgando o Luigi. O Lugia. Ah, o Lugia, o Luigi, ó. Meu Deus, tô ficando cego também, gente. Me ajuda. Meia-noite conta o segredo. Ah, do Rio Grande do Sul. Ah. Só pra deixar claro, gente. Eu botei mutado porque tá passando música e pra gente não tomar um copyright aqui. Eu não lembro se eu atualizei pra vocês. Exclamação mesa. Eu acho que não. Deixa eu atualizar pra vocês. Tá de Sevilla ainda, né? Pera, tá tendo um TCG Cup? Meu Deus. Tá tendo um cupzinho lá, eu acho. Mesa. agora tá certo. Silvian Box ou Joystick Box? Qual você acha mais OP pra jogar campeonatos? Eu acho o Joystick Box melhor. Mas o Box também é bom. O Joystick Box é mais rápido. Por um segundo... Quê? Por um segundo eu achei que era o Bugado no live. Você achou que eu tava jogando, né? Não, pô. Lost Box. Guard pré-rotação, né? Já ia perguntar, o que você tá usando guard antiga, né? De tanto jogar TCG Live, né? Acaba acostumando. Slash play. Ai, ai. Oxi, o Badu tá participando. Oxi! Entendi a piada. Eu entendi a piada, mas tudo bem. Boa tarde, mano, tudo bom? Pera, boa tarde? Bom dia, não? Bom, aqui é bom dia, mas se aí for boa tarde, mano. Ou boa noite, né? Dependendo. Em Portugal é tarde? Então boa tarde. Para os teus fãs da Europa, eu já é 12:30. São 4 horas de diferença. Caraca, já é... Caramba, de verdade, né? Gurizada só no TikTok. Bom dia, Ítalo, tudo bom? O que você perdeu? Nada de bom, mano. Foi Draga vs Drag, Draga vs Guide, o Bugado praticamente dormiu. Bom dia, Luan, tudo bom? Tem que sair pra pegar Pokémon, é? Você é da Guiana brasileira. Cara, o que é Guiana brasileira? Cara, o que é Guiana brasileira? Eu não sei que piada é essa até hoje, tá ligado? O povo fica zoando falando Guiana brasileira. Eu não faço a menor ideia do que é isso, cara. Guiana brasileira é Portugal. Ah, é? Meu Deus, cara. Alguém inventou essa piada, com certeza. Agora eu tô testando a bizarrice do Teraput no online. Teraput. Portugal. Caralho. Cara. Tudo Portugal. Cara, na moral, velho. Eu não... Mano, é porque ontem, pra quem chegou agora, por que o Bugado tá com sono? E não sabe. Ontem o Bugado acabou a live, era de tarde, né? Aí eu fui dormir pra acordar hoje, certo? Só que eu acordei 8 da noite e não dormi mais. Aí eu tô com sono, mano. Portugal que deu a língua portuguesa. Mas nós não fala brasileiro? Desculpa, gente, eu tô... Ignora eu, tá, gente? Eu tô com sono hoje. Por favor. Qualquer afirmação que o Bugado der hoje, vocês ignoram, finge que eu sou, né, que eu... Vocês falam português do Brasil. A gente fala brasileiro, os guianeiros brasileiros falam brasileiro arcaico. Nós estamos aprimoramos. Só sei de uma coisa, gente. Cada língua é a sua língua, ninguém é melhor que ninguém, e é isso. É a vida, né? Eu podia estar falando bugadez aqui, que pra mim não muda a minha vida, não. Eu mal sei falar português, moço. Língua difícil da desgrama, velho. Queria ser japonês. Tá mais feliz. Ai. Você fala bugadez, é um português que você tem que falar só metade da frase e se distrai com alguma coisa. Mas eu sou bugado, pô, é normal. Terna azul, lindão, né, pô? Pô, mano, o pior que o problema de eu ser bugado não é nem esse. O meu problema de ser bugado, mano, é porque... Tá vendo? Esse é o problema. Não consigo nem terminar uma frase, velho. Que o som não deixa, cara. O bug, no caso, é TDAH. Cara, se o meu bug fosse TDAH, eu tava mais feliz. De verdade. O meu bug não é TDAH. O meu bug é justamente um bug, mano. Tá ligado? Carimbou na frase umas 4 vezes já. Mano, é o sono, velho. Eu tô morrendo de sono, gente. Eu fui dormir, sabe que horas ontem? Acabei a live ontem. Que hora que eu acabei a live ontem? Alguém lembra? Eu não lembro. Era umas 2 horas, 3? Por aí, né? Acho que era umas 2, 3 da tarde. Eu fui dormir. Acordei 8. Então eu dormi 5 horas. E aí depois eu tô acordado até agora. Então eu nem dormi. Foi 2 da tarde? 2 da tarde. Então assim, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Foi 6 horas de sono. Ou seja, minhas 6 horas de sono foi oposta, né? Que eu dormi à tarde, eu não dormi de noite. Né? Deu preguiça? Ah, os dois são bons, cara. Opa! Veremos mais Dragapult Guard? Nunca jogou nenhum deles? 4 Draga no top 8? Não, nem ferrando. Hoje tem o que Dog Meta? Acho que não, hein? Eu play de Emerald pro Sky de Violeta. Ah, pô, então joga todos antes, mano. É muito bom, tá? Bom dia, Emerson, tudo bom? Melhoraram bastante o PNG da bancada esse ano. O PNG tá insano esse ano, mano. Parece real, né? Olha o zap. Caraca, sério mesmo, velho? Meu Deus, são 5 Dragapult? No top 8? Um Guard, um Raio Fúria e um deck do N. Meu Deus. Ah, esqueci de botar o som. Obrigado, mano. Obrigado por me avisar. Mano, pior top 8 da minha vida. Fecha a live, por favor. Gente, boa noite, até mais. Bora, bora, tô brincando, gente. Caraca, meu irmão, vamos dormir, mano. Eu acho que a gente ganha mais, velho. 5 Dragapult na final? Credo.
Not something that we see very often. It is actually one of, I would say, the least popular Dragapult archetypes. Interesting to see how this.
Draga versus Guard. Deck do N versus Draga. Raio Fúria versus Draga e Draga versus Draga. Tudo versus Draga, mano.
Now, how does Gino go about this? He does have a way
Só tem uma Guard, luxo.
That Raging Bolt with the Charizard, so it's whether Johan can get around those awkward HP costs, get around the disruption in Gino's deck, and take these large
vamos ver o filme do Pelé.
And is Johan's turn. Let's take a quick second to discuss how this Raging Bolt EX archetype works. In case you don't know, just came off a regional victory in Milwaukee. It's pretty simple for the most part. Raging Bolt EX hits very hard with Bellowing Thunder, but you need to discard energy to use it. Till Mask Ogerpon attaches energy via Till Dance, and Fan Rotom, just as it's going to come down there, can search out your support Pokemon. What support Pokemon are those, I hear you ask? Well, Noctowl has the dual Seeker ability. When you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which of course
mediamente vai, né?
Mask Ogerpon is, search your deck for any 2 trainer cards you like.
Achei algo mais legal pra gente ver, Bugado. 10 horas de símbolo do DVD batendo na tela.
Also has Professor Sada and Crispin. The Professor Sada attaches from the discard pile, and Crispin searches from the deck and then extra energy in play. So Johan's game
só teve 5 draga ali e já me deu sono, velho.
Damage via Bellowing Thunder.
One thing I would say as an added element is that
Sendo bem sincero com vocês.
Mask Ogerpon will be able to use its grass type as an advantage.
E o horário não me
RDX, so
ajuda
that
também.
Myriad Leaf Shower 30 plus 30 more damage for each energy attached. And of course, in
O
connection with the
Psyduck, que
Teal
vai pro Psyduck
Dance,
nem
is
chegou ainda.
easily
E o
able
Psyduck
to
não vai lançar na
accelerate
próxima
energy
coleção,
onto
não.
that Teal Mask Ogerpon as well, so that could come into play
Bora
also.
zicar os Dragapult
So
a
we'll
live
see a
toda,
very,
velho.
very
Tô
varied
tentando zicar
approach
tudo desde
from
a hora que eu
Iono to this
acordei,
game.
mas tá
There are
difícil.
very different ways in which to take advantage of the board state, and not to mention that baby Roaring Moon as well, easily able to take out smaller HP Pokemon even on the bench, get around possible Budew disruption as well, using a Thunderburst Storm, 30 damage to one of your Pokemon for each energy attached, and like you mentioned, accelerating with that Professor Sada Vitality. It's easy pickings for Johan. He has multiple ways to approach this game.
Certainly does, as it does pass over after a turn attachment to Gino. And while Gino is doing his Arven, let's have a quick discussion about his deck. It is the Dragapult EX Charizard EX archetype. We've seen a lot of Dragapult EX, which loves to hit the damage, or hit the active for massive damage, and sprinkle 6 damage counters to the bench. That's nice. We love that. We love that. We see that quite a lot. However, one card we don't see too much often, or terribly often, I should say, Charizard EX. And I love this addition to the deck, because what this does, Charizard EX is not only a big, hefty Stage 2 Pokemon with 330 hit points, but Burning Darkness is a very strong attack, 180 damage at the start of the game. But for every prize card your opponent has taken, you do an extra 30, and Infernal Rain sets itself up attaching energy when you evolve into it. So this is actually very dangerous deck for you to deal with, because it gives the traditional Dragapult EX deck a bit more of into the action, right?
It certainly does. I mean, it increases its damage output. Usually with Dragapult, you know, we've seen it multiple times on stream now, only having 200 damage available as an output with that
Sim, minha opinião, mano. Tô com mais sono do que concentrado na minha vida.
One-shot knockouts. It rather, you know, spreads the damage a little bit to take a multiple prize knockouts and do a little bit of dancing around. However, with that added element of the Charizard EX, it does provide the player with the opportunity to take one-shot knockouts with that Burning Darkness attack. And here we see the pass over to Johan with an Itchy Pollen. I think for Gino, it's how effective can his disruption be against Johan? How effective can my Ionos be against Johan? Can I force him to use those Noctowls earlier on? Can I reduce the opportunities for Johan to get his support Pokemon up and running? Can I get around those large damage outputs of the Raging Bolts? I think that's going to be the story of this game.
We are going to see the Till Dance activation, attach your grass energy and draw a card. Looks like Johan's a little bit stuck. We do see the Lightning energy in hand, but Bellowing Thunder, you know, you having to discard an energy to deal 70 damage, not the most efficient. Once you Professor Sada, no, that's good. Then you attach 2 energy to your ancient Pokemon, 1 to each one, and then draw 3 cards. This is nice. So I have a turn attachment here as well, but don't forget, Itchy Pollen prevents your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. So Raging Bolt is a deck that does play a lot of items traditionally. They cannot be used. We're going to see a turn attachment to the active with a Bellowing Thunder. Discard as many energy as you like from your Pokemon in play. You do 70 for each one you discarded. So we only need to discard 1 so we can get a big KO. Well, I guess a little KO on this Budew.
Yeah, Iono does want to be applying pressure, but knocking out Budew isn't really ideal. He wants to be taking out those really important resources like the tree piece, like this tree piece with the energy attached, but is forced to take out that Budew. He does still need to take knockout. You know, the Roaring Moon really does take advantage as soon as it gets up and running with the taking of prizes. But for Gino, you know, it unlocks so many different avenues. With being a prize down, it unlocks his counter catches. His Iono is now more effective. He also plays the unfair stamp as well. So we could see a real early disruption from Gino here. Doesn't play any sort of accelerator to get into those Dragapults and Charizards. Does play
não, e nem vai, mano.
However,
primeira partida Dragapult versus Dragapult, segunda partida Draga versus Guard versus Draga. Agora é a terceira top 8, Draga versus Raio Fúria. E temos mais no top 8, Draga versus Draga, Draga versus Guard, Deck do N versus Draga. Bomba nojenta nesse Dragapult. Vamos dormir, gente, eu acho que a gente ganha mais.
Not quite as helpful.
Yeah, I think the unfair stamp would be a bit too premature for Gino, only because Iono has already established two on the board. So there's dual seekers. If Iono is able to find an out to a Noctowl, will just, you know, it'll just not be as effective as Gino might want it to be. I think he wants to wait for the later game to start using that disruption as effective as possible. And here we see the Buddy-Buddy Poffin coming down. You can imagine a Charmander is going to be coming down on the board pretty soon. And I think for Iono, possibly going for taking out those Charmanders. You know, the threat of that Charizard is definitely there. Burning Darkness is the only Pokemon within Gino's deck that can take these big one-shot knockouts on the Raging Bolt. So just deliberating the hand here, does have the Luminous Energy. Has already attached for turn, the retreat into the Charmander.
Wait, did we not? Yeah, we attached the fire. Yeah, I was about to say. There we go.
Yeah, he has already attached for turn, and it's just going to be a pass. This Charmander is going to be a sacrificial lamb, so to speak, in this turn, and Iono will be going. You think?
Já que eu já comi, eu já tomei suco, já tomei café, meu amigo. Mas essa partida emocionante aqui está me dando sono, velho. Gente, desculpa, porque eu não dormi essa noite. Literalmente, eu fui dormir ontem, Mano, acabou a live, eu acordei 8 da noite e tô acordado até agora, velho. Então, assim. Mas acho que mesmo se eu tivesse dormido, eu estaria acordado agora, velho. Eu estaria dormindo agora, porque, moça, não aguento ver Draga mais não, mano.
Noctowl, of course, with the dual seeker ability, just makes you effectively pick and choose through the deck for 2 trainer cards rather than drawing from the top.
Subiu um emote novo.
Doesn't have
Draga.
much going on the hand, I don't think. Just the Hoothoot and the Night Stretcher. Just the Bellowing Thunder for 1 prize on the
Tô acordado desde as 4h30 de ontem e com meia garrafa de velho no estômago. De velho?
Que? At least it's going to be an ongoing threat if Gino decides to attack with any sort of Charizard. EX.
And I tell you what as well, having to discard energy from the Teal Dance, the Teal Mask Ogerpon is kind of important, as we do see the unfair stamp come down. Goodness gracious, that's going to give Iono a 2-card hand and Gino a 5-card hand. Is that I believe with weakness, the Teal Mask Ogerpon still needs 4 energy on it, right?
4 energy attached.
Still needs 4 energy. Having to discard 1 off that one's making it hard, because these Raging Bolt decks aren't like they were before. Or the Regidrago decks, we play a whole lot of energy switch to get them all onto 1 Pokemon. So having to discard 1 off there is an interesting mini game. But let's see what Gino does here after the unfair stamp. Let's see how it treats him. Still has support alive. We see the Ultra Ball, so Dragapult EX can come down. We see a counter catcher as well. So Gino could go chasing whatever he likes. Recon Directive, Brock scouting, and an Arvum. There's a rare candy as well, actually.
There is the rare candy in there. Could establish a Dragapult now. I will just correct this as well. The Myriad Leaf Shower will take a one-shot knockout as long as the Charizard has 2 energy attached. So if he was to Burning Darkness, then it will be a knockout with Myriad Leaf Shower, because it will be 5 energy plus the 30 on the
Vocês vão ver o Bugado mais calado, porque eu tô morrendo de sono, velho. Peço perdão.
Here we go. We do see the Charizard EX come down. Infernal Rain has been activated. That means you can accelerate 3 5 energy from your deck to your Pokemon in any way you like. Now we still have the Ultra Ball as well, so we can see the Charizard EX come down, plus a Dragapult EX if Gino chooses. Shuffling the deck there, that makes me think maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe he's going to use the Charizard EX this turn.
Yeah, it's really awkward here because you're not even taking a knockout on this Raging Bolt. You're only doing 240 with that Bravery Charm on the Raging Bolt. That would only put it to 250 damage. So it'll be 40 damage off for a knockout with Burning Darkness. This is quite an awkward spot for Gino. You'd think that... oh, there's the counter catcher. Just as I was about to say, the counter catcher on that Ogerpon EX is probably the most optimal play there, because at least you have the security of not facing up another Ogerpon next turn for an easier knockout on yourself.
And there we go. Big KO there with Burning Darkness. Gino taking 2 prize cards here, evening it up. And Benjamin, that is an intimidating looking Charizard.
So Johan will need now 5 energy to discard with Bellowing Thunder for a knockout on this Charizard. So a Professor Sarded Vitality onto another ancient Pokemon, Raging Bolt, either the baby or the EX being his only option. So here we see a Teal Dance for just drawing one off the top. You really want to see a Noctowl in the situation to find those pieces.
It's almost a non-negotiable at this point, I believe.
It is. I think without any sort of response knockout on this Charizard puts him in a real awkward space, actually.
Yeah, this could get out of hand fast if this Charizard is left to its own devices. Now, worth noting that, you know, that its Raging Bolt has got a Bravery Charm. That's a very hefty Pokemon.
It is. It can tank a hit from this Charizard.
It can right now.
Definitely Johan doesn't want to take a 1 prize knockout, increasing that damage output by Burning Darkness. So I think it's either a knockout on the Charizard or just taking a big hit on it. I think for interesting is that Johan does play the Crispin, so can get energy onto that Ogerpon EX if he was able to find a Noctowl here or an out to Crispin. Has already used his Teal Dance, so getting another grass energy from the deck, you'd think that he maybe has another out to another Teal Mask Ogerpon in the hand for another Teal Dance. Doesn't play any energy switch, so can't do the shenanigans that we usually see from it, which is a Teal Dance energy switch onto another Ogerpon for knockout or a Raging Bolt. Oh,
nope, that wasn't a turn attach.
There's the nice stretcher. Here comes the other Teal Mask Ogerpon. This is going to be a real important 1-card shave from the top from this Teal Dance.
Here we go, Teal Dance. What is it, Johan? Show us it. Oh, go on, give us it. What is it?
Oh, it's a Ditto.
Ditto.
Yeah,
we don't want that.
Not fantastic.
So this is a KO though, right? If we discard all 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bellowing Thunder. Big damage FBO and 2 prize cards away from closing us out here in our top
Alone Axel, obrigado pelo follow, mano.
Now has no energy in play. Can Gino, you know, get ahead? Now this is actually quite dicey for Gino, right? Because you can't actually, you know, KO this Raging Bolt. It's not possible.
So
that's the case. It's, you know, Johan's game to lose because he can reload and KO again. That's it. That's game 1 wrapped up. What can Gino do? Already seen Unfair Stamp being used. So maybe an Iono, but the problem is Johan hasn't seen a Noctowl yet. At some point, he's going to draw into them. So those Ionos might be losing their effectiveness.
Quem que tanca a knockout with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but we've got about the Raging Bolt. Already had 2 energy attached and the Teal Mask with 1. A simple Teal Dance and a manual attachment will take knockout here. But I think
no meta ele é forte, tanto no VGC quanto no TCG.
It does put Johan in an awkward spot if Gino is able to find a response knockout here. And I would think if I was Gino, I'd really want to start taking out these
Charizard, bicho, mas derruba,
using an Iono to start disrupting you
Charizard
and limiting his hand.
Moço, já falei, Charizard no meta tá uma merda, cara. Charizard não joga mais nada, moço.
Doesn't play the Halucha, which you've seen this weekend. That would have been lovely if you could counter catcher, bring up the Halucha,
nada.
weave in a little bit of a Halucha to KO them both at the same time. Unfortunately, that's not possible, so we're going to see Iono. That's going to give you 2 cards. You know, we'll get 4.
I think with this approach, Gino's taking now, it's not taking a knockout, but it's setting up the 4 prize turn for next turn.
Yep.
So using the Phantom Dive and sprinkling the damage straight onto that Ogerpon EX on the bench, or even the Raging Bolt, I think at this point, will put them both within a range, and then another gusting of from Gino will put himself in that position of taking 4 prizes and the game. But it's whether Ewan can respond here, whether he drew out of that Iono with those 2 cards. And another Ultra Ball coming down for Gino. I really don't want to evolve this Dracloak, actually, just in case Ewan responds with another Iono himself. Doesn't want to limit his options to draw cards. I do like the option for a Dreepy for a potential Dracloak next turn. Ooh, the Pheasant Dividing.
Tô falando, pô. Emoção. Se eu faço live todo dia, eu faço live, mano, de segunda a sexta e sábado e domingo, geralmente eu assisto campeonatos, tá ligado? Só que eu tô com sono, velho, hoje. Desculpa se eu ficar mais caladinho hoje, gente, porque eu tô cansado, velho. Eu acordei 8 da noite e tô acordado até agora, velho.
And it looks like we're going to put how many is that? 1 there.
Sempre testando decks. Segunda a sexta testando barato, quanto é jeito. Mete um cafezão, eu já tomei 2 litros de café, não posso tomar mais que isso não, mano. Não passo mal. Não vai acabar o café aqui em casa, eu não acordo.
Yeah, you need 5 again to take a knockout on this.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, only 1 ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, something else.
Eu, você iria dormir, pô, nós dormimos junto aqui.
So Professor Soda Vitality only able to accelerate 1 energy and therefore limiting the damage output. Here's the Noctowl now. Can he find a knockout and a potential gust on that Pheasantipity? Here's the Prime Catcher. 2 deal dance. I think he has it if he has manual attachment. Only 4 energy required on the knockout and the Pheasantipity. Here we go. 2 energy from that energy retrieval attachment onto the Raging Bolt. Teal dance gusting up on the Pheasantipity, and Yoan able to take game 1. Wow, what a sequence of cards. Didn't even you need to use Jewel Seeker in the earlier game, but just that 1 Jewel Seeker in the later turns was able to take the match.
Wow, and there we said as soon as that Pheasantipity come down, we were both like, uh-oh, that could come back to haunt Gino.
Mano, acabou tão rápido que eu nem vi. Mano, acabou tão rápido que eu nem vi o que aconteceu, velho. Sério, mano, acabou tão rápido que eu nem vi o que aconteceu, velho.
This was the sort of, I think this was Joan's game to lose, even though it did lead the 2 prize Raging Bolt. Probably don't want to be using that.
Falar pra você que eu já tava com sono, velho. Agora descobri que tem 5 Dragapult no top 9. No top 9, né? Tô louco mesmo hoje. Eu não tô bem não, gente. No top 8. Felicidade foi... Ó! Tá, a gente só perdeu o bugadinho hoje. Vocês só aceitam que o bugado hoje vai ficar mais calado mesmo.
And we got so focused in that middle of the game to take a knockout on the Charizard. We were thinking, oh, he's got to take knockout with the Teal Mask.
Hoje eu vou ficar menos caladinho.
Like we mentioned before the game, there are so many different options
for Yoan to approach this one.
Can take the knockouts with the Teal Mask Ogapon on the Charizard, taking advantage of weakness. But the Raging Bolt is ever prevalent in this matchup because of its unlimited damage output.
It really is unlimited, and it can just go sky high out of nowhere, not just limited to
todos os knockdowns.
Teal Dance, and we even have Crispin as an extra way to get energy into play as well. And Bellowing Thunder having that 7 times multiplier gets out of hand really fast.
Caiu a live?
It just takes 3 energy to hit 210. Great number to knock out, you know, Pheasantipity. Add a couple more, and now you're one-shotting pretty much everything that's relevant at that point. So, not the hardest thing in the world to do. And yet, we didn't even see the 1 prize.
1-0.
Raging Bolt either, which is a card I'm sure Yoan would like to use. So I think if you're Yoan now, 1 game up and the game panned out like that, I'm feeling quite confident.
Yeah, and I think Yoan approached that game perfectly. You know, with the Raging Bolt year, it was all about what do I draw off the top of my deck, but now it's in connection with the Teal Dance and the Jewel Seeker. It's a little bit more of a thinking game. You know, you have to really pick and choose your outs to this matchup. You have to go through each game as it comes in terms of game plan. And, you know, awkward board states and different matchups will determine your approach to the
Aqui
game.
caiu?
Então
acho que foi sua internet, mas assim,
his
porque
dual
aqui
seekers
está
will be,
normal.
you know, going to be interesting to see how he approaches this game now. You can imagine you're going to see more than one dual seeker throughout this round. You'd think so. And, you know, Charizard Dragapult, is it a fantastic matchup? I think on the face of it, I wasn't thinking it was a great one for Iono at the start.
Mais alguém caiu?
But I think that with the amount of different options that Iono has, I actually think, you know what, he might come away with this one.
I think so. Oh, we do see the unfair stamp Rabska and the luminous energy, but then Iono did prize the single prize Raging Bolt.
Uma mesa?
Does only play one couple outs. We're not going to see that in this game too. But Iono has led the Ditto and then has a 2 dance activation as well. Now let's talk to us about Ditto. That's something we heard too much now. Transformative start. As long as it's your first turn of the game and this Pokemon is in the active spot, which it is, you can swap it, well, you can discard it, search your deck for a basic Pokemon and replace it with that. So it's basically saying whatever Pokemon Iono wants in the active, well, basic Pokemon, he'll be able to get in the active straight away.
It's probably the best.
Estarei brigando com o Mold, então. Nossa, então foi isso.
By starting with Ditto, if you're able to find a fan Rotom through any sort of ball search like Iono has here, at least the
Que aqui poderia ter sido aqui também, mas aqui tá dizendo que tá normal.
It's a real aggressive Pokemon for the little pink Pokemon that we all think is harmless. In the terms of the TCG, this is a fantastic card. It really, really is. And without any sort of needing for switch out as well, with the Ditto, you can switch into that Raging Bolt, like I said, and just get ready for those next turns, get ready for those aggressions, and in connection with the fan Rotom as well. It's even searchable. And here we see the fan Rotom as well, searching up 2 Hootoots and a possible Noctowl for next turn. And just going to look through his deck once more. Maybe just going through his hand once more. Maybe before he used, maybe before he decides to use Transformative Start. Just one more search of the deck. Just trying to concentrate as to what options he has here. We already know his prizes. He does
I think he'd really love to try and Ditto for the single prize Raging Bolt, but unfortunately that's in the prize card. So we might have to see a rinse and repeat of last game where we get the Raging Bolt EX into the active. I mean, there's one card we haven't talked about too much, is the one prize Slitherwing. You know,
você tá falando do Jellicent?
Does 9 to itself and your opponent's active is burnt. Really good at dealing with Resolute Heart Pikachu EX.
Yes.
But it is to the single prizer. You never know.
Yeah. I think you're forced here to get out the Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, I think so.
For going for a Pheasantipity, perhaps.
That's interesting.
There's no way to accelerate onto that Pheasantipity. Cruel Arrow doing 100 damage onto your opponent's board is another way to snipe, I suppose.
Is this going to find Latias?
É um item lock pra guard que não liga nem ferramenta, né?
Maybe he has Crispin in hand. He's going to try and line up some cool arrows. If you turn attach now, Noctowl, find Crispin, turn attach Crispin, and he start firing some cool arrows, perhaps. Not something we hear too often with Pheasantipity. It does do 100 damage when your opponent's bench Pokemon, though.
Is another way to snipe. It is a sniping Pokemon.
Bravery Charge. I think that might be what Johan's lining up the Brave Pheasantipity that could. We might be seeing it. I'd love to see some cool arrow.
Acabei de falar.
Da
item lock e da ferramenta lock.
I see the Buddy-Buddy Poffin. And so we're going to grab any 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and pop them on the bench. Now, Vegino did prize the Rabska, which actually would have been really good at stopping Cruel Arrow, funnily enough, but with the Rabska and the prize cards, that won't be possible. And there is one Charmander in the prizes as well. Worth noting, Gino does play a 2 line of the Charizard EX Charmander combination. So that one Charmander you see there in that hand, that is the only one available to Gino at this moment in time.
Yeah, going for that Cruel Arrow option for Iono, you'd imagine you'd be licking your lips at seeing Gino put down some of these Pokemon, low HP Pokemon like the Dreepy, like the Charmander. But for Gino, I think it's going to be the same game plan as we see from many of the other Dragapults. It's just starting to disrupt your opponent. We already know that Iono has picked a Noctowl from the Fan Rotom. It's a reason why it is so effective, because if you're able to just get out a Noctowl with that Fan Call ability, it means that you're not depending on items to find the Dual Seeker Noctowl. So you'd imagine going for a Crispin next turn, just like you said, to accelerate energy on that Serendipity will be the game plan for Iono. I'd like to see...
Pois é, o problema é que, mano, já ele sente pagar, já é absurdo, tá?
I don't like that Relor on the bench.
I like the mind games here, right? Gino has prized it.
Precisava disso não,
maybe
de verdade.
Take it at some point, or maybe just trying to go to mind games with Iono and saying, listen, I do play Rabska, that cruel arrow, don't bother with that business there, don't do that, because... I would love to see if that pans out, funnily enough. Has got the army of GP and the Charmander.
Só faltou ele dar apoiador lock, né, saca?
Now, with seeing the Relor, will Iono still opt to
não, eu acho bizarro eles criar outra carta de lock, mais lock. Só falta, ô Saki, vir outro bicho que dá lock de apoiador. Aí pronto, meu amigo. Aí vai existir o deck control perfeito. O cara não joga. Aí acabou.
Yeah, didn't need to use any sort of Jewel Seeker for that Crispin. Already had it in hand, fortunately for him. But it's all about the mind games, like you said.
Seu oponente passa o turno e é a sua vez, é isso.
You'd hope to think that Gino does know that he's
quebra pra caramba, né?
And whether Iono will prioritize going for that Relor or the Charmander.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's trying to say. Listen, I do play Rabska. If you want to keep doing this cruel arrow business, you're going to have to get rid of
o Rabska nesse turno.
I'd love to see if that actually pans out. The sort of mind tricks here in a Pokemon trading card game. Let's see what Iono does do. So we do see the Crispin does get committed. Energy to the active. We do see a turn attachment to the active. Cruel arrows live 100 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. And Iono says, don't worry about the Relor, going straight after the Charmander. Stop any of that.
Meu Deus, o cara bateu de fezan.
Infernal Rain. Iono, one prize card up. Here comes Gino, going to bench the Serendipity, draw 3 cards, flip script.
Yeah, not fantastic cards either. Luminous Energy, Buddy-Buddy Poffin, and the Fire Energy. Already had Charizard in hand as well. Is that a Professor's Research or a Brock Scouting?
That's a Brock Scouting.
That's a Brock Scouting. You'd think it's going to be one Dracloak.
One Dracloak.
Not fantastic for Gino, and that Relor's definitely here to stay, because you'd think that if he's going to be getting out a Dracloak, Iono's thinking, well, where's your Rabska?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what this Dracloak, I don't know what kind of reconnaissance it's going to get here off this one recon directive, but it's going to have to be good, as we do get confirmation that Iono is 1 game up against Ryan Morehouse as well in our other top 8 game over there. Oh, Dracloak does fire another Dracloak though into a Jack. That would be very good for next turn. Not quite good enough now though.
Yeah, the threat is ever present from that Serendipity EX on Iono's board, because even if he is deciding to manually attach on boards to one of these Dracloaks, he knows it's going to be easy pickings.
Point. That's just going to get Cruel Arrow.
Yeah, so no energy attachment for Gino here. You'd think he's going to be definitely prioritizing going for one of those Dracloaks with that Cruel Arrow attack.
And now, if you're Iono, it's just time to get energy on board for that Raging Bot, right? Saying, right, I'm going to do my best to stop your Dragapult, and the second it comes out, I'm going to Bellowing Thunder it away. That's what I think Iono's going to try and do here.
The awkward spot, I think, for Gino here is that there's no energy acceleration apart from the Charizard's Infernal Rain ability, so not even committing a manual attachment is pretty big here.
Esse guard aí, guard campeão se ganhar, né?
With a Dragapult EX.
There we go, Cruel Arrow. Gonna KO bench Dracloak. Iono takes his second prize card. Gino does have the Jack on board, but as you say, with no way to sort of leapfrog an energy count, we're not going to be seeing a Phantom Dive this turn. We can't be using that copy of Chi-Yu from Mega Fire of Envy. That requires 2/5 energy as well.
I think
the best case scenario is a Jet Headbutt if you look at strictly damage output here, but
I think the security of evolving into a Dragapult EX, at least you can hide behind the terrestrialized effect of having bench barrier. So at least if you do evolve into a Dragapult and energy for turn, you know at least you have the safety of not being able to be cruel arrowed.
Que pra mim ele já tinha ativado o Fezan e ele ativou só agora.
Does look pretty threatening on board. 1 energy attached already and 3 energy attached.
Pra vocês verem.
Including 1 energy attachment to the Teal Mask Ogopon. A manual attachment will be able to take a knockout on a Dragapult EX if Iono is able to find Gust. And you can imagine with 2 Hoot on board, I mean, you know, the Jewel Seeker abilities could come thick and fast. But onto Gino's board here, this Super Rod putting back in, I believe it was 1 Dreepy and 1 Charmander. The Buddy-Buddy Poffin now I mean, you have to go for a Charmander at this point, right?
Yeah, I think you really have to. The game's slipping away for Dragapult here, so I think it's going to have to start being Charizard going to have to come knocking on the door and get involved. There is the Charmander. If eagle-eyed viewers of that Charmander artwork, if you look towards the grass floor, you see the shadow of Charizard flying above. Will the Charmander be able to evolve into the Charizard and try and get Gino
Bom dia, meu
out
querido,
of
tudo
this
bom?
mess, as it were? Only time will tell. Haven't seen a supporter yet. We do have counter
Eu tô aqui pra dormir, né, gente? Desculpa aí.
So that'd be good. Play a little
Cansado
bit of
hoje.
musical chairs.
Tô acordado desde as 8 horas da noite de ontem,
The
velho.
catcher would put up, say, a Pokemon like the Fanrotom or the Hootoots, requiring a manual attachment and retreat from Iono, so you have the safety of not having.
O bot não tá funcionando.
Of just disrupting further.
Fanrotom could attack, right, with a stadium.
He could.
KO active.
That's right, actually. Yeah,
that takes
you
a
could.
cheeky little prize.
But I mean, for Gino, you'd really want to find an Iono at this point.
Posso dar uma
Yeah,
sugestão?
that's why he hasn't actually played the
Pô,
rare candy.
definitely picking that
Rare
rare candy.
candy's good. Because the Charizard, that was the fastest recon directive I've
Daqui a
ever
pouco
seen.
tá acabando mesmo já o
So,
campeão.
that means Charizard can come down. We do set Dragapult.
Como é que eu já
as you
comi,
say,
já
with the
tomei café, já
power
fiz
mean it
tudo,
cannot get
velho.
hit by that cool arrow, luminous energy attachment.
Não acordo nem a pau.
Luminous energy coming down on the Dragapult.
Tomar choque é uma boa.
Oh, we are going to see a free retreat into the jet headbutt. Oh, we're going to see counter catcher as well, I imagine. No, just jet headbutt into Alfie. Now, I like this because it's setting up for some big, silly shenanigans, multi-prize turns later on down the board.
Yes.
Iono has got his items.
Vê
back
amanhã
now,
e pula, então a gente
though.
não
Let's
assiste
see
nada,
what he
né?
can do. Earth and Vessel,
Todas
I
as
see.
partidas tem draga.
Yeah,
Not a bad start.
Ou seja, a gente chega amanhã aqui e fala, gente,
onto the Festivity will at least put damage on board.
vamos testar, vamos jogar, sei lá, jogar outra coisa. Né?
With damage being spread across the board, taking multiple prizes. So I think that, you know, Gino really does.
Do jeito que tá aí, a gente só vai só olhar mesmo, tá ligado?
And here we see the first dual seeker of the game for Iono. And this, I mean, I think for Gino now, he's accepting.
Eu tô pensando até o que eu vou testar amanhã, porque eu
eu
não vou testar a draga, não vou testar nada, não.
Yeah, I think with the area 0, that's going to let you feel the bench more. Latias comes straight down. That means you can preserve these energy from Pheasantipity. That means Bellowing Thunder. We just need the fighting energy at that point so we can actually use the attack. And we know Earth and Vessel's already in hand. So let's do some quick math. That would be what, 70, 140, 210, 280. Yep, as long as we can use Bellowing Thunder, we have a KO this turn.
Yep. 5 energy required for a knockout on these Dragapult EXs and these Charizards. Now a Nest Ball here for another Raging Bolt EX and then a Professor Salazar's Vitality would be massive here, but opting to go for another Teal Dance instead.
Just want to quickly draw attention, sorry to interrupt you there. We have extra bench Pokemon now because of that area 0 under depth stadium. As long as you have a terrestrialized Pokemon in play, you can have up to 8 cards or Pokemon on your bench. You know, Iono has multiple Terra Pokemon in play, those Teal Mask Ogerpon, so now we can have 8 cards on our bench.
Yes, a great effect, especially when you want to open your bench wide. You have all of these different support Pokemon like the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Dex Draga campeão do regional holandês. Pausa, crise existencial, bora testar. Eu não vou testar a draga de novo, mas nem que me paguem R$2.000, cara.
Onto another Raging Bolt would be great here. And here we see I like the retreat with the fighting energy, meaning that the Professor Salazar's Vitality is able to put the fighting energy back onto that Raging Bolt.
I see. Yeah. This is interesting because we have KO on board while still preserving energy on a Teal Mask Ogerpon. That means if that Charizard comes up, Teal Dance turn attached, that's gone as well.
Yes, and the fighting energy coming down with the Slitherwing as well, like you mentioned earlier. That single price Pokemon able to take a knockout, I believe, on the Pheasantipity as well, actually.
Yep, 120 times 2.
Yeah.
Pago 2001.
On that Pheasantipity, I mean, there's all sorts of threats on board now for Gino. I mean, you know, how do you even approach this?
Big Bellowing Thunder for the big, massive KO. Are we going to? Yeah, there we go, just saying. And just debating which one to discard here. Could go off, Slitherwing could go off there. But there we go, big Bellowing Thunder for KO. Jan is 2 prize cards away from securing himself a slot in top 4. 2 prize cards left to take. Gino, over to you. Now we know it does have rare candy Charizard in hand. Do we see an Iono as well? That would be the icing on the cake there, as it were. Infernal Rain Gonna grab 3 fire energy and attach them wherever you like.
The best turn here for Gino would be a counter catcher on the teal mask one with the energy attachment, and then an Iono. I think that's his only hope at this point. You know, he's staring down that Iono with 4 prizes down at this point.
Eu só estou existindo hoje aqui, saque, pra vocês.
We can see from our other top 8 match, taking the win there with N Zarwag against Noah with the Dragapult, who we had on stream earlier. That's a big game going on there, just showing the variance we have in our top 8 match. But Gino, oh, can he find this Iono from the Flip the Script or Dracloak?
Not yet.
Just the Ultra Ball there can thin out his deck even further. Already has the counter catcher in hand, fortunately, but it's that Iono. Oh,
Flip the Script.
I don't know if he already had it in hand, actually.
What, Iono? No, I think it's too good as a block scouting, I believe.
I can't find it.
No. Opting not to shuffle the deck, maybe because he knows the cards at the bottom of the deck from a previous Iono. Doesn't want to shuffle them up.
This is not a great spot if you're Gino.
If does have the counter catcher KO still, right? So it's not complete end of the world, but
you're still not taking the threat out of that Raging Bolt, however. And now that Iono was able to establish 2 Hoot on the board as well as the Slitherwing for
Ah, você tá falando no campo?
There's so many different ways that Iono could win,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tá certo, 8.
Myriad Leaf Shower KOs a Charizard EX via weakness as well. It just gets an
Mais o ativo, né?
There's enough energy in play. That KOs whatever it likes as well. So you're really trying to set counter to the counter to the counter. And I think without the Iono threat coming down, we've seen Reset Stamp get used, or no, it's in the prize card. I apologize, I can't be using that. Gino's going to have to hope that Johan cannot, you know.
It was an Arven, not an Iono.
Oh, yeah. But we do have the counter catcher KO though still.
Yeah.
And that is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum we realistically needed to see, right?
I agree.
Return attack Luminous. There we go.
I couldn't agree more. I think that is the bare minimum that he can do at this point. Does he even go for the Serendipity? Oh, goes for the
what about the energy? Oh, we're going to attack with...
Going with the Dragapult EX, going for a Phantom Dive rather. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I can see the line of play here. Going for a double prize
40 no raio.
And then maybe hoping to see an Iono in the later turns, perhaps.
Yeah, Farm Catcher is so live here with a fighting energy, burning turbulence onto Serendipity. That would be disastrous. And we have a Hoot. Here we go. Jewel Seeker, are we going to see it? There's so many ways to skin this cat, as it were. There's the Prime Catcher. Do we have Earthen Vessel or Fighting Energy? Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher, sorry, that can find the fighting energy. And here we
vai bater no Serendipity, acabou.
We're going to see Burning Turbulence plus Prime Catcher KO for Johan, who secures his slot in top 4.
Me responde uma pergunta, gente.
Championship, congratulations.
What a dominant performance.
Eu dormi muito ou foi rápido mesmo?
Myriad of different options they have to take this game.
Foi muito rápido, mano.
A number of different attackers throughout that game.
Alguém me responde aí. Eu dormi muito ou realmente o cara ganhou rápido? Foi razoavelmente rápido, os dois. Foi na velocidade de raio fúria. Sério? Os dois. Caraca. Mano, eu literalmente pisquei, dei duas cochiladas e acabou a partida. Caraca, foi muito rápido.
Yeah, a lot of people said that the Raging Bolt won prize. The best card in that best of 3. We saw Burning Turbulence living of all things coming up, and we do see that was the end.
Cadê as quiseras do Draga?
Both games ending with a Prime Catcher for game, as it were. And this game too was super interesting. The Ditto into Serendipity into the active start firing off pool.
Esses caras foram, mano, na moral, tá dormindo, gente. Peço perdão, velho. Quem tá aí acordado aí, eu tô dormindo literalmente.
Stopping Gino from even turn attaching energy because he knew it would just get chased straight away. But this was a big turn here. The Jewel Seeker to find area 0 so you could fill your bench. and then take a big bellowing thunder.
Mano, o cara bateu de... Eu vi o cara batendo de fezano no Charmante. Isso eu vi, depois eu pisquei e acabou a partida. Foi isso que aconteceu.
I think this was the turn that Gino actually lost.
35 minutos restantes. Caraca.
In a prime position to find all these pieces here. Jules Seeker, we already know, is able to find all of these pieces to put you ahead of the game, because you're able to find the pieces that you need for sequencing, able to find the prime catcher, able to find the Professor Sada Vitality, etc, 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 and that's exactly what you know. It's a great example of this Raging Bolt archetype.
Yeah, the Noctow's coming in so clutch. Yeah, I love that the Slither Wing came up as well. Not I can't really see too often. Yeah, like I said, very good into Pikachu EX. But yeah, picks up easy KOs on the Pheasantipity.
Yes.
And it is an ancient Pokemon, so you can Professor Sada to it as well, giving you another target, where traditionally, you know, if you don't have the Raging Bolt in play, that does give you another option as well. As well as Burning. You never know when it might come up.
Yeah, and I really love.
Pior que eu já joguei água na cara umas 5 vezes. Eu já comi umas 5 bananas. E eu não acordo, gente. Será que se eu der um cochilo é melhor aqui, enquanto com essa partida? Será que não é melhor? Lá é.
Professor Sala's vitality for next turn if I'm able to find
Aqui Raio Fúria, caçador de Dragapult.
If he is finding a disruption next turn, at least those 2 cards or 3 cards that he's going to see, at least if he finds an Ultra Ball, a Noctowl, a Professor Sala's vitality, it maximizes his opportunities for his next turn.
It really does. The poetry in motion, quite honest. I know I say that a lot, but that really was. I love to see how that was played. Yeah, that was some real.
Eu não vou tomar café não, gente. Eu tomei 2 litros de café, velho. Eu literalmente eu tomei uma... Sabe aquela... Como é que chama? Cafeteira cheia. Eu tomei ela inteira, velho. Fala, Dog, tudo bom?
Is currently 1 game up against Ryan
Volta. Mano, eu vou... Acho que eu vou dormir aqui, deitar e dormir aqui embaixo. Tá
as well. And then in the Dragapult mirror at the top there, we do have Camille currently 1 game up. And I actually believe
desculpa, gente, é porque eu tô morrendo de sono, velho. Ontem eu acabei a live, porque tá chegando agora. Quem tiver, inclusive, aí, não esquece de deixar o like na live, tá? Que ajuda muito. Mas, na moral, ontem eu tava... Eu acabei a live, acho que foi 2 da tarde, 2 e pouco. Eu fui, tomei um banho e dormi. Aí eu acordei 8 da noite, aí eu acordei agora. Bom dia, meu querido, tudo bom? Aí eu acordei 8 horas da noite e tô acordado até agora, mano. Fala, Ciloiro. Olha que, mano, 1 Dragazard, 4 Dragapult, 1 Raio Fúria, 1 Deck do N e 1 Gardevoir. Que delícia. Lembra dos boletos pra pagar que o sono passa. Nossa, aí que eu vou dormir mesmo pra atacar. Aí é que eu vou dormir.
The Dragapult with 430 hit points, getting a discard pile, please. And Zoroark, as we say, is sort of doing it in a different way, countering Flame Body Cannon, dissecting the board. And then we've got the whole suite, the whole swarm of Dragapult EX decks. And then we have Ryan Morehouse, like Gardevoir rounding us off.
Agora eu vou ali mesmo, gente. Vou jogar água na cara de novo. Pela 58ª vez. Rapidinho, tá? Voltinho. Eu peguei mais uma bananinha e eu peguei uma maçã. Eu acho que maçã acorda mais que banana, né? Não sei, vamos descobrir. Meu irmão, se a maçã não me acordar, nada mais acorda. Eu vi um documentário que se você fincar uma faca japonesa na perna, você acorda, depois pesquisa documentário. Naruto, como sair do genjutsu. Naruto, como sair do genjutsu. Depende da maneira que você usa pra acordar. Banho de jeito é sempre bom. Top 4 daqui a pouco, gente. Bom, a banana tá aqui. Onde ela vai, não sei. Eita, que isso? Oh, mas a maçãzinha tá me acordando. Acho que a cal é a maçã. Mano, eu joguei água na cueca. Ver se eu acordo. Será que acorda, gente? Água na cueca? Ah, ele. Que isso? Meta chato? Cara, eu só sei que eu tava dormindo aqui. Cara, trocar ideia com a galera é mais divertido. Porque esse top 4 aí tá meio, né? Meio triste, sabe? É verdade, os últimos eram 8 Reis de Dragon, né, mano? Ai, meu dente. Cara, só acho uma coisa. Pera aí. Oh, tô acordando, gostei. Pera, se a água estiver fervendo no toba, como é que é? Que história é essa, cara? Que história é essa, boy? A questão é o seguinte. Opa, tô acordando mais. Gostei. Vou continuar na maçãzinha. Peraí. Cara, ontem eu joguei Shadow of the Colossus, mano. Tô zerando de novo, só que o do PS4 Remake, né? Porque eu já tinha zerado o antigo, né? PlayStation 2 e tal. Aí eu tô zerando esse aí. É bom? Muito bom. O mais maneiro é tipo... É que o ambiente do Shadow of the Colossus me lembra muito a minha infância, saca? Eu fico... Sei lá. Eu fico... Sei lá, o ambiente do jogo é maneiro. Não, na moral. Ontem. Foi ontem? Ontem, porque já virou o dia, né? Olha só. Ontem. Meu Deus, eles lembrando a match mais rápida do universo, gente. Olha lá. Olha lá. Os caras lembrando o Donkey, mano. Olha isso aqui. A terceira Donkey, olha lá, ó. Olha lá, Donkey. Fiquei com pena agora. Sua fazenda, você vivia numa fazenda sem nada por perto. Cara, sendo bem sincero, eu quando era jovem, eu ia muito pra fazenda do meu avô, saca? Quando ele era vivo. Era maneiro ir pra fazenda do meu avô, mano. Ela era tranquilaço, velho. Só tinha uma coisa que eu não gostava lá. Tinha muita cobra, velho. Tinha medo. Mas era maneiro andar a cavalo. Tá ligado? Era legal. Porque assim... Mas era maneiro porque tava com meus avós. Agora... Não sei sem eles se é a mesma coisa hoje em dia, tá ligado? Eu já fui pro meio do mato com a minha esposa, num hotel fazenda, mano. Irmão, pior coisa que eu fiz na minha vida. O quarto tinha uma aranha desse tamanho. Dentro, lá atrás do ar-condicionado, velho. Tinha uma aranha desse tamanho atrás do ar-condicionado. Minha esposa não conseguiu dormir. Tá ligado? A gente teve que matar a aranha. E não fui eu que matei a aranha, só pra deixar bem claro, tá? Foi minha sogra. Porque eu tenho medo de aranha também. Mano, aranha desse tamanho, velho. Eu não mato aranha não, tá maluco? Tem medo? Porque a bicha tem veneno e me mata? Tá louco? Pra piorar, a gente pediu pros povo do hotel ir lá matar a aranha, né? Passar tipo aqueles Baygon, tá ligado? Moço, eu sou igual a minha esposa, ela sai correndo, eu saio junto. Você acha que eu vou ficar pra matar? Nem a pau ali, pô. Moço, já falei pra minha esposa que o macho da relação não sou eu, cara. Não me pede pra matar essas paradas. Eu não mato. E contra o Joutique faz como? Meu irmão, o Joutique eu saio correndo, tá doido? Então, mas não é, eu não sei, pessoal, não conheço a aranha não, cara. Mano, sabe o que aconteceu? Deixa eu contar pra você o que aconteceu. Olha só. A gente pediu pros caras passar o Baygon lá na... Tinha um monte de aranha na janela. Tinha um monte de aranha no... Nossa, meu Deus, mano. Meu Deus, Moy Burn foi cheio de guard e cheio de draga na merda do... Nossa senhora. Enfim. Moça, a aranha é tão grande que tem até HP. Mano, o que acontece? A aranha... Os caras foram passar Baygon lá no quarto, né? Eles chegaram lá, passaram Baygon, né? Mano, piorou. Ficou... De uma aranha que tinha, as aranhas começaram a fugir algumas, né? Por causa do cheiro do Baygon. Mas adivinha pra onde elas fugiram? Pra dentro do quarto, mano. Ou seja, o Baygon só foi piorar, velho. Sabe qual o problema, argentino? Quando a Garge entrar na rotação, que é ano que vem, esse ano já vai lançar a Mega Gardevoir X, ou seja... Conheceu? E o que você achou? Gostou? Ou não? Bem-vinda. Se eu tenho medo de aranha, eu tenho. Ah, não. Não tô zoando, gente. Não tô falando sério. Agora, pra traumatizar quem tem medo de aranha. Provavelmente uma já entrou na sua boca enquanto você dormia. É o quê? Mas relaxa, gente. Você quer saber uma coisa mais legal? Você tem jogo Tickbox? Se tiver, joga disso que você vai ganhar de guard sempre. Melhor perder Pokidog, tenho mais ou menos? Pô, então é GG. Bugado, bom dia. Como faço pra cancelar uma compra na Liga One Piece? Cara, não sei, nunca fiz compra lá não, mano. Mas eu acho que é só indo no carrinho, não? Eu acredito que deve ser igual a Liga Pokémon. Você vai no carrinho lá e cancela, não? Ou vai em meus pedidos, né? Meus pedidos, vai lá e cancela. Aranha Shinobi, já fazia até Kagebushi. Que isso? Esqueci de tirar a música. Tenho mais ou menos. Decks mais rápidos a gente não ganha de guard, porque guard é mid-range. Se você tiver um deck muito agressivo, muito rápido, aí você bate mais rápido nela. Se já fez o pagamento, já era, acredito eu. Eu acho que não. Eu já cancelei parada na Liga Pokémon, né? Ganha de guard, já fico feliz. Zacian ganha de guard. Eu tava jogando de Zacian do Hop na liguinha, argentino. Ganhei de 2 guard, mano. Talvez não consiga cancelar a compra, mas pedir devolução deve conseguir. É, eu também acho que deve conseguir pedir devolução.
I beat them, so I think that says it all, really.
So that's 1 for Dragapult there. Well, let's see if we can find someone else. Thank you. You don't have to if you don't want to. Do you want to do it? So we've got another player here. Gardevoir or Dragapult, which do you think is better?
Eu nunca comprei na Liga One Piece, mas deve ser igualzinho a Liga Pokémon, né?
Gardevoir is like way more versatile.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go find someone else then. Well, I'm here with Lewis, a judge here at the event, and we're going to ask them for an opinion on Gardevoir or Dragapult. Which is better in your opinion?
Definitely Dragapult. More fun to play against. There's no question.
Yes, another Dragapult. Going with my vote here.
Fez a compra errado, Rafa?
So we've got our second place Birmingham finisher, Jonathan, here to give us an opinion on Gardevoir Dragapult. Which do you think is better then?
Só falta vender o meu corpo pro deck. Mas qual deck você vai querer montar? Que eu acho que nem precisa. O Gadinho já tem o OnlyFans pra montar os decks dele. Mentira, tô brincando.
And that's quite a strong opinion from a top finisher this season. Let's go find someone else.
O problema de comprar card de One Piece é que tudo é pirata. Baduns. Boa piada. É, tudo é pirata. Tudo é pirata, me quebrou, mano. É literalmente, é tudo pirata, né? Cara, foi a melhor afirmação. Cara, até me acordou, cara. Bom dia, tudo bom, Mateguinha? Como é que você tá? Zap dos Tcg, tá vendo? Essa foi boa mesmo. Deu uma risada sincera aqui. Tá montando Blizz X? Ah, então não vai gastar tanto assim não, ô mãe. O mãe, ó. Minãe. Eu tenho que achar um apelido. Vou te chamar de Mina, pode ser Mina? Que aí eu boto um apelido, é mais fácil que ficar errando o nome, seu nome toda vez. Ah, mas Mina é feia, né? Gênio. Alguém dá um Oscar pra esse cara. Participei de um torneio semanal semana passada. Fui de líder de festa. Fiquei em terceiro, caramba, isso. Quer acordar seus bugados? Olha na liga o preço da caixa secreta, 200 conto. Eu vi. Mina inverse mesmo. Eu só falei mina mesmo porque o bugado é louco. Vou comprar o de liga do Draga. O deck é muito roubado. Pior que é mesmo. Roubadíssimo. Só se você vê um monte de Draga, você já não... Mila? Tá bom, vou chamar de Mila.
How are we meant to decide? They're both incredible archetypes. They both have so much going for them. I feel like it's going to be continuous tug of war throughout the entirety of this.
O bugado é bugado, mano. Aí. Na moral, a gente vai abrir meu privas pra vocês comprar lá. Pra eu poder ir pro live. Não, mas agora falando sério, quem quiser ajudar o Bugadinho, meus queridos, LivePix aqui embaixo, tá? Quem quiser doar qualquer quantia pra estar ajudando o Bugadinho, já agradeço de coração. Ou mandando subs, superchat, é junção de dois personagens, Mina, Iono e Lina Inverse. Nossa, não sabia. Tem alguma loja que você recomenda pra comprar o deck? Cara, tem dois patrocinadores do Bugado que se você quiser comprar lá, quando lançar a caixa, você pode comprar deles. Que é exclamação parceiro aí no chat. É parceiro? Tenta aí exclamação parceiro pra ver se é isso mesmo. Ah, legal, o bot morreu. Fantastic to see players aging up and being unfazed in the larger age division, the Masters division, where the most players are currently battling out and having a number of great tournaments. This is the break. Obrigado, bot, por ter morrido bem na hora, cara. O bot morreu bem na hora, velho. Just edging closer to that final, where of course a player will get a direct invite to the World Championships. So much on the line at this stage. Not so much for Iono. Comprei Shanks arte secreta. Comprei Shanks arte secreta, Gold, Roger, Barber, branca e Kuma por 100 conto. Tu acha que vale a pena? Cara, eu não faço a menor ideia, eu não sei de One Piece. Ah, o comando tá certo.
feels like in Milwaukee we were seeing a lot of this Raging Bolt archetype tearing through the Dragapult EX match.
Ah, é parceria! Ah, o Luxo. Ah, obrigado,
With
Luxo.
Iono now at the helm, or will it be Dragapult EX with its box of tricks?
Esse WhatsApp aí é do Daniel Marcondes, ele vende os produtos tudo no valor tabelado, mano.
Like Iono here, just showing a few mulligans, which will allow Iono to have more tools on those first turns, and a little bit of information there. You can see Iono noting down something seen in that hand. So the way
Quem tá pelo YouTube tem na descrição, tá? Dos vídeos, eu não sei se tem, acho que tem aqui também. Que cidade ele é? Putz, aí você me apertou, não sei. Eu chuto que São Paulo. Não me recordo agora, mas acho que São Paulo.
So almost as an apology, you say, well, here you go, I'll try again, and gain a card. It's usually with these archetypes, roughly 10 plus basics in most of these decks, so it's not too common of an occurrence, but it's one of those things, and that little extra card can give players a small advantage. I'd always love to start with an additional card.
Tu consegue fazer umas encomendas com eles dos produtos. Tem ele e tem o outro patrocinador do Bugado.
That had 4 basic Pokemon, so there was a lot of mulligans there. Yes. So it's important to be aware of these kinds of differences, and to start off the game for Iono, currently waiting for 2 mulligan cards to draw, and if there's a basic here for Iono, we'll get an extra 2 cards in that starting hand.
Acho que exclamação patrocínio.
Not ideal for you, but it's one of these things. You know, especially from the Dragapult side, you're used to lowering your opponent's hands.
Patrocinador, eu nem lembro os comandos mais, né?
Disruption is the name of the game for
Nem lembro,
Dragapult.
vou ter que olhar o do comando, eu sempre esqueço, velho.
Prize cards and try and catch back up by disrupting your opponent later on. So, sure, giving your opponent some additional mulligans will give them.
Esse é um dos outros patrocinadores, mas esse aí é só pra código, né?
We were speaking about how chill Iono is on stream.
Você tá sabendo os comandos tudo, que merda é essa? Sabe mais que eu.
Really starts to build up as you're shuffling that first hand, because you want to see what your start is going to be like. You want to know if you're going to have a strong starting hand. So all of these mulligans are already building up tension right now for Iono.
Yeah, you're nervous about
Aqui é Raio Fúria versus o quê? Dragapult de novo?
Like I have before on stream playing games, but Iono is casual. He's calm. He's said in interviews.
É Dragapult, né? Esse cara tava de Draga.
In some ways, Iono has already had earlier today that head slap moment, that whoopsie moment, and he still found his way into the top cut. So hopefully, with the nerves shaken off of saying, well, the worst has already happened, now I can just play my heart out in this top 4.
And here we go, the prize cards being placed out there. And we see some grass energy early on there for Iono, but across the board, nothing too crazy. Maybe
não tem, mano.
Mew for some consistency.
The Mew EX is definitely a crucial card to help you out, but here we go. We are getting into our top 4 match here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Looks like Iono will be kicking us off. Already has that Fan Rotom in his opening hand, in addition to the Teal Dance from his Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active. Mike, as we go through this first turn, tell us a little bit about this Raging Bolt archetype.
So you're looking to take
Mas tem Guard, tem uma.
Raging Bolt EX doing 70 damage for each energy discard for 1 lightning and 1 fighting, and that's where that Ogerpon comes in so key, as it accelerates energy into play with its ability, plus giving you a little bit more draw.
What a deal.
So the deck aims to get early aggression off with loads of energy coming into play, lots of cards drawn, but it does have a little bit of a weakness to disruption, which is what we'll likely see in this game.
It's one of those things where to reach massive damage, there has to have some sort of drawback.
Tentei mandar o Pix, o código tá dando inválido. Tem o... É porque às vezes tá bugado. Tem na descrição do vídeo o link do LivePix, Rafa. Que aí eu acho que vai ser direcionado pro que não tá bugado. Porque tem algum que tá bugado.
On your first turn, able to search for 3 Pokemon of colorless type with 100 HP or less, and typically you'll see 2 Hoots and a Noctowl, or in this case you have that Ditto. Really useful to find every different Pokemon in your deck.
The transformative start Ditto has a really interesting ability. You can only use it on the first turn, and you have to get this Ditto into the active position, but if you do, you can swap the Ditto with any Pokemon within your deck. And with Fan Rotom helping out here, you have great access to the Ditto, and then you can transfer it into a more useful Pokemon. And in this instance, Iono is going to be immediately transforming that Ditto, possibly looking towards the Raging Bolt. There it is. This is a crucial single prize attacking threat, thanks to that Thunderburst Storm attack.
Mano, esse Iono vai acabar ganhando de draga de novo, você quer ver?
That's come in and shown a lot of its value as it's able to attack the bench in a format where attacking the bench is so key to victory, disrupting these building decks that are trying to buddy lock you in the active. With this Raging Bolt, you can keep them in check, and it seems like Iono has recognized that here early on, is going to try and establish a powerful Raging Bolt.
I believe there's additional energy in the hand as well. If so, banking an attachment can be phenomenal to help you get towards a 90 damage spread attack on the second turn of the game. That's where this becomes a very powerful option.
Mano, eu acho que eu acordei agora, gente. Fui conversar, trocando ideia com vocês, comer uma maçãzinha. Acho que eu dei uma acordadinha. Vocês acham que eu tô mais acordado? Sei, eu me sinto mais acordado. Ué, o que aconteceu?
Yeah, I didn't see too much going wrong, but that opening search was pretty reasonable there. So should be all okay. I think we're just having a count of the amount of cards remaining in the deck.
Do nada o juiz tá vendo alguma coisa do nada.
It looked like Iono was onto a really good start there. Getting those hoot down, so integral to have Jewel Seeker available. Either you can grab that one copy of Judge within your deck, try and disrupt down these stage 2s as quickly as possible alongside taking a knockout.
Deu uma desbugada, desbuguei um pouco. Uma carta caiu na mesa? Ah, que eu nem vi isso.
Exactly, being able to set up those boards, you don't worry about disruption yourself. And when a deck is relying on evolution to start building up draw,
na hora que ele tava embaralhando,
if you get them out of their comfort zone early on with that Judge, it can really change the pace of the game, as that first Drakloak can be harder to find. Typically, once the Drakloaks are going, you find more of them. But it's that first bit of draw you're trying to take away. And with so many supporters in the deck that do the energy acceleration, you can actually go for more of a slow-paced attachment approach than this aggressive.
Fui buscar café e já acabou, daqui a pouco te doncada, foi não.
Take away the hand.
And targeting down energy is sometimes so critical as we get back into the action, and we will see the eventual
hora que caiu energia.
Prize Raging Bolt, in addition to a couple who Iono has to be happy with that turn 1. Let's see how Yoa.
Foi só deu uma paralisação aí, mas já voltou. Acabou não.
Yeah, definitely going to be key. And I just got confirmation of what happened there. A card slipped off the table, and just to make sure that it was all fair, the judge shuffled the deck. And so nothing untoward. And I know on these tables, it's a very different environment to what you're used to. It's quite a big table, so allowing these players to deal with that fairly. The judges
mandou o deck no grupo? De quem?
So, an Iono played and 6 fresh cards for both players.
And we need help here. Where are these basic Pokemon?
Ah, o Okidog de ontem, você mandou no grupo? Você me marcou? Acabar que eu olho. Se você não me marcou, me marca. Caraca, ficou top 32, eu tenho que testar isso aí depois. Marcou? Beleza, então daqui a pouco não, depois eu olho. Acabar aqui a live, eu olho lá, eu salvo.
This is the downside of early Ultra Balls. You want to be really finding that Buddy-Buddy Poffin to build up that bench, or something like the Artisan, so you can keep building throughout the game. And it's really tough at the moment for Yoa. Not many options. Iono's set up pretty much perfectly, and you're really worried about what's coming.
Vai jogar o Cup da Epic? Mas eu não moro em São Paulo, como é que eu vou jogar o Cup da Epic? Nem tem Epic onde eu moro. Se tivesse eu jogaria.
So you may as well go Budew now, try and initiate Itchy Pollen, try and gain additional draws next turn with Serendipity EX that's currently sat in the hand.
Oh, o Okidog ontem foi absurdo, mano.
Your unfair stamps. Try and find those Buddy-Buddy Poffins and get multiple Dreepy down. Because, Mike, it's all about that draw engine, the recon directive. When that's online, that's when you have options.
O cara mesmo fez meme do deck. Ele fez?
That you can string together all sorts of combos. So let's get as many of those out as possible just a little bit later.
You say draw engine. With these decks,
Tô muito feliz, ontem ganhei meu primeiro prize pack, observação. Fiquei em 8º usando o deck do Ginger. Pô, que massa, mano, aí sim, velho. Se você está se divertindo, se você ganha nas paradinhas do jeitinho que você gosta, mano, aí sim, mano, isso aqui é top. Meu Deus, o cara não desceu nenhum Dragapult.
Now Iono will not be able to play any item cards, and was hand disrupted by Iono on that first turn. Is there any means
Mano, o cara não
towards a
desceu nenhum
Crispin
drip,
here?
mano. Já
Even a
sabemos
manual
quem vai
attachment
ganhar, né?
can finish off this Budgew. You don't necessarily need much here. See the area 0 under depths. I think it's only a fighting energy in this hand.
Not
You
what
need
you
a
need.
lightning to be able to launch the Thunderburst Storm.
Yeah, I think with the deck, there is 3 different energy types that we're used to seeing, the fighting, the lightning, and the grass. At least with the grass, you can start powering up those Ogre Ponds and drawing more cards with Teal Dance, but opting for that judge, you mentioned it before, and how disruptive it can be.
Pois
This
é.
could be a huge moment for Yoa, as he's
Com
looking to try and
certeza
build
vai.
his board out. There's nothing there currently, so this judge could take him out the game for ages.
Assuming Yuan finds an energy and can maintain that pressure, it would be massive. I like the use of the area 0 underdepths coming down. It means that if Yuan finds any energy, in addition to a Latias EX, he can still use Fan Rotom for a knockout.
True.
He still has potential draw power from Teal Dance as well, if he finds any grass energy.
Wow, what are the 4 cards? This is a big moment. There's a Pheasantipity there.
Saw Noctowl, but you're shut down via the Itchy Pollen. Yoa may have found a nice bit of wiggle
Não
room
pegou
as a
energia.
pass. He has to be happy with that.
Oh wow, look at that card. The Brock Scouting, a great way to find more Pokemon.
Não.
It's typically
Hoje só
in
teve
there to
Draga,
deal
Draga,
with
Draga
Buddy
Guard,
and
Raio
Itchy
Fura
Pollen denying
Draga,
for the
Raio
item
Fura
cards.
Draga
In
agora.
this situation, I'm sure Yoa's happy just to get some Dreepies in play.
Decks have really gone towards higher support accounts, and in this case, Yoa is playing 3 copies of Brock Scouting in addition to the 3 copies of Arven, which would then find Buddy-Buddy Poffin. So you have 6 potential supporters that can just find your additional basics early on in the game. Of course, both Arven and Brock Scouting continue to be useful throughout the game as well. Brock Scouting can also find 1 evolution Pokemon, so it can help you continue to find more Dracloak later down the line, and even Dragapult TX if need be. And those Arven can also chip in with all sorts of helpful items as we pass back over with another.
Ainda vai ter o Okidog? Não, pô, que já é o top 4. Vai ter não. Hoje não, infelizmente. A diversão nossa com o Okidog foi só ontem, mano.
Target down these Dreepy one by one.
Yeah, that Noctowl was held in hand, ready for this turn. Such a great way to build up options, build up strategies, combo pieces. And we do typically see the Crispin early on being such a powerful card, so much so that he's taken 2, ready for next turn as well. And that will be an opportunity to take down one of those Dreepies as a Lightning and a Grass. One will be attached from the effect of the Crispin, the other one in the hand. Looks like Yoan's just spending that Raging Bolt to be able to attack for 90.
Não, ele foi, só não foi transmitido, né?
Budgew is something you sit behind while you build up your draw engine that are also your attackers. And that's why this Raging Bolt is such a vital cog in the machine, to simply ignore Budgew, let it keep poking for 10, and target down the more threatening Pokemon. And we start this prize race here in our top 4. Yoan going with the knockout on a Dreepy.
For those of you who watched the recent final in Milwaukee, you'll be familiar with this current board state of using that Raging Bolt to take out the Dreepies or Dracloaks that are seen on the other side. But you might not be familiar with this Maractus that's just been taken out the deck by Yoa.
Maractus has the corner attack for just 1 colorless energy, and straight away we're seeing counter catcher plus the unfair stamp, bringing the Noctowl into the active position. If Yoa can find any energy here, the corner will be attempting to trap this Noctowl, and in particular this is even more powerful thanks to the Ace Nullifier Genesect ability that is currently shutting down Yoan's use of Prime Catcher, one of his usual means of wiggling out of the active.
Well, really hoping to find that on the other side of this unfair stamp. Still has the ability to use a support.
É, o raio fúrico que o pessoal não gosta tá sendo o melhor utilizado, né?
Like powers that supporters can do, but in this instant, when behind, when a knockout has happened, able to come in and powerfully attack, but doesn't look like there's an energy there. But
mano, por enquanto, Dragapult e raio fúrico.
Try and see more cards.
We'll start with flip the script then. 3 more cards because Yoa has suffered a KO. Will we find an energy? There it is. And a Buddy-Buddy Poffin. So we can get an additional Dreepy onto this bench as well. I have to assume that's the right option. We need to continue to establish Recon Directive. We're going to be shuffling up after this, but the corner trap has now been established. We could be here for a while, Mike.
Yeah, that corner coming into a lot of decks at this event as a way to deal with some unusual situations. There is also the 20 damage that comes with it. Ideally, you wouldn't want to do any damage, as you'd love for the Pokemon to stay
Vai todo
there
mundo no
forever.
próximo regional, tá cheio de tudo no baralho.
So that Dragapult in the future might be able to finish it off.
And there are literally no Professor Turo in the deck, no other means of switching bar the Prime Catcher. So this Noctowl's here. We got to attack with it. Its attack's not great. Speed Wing for 2 colors does 60 damage. So we're locked into that.
And I believe Yoa didn't play a supporter that turn, but had the ability to get a Dracloak out, so could have started drawing a little bit more, but will be able to do that next turn nonetheless with both those Dreepy ready to evolve. And on the other side, we do have that Noctowl. It's definitely something people forget about. It can attack itself.
Ele vai
And it kind of
atacar?
has to. Yoan has no other option, unless you want to sit and allow Yoa to Recon Directive for 5 turns. I don't like that plan. I want to start attacking into
as
this
partidas que tivemos até então.
agrees.
And how about that maths as well? You've got the corner plus the 60 damage back from the Maractus. It could knock out this Noctowl going into Yoa's turn, but we're looking a bit too far ahead right now. We're looking at building up that board as
Hoje
Yoa
foi Draga, Guard, Raio Fúria e Draga, e Raio Fúria e Draga de novo. Por enquanto é só o que teve hoje.
Attaching to the benched Raging Bolt rather than Noctowl here. Just letting it sit. Can't play Prime Catcher thanks to Ace Nullifier. That goes straight back into the hand. Caught quickly by Yoa. And now Yoan is thinking, wow, my attachment on the Raging Bolt looks a lot worse. As we pass back over to Yoa, this is the moment he was looking for. Can immediately use the Jacques supporter to grab a couple of evolution Pokemon. And at last, he has the breathing room to use his Recon Directives.
Yeah, that Ace Nullifier going under the radar there from the Genesect. The rescue board was used to retreat it, but had the secondary effect of initiating the Ace Nullifier ability, which
Esse é o cara que sabe usar o Genesect, velho.
Ace spec. Every deck in the format now playing the best possible Ace spec for them. And in this matchup, Yoan wants to use that Prime Catcher to take out big targets, but was denied it, even though item lock had stopped. So now the Dracloaks are drawing, the Recon Directive is going, energies are being attached, and Yoa is building up the board.
And the best news is he can do this for many more turns.
Ai, ai.
Also, I believe, played the only energy in his hand. So may not even
Badu e Maractus pra atrasar enquanto monta os bichos do banco. Ai, que nojeira, velho.
Won't change too much of this situation right now.
Que nojeira, velho.
Some cards, no new EXs in the prize cards. You can't draw any with that.
Mano, era pra tu ter ligado nele e batido, velho.
There is Area Zero Underdepths in play right now. At any point, that could be removed from play. Then you wouldn't have room for any of your Raging Bolt EX, which are almost always your sort of end game attackers.
You mentioned earlier that Yoa re-established himself, made his way to the top 8 after making a mistake on stream, and it's very easy to make those mistakes, miss a tool, miscalculate your damage, not quite move the right card into the right place. And on this occasion, Yoan has just overlooked that Ace Nullifier. How do you think he's going to now deal with that post the mistake?
Well, that's what we have to wait and see, to be honest with you. You think he's been composed this entire time and hasn't made those mistakes. That's why we've seen him win a special championship and now get back into the top 4. So you kind of just have to write it off and have a short-term memory in this instance and say, I'm still in a good position in this first game. I still have an hour to prove that I'm going to be worth making it into the final as we're passing back over
Não,
to
comeu o
Yoa
tempinho do cara ali
with some
agora.
recon
Lascou, velho.
directives.
So many options in that hand. That hand has really grown through the consecutive recon directives. Just that final one there going through. Has the ability now to take some big knockouts. The Brock
Se Joa joga bem também,
will
pô.
be brought into play. And looking to find that Latias and a Dreepy. The advantage of that
Nossa, vai ser a final vai ser Draga também? Nossa, que merda.
And as we talk about this game, there are more games going on. Noah Sakajian has been able to overcome Yan with the N Zoroark deck. So it's going to be another Dragapult making it into the top 4 on the other side of our bracket there. Fantastic to see Noah. He's been having a great time out here in Europe over the last couple tournaments. Had a solid run in Surveillance, doing one better this time, making it into our top cut and going one step further so far into our top 4.
We actually saw Noah playing against Yoa earlier on. So
if that's confusing you, it is us as well.
Yeah, Yoa, Noah, all doing so well. But now that Dragapult EX has come into play, there is now a Terra Pokemon on Yoa's side, allowing that area.
Olha por que o cara tá botando 6 Pokémon no banco. Eu lembrei que tem Dragapult ali.
Pokemon And it looks like just going to do another corner there, just looking to try and develop that board.
I don't see a reason to not put this Noctowl down to at least 80 damage. And then if you want to become the aggressor, you can from that stage. But it's on your terms. You have one more turn for free as literally Yoan draws and passes. We're back straight over to Yoa, who has Recon Directive. Possibly a second one could be established now thanks to the Area 0 underdepths, allowing the additional Dreepy. More attachments on the board as well, Mike, as we said. One of the core issues of the Dragapult archetype is that sometimes it can be pressured. Its energy attachment can all be gone in one foul swoop. As we're seeing the second Dracloak come into the hand now. Being given this much time thanks to the corner trap of Maractus allows you to attach all across your board and make sure you have those backups secured.
And as far as decks go, Dragapult at the moment has some of the most gusting effects we've seen of any deck.
Olha o sono vindo de novo. Essa partida emocionante aí, velho. Cara, por que que é tão chato isso, velho? Ontem foi o ápice do ápice das partidas. Hoje, sono, depressão. Na moral, velho.
And another regional winner. Another major event winner from the season.
Yeah, he's
looking
doing
to
it
try
again.
and make it 2.
So many players are happy with 1, but some of our players at the top, they will hunt for more. As Yoa is now going to use.
Nem precisa ter controle e vai vir controle, velho. Pra fazer ficar pior.
The EX allows you to shift the Maractus if need be. And if we're bossing up the Teal Mask Ogopon EX.
Vai doer.
Phantom Dive can come in here. This is the only terrestrial Pokemon currently in play.
3 prize numa lapada, mano.
What a turn here for Yoa.
Protege a Fúria Baby, ele protege dano, mas só dos Pokémon sem ser caixa de regras, mano. No banco. Eu vi, ele dá item lock e dá tool lock. Que delícia, né, ô Mila? O meta vai tá virando uma parada meio, né?
To try and take those cards out the deck, set it up as much as possible, and thin it ready for this moment. Look at that board state for Yoa, though.
It is a dream board position. So many abilities helping out with draw power, securing the options that Yoan can't utilize. Ace Nullifier has been monstrous to this point. And there really isn't many options for Yoan. If you're going to use a ball search card, you think that Pheasantipity could be one of your only options here to draw your way out of this. Finally suffered some KOs, but you need a lot here. With no terrestrial Pokemon in play, a Noctowl isn't immediately the get-out-of-jail-free card that it usually would be.
And you're not going to be seeing a huge amount of options, as you want to be getting that Raging Bolt EX attack off, but then you're putting a 2-prizer in play. And for Yoa, he's so far ahead now that even taking a 1-prizer with that Raging Bolt with 4 energy on won't necessarily do too much. So Yoan having to really reach for something special this turn.
I think we did see Nest Ball. If that can be combined with a Jewel Seeker, we can get somewhere here. That's the first piece of the puzzle. Use our final bench slot to be a Teal Mask Ogopon EX. There's a terrestrial Pokemon back on the board, so the Area 0 now opens up for 3 additional bench spaces once again. And the Noctowl, crucially, is online. And there is
Aqui já foi? Eu acho que sim.
You've got to give credit to Yoa on the other side, timing
Eu acho que já foi
so well to establish a board where even if Yoan takes a knockout, there's still another Dracloak ready to evolve up with energy on it. So all of these things.
O Shaimin é um Manaf que só protege Pokémon sem ser caixa de regras.
To try and establish a board. Yoan has played incredibly well up to this point. We saw it in his quarterfinal match, and it has just been that disruption, the early disruption, that's made it incredibly difficult for him to express his skill that he's got.
And ultimately, Maractus is still there. You can always pivot back to defense mode if you have to. If things start getting out of hand, you can go back into one of these Pokemon
that aren't
fantastic at getting attacks in, and you can trap them for a while longer. You finally see the Ultra Ball now from Yoan post the Teal Dance. The 1 card you wanted to see first. Now we have the Raging Bolt EX coming into the mix. You would think if
Ah,
you're going
aqui
to
já
take
foi,
a
hein?
knockout on this Dragapult TX, you require this Raging Bolt TX in order to do it. The Bellowing Thunder is able to reach unholy amounts of damage when you combine it with the Teal Mask Ogapon and many turns of the Raging Bolt having energy as well. But wait, we're growing our single prizer at the same time here.
Yeah, Professor Sada's Vitality putting an energy on 2 different ancient Pokemon, and then you draw 3 cards as the Raging Bolt in the active plus the Raging Bolt EX on the bench are both ancient Pokemon. There is now so much energy in play. I think we can count that one up for you as I think it's 8 there.
8 energy in play right now. I don't think we saw an attachment just yet either, but I don't see it in the hand. There is an Ultra Ball right now, but the Mew EX is currently the prizes, so we can't draw any additional cards from restart. That's unavailable. You can't Pokemon with your single prize Raging Bolt just yet. So possibly your best option is to take out
Pessoa querendo me acordar.
Maybe even you think Genesect is frustrating enough that you want to take that off the board.
Bate nele, Judite.
Yeah, imagine that Yoa re-establishing that afterwards would be a...
Se o meme não funciona, vamos de Judite.
Oh, don't.
Qual versão da Dragapult tu acha que é mais forte? Sem Dusk no ar, mano. Pô, assustei mesmo, velho. Obrigado, me acordou mesmo.
Have really shut down Yoan's ability to do anything this game, but he is establishing a lot of energy in play. Typically the first step for a Raging Bolt deck to mount a comeback, and we'll be getting that Noctowl now, a way to try and move this Raging Bolt in the active out of the way and get an attack off on that Dragapult EX, but there's so many different pieces you now need to try and come back into this. You need a bit of disruption, you need a
Esse áudio é muito bom, na moral.
You need some secondary attackers set up, all while hoping that Yoa is unable to continue, and it opts for that Raging Bolt in the active to take a knockout on the Dracloak.
At least goes down to 4 prize cards, trying to square
Qual o
things up
contexto?
for a couple large
A gente estava
KOs.
enfrentando o deck de Snorlax tal com Gardevoir.
But Yoa will continue to
E o
draw
nome
cards
do
as
jogador
well,
era
but
filho da
there's
Judite.
already a backup
E aí o
regardless.
cara não tava jogando. Aí eu falei, isso Judite, bate nele, porque o cara tava jogando Snorlax Stall. Entendeu? Aí a gente tava pra bater nele pra a gente vencer a partida, porque tava jogando Snorlax Stall. Aí a gente acabou que o cara ficou inativo e a gente ganhou a partida, foi isso?
Get a bit more information. They've got the time to do it. There's no rush here. As you can see, still got over 50 minutes remaining, which would be the time frame of a typical Swiss round. So both these players really meticulously playing their way through, nice and calm.
Speaking of meticulous, Yoa is going through all the motions here, thinning those additional Buddy-Buddy Poffin. He doesn't want to see them again. The time has passed for those cards. Also establishing Bloodmoon Ursaluna EX. If all else goes wrong, he at least has that backup option. So he's giving himself a great opportunity here. Now debating the Iono before re-establishing his hand even further. This is great here. You've seen Yoan.
E assim nasceu uma obra-prima.
Let's put that straight to the bottom. Give him 4
Memes do Bugado, né, cara? Pós-lançamento do deck de Draga mês que vem, vai valer a pena ainda jogar com o deck? Vale, mano, o deck é muito forte.
Typically that Bloodmoon Ursaluna, a worrying Pokemon to put into play, has such a high retreat cost of 3. But on this occasion, the Latias EX in the deck, a great addition to allow for that free retreat. As we see that Phantom Dive, 200 onto the active, and 6 damage counters to play with. And we do see that Noctowl is going to be finished off. 1 on the Fan Rotom, just working out where the rest of those go. Yoa trying to set up game on board.
I feel like it's reasonable trying to spread them on the 210 hit point Pokemon. Putting on who does allow Yoan to evolve that up. Yeah, I think this is the stronger choice. Opens up a final Gust play. Yeah, putting some 1s across the bench does seem most reasonable to me. And you go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Again, really strong play in this game number 1 from Yoa. Using that Maractus so well to get himself from a really awkward position into a fantastic one.
Tem algumas cartas de Rivals que mudará ou acrescentará ao meta? Sim. Algumas cartas sim. Typhlosion mesmo é uma carta interessante. Roll do Ita é interessante. Crystal também é interessante.
would need to find active to try and take away that ability to knock out the fan rotom.
Quase mandei o Silene, pode mandar.
Nem ferrando, velho.
Quanto mais me acordar, melhor.
Yoa has a large hand. Also sits pretty with President TEX and already reconstructed on this board.
MVP Silene,
so shouldn't find it too difficult to close out game. Yoan has to take a 2-prize KO. That also helps out with Bloodmoon Ursaluna as well. And these Raging Bolt all have 240 hit points, so you'd be trying to dodge not only boss's orders, but also just an energy attachment could be enough to close the game for Yoa. Yoan has to think on this final turn, how can he get close? With no hand disruption at his disposal, he needs a lot. It's more hope at this stage than expectation.
Yeah, and it's knowledge as well. You know, a few of the tricks that Yoa has showed this game are now going to be in Yoan's mind going forward.
Tentando lembrar qual outra carta que é interessante desse
down the Prime Catcher, the Maractus, something to think about. You have to be aware that a corner could come out any
Acho que
moment.
mais os apoiadores da equipe Rocket, né? O Mimikyu é interessante para guard. Que ele é um Pokémon de uma prêmio, bate copiando um ataque Terra também, interessante. Ele é com 0 ele, inclusive.
As much as you can about your opponent's deck to go forward with the best possible chance.
Yeah, giving yourself the full 75 minutes to
lança o Pikachu. Pikachu, lança o Prime, né? Primezinho Pikachu sempre me assusta mesmo.
Use more mental energy, it's still useful. Making sure they don't trip up at any moment. Yuan is having that final thought whether or not this Sada is the worthwhile choice. Here we go, Professor Sada will accelerate to 2 of these ancient Pokemon, both being Raging Bolt EX. 3 additional cards as you go. Does Jamming Tower change things? We've just drawn into that.
Yeah, I mean, that Jamming Tower shuts down the effects of the tools, but it wouldn't take away that Ace Nullifier effect, as it reads only if there's a tool attached. Nothing to do with the effect of that tool. So it would shut down the EXP share that's on the bench Drakloak, which could come in useful in this turn and would allow you to discard maybe something like that Fan Rotom to take away an easy win for Yoa.
I was trying to think if there was any way that we could remove some of these damaged Pokemon, but it feels like there's just so many. You need the energy on the Teal Mask Pokemon, so you can't simply remove that and Pheasantipity EX.
Sabe por que tá me dando sono, mano? Porque a partida tá emocionante do jeito que vocês falam.
Then that Stadium Bump would have been a viable way to heal off damage on the board.
Looks like Yoa has just
tá emocionante daquele jeitinho que a gente gosta, sabe?
There's the manual attachment of a lightning from Yoan. So the Raging Bot attack is there. That's guaranteed. That's not an issue. The Jewel Seeker with Noctowl now. Can we get creative with any tools? Well, 1 Bravery Charm, but again, there's 2 targets that are in range. You can swing it on your active Raging Bolt, so you're not falling prey to the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, then you're only losing to boss's orders. Plus a Dragapult EX would also have to be found.
Yeah, and you can see the thinking here for Yoan, trying to make it as hard as possible for Yoa. Even though there's no hand disruption, if there is a resource maybe prized for Yoa, that final card, or if a resource has been discarded that's really important in these final stages, it could completely shut down the win condition. And just getting a little bit more energy will make the following attack that bit easier. So asking the most questions, that's the key. And that's going to be the Raging Bolt to the active spot. Where's that Bravery Charm going to go?
I feel like active has to be the thing, so then you're just trying to dodge boss's orders.
Yeah,
it's going to go onto the Fan Rotom.
There we go, not finding that Stadium Bump. I guess if you bump the Stadium, that Bravery Charm would be relevant. But yeah, it's going to be all those discarded there. That's a knockout on the Dragapult EX. Do you have the answer here, Yoa? Is it in your current hand? It does have that free retreat with the Genesect.
Going to see the EXP share quickly as well.
Ah, yes. As we draw for turn, is it there in that hand, or will you have to dig for it? The Night Stretcher comes through, and that's going to be it as we take that energy card onto the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, a retreat into it, and a knockout on the active Raging Bolt for game. Yoa takes our first game here in the top 4.
A really impressive display. It looks
cara do Fure já perdeu, o que ele tá pensando em fazer que não perca o jogo? Nada, eu acho. Bom dia, Gaps. Como é que está, seu cheiroso? Tudo bom? Bom dia, Aquário. Tudo beleza, mano? É que era inevitável, né? Não tinha nem como ele. Maractus quebrou muito ele, velho, no começo. Era o que ele precisava para avançar.
and the counter catcher unfair stamp combo, both of those effects feel so powerful early on in the game. Counter catcher effectively like a boss's orders when you're behind on prize cards, and that unfair stamp feels like a late game Iono as your ace spec. So combining those two together with that corner really disrupted Yoan and created the time that Yoan needed to take away the game.
Look at that, the board is ridiculous. Those abilities just flaunting his board position there and racing ahead in prize cards. And with this damage counter placement, finishing off that heavily damaged Noctowl, was then able to set up multiple EX Pokemon at the same time. He got himself in that position where no matter what cards Yoan was drawing, nothing was going to get him out of that situation.
That board reminding me of our EUIC champions board state, Ryuki, with the Cloth Terapagos deck. So many different...
Maractus tá entrando em quase tudo, né? Maractus é uma carta muito boa para atrasar o oponente quando você monta o banco.
First half hour has been for us so far. Still 43 minutes remain on the clock.
Funcionou muito bem.
Utilize.
Alguém tem essa lista? Relaxa que vai sair ainda. Segunda-feira tá no Limitless lá.
That seemed like a big deal, and that crucial decision to attach their fighting energy to the Raging Bolt rather than the Noctowl will be something that Yoan might have in the back of his mind, but he has to shove it further back into his mind because he has 2 more games to play to still try and secure himself into another final.
Exactly, and a lot of information gained for Yoan, finding out all the little tricks that Yoa's got in that toolbox of crazy Pokemon that we saw all on the board at the end there. So 1-0 going into our second game of the top 4. You know, Yoa is very much an incredible player. We've seen it, a young player here, recently aged up a few years ago, playing against our Seville champion Yoan, and we'll be going first here with that Bloodmoon Ursaluna in the active spot, not the ideal start.
We also have the Maractus at the very least. We have a turn attachment. But there's a reason why Yoan wanted to force Yoa first.
Ele ganhou uns 2 turnos, ajudou muito ele a montar o board.
Nossa,
ele começou com o Ursaluna na frente, que merda, hein? Agora é a hora, hein?
And we know how vital the recon directive is. Action passes over To Yuan for his first turn. He started with the ideal Pokemon, that Fan Rotom. We've seen him fan calling out Hoot Hoot in game 1. You gotta think he's gonna go for it again.
So the winner of this will move to our Utrecht final. But it's a long way for Yoan now. After that, game 1 was challenging post-disruption, but now is facing a board much more favorable to him.
Tô no maior ressaca do Brasil, tô morrendo deitado na cama. Pus a live na TV e tô sobrevivendo. Caraca, melhoras, mano. O Bugadinho tá morrendo também, mas é de sono. Não é de bêbado não, sei lá. De ressaca, quer dizer.
This would be a nightmare for many Dragapult builds. That Bloodmoon Ursaluna simply can't move in some of the lists, or you have to try and find your 1 copy of Switch. But the way Yoa has built his deck with his own Skyliner, that could help him out. So even though it is a headache, he should be able to
tá
find
cedo ou já pode dizer guard Gelicente Birife? Uai, talvez, não sei se talvez cedo pouco, mas muita gente pensou isso também, cara.
Very true, as we see the single prize Raging Bolt, the MVP of last game for Yoan coming down early. As the Fan Rotom with the
Item e Tool Lock juntos, né?
3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less will be activated at some point in this turn, but Yoan just navigating the rest of it to make sure that all of the best cards are found on his board as quickly as possible. The Ultra Ball, what's this card? Oh, that's a tough decision.
Sada and Crispin, you can see why it's a tough one for Yoan. Does opt to get rid of a Lightning Energy and a Professor Sada's Vitality. Let's not forget, there's also the option for Squawkabilly EX if we want it. But it is going to be the Skyliner here to help retreat our Fan Rotom. Trying to get into the
Bom,
mix.
Essa Ursaluna na frente vai quebrar ele pouquinho.
60 damage sets up the Maractus for a 2-shot.
Quem diria que Gelicente seria uma carta boa? Fiquei surpreso também, porque os últimos Gelicentes, pelo que me disseram, não eram tão bons, né? E não é água esse, né? Esse é psíquico, né?
Such a diabolical attacker last game, taking away the game for Yoa as the Noctowl got trapped in the active spot. So if you can do 2 swings into it to take the knockout, that would be ideal. But the Latias EX is a prime target for the corner of Maractus, as that free retreat ability would be taken away with a corner. And it looks, there we go, the retreat into the Raging Bolt, 60 damage onto the bench Maractus. And what can you do this turn, Yo? You now have supporters on board. Let's see how that changes things.
We have a Brock scouting, and we have Budew available. Well, we're just checking out what's in the deck right now. We've seen it a few times throughout the weekend, but Dragapult is all about trying to establish multiple Dreepy early on, because the Dragapult is so vital to draw additional cards throughout the game.
Tá jogando direitinho, mas o som tá batendo mais forte no Bugada.
We're just checking the exploding needles ability, I think there, Iono is, to see if it works even on the bench. That's what's happening on the table right now, but Dragapult is all about slowly establishing its board. In game number 1, Yo was able to find the
cara tá lendo Marax, vai acabar perdendo. Quem lê perde, hein, é a regra.
Attacking Pokemon for a number of turns. In this instance, feels like Iono is already prepped for that and is starting to target the Maractus as best he can. It actually sets up the Maractus for even a knockout with your Noctowl later, if Yoa is going to employ the same strategy. So Iono's already adapting in this game number 2 here.
You know, we talk about the cards coming out of Journey Together and how powerful they are, and Maractus was one very easily overlooked by many a player, as it's that kind of ability and an effective an attack that only those who have a different way of thinking about the game would highlight and be looking how they could integrate to their game. The controlling style decks, and in this occasion the Dragapult that has the most controlling elements in it, Maractus fits very naturally into that attacking pool.
Yeah, we did already have Sob, but the fact that this is a single prize Pokemon, so when your opponent does find their means around it, it's only giving up 1, and then even has the exploding needles on top of that to punish an opponent. And we know that Dragapult can use every damage counter in play. So we are going to see the Skyliner will be helping Yoa move this chunky Bloodmoon Ursaluna EX, in addition to 1 Dreepy here. We can begin to try and corner trap. We'll just be putting some prep damage onto this Raging Bolt right now.
Salve, Sandrão! Como é que tá, seu cheiroso? Tudo bom? Boa tarde. Bom dia, na verdade, né?
Counter catcher. This Maractus is going to stick around and try and do the same thing it did game 1. So if you target down the Dreepy, I'll go for Maractus. And if you target down Maractus, at least I have Dreepy.
Yeah, and it's going to be the corner there actually onto the Raging Bolt. In the active spot, we'll put a little sprinkle of damage, and if the Raging Bolt attacks the Maractus, we'll put it in range of various different numbers, and that's really the...
Por favor, qual a habilidade daquele Maractus? Quando ele é nocauteado, o oponente toma 6 contadores de dano. Ou seja, 60 de dano.
As that Bloodmoon Ursaluna's biggest weakness of retreat cost has been taken away. Latias EX on both sides with that Skyliner. Now Yoan has to work out what the go-to plan is here. Are you going to be attacking that Dreepy, or are you worried more about the Maractus running rampant?
It's a rare instance of Yoan being able to play item cards right now, because it's been a Maractus launched, not an Itchy Pollen. First thing we're going to do is find our Terrestrial Pokemon, the Teal Mask Ogerpon, before seeing 3 additional cards from the Professor Sadas here.
Really looking for that stadium as well at some point to start going wider, creating more options, trying to get more energy in play. Yeah, we have those 3 energy on the active. And the debate now, Yoan.
Querendo energético. Pior é que eu não posso tomar energético. Eu tomei já 2 litros de café praticamente, não tá funcionando mais.
And the Bloodmoon Ursaluna weirdly being promoted to the active. That's something you don't see very often, but with Skyliner can retreat for free.
And Pheasantipity EX flipping the script will need to help Yoa out here, because I don't think he has much.
Se ele for nocauteado no ativo só que dá o dano, não lembro, achei que era em qualquer lugar.
About time. We'll discard the Buddy-Buddy Poffin, as well as a boss's orders.
Café, ele derrotou o Maractus e não o Dreepy. Tá de sacanagem.
Really looking for one of those draw supporters at this stage. Sacrificing a Buddy-Buddy Poffin with the Ultra Ball. Something you don't often see, Mike.
Dá pra brincar, mano.
In this case, Yoa thinking that the other cards are too vital. Some energy in here, another boss's orders. Here's the 2 from Recon Directive.
I'm looking across the other side. That Raging Bolt, if it stays in the active, or even on the bench, if the full bench of Yoa's basics, Yoa has to be aware that a 90 damage attack to any of his Pokemon will be coming back next turn. So that Dracloak still being there would be vulnerable to being knocked out next turn. So energy attachment might be looking to attack here and using that Dracloak. You don't see this very often, but it does do enough here. Dragon Headbutt for 70 damage for 1 fire and 1 psychic. All energy removed from Iono, but that Dracloak sitting
Maractus, não sei, é o corretor, né?
Iono into a multi-prize attacking Pokemon, and that could be exactly what Iono is hoping for. A strange sequence. You typically would expect the Buddy-Buddy Poffin to be one of the most critical pickups from the Flip the Script, but it was discarded for the Ultra Ball just to find this one Dracloak. Iono's going to try and be the multi-prize basic attacking deck himself here by the looks of things, Mike.
Very weird board state we're seeing here. Atypical of a Dragapult. You'd only know it as a Dragapult by us talking about it so much, but there is all of the other pieces that are typically seen in the big basic attacking decks, and this is now where Iono has that knocked out finally. Something he's been so proud of at this event is how much he's left those hoots on the bench for as long as possible. The later you do it, the more likely it is to be a game-changing moment, as we do see a Nest Ball and a Crispin coming down.
Yeah, might be thinking twice about that. Depends if there's any energy in the hand at all. Typically you would prefer the additional draws from Sada helping you out. But it is in the end still going to be Crispin. Nest Ball can come in pretty contently here. It's going to be the Pheasantipity EX. Crispin can still help out attacking with a few different Pokemon here. Really depends on what's in the hand right now. One could be expecting to just draw as much as possible with Pheasantipity and a Teal Dance. It could even attack with the Ogerpon itself. With a Teal Dance, a turn attachment of grass, and the Crispin grass energy, you can get there.
Yeah, this is not what I was expecting to have to deal with here. The attacking Dracloak is sitting there, and that would be a great knockout for Iono, as it would give him a bit more time to set up and get going. But now there is that Pheasantipity in play for drawing of 3 cards, so seeing more options now, and there's actually the Professor Sada's Vitality, which will be useful in the future. And did the grass energy got attached from the Crispin? An interesting choice.
Because we're trying to use energy retrieval or an earthen vessel here, so we can Teal Dance and manually attach a grass. So you just hold the lightning, possibly even pitch it, and then we can set up the Sada and still get the
Ele prisou os Draga tudo, né? Não tem como fazer. Ele prisou Draga, 2 Dracloak.
Earthen vessel in hand, so that will be able to find those 2 grass energy, and a very interesting route we're taking here. That Ogerpon can attack for those 3 grass energy. A Myriad Leaf Shower would be available this turn. The Crispin normally takes the grass energy to hand, so you can use it with your Teal Dance, but on this occasion, 3 energy accelerated to 1 Pokemon. Not very easy to do with this deck, but it has been done, and that will be a great attack response using the Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's the first grass energy, there's the manual attach. First energy from Crispin, Teal Dance and attach, and retreat for free with that Skyliner. Dracloak, you did your job knocking out the Raging Bolt, but now your draw engine is gone.
I can tell you, Mike, I was expecting a response KO on this Dracloak, but not the way we're seeing it. A Myriad Leaf Shower coming out from Iono. Just saying, Iono, you really can't deal with this Pokemon. I may as well just keep as many energy around the board as possible. It's a Pokemon that can keep announcing knockouts turn by turn without having to lose resources. And we're even seeing the next Jewel Seeker finding Nest Ball plus Area 0 Underdepths. What an interesting sequence. I've not seen a matchup like this play out.
Puxa algum assunto, eu vou dormir. Pô, pior que eu tô dormindo mesmo quase, velho. Caraca, velho. Que merda, velho. Som da molecha, velho. Cara, vocês viram que o Metagross tá bugado no live, gente? Não sei se vocês repararam isso eu jogando ontem. Anteontem. Ele tá ligando energia em qualquer Pokémon, ao invés de só ligar energia nos de metal e psíquico. Vocês viram essa parada?
The Raging Bolt previously, so Bloodmoon Ursaluna is the only attacker left on board, but this is not going to be an attack this turn for Iono.
Instead, he's got to look towards.
Deve ter atualização, acho que na terça pra resolver isso aí, eu acho.
Can he get Maractus back in any capacity alongside a Genesect? I think with Night Stretcher
porque o som tá fortíssimo.
We've seen him value the Defiance Band all game, and I think we're seeing why, Mike. I think we're establishing Genesect here, and it's going to be once again the corner
trap. Pô, tá só indo na minha cara dormindo, essas é muito besta, velho. Novo meta.
Well, if you need time,
Mano, eu tô quase dormindo, fechando os olhos, vocês estão indo na minha cara. Vocês é muito mal, velho.
And there's lots of targets for what that could be used for. The counter catcher there being discarded. So we know Yoa will have a way to gust up something. And the Genesect, a key fundamental part of this strategy. Prime catcher.
Várias novas fotos de Mimir. Vocês estão tirando foto do Mimir, cara? Se eu abrir o WhatsApp vai ter muitas fotos do Mimir?
So down it comes. Dreepy2 start setting up that next one.
É o sono, pô.
Boss's orders on the Latias, and we're going to be trapping for a little bit longer.
So many players, Mike, would have kept the Buddy-Buddy
Lá vamos nós de Maractus.
Defiance Band, but Yoa had this exact strategy in mind for many
O que o
turns.
Genesect faz?
And now we're seeing it
Eu não, mas pode usar.
Foresight from Yoa is incredible.
Se tiver um equipamento ligado a ele, o cara não pode usar esse spec.
Yoan on the other side, our Seville champion, looking to try and make it 2 in the top 4 here, is fighting from the back foot, losing that first game where Yoa really set up the game through this corner Maractus and is looking to do it again on the Latias EX.
And Latias simply doesn't have the required energy to attack in this deck. There's no way to do it. And there's no way for Yoan to move either. So this Latias is going to take quite a few more corners, Mike. Prepare yourself to say this attack a few times. Because Yoa will be able to do so much.
Fique impressionado com os desenvolvedores do live, como eles conseguem sempre atualizar os bugs. É normal, né? Sempre um bug novo, né?
Isso, dona Judite! Bate nele, Judite! Bate nele!
Mano, o Maractus me dá sono, véi. Maractus me dá sono, boy.
Yeah, the deck out. A reason why we said corner having the 20 damage could be seen as a negative thing in a lot of cases, because you'd ideally want to trap something for the rest of the game. But with the amount of HP
Tá ótimo, eu testei ele. Achei gostosinho demais ele.
10 turns of using this corner, which is a lot of cards for Yoan to draw.
Consegue bater em guard? Consegue gostosinho, cara, bater em guard.
So every card that Yoan draws will stay in his hand if Yoa wants it to be there.
Consegue com maestria, inclusive. Desculpa, Bugado, não queria te assustar, mas você não tá deixando escolher. Desculpa, mano. Eu que peço desculpa, mano. Tá com som da moléstia, velho.
These turns from Yoan just slamming it straight back does have the energy being built up on the board, but now Yoan has more than enough energy to take a knockout. He's not
Toma café que passa. Cara, eu já tomei 2 litros de café, eu não posso ficar tomando café pra sempre.
And that's why he's not choosing to play any of these effects like a Professor Sada's Vitality.
Eu tomei muito café, mano.
That Crispin would take energies out of the deck. You have to be really careful not to deck yourself out.
Yoa's created this gotcha moment, and it really does feel like it. I can't see a way for this Latias to do anything but take hits. Yoan has no answer in his deck.
So in the Pokémon Tcg, you have to take a knockout on 6.
Coçando com o Bugado tá hoje só se ele cheirar o pó do café.
Knock out the final Pokemon in play on your opponent's
O pó do café.
There is a rare way you can take a win, and that is through deck out. And we've seen it in the past. A lot of decks doing it more
O pó do café.
in previous formats, but it's been a while since we've seen that be a win condition. This Maractus coming out and Journey together has opened up that possibility for lots of different decks. And an alternative win condition. If Yoan looks to draw a card from his deck and there's no more cards to draw, he will lose the game.
And Yoa is not doing much, but his
faz carreirinha de pó de café, né? Daquela fungada. Bota os pés em um balde de água fria, usava isso pra estudar. Cara, se eu te falar, Sociais, que eu já testei fazer isso, sabe o que aconteceu? Eu fiz isso uma época que meu pai falou, faz isso aí, não sei o que, quando eu era jovem, né? Sabe o que aconteceu? Eu acordei de madrugada pra mijar, atropecei e derrubei o balde. Tô nem zoando. Ou seja, eu dormi, não adiantou nada, aí eu esqueci que eu tava com um balde no pé, levantei e derrubei, foi tudo, velho. Mano, comigo nada funciona algumas coisas, velho, eu acho bizarro isso, tá? Eu acho bizarro essas coisas, velho. O pó preto tá mais caro que o branco? Que? Que história é essa, cara? Ah, o café. Ah, entendi. Nossa senhora, mano. Até buguei. O pó preto tá mais caro que o branco. Desculpa, por que desculpa? Coloca o pé no balde de água fria com um secador de cabelo dentro, de preferência ligado, você vai ficar ligadão. Que isso?
To finish the game, so using that Brock scouting to find the Dragapult, and we are now in those final few corners on the Latias. 160 damage done so far. 2 more corners will put it within range of a 10 damage sprinkle.
Iono still has to get in this position where he has Dragapult.
Porra do balde, pode ir, o Bugado liga não.
Even have another Dracloak on the bench as well.
Pode ir à vontade, eu não ligo não.
Cards in his hand for when he eventually breaks this lock.
Yeah, such a good visionary with this deck. Iono showing exactly why this Maractus is something to worry about. Now has 1 more corner before he has to start doing something, so we'll look to set up more than just the knockout. And he's just going to be doing 1 final corner before he bursts into a damaging turn.
Well, don't forget, he's still behind on prizes. He could bring up another Pokemon and damage it a bunch. There's so many energy in play. Can the Serendipity EX even gain enough energy to launch an attack? Or would that be another Pokemon he could trap?
Exactly, that would be a huge turn now. Is the Serendipity coming up here to trap? Or are we seeing a different strategy? Dragapult evolution, Area 0 under depths is now available.
Aqui acabou, né?
You can put more Pokemon in play, and Serendipity EX will be put into the active with Counter Catcher, and is now going to be using corner once again. Iono has another
Meu
Pokemon
Deus
trapped
do
in the active.
céu, cara. Aqui acabou, né?
3 fighting, 3 lightning.
Tour é bom, né?
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 energy committed to the board already.
Se o Bugado tá assim agora, imagina a final Mirror versus Mirror. Cara, eu vou só conversar com vocês sobre, sei lá, tudo menos aqui.
A Holucha here onto the bench will knock out the Latias EX, put that Fan Rotom in range, and here we see it, 10 damage apiece on either side, and the Dragapult EX to knock out the Serendipity and that Fan Rotom. Iono, what a masterclass. Phantom Dive for the win, and Iono is making the Ultrecht final.
Se mano colocar as energias assim nos raios fura dele me dá agonia. Imagina. Esse cara vai ganhar, mano. Dá não. Esse cara tá jogando muito bem, velho.
Corner trapping with your back against the wall. In game number 1, used it superbly on Noctowl, and in game number 2, MVP once again. Shout out to the combination of Ace Nullifier as well. These 2 basic Pokemon has
Deck nojento, mano.
And we'll see all those moments here, but commiserations to Iono not making another final. That would have been quite the impressive performance to.
Gente, na moral, eu preciso muito ir no banheiro. Dessa vez eu acordei porque eu quase mijei nas calças aqui. Eu fui rir e eu acho que saiu um negócio aqui, mano. Acho que preciso correr banheiro, urgente. Que os caras da Pokémon Company tinham na cabeça pra criar um ataque 200 mais 60 por 2 energias. Mas era energia diferente, né? Mas inventaram o Plínio. PP Break.
Even though it was a similar tactic, Iono released the lock earlier because it was into a Noctowl in this game number 1.
Não, isso tá de boa, o problema é o Plínio. É, o Plínio... Mas aí que tá, eles nem usam Plínio direito, Anderson, aí que tá o porém. A minha pergunta não é essa, a minha pergunta é o que botaram na cabeça pra inventar um Pokémon de 30 de HP com recuo 0 e bate sem energia. O Bugado tá igual o Gato segurando o pipi na mão. Que isso, cara?
Even used Ultra Ball to get rid of a Buddy-Buddy Poffin, don't forget, earlier in the game. That's
Badu é que é quebrado, mano. Se você fosse competir no regional com meta atual, com qual deck seria? Draga? Jamais. Gardevoir, com certeza. Esse aí jogou bem mal? Jogou mal mesmo. Mas ele não tinha o que fazer, esse é o problema.
Which makes that Latias a prime target for a finishing blow, which is exactly what we see.
Pô, Maractus, o ataque do Maractus é com qualquer energia, ele bate 20 de dano e o cara não pode recuar. E a habilidade do Maractus é se você nocautear ele, ele pinga 60 de dano. Se ele tiver no ativo, entendeu? Se ele for derrotado no ativo. É isso. Não, não deixa recuar, é o ataque do Maractus, pô. Entendeu? Não a habilidade. A habilidade dele é que se ele for nocauteado no ativo, ele pinga 60 contador de dano. O ataque do Maractus é que se você bate empate e o cara não recua. Eu ri, mas com respeito. Para com isso. Pode rir, vantagem. Bugado não. Bom dia, Diva. Como é que você tá? Tudo bom? Beleza?
The Dragapult and Gardevoir conversation as which one's the best deck in the format, but Raging Bolt's surging forward many more stronger players opting to play it, which is why its conversion rate was good at this event, and you saw some of them making it all the way to top 4 there, like
Como é que se ri com respeito? Eu não entendi. Que eu tô com o pipi na mão.
That's most recently won. And that puts a target on your back, and Maractus very much hit the middle of that target at least 15 times that game.
But Yuan still having a fantastic tournament run. What a month he's had.
Vai no banheiro antes que tem uma infecção ali. É verdade, eu esqueci no banheiro. Gente, eu vou no banheiro rapidinho, tá? Vou até mutar aqui pra não tomar uns copyright da vida. E rapidinho eu volto, tá? Pra gente trocar uma ideia. Senão acaba mijando nas calças. Volte. Mano. Cadê a Gard pra derrubar o Draga? A Gard perdeu, você acredita, Diva? 3 horas depois, senhora Bugada encontra ele dormindo com a cabeça encostada na parede no banheiro. Para com isso, cara. Eu não dormi no banheiro, não. Mas sabe a última vez que eu fui no banheiro sem ser essa agora? Não sei se foi a anterior. Oxe, só sai me seguindo? Ué, só achei que você já me seguia. Obrigado pelo follow, mano. O ataque não deixa recuar, a habilidade coloca contador de dano se for abatido. Isso. Mano, eu dormi no banheiro na vez anterior que eu fui mijar, velho. Aí eu sabe como é que eu acordei? Porque minha cabeça pesou pra frente e eu escorreguei, tá ligado? Quase que eu caí do bagulho. Ah, seu follow tinha saído? Oxe, que loucura. Bug. Não, eu tô ligado. Mano, não tô nem zoando. Eu realmente dormi no banheiro, mas não foi agora, tá? Agora eu demorei pra vir porque realmente eu estava muito apertado. Eu fiquei 15 minutos mijando, velho. Na moral, nunca fiquei 15 minutos mijando. É bizarro isso, tá? Bugs na live do Bugado, né, Sociais? Até parece que nunca aconteceu. Ah, é, tem que botar o Dragapult aqui, né? Quem nunca tirou 10 minutos no banheiro? Ah, eu tirei 15, né? Mano, esse cara vai acabar ganhando, tá ligado? Eu tô quase... Mano, eu tô crendo que esse cara aqui vai ganhar. Não, pô. Você não tá entendendo, ô pessoa. Eu vou repetir pra ver se você entendeu a loucura. Eu não estava em pé. Vamos ver se você entendeu agora. Se eu falei que dormi sentado, você tenta entender um pouquinho. A cena. Entenda a cena. Estava sentado, pô. Só tem... É Draga versus Draga Mirror. Sentado não tem como. É abraçar o joelho, abaixar a cabeça e dormir pelado no trono. Caraca. Então, eu tava sentado, pô. É isso que eu tô falando, pô. Ainda mais que eu tô com sono, se eu for mijar em pé, eu vou bater a cabeça na parede, velho. Não pode, não. Melhor sentado, né? Quem não faz bagunça. Com o sono que eu tô, mesmo, se eu mijar em pé... Bizarro. É tipo assim, você senta assim, ó. Aí você dó dormindo, tá ligado? Essa pegada, pra vocês terem uma noção. Ô, mas teve uma vez no meu antigo trabalho, eu fui mijar em pé, mano, e eu tava com tanto sono no dia que eu acordei porque, tipo assim, sabe quando você vai curvando a cabeça e bate a cabeça na parede? Já aconteceu comigo, isso já. Já aconteceu comigo, tipo, eu tava em pé, aí eu dormi e fiz assim, pá, e bati a cabeça, tá ligado? Tipo... Mano, é mais fácil vocês perguntarem o que nunca aconteceu com o Bugado, que tudo já aconteceu comigo, mano. Mano, eu já fui... Acho que eu já contei isso pra algumas pessoas, acho que não pra todo mundo que tá aqui, talvez. Mas eu já fui... um policial me pegou na rua... Calma, deixa eu acabar isso. Lá ele... pra fazer busca e apreensão de ex-ministro do esporte aqui em Brasília, mano. A gente invadiu a casa do cara lá com o policial lá. Os caras começaram a revirar as coisas do cara com o mandato na mão. Parecia bandido roubando as paradas, tá ligado? Mas não, era policial revistando tudo, tá ligado? Mano, Isso já aconteceu com algum de vocês? Eu acho que não, mas enfim. Bom dia, alguém sabe se tem alguma live transmitindo regional Santiago? Nenhum, mano. Que eu saiba, nem tá sendo transmitido, Ana. Infelizmente. Tá sendo só transmitido esse aqui, tá? Porque você tava junto? Quem ganhou a primeira? Agora é Draga versus Draga, Tomás. Porque o policial te chamou pra isso? Ah, é porque foi o seguinte. Eu tava na parada de ônibus junto com um porteiro que... Porque eu tava pegando ônibus de madrugada, era 5 e pouco da manhã, pra ir pro trabalho. E tava eu e um porteiro que tinha acabado de sair também do bagulho e tava voltando pra casa. Aí o policial parou e saiu um monte de policial armado e chegou e perguntou pra gente: ô, vocês podem ir ali com a gente ser testemunha pra fazer busca e apreensão, tá ligado? Eu preciso de testemunha, a gente precisa de 2 testemunhas. Aí eu me senti coagido aí. Os caras tava com umas armas na mão, tá ligado? Pra mim nem era policial, que eles estavam com... Eles estavam com aquelas... como é que fala? Carro de apaziguar, tá ligado? Não era... Afinal vai ser Draga versus Draga, vai.
Apaziguado? Paisana.
Apaisano, isso. Apaziguar não. Eu tô dormindo, para de me corrigir, cara. Minha mãe tá me zoando, gente. É paisana. Isso, pô. Caraca, minha mente não tá funcionando hoje, cara. Eu não tô trocando as palavras, velho. Me ajuda, gente. Minha esposa tá indo na minha cara, velho. Pô, véio. Gente, hoje tá difícil, velho. Mano, hoje o bugado não existe, cara. De verdade. É a polícia civil. É a polícia civil mesmo, é isso aí, pô.
Era civil ou era...
Hã?
Era civil ou era federal?
Eu nem tô te ouvindo, cara. São 2 fones na minha orelha. Dois malucos armados convenceram o bugado que eles eram policiais pra fazer um assalto e ter alguém pra deixar no lugar caso precisasse fugir.
Não, mas saiu no jornal.
Não, mas saiu no jornal, ou pessoa, depois. Foi policial mesmo, tá ligado?
Mas não era Polícia Federal, não?
Ah, era Polícia Civil.
Civil?
Acho que era civil. Civil não usa farda? Não tava de farda não, pô. Já aconteceu comigo também. Me levaram pra casa de um traficante com as filhas do cara dentro da casa ainda. Caraca! Refém, eu era o refém, né? Precisavam de 2 pra usar o escudo. Eu era o escudo, né? Mano, o cara me viu tremendo subindo no elevador, mano, e perguntou assim, primeira vez? Eu me senti coagido, cara.
Não, você tem que terminar a frase. Ele perguntou primeira vez e você?
Hã?
Aí você, sim.
É, ele falou primeira vez, eu falei sim. Aí eu percebi. Que eu tava tremendo, velho. Nunca tinha acontecido aqueles negócios comigo, velho. Sei lá. Não, seu policial, eu invado casa das pessoas toda semana. Vai com calma.
Não, você falou do jeito que eles falavam, parecia
Quê?
malandro.
Hã?
Do jeito que eles falavam, parecia...
Mano, eles falavam igual malandro, velho. Eu nem parecia policial, velho. Tá ligado? Mas eu tô ligado que tem muito policial que fala nesse estilo, tipo, porque fala muito com bandido, essas paradas, né? Mas, velho, é bizarro, velho. De verdade, é muito bizarro, velho.
Ai, meu Deus do céu.
Mas, gente, é muito bizarro isso, velho, você fazer busca. Mano, e o bizarro foi que, tipo assim, quando bateram na porta do cara, tipo assim, ó, bateram na porta do cara, aí a esposa do cara abriu a porta. Meu irmão, a policial já esticou tipo, o papelzinho na cara dela, falando, aqui temos um mandado de busca e apreensão, e começou a entrar a polícia com as armas dentro da casa da mulher, e começou a puxar as gavetas, começou a abrir armário, começou a fazer... Meu irmão, eu sei que eu assustei na hora, eu não sabia o que tá. Eu falei, meu Deus do céu.
O cara acordou, né?
Aí eu perdeu pra puta, perdeu, mano. Infelizmente. Mano, eu fiquei assim... tá ligado? Parecia bandido mesmo. Sabe aqueles bandidos daqueles filmes de investigação, quando tá assaltando casa das pessoas, que sai puxando tudo, aí o que acha de valor bota dentro do saco e leva? Foi tipo isso que eu tava vendo, tá ligado? É muito bizarro, velho. Sem sacanagem. Perdeu a chance de falar uma frase de efeito, tipo, tudo que você dissesse será usado contra você no tribunal. Mas eu não lembro se eles falaram isso. Eu acho que não, acho que eu não lembro deles falar isso, não.
Pra você não, você não é...
Não, pra pessoa na porta, quando entrou. Eu não lembro dele falar isso. Bugado, vi seu vídeo com o Renan, muito bom. Oxi, postou o videozinho hoje? Só fala depois que acha alguma coisa. Ah, o Gadinho pegou propina pra montar o primeiro deck nesse dia. Que isso? Mas tem muitos anos isso aí. Eu tinha quantos anos quando isso aconteceu? Eu tinha 20... Eles só dizem que estão fazendo busca e apreensão e pedem pra colaborar. É essa parada, eles... Draga versus... Mano, eu não vou nem botar pra vocês votar. Porque a resposta é Draga, entendeu? Esse mano aí não tá puro. Pela cara dele, né, mano? Pera, é outro top 4? Não é Draga versus Draga, não? Pera, gente, não é Draga... Vai ser Guard versus Draga? Vai ser duas Mirror? Vai não, pô. Esse cara não tá de Guard? Pera, vai ser Draga versus Draga, depois Draga versus Draga de novo? Gente, boa noite, até amanhã. Tamo junto, falou!
Põe assim pra você dormir, já prepara a cabecinha aí pra você dormir. Amor, já prepara a cabecinha com o põe pra você dormir.
Hã? Cara, minha esposa mandou fazer isso aqui, tá?
A cabecinha já assim, dormir. Não era assim, né, mas tudo bem.
Caralho. Ai, não tô te ouvindo. Oi. Hã? Entendi nada. Só ouvi o primeiro.
Depois você passa lá e eu te falo.
Só ouvi porco. Com mar ou sem mar?
Sem mar.
Por quê? Não fica ruim?
Não sei.
Tá. Todas as partidas de hoje teve Draga. Todas, mano. Mirror de Draga e acabar essa Mirror tem mais Mirror de... Gente, eu esqueci de desmutar, ninguém me falou, velho. Cara, que vocês querem ver muito Draga, né? Vocês nem me pediram pra desmutar, mano. É uma hiena? Que isso, cara?
Yeah, fantastic for Alberto. Really unfortunate for Noah.
Aí foi eliminado, foi, mano.
On this poor start from Noah now. You know, we got to keep the excitement going. I think with Noah.
Tem que banir Dragapult, mano. A Mimir pra sempre agora, gente.
You know, and passing over, that cannot feel good. Not even a manual. Well, you can't manually attach there.
Oh,
at
move
that
that
point.
10 straight back.
Move
The
that 10 straight back.
And a retreat, and itchy pollen straight back. Now that's a little bit rude in my opinion. If your opponent hasn't had a chance to set up and then item lock them on their.
Mano, agora é Draga versus Draga, e afinal é Draga versus Draga.
Already, that might be one of the fastest games you've ever seen in the top 4. Alberto Conti takes a sneaky one and is currently 1 game up in our top 4B feature match here. 1 game away from the final.
Acabou, nem ferrando, velho.
Play a single card and it was bosses or didn't really get to consult.
Nem ferrando, velho.
But it couldn't have been very.
A dominação da Dragapult nos torneios é impressionante. Infelizmente, essa rotação foi muito ruim com o passar do tempo. Em todos os regionais, quando não é Draga, é Guard. Não vejo a hora de resetar esse meta. Ah, relaxa, mano. Logo, logo vem counter de tudo isso aí e a gente fica safe, mano. É porque como rotacionou e não chegou coisa relevante pro meta, aí ficou essa loucura aí, mano. Quem tem saco pra Badu, mano? Quem ganha ou quem perder, nem ganhar vai perder. Vai todo mundo perder. Vai ser isso aí. É isso aí, Wellen, vai ser isso aí. Nem quem ganhar vai perder. Vai ganhar, nem perder. Vai todo mundo perder. Mano, esse tanto de boneco ali, velho. Agora vocês viram o tanto de boneco ali em cima? And at the highest of levels. Now, if you're no, I'm thinking, right, it can't really get worse than that, right? So at the bare minimum, this game 2 is going to be an improvement on that. Whether or not, you know, that's going to be a good or a bad thing, I'm not sure, but let's see how this game 2 pans out. Looks like Alberto has got a mulligan there. In case you don't know, viewers, if you attempt to start the game of Pokemon 7-card hand, if you haven't got a basic Pokemon in there, you have to reveal your hand to the opponent. Já tem regional semana que vem, Bugado e Portland. Eu tô ligado. Vai fazer cobertura, vou. É o mesmo Regi Drago tempos atrás, é.
Basic Pokemon, like you said, will have to shuffle up into the deck to try and find another hand with another basic Pokemon. But Noah will be welcome.
Sabe como é que vai ser a próxima partida? Vai ser o Bugado falando assim: de novo, entendeu? Mano, acho que esse cara vai conceder de novo pro outro, mano. Ele tá sorrindo muito, mano. Acho que eles são amigos, mano. Os caras tão jogando, contando piada, não é possível. O cara tá rindo toda hora, velho.
Great hand, unless you're forced to go second.
Yeah, I was about to say,
the Arven, right?
Yes. Will Noah opt to go first or second in the Pokemon TCG? If you lose the game, you can choose to go first, second, the next one. Double GP prize for Alberto. Dusclops counter catch.
Meu Deus, ele prisou 2 drip e outro prisou 2 energia de fogo.
And Noah is Alberto's going first. Okay, this could be a polar opposite of the last game. The pendulum of power swinging back the other way. At least we have a basic Pokemon. We do have Fez. You don't want to bench that now, though. So we're going to see the luminous.
Aprende a embaralhar, Alberto. Tá difícil mesmo, né?
Noah now, can he capitalize on Alberto's slow start? Turn attached to the active.
Yeah, Noah will be able to use that Etching Pollen first, which is always going to be advantageous in this matchup. Does to go for the Ultra Ball there. I don't know if I saw a supporter in hand, actually. Here we see just prize checking, just going through all your Pokemon through the deck. Does play the Cleffa, so can get a Grasping Draw at some point in the game if he wishes, but looks like he's eyeing up that Itchy Pollen. Could have gone for the Grasping Draw if there's no more further outs to Pokemon, just to find some extra resources. At least he's
buenas noches, Net. Tudo bom, mano? E Jodzene, esse FDP chama, acha que ficar batendo Badu é jogar.
No way to accelerate that board state, and you imagine for Noah, it's just going to be a retreat in Itchy Pollen if it no.
Fala, Bugado, tudo bom? E aí, LF? Belezinha, mano? Como é que você tá?
Benjamin, we didn't get a chance to talk about Noah's deck. It obviously is built around the Dragapult archetype, as we do say. Going to hit the active, a lot of damage, and set up bench KOs as well with Phantom Dive. But he does play the Dust Noir line. That's something that Alberto does not play. So that's our X factor there from Noah. The Dust Noir line, very useful. Dusclops has the Curse Blast ability. It lets you knock itself out. However, you get to place 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Very good, especially in combination with Phantom Dive and then Monkey Dory as well. Can get a little bit.
É impressão minha, todos os caboclos que chegou na final, os caras jogam em 2x. Vocês repararam isso?
You can knock itself out. However, it puts 13 damage counters, Ben, on one of your opponent's Pokemon. That in combination with, Phantom Dive into the active and on the bench and Hawlucha, it basically means none of Alberto Conti's Pokemon are safe.
Yeah, it synergizes really well with our Phantom Dive, just placing damage counters wherever you like and taking those big multi-prize knockouts. Importantly as well, for that Curse Blast, as we saw in Noah's last game, it does unlock all of the potential of Counter Catcher.
Yep.
Does play 3 Counter Catcher in the deck as well, for Iono as well. So knocking your own Pokemon out isn't
the Professor's research and double Dust Skull there, sorry to interrupt, but Noah is... How many extra cards has he played so far?
Vai vir o Free Leash, Badu vai rotacionar, o item lock vai continuar. Pois é.
You see the double Dust Skull.
Se bem que já existe Venomote,
like this, going for the double Dust Skull, only because, one Dreepy doesn't sound fantastic, but coming up against a really slow archetype,
é pra nos poupar da tortura.
There's that much in it, right? There's not too much of a
Free Leash ele sente, nós estamos lascados, Rai. Item lock vai ficar muitos anos aí, aparentemente. Até 2000 e... Se vai lançar esse ano mais 3 anos, até 2028, Rai. Olha que delícia.
Is it just a fact of trying to find what you can in Itchy Pollen? Manual retreat isn't great either, but here we have Noah now. Does he retreat? Well, he's going to retreat in Itchy Pollen, you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, manual retreat from the Dreepy into the Budew. And now for Alberto, what's more important, Shay, is that Arven is effectively turned off because you will only be able to find items with that Arven. And that
é muito fácil a Pokémon tirar o Dragapult do meta. Basta fazer uma carta Pokémon que tem habilidade de custo de ataque com Pokémon Dragão é um a mais. Nem isso. A carta que vai counter o Dragapult pra matar vai ser o seguinte. Se você bater num Pokémon que começa com Draga e termina com Put, você puxa 15 prêmios. Acabou. Você ganha o jogo. É isso. Falando sério, pô.
Does he choose the Mind Bend here?
I think you can actually take a KO, right? If you Adrenabrain plus Mind Bend.
Yeah, of course, you do have the Adrenabrain. That is active with Luminous Energy.
Eu falo zoando, mas faz sentido.
I guess this, limits Noah's ability.
Tem carta que é quase isso, tá ligado? Só falta, né? Só falta.
But for Alberto, just having that Arven in hand, not choosing to thin out the deck even further.
Todo isso, quando me virou dono da Pokémon, agora ninguém vai poder jogar Pokémon sem negate ou item lock. É, pô, tá difícil.
Pressure to Noah, forcing maybe a potential attack. Has the Pheasantipity on board now for Flip the Script to increase his outs to further resources to build up his own board state. But this isn't great. This isn't ideal, right?
And I just want to say, in case you're watching at home thinking, why on earth is that Dreepy facing the other way? Mind Bend does confuse the special effect Confusion. What it does is if you choose to attack while confused, you have to flip a coin. If heads, the attack goes through. If tails, it fails, and you hit yourself. But here we're going to see a real cool card here via Arven. That rescue board, the Pokemon it's attached to gets 1 retreat cost less. What that basically means is no matter how confused that Dreepy is, it can come on home, get to the bench, recover, and then whatever Noah wants to promote, he can. Could be Budew, could be Dreepy, could become a Dracloak.
Yeah, I think for Noah now it's how can I just accelerate this board further whilst Alberto is having this poor game. I think it's just trying to capitalize on the time saving, knowing that Alberto doesn't have any sort of real threat on board. I think for Noah is just evolve into those Dracloaks, get those manual attachments up and running. Just trying to evolve into those Dracloaks to get those recon directives up and running and establishing this board state. I think a Curse Blast situation could be coming. I think that
Gente, finalmente eu acordei.
More and evolve these Duskulls into Dusclops, I think we could have a pretty quick game here. And Noah just having to navigate through that.
Não sei porque eu acordei, mas eu acordei, gente.
Recon Directive just used there as well. Does have Rassi board in hand now to retreat into that Budew. Does have Psychic Energy for the attachment as well. So the pieces really are coming together.
Really are. This is really tough.
A habilidade, quando esse Pokémon estiver no banco, ignora os efeitos de ataque Pokémon ativo do oponente. Ia ser legal uma carta assim.
Still have to capitalize on the slow start. Alberto is no stranger to these top tables. We do see Recon Directive. That was nice stretcher and a dust.
Deus me Draput em seguida te animou. Cara, com certeza não foi isso. Acho que o ódio disso me animou, né? Eu não gosto de Draga não, gente. Sai fora, pelo amor de Deus, cara. Eu acho que o ódio foi tão grande que eu acordei, cara. Então da próxima vez é assim, vai me acordar, né? Ter ódio, aparentemente.
This is not great.
Oh no, I think we're still on Noah's turn. Still hasn't turned attached yet. Still on Noah's turn yet. That would be unfortunate for Alberto. Yeah, we are going to see it. We have to see a turn attachment. There we go.
Yeah.
And now we should see Itchy Pollen, 10 damage, which will come flying back.
O problema do Draga tem muito HP e um efeito de ataque difícil, quase impossível de counterar. E a desgraça bate 2 vezes tranquilo por causa do HP. É triste.
I know, yeah.
Eu achando que era live acelerada. Não é não, pô. É os caras jogando rápido, mano.
The item while under Itchy Pollen lock won't be able to get played.
I think the only thing that can save him is a Luxurious Cape. Luxurious Cape onto the Monkey Dory.
Só não gosta porque não joga com ele, cara. Mesmo se eu jogasse, velho, é porque o baralho não funciona comigo se eu sair. Eu já testei em live, mano, não funciona comigo o baralho, me odeia, eu acho.
And then if Noah is able to also use Horlucha onto the Pheasantipity, will be knocked out by a Phantom Dive. I think that's the way to win it. Oh, and okay, no, yeah.
Bravery Charm
does also do the same sort of thing, yeah.
I mean, what this play does, because Bravery Charm is attached to a basic Pokemon viewers, it boosts the basic Pokemon attached to hit points by 50. What it does do, it stops you losing slower, faster I should say, but again, without any GP development or energy attachments, we're not accelerating our win condition here, I feel. I guess we can Mind Bend and KO active Budew at the very least.
Yeah.
A Jonah Brave moved that 10 off.
We'll put that Monkey Dory now to 160 damage.
Hit points.
Hit points, sorry.
Yeah, you got it.
But I still think now with the Curse Blast, you still have game here if you're able to find the Horlucha, if you can gust up that Pheasantipity as well. Put the Monkey Dory within range of the Curse Blast, of the Phantom Dive, right?
Até tem, mas não tem pra todos no banco. Tem o Jirachi, mas é contra básico e já vai rotacionar também, verdade.
Let's see if Noah finds the lines. Yeah. Oh, does have Horlucha in hand. Does have the Horlucha in hand.
Do we have access?
I think it's just Gust and...
Just got to swap that active. It looks like with that Iono being played, I guess counter catch.
Nem pro lado bom da força.
Yeah, the counter catch is live with Alberto taking.
Ah, mas eu já jogo de Gondengo, eu acho. Eu gosto até mais de Gondengo do que de Draga, pra você ter noção.
Dragapult EX is actually a win on this exact turn.
Let's have a look. Orders there.
Unfair stamp, you could play that as well, funnily enough. Really unfortunate, but you could play that.
Thinning out of the deck further with that Buddy-Buddy Poffin, increasing your odds of finding what you need.
Queria pegar a pool de Gondengo, mas é muito caro. Rabsca. É, o Rabsca protege, né? Mas ele é estágio 1, né?
Again, if we see Dragapult EX, Counter Catcher, Night Stretcher, that'll be it.
Yeah, and Noah didn't play the Horlucha last turn. He chose the Iono before. Oh no, sorry. Did he?
Yeah, it was Horlucha. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, did choose to not play the Horlucha straight away. Here we see.
Luxurious Counter Catcher. Oh, I don't think we do have Recon Directive though. There's Ultra Ball. So now we need Dust Noir or second Dusclops get you there as well. It would, right?
Yes, the second Dusclops. Oh, and there's another Ultra Ball.
Right, so I think.
Cara, com 80 conto já o Gondengo tá caro.
Dusclops. Oh no, one is in the prizes. So we'll be forced to use Dust Noir.
Gondengo o melhor deck do formato atualmente, ainda mais com o Mikio tancando. Pô, é gostosinho, mano. Bom dia, Moon! Como é que você tá? Tudo bom?
The decimal is in the discard pile, so we'll have to use a night stretcher to get back that decimal.
Mas será que não compensa no formato com tanta porrada no básico? Tem muita gente que tá usando, mas o básico acaba sendo melhor do que com a evolução, porque você não porque você tem uma cópia só dos dois, é muito ruim, sabe?
Does have another Ultra Ball, fortunately, so we'll have to unfortunately use that Ultra Ball on another Dracloak if he wants to just try again. But I think you need too much now.
Yeah, I think at this point you just say, okay, we came close, we was in the right ballpark, let's just fire off an attack.
Yeah, Alberto's going to be really, really happy to see no optimal play here. Oh, does go for the counter catcher. I really do like this play, not activating flip the script, not taking knockout on the Monkey Dory. Will mean that Alberto is going to stick to that hand of 2.
Bonitão, o Gimme Go bonitão tá mais de 100 conto.
Can weather the storm now. Can he get? Oh, this I think is a Brock scouting.
Could have done with that a couple turns ago.
Yeah, at least he'll be able to find
tudo. E aí? Ah, agora eu tô acordado, amor. Eu tava dormindo aqui na live, o povo tava me zoando, agora eu tô acordado. Fiquei com tanta raiva de 2 Mirror de Draga e acordei na hora. Você acredita?
Letting you grab any 2 basic Pokemon you like or 1 evolution Pokemon. So at any point in the game, realistically, it's helpful. But I would have loved to have seen it earlier on that Itchy Pollen lock. However, you know, that hasn't been the way the cookies crumbled. So now we're going to see double Dreepy.
Yeah, important not taking.
Oh, vocês estão ligados que o cara fez misplay aí, né? Ele podia ter explodido o Dusk no ar e vencido a partida, né? Mano, ele podia muito ter vencido essa partida, velho. Acordado na força do ódio. Foi literalmente na força do ódio. O Joutik já jogou? Nem. O Joutik apanhou ontem pro Okidog Baby. Mano, o cara não tá bem. Mano, esse cara não tá bem, não. O cara não para de rir, mano. Ele não tinha Dusk no ar, ele tinha Dusk... É, Dusk no ar, ele não tinha mesmo não. Ele tinha, mas ele tinha o outro lá. É porque ele tinha 2 Ultra Ball, mano. Na minha cabeça ele podia ter descido o Howlucha antes, sei lá. Não percebi. Já viram o preço da caixa secreta? 200 pau. Just because it keeps Serendipity out of the range of a flying entry knockout in those later turns.
It certainly does. We are going to see a Adrenabrain into the Dragapult plus Mind Bend as a confusion.
Ele gastou um pro Fezanha, outro pro Dragapult. Então, mas ele tinha a mão boa já, sei lá. Dá pra ele ter feito, já dá pra ele ter ganhado, mas às vezes ele não viu isso, né? Ele ganha agora? Ganha não, pô.
There we do see the switch. That's gonna, well, and then an immediate retreat into rescue ball. But there's the boss's orders into Bloodmoon Ursaluna.
I do like this as well, because Bloodmoon Ursaluna is not a fantastic card to get out of the active either. Really not. Alberto does just play that 1 switch, no other switching outs, and you feel like
isso vai doer.
Any way of getting further resources in the hand, he has to be using it.
Assistindo aqui na cozinha fazendo um baião de 2 pro almoço. Eita, aí sim, bateu até a fome agora.
He's trying to say, how can I not take a knockout right now? How and well, because it's difficult to say. I don't think he'll.
Aí o Bugada Alberto pegou o prêmio de cima pra baixo.
Juiz!
Ou o estagiário que apagou a bolinha de cima, não?
Adrenabrain can move 30 damage off straight away, so that GP will be safe. And that's going to be a KO, a mid-turn KO on the Dracloak. Alberto Conti takes a second prize card. Actually, 2 prize cards ahead, funnily enough, even despite what the board state would tell you.
Yeah, finds a night stretcher from those prizes.
Ah lá, ele pegou de baixo, pô.
Does have Buddy-Buddy Poffin in hand. Can find some more Pokémon.
Ah lá, foi o estagiário mesmo, você viu que mostrou de baixo? E olha lá, ela tá mostrando em cima. Pô, o estagiário tá de sacanagem hoje, né? Das nós tá nos prêmios, o outro no descarte. Meu irmão, caiu, mano. Nem mostrou eles usando hoje.
Bosses orders again.
Acabou.
Wow.
Yeah, Noah's got so many opportunities to take this game now in his favor. Well, it's already in his favor, but tip it even further in his favor, I should say. And still being 2 prizes down, he still has counter catcher. He doesn't even need to use the boss if possible. Just eyeing up that Dust Noir now as well.
If we see the Night Stretcher, we really are unlocking the turn here.
Yeah.
Arvin, I imagine Arvin is going to find the Night Stretcher of Benjamin. And that means
Acabei de ver seu vídeo com o Renan, esqueceu do estaca-taca, tadinho. Pô, nem lembrei do estaca-taca, velho. Vocês acreditam?
This is going to be really interesting. Going for that Curse Blast. And then
eu sabia que tava esquecendo de alguém.
Curse Blast. Does he take game here? This is 100 damage spread on the board, and now taking 1, 2, 3, 6 prizes.
6 prize turn. Goodness gracious me. Noah with the Curse Blast, able to go from 6 prize cards down to 0 in one fell swoop. Phantom diving his way to victory here in our game 2 here in top 4. Wow, the patience on display there from Noah, saying, right, I'm not taking these prize cards now. I'm gonna not activate your Pheasantipity. I'm gonna clean it all up in one disastrous turn for Alberto, and now this is an even match, Benjamin.
Yeah, this is a real slow and steady match here for Noah. This is a perfect example of how to play this deck specifically. I think it's just kind of slow, be patient, like you said, establish a board state, you know, kind of drip and drab all of this damage on your opponent's board. We thought,
cara puxou 6 prêmios de uma vez, mano.
Here, but why not? Why should I? Let's just put some damage on this Pheasantipity. Let's establish it for the later turns. Although Alberto still has that Monkey Dory Adrenabrain in the active, it wasn't enough to take enough damage off board at one given time. And with 2 Phantom Dives in connection with 2 Curse Blasts,
absurdo, tá?
Doing the math behind here, we were saying 50 again. Is this enough to take a 6?
Com Dusk Noir tem essa parada, né? Ele pode.
They're only 30 damage, I believe, away from. No, sorry, it was 1 damage away from being knocked out there, and of course with the Bloodmoon Ursaluna with already so many damage counters on.
Olha, o cara do juiz deve estar pensando, poderia estar aproveitando o domingo, mas estou aqui assistindo Draga versus Draga.
Really was. He couldn't really write it better than that. I have to say, Benjamin, that was poetry in motion. Noah did everything he could there.
Estaca-taca era uma carta boa, GX, ou não?
Viewers at home, this is essentially a best of 1 for our last finalist slot here in the Utrecht Special Championship. Alberto Conti on the left, Noah on the right. Both players will be trying. Here's our prize cards. Unfair Stamp is prized, rescue board, and for Noah, the Cleffer Duskwall. Both Duskwalls, actually.
Yes, both.
And we saw just how important they were in the last game for Noah. However, here we go. Game 3 here in our top 4 feature match. The winner of this game will find themselves in the final with a chance to call themselves the Utrecht champion.
Does have 1 Duskull available with those 2 prizes now, so it does play 3. So it is going to be a real important strategy. So you imagine just playing more than
que eu vi aqui, nenhuma carta absurda, não.
Way of playing it, and of course with connection to counter catcher as well. They both play 3. You know, this is a
Perguntei esses dias, eu vou perguntar de novo. Desculpa, pergunta, mano.
Like we've already said, and you know, establishing the board state well enough in those
Dragapult é forte, né? Pode não gostar do deck, mas é forte se ele dominar o ritmo. É, não, pior que ele...
Maximum disruption.
As camisetas? Que camiseta? Da Liga Pokémon? Play Pokémon, você fala? Essas camisetas? Cara, não sei te responder. Geralmente eles botam essas camisetas pro povo que vai aparecer na stream e tem uma camiseta com marca de time, essas paradas. E aí eles mandam o cara botar. Agora, se tem como comprar, eu não sei. Eu acho que tem, mano. Capaz de comprar na Pokémon Center, não? Não dei uma olhada se tem, mas bom dar uma conferida.
And the Buddy-Buddy Poffin, the first check of the deck here, just looking through the prizes, seeing what's available to him. And
tu ganha camiseta quando joga na live? Ah, é?
No supporters either.
So is this going to find a drag cloak here, just so you can try and start a recon direct?
Eu acho que deve ter na Liga Pokémon, tem não?
Looks like it is.
Could be a very important Dracloak there, everyone watching, viewers at home. But has got Budew in the active.
Mano, esse cara não para de rir, mano. Mas eu não tenho certeza, tá, o professor, mas eu acho que tem. Mano, esse cara não tá puro não, velho. Esse cara tá rindo do Neida, velho. O cara do nada meteu um risadona ali, vocês viram?
Start disrupting your opponent. But for Noah, fortunate enough for him, does have 2 Dracloak in hand now. So those recon directives are going to be thick and fast next turn for Noah. You feel like Noah has the better setup of the 2 right now. Only one Arvin, no other ball search, no Buddy-Buddy Poffin in hand.
Acho muito linda. Pior que eu acho bonita também. Eu queria uma verde, mano. Verde e azul, acho bonitona.
So let's see how he navigates this hand.
Definitely not the easiest one. As I iron up the luxurious cape since the
Nossa, gente, minha bunda. Ai, peraí que agora minha bunda. Acho que por eu estar acordado eu comecei a sentir a bunda agora. Ai, meu irmão tá doendo, velho. Do Neida começou a doer, velho. Acho que agora eu senti a pressão da bunda sentado aqui, velho. Antes eu não tava sentindo não, velho. Eu tô nem zoando, tô falando sério, velho. Antes eu tava nem sentindo, eu acho. Agora eu tô sentindo, tá doendo pra caramba, velho. Tá dura, meu irmão. Tá dura.
Energy acceleration in the deck. There's no crisp spin. There's no cards like, you know, Tiamat, Gogapon, nothing similar to that sort of standard. So at least the EXP share, you have the security of, if I attach to one of my GP, I can attach my EXP share to the other. So at least that energy's safe on board.
Yeah.
At least I have that security behind me. And the Ultra Ball's definitely being ironed up here. You feel like you have to attach to a Dreepy here. And of course, you have to save 1 energy for the manual retreat here with that rescue ball being prized. Actually getting rid of the EXP.
Yeah, after all that, yeah. I mean, you are correct. In ideal circumstances, it's a terrific card. However, when you need this card fodder, you need to, well, discard it, really, and you have to preempt.
Por que eu senti minha bunda só porque eu acordei? Não era pra eu sentir quando eu tava com sono, não? E pra me acordar? Sei lá.
Guaranteed this Dracloak, so having to play it now. Get it out.
Não faz sentido, faz o que eu tô
falando.
falando.
Brave Budew, love to see it. We're going to turn attach luminous energy, pay that, use that to retreat, I should say, and it's going to be Itchy Pollen for 10 damage. No, I cannot play any item.
This is really the devil's advocate, because although you're ultra balling for the Dracloak, you know, you're having the understanding that you are going to be
partida feia também achei. Tá horrível. Feia é pouco. Gente, vocês já almoçaram, velho? O Bugado ainda não almoçou.
I tell you what,
Noah can capitalize on this pretty early on.
Noah was very close as well. Actually has the psychic energy of the second recon directive. Did draw into a jack as well to evolve.
Não tem na loja oficial, então deve ganhar só quem participa lá mesmo, então, professor. Capaz. Ainda não. A minha esposa tá fazendo um almoço ali pra nós.
You feel like that Dracloak's going to be doing some considerable damage over some turns, but it is just going to be the Itchy Pollen, and Alberto will be able to evolve into that Dracloak, and you feel he's recon directive straight away. What, give me something good, come on. Can I find a supporter? Can I find any other way to get out of this situation? Let's see what you have, Alberto. I think it was an Ultra Ball he's choosing here. Can see what else he was choosing. There's the manual attachment.
Did need that. Did need a turn attachment at the very least. And just the Itchy Pollen back. Now I think Noah has a pretty good hand here. Recon directive gonna draw 2. Well, guess put 1 into the hand, but does have that Jock in the hand.
Vai postar vídeo hoje não?
Dragapult EX is not
Uai, mano, o vídeo sempre sai meio-dia, cara.
Has a free retreat cost, so it's not going to be hard getting play as well. Second recon directive, fire energy. I know.
Couldn't find that all-important boss for this Dracloak. I don't know whether you just Itchy Pollen again and take the fact that you could be knocked out next turn by another Itchy Pollen. At least then your counter catcher is alive at that point. This is the first recon directive, right?
No, second.
It's the second.
Second one.
So definitely can't find boss any other way now. Maybe you want to just take a couple of turns to set up some well, he had the Duskull in hand already. Yeah, it's going to be, or maybe some further Dreepy. Unsure where Noah's going to take this one now.
Let's see. You can obviously use the Jack to get Dragon Point X if he likes, or it depends. You want to do that, or would you rather, you know, slow this game down a bit more? But it looks like the Jack is being played. Now, are we going to see the double EX here? Or are you going to try and hold on to one for the recon directive? Okay.
Fala, Joãozinho. Bom dia, mano.
Jack, a terrific supporter card. A card that gets played in response to Budew, since it is a supporter-based Pokemon search card, letting you grab any 2 evolution Pokemon you like.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you take Knockout here, you unlock so much potential out of Alberto's deck. You unlock the counter catches. You know, the unfair stamp is, unfortunately for Alberto, it is prized. But, you know, you unlock so much potential out of Alberto's deck. The top deck of the Iono, oh, so important there, Shay, for Alberto.
It really was.
This is going to be a real important Iono now. And with that Jack being played from Noah, he does know that that Dragon Ball DX is in hand at this point.
Yep, and the other Jack locals are not super relevant right now, but you know what's in the hand. Knowledge is power.
Ai, papai.
Let's have a look.
Eu tô com preguiça, papai. Eu tô com preguiça. Quero deitar.
I think it's just Iono now, and just see if he can find any further ways of getting Dreepy out for the later turns if you take a knockout on this Budew.
There we go.
The Pheasantipity and the Iono coming down.
Right, this is a very important Iono. Both players will put their hands to the bottom of the deck and draw 6. Let's see how this works here for Alberto. Would you start Phantom Diving here, or do you just keep Itchy Pollening? Probably Itchy Pollen, right?
I think you Itchy Pollen here.
Dá oi pro povo, dá um oi.
You take the knockouts, you know, you unlock so much potential out of
Nós
Noah's
quiser
deck now.
algum de galhar,
The
gente. Nós
catches
quiser algum de galhar.
Catches are live now for Noah if you take this knockout. That's why the Bravery Charm's so good in this specific matchup. Because those Budew, you know, Itchy Pollen mind games. Okay, you knock out mine, I knock out yours. You know, it's a little bit of an awkward way of playing. And here we see the knockout for Alberto going 1 prize up in this game. But Noah, what have you got for us?
Oh no, it's impressive research. I was about to say, all we had there was Arven and a load of item cards. There was an Iono as well. Now, do you go for the Iono? Do you go for Professor's Research?
There's so many different ways you could play this now.
Yeah,
you know, you could have used Holutra on that Dreepy and the Pheasantipity, you know, gust up that Pheasantipity and take a 3 prize turn. You know, there's so many different ways you can play this now at this point.
We do see Iono. There is a Dragapult EX in that hand.
Yes, I feel like you have to start doing Phantom Dive at this point. I feel like you have to start applying pressure. As soon as that Budew's gone for any Dragon Ball player, it's go time at that point, right?
We did draw into a Budew there off the recon directives. If you really wanted to and did take it, you could slow the game back down again.
Meu Deus, que foi?
Looks like what's what we're gonna
see. Que essa criatura fofamente felpuda. É a Mika, minha cachorrinha.
Is really low.
É a Mika.
At least he knows that Holucha has been down now, so wouldn't be able to take
até cuspiu o miojão aqui. É minha cachorrinha, é a Mika.
On the Dracloak or potentially another Dreepy. So yeah, I think the manual attachment, I think what I would love to see here from Alberto is a double prize knockout.
I mean, you even open up the door to a Monkey Dory mid-turn KO onto the Budew as well. Depends on how the Iono treated Alberto. Let's see what he has cooking. Does have a Luminous Energy in hand? Is the Monkey Dory about? Oh, I don't think it is.
Any other way, but does have
Recon Directive could get us the House of Joyce into exactly that, or Brock scouting.
What does he find?
Let's see what it is. Debating the hand again.
Alberto can take a 3 prize turn here if he does find that Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory onto the Budew.
Sabe o que é triste, gente? A gente tá vendo Draga vs Draga. Acabar essa aqui, vai ter mais Draga vs Draga, velho. Meu Deus! Alguém fura meus olhos. Deus me livre, cara.
If you still find that as a threat, I think the more you start winning the game, however, the more you're taking prize cards, the less threatening that Duskull is. Of course, Noah doesn't want to be using any sort of Duskull shenanigans if Alberto is close to winning the game.
Yeah, I'd love, KO a Dracloak. think there's actually a fire energy in a discard pulse. You want to chase fire energy, perhaps, or no? Ignore me. Gonna go for the psychic energy.
Well, at least if he does have an out to the fire energy, you can't attach double fire and.
Oh
do
yeah,
the,
sorry, I got it the wrong way around in my head.
I knew exactly what you were going for.
So you do see Phantom Dive into the active, 200 damage, 6 damage counter spread to the benched Duskull. 2 prize cards there for Alberto. And you know what the scary thing is? That Budew is still only on 30 hit points.
Cadê os Raging Bold? Ah, ficou top 4, mas...
I think what I like actually about knocking
Só.
out the Duskull, the Budew's on board
Ficou top 8, na verdade, né? Top 4 não, perdão. Top 8.
Of knockout, so you could monkey Dory on the later turn.
Não, ficou top 4 sim, né? Que ele enfrentou o Draga, né? Tá certo.
I like this. I like the comfortable approach to this one and saying, right, that Budew, I really don't see it as a threat. Itchy Poly me if you like. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah. I think the time for Itchy Pod is probably gone now, unless you're weaving your boss's orders as well. But, you know, when you've got Phantom Dive barreling down and you can't really be Itchy Podding this, we're going to see an evolution.
Se fosse Draga batendo em Draga, beleza, mas guerra de Badu é irrita mesmo. Pô, muito, velho. É guerra de Badu até alguém fazer o Draga no banco, né? Tomei tanto ranço, tô quase montando um.
Can't take any sort of, well, if you're going to be taking knockout on it with Phantom Dive, you're only leaving 1 more damage counter to spread on board.
Yeah, does have Night Stretcher and Counter Catcher currently live though. Night Stretcher to grab back GP, love to see that. We are going to have a backup GP at some point. Professor's V, oh, not playing the Counter Catcher, okay.
Yeah, I think doing some damage to this Dragapult now is where your priorities are, because you're so far back in the game now. You know, you haven't even taken a prize yet. Alberto's taken 3. You know, that Night Stretcher going for the GP. I think the dream of using the Curse Blast from any Dusclops or Duskull is gone at this point, just because you have that, but you want
also voltando, gente, me ajuda.
Take, you know.
Did draw into Halucha here. I wonder if we're going to see Halucha. That will help you reach into the Budew without having to waste all your damage counters. Perhaps Pheasantipity will hit the board.
You can put 10 damage on that Pheasantipity as well. And the Halucha, put it within range of that Phantom Dive. Pheasantipity, of course, you would have to gust it up in order to do...
Cara, ainda falta 36 minutos, velho. As 2 primeiras partidas foram muito rápidas, velho. Os caras jogam vezes 2 mesmo, velho. Ainda falta 35 minutos. Tá maluco.
Game is on board now for Alberto. You know, a Monkey Dory onto the Pheasantipity and then a Phantom Dive onto that Budew. That is 3 prize cards, easy to take. But Noah seeing
Ben 10 campeão, tá ligado?
Prioritization in the
a primeira foi Donk, né? É verdade.
The resources to try and disrupt Alberto. I think Iono is probably the way forward at this point for Noah. I don't know if he's got it in hand. I think it's just Phantom Dive now.
Yep.
Phantom Dive for 200.
Okay. Big turn here. Now, where are these 6 damage counters going? It's going to be really impactful, actually. 6 damage counters to play. Now, you say we could knock out Budew. Oh, all six on the Drakloak.
Okay, interesting.
Agora tem uma pergunta muito importante. Pergunte, mano.
On the Pheasantipity. But does still have Halucha as an option, so can always just do Halucha onto that Pheasantipity if he wishes so.
Sim, tá ligado? Mostrou aqui na stream, ô Tomás. Não tava aqui na hora que mostrou, não.
Does have Arven, so he could go grab...
Achei que tu tava.
I think putting
go grab Monkey Dory, but not quite actually.
I think putting 60 damage on that Drakloak, at least you're trying to, if you're taking a knockout on this Dragapult this next turn, you're at least unloading damage onto a further Dragapult later down
Como
the line.
fala o nome da outra criatura do tipo elétrico?
No worries, so
we're seeing some Poffin fails, just getting them out the hand, getting them out the deck. You imagine an Iono will be coming soon. Don't want to be drawing into Buddy-Buddy Poffin anymore, so how about we get them clean out of the hand, so if they do get put in the deck, you're not going to draw back into them. Love to see that.
Yeah.
Deixa eu lembrar o nome dela também aqui, que eu não lembro, pô.
Alberto still has some to do in order to take this game. The first recon directive now, what does he see? I think it was a Drakloak
and a Monkey. Oh no, Drakloak and a Ace Nullified Genesect.
Yes.
Okay,
I don't mind taking the Genesect.
Yeah, good card.
Probably the best option out of the 2. Now the Arven coming down.
Shirk 3? Na Shirk 3?
Game 3 in our top 4B feature match here.
Zerk 3 e Shirk 3? Não sei, mano. Um dos dois, né não? Shirk 3, Zerk 3.
Utrecht Championship. Alberto Conti, currently his turn on the left, doing everything he can after winning a cheeky game 1. Now he's going to try and win this game 3.
Eles jogam bem devagar, né? Sério? Mas é MD1.
Yeah, and eyeing up that monkey dory, oh so important. I think he's
Mais 2 semanas seguidas cobrindo torneio, exatamente. Partida emocionante, igual briga de espada de cego, exato.
Can already put that adrenaline well and truly in this game. Now, oh well, actually, good points. The Dracloak having 60 damage on it.
Não é assim que fala? Não sei se eu falei certo, Rai. É Zurk Tri? Que o X tem som de Z. Seria Zurk Tri, não? Eu falei todo torto, né, mano?
Good point, actually, yeah, because you can't carry this active Dragapult EX, right? So Alberto can be a bit of
Fio desencapado.
At the same time, and how does Alberto get back in the game at that point?
Yeah, and what's interesting is he's not going for the evolution of the Dracloak, right? Because you still need draw support
there we go.
on
That
board.
makes sense.
Ultra bicho dos fios.
Boost the hit points by 100. So now the Dracloak is
Esse aqui, ó, Buzzwole, Feromoça, Nihilego, Zurk Tri. Tem o Nihilego, Staca-Taca, Bracefalon, né? Bracefalon, né? Tem o... aquele Poison que eu esqueci o nome. Poipole. E aí tem evolução, né? Naganadel, eu acho. Tem o Celestia. Cartana. E Goose Lord, eu acho, né? Acho que é isso.
Increasing his damage, like you said, increasing his HP, like you said, to by 100 to 190. That's a big old Dracloak.
It really is.
And even if Noah does want to take a knockout on that Dracloak, he will still have to gust, and plus he's still not dealing with that main threat of that active Dragapult EX. So yeah, all to do for Noah at this point.
Eu jogo devagar, quis dizer, os caras jogam rapidão. Ah, tá, você no caso, entendi. Não fala o nome de todos os Ultra bichos, esqueci de alguma, gente. Choquinho, chatinha. Zactri. Falou Poipole? Falei. E Naganadel, né, que é a evolução. Espero que venha uma mecânica da hora. Poderia, seria maneiro.
Can't use any of them.
No, good point.
Noah has so much to deal with here. Alberto has so much on board that he has to consider. He has the Pheasantipity, he has the Monkey Dory, the Dracloak, the Dragapult. There's so many things that Noah has to consider.
Oh, there's a return luxurious cape on the Dracloak. These are some luxurious Dracloak from here, there, and everywhere. And it looks like there is the Iono. Okay, Alberto will have a 3-card hand concluding this. Noah will have a 6-card hand. This could be very important, Benjamin. Let's see how the Iono treats both of our players. Unfair stamp as well. I mean,
vou jogar o mercenário do Pocket por causa delas. É maneiro a Ultra bicho.
I think it still limits Alberto to just only 2 cards. You know, he's going to be good. He's Iono'd him down 3.
Pensar que Lu Zamini fundiu com o Nihilego e virou o Hentai dos tentáculos, foi. E ainda mudou de cor, né? É, não sabemos, né? Mas acho que é isso mesmo. Ó, Buzzwole, Nihilego, Shurk-Tri, Celestila, Cartana, Naganadel, Poipole, Goose Lord, Staca-Taca e Bracefalon. E Feromoça.
It's awkward now. And for
Exato, todas mesmo.
Multiple prize turns at this point. Wow. 6 prizes as well.
This is
A
very
Eclipse,
close. As you
eu
say, a
acho que eu
Phantom
já
Dive
vi.
Alberto wins the game because Adrenabrain can move 30 damage off any one of those Pokemon onto Budew. That's a 1 prize knockout there. 2 prize cards with KO active Dragapult EX. Can Alberto Conti announce Phantom Dive this
Buzzhole, é Buzzhole, né?
Ultra Ball, that's got it right. Night Stretcher gets you the other energy. Ultra Ball finds you Dragapult EX. There's Night Stretcher. Attach.
Pocket dá muita raiva porque o Coqueção dá um lixo.
To the final here in Utrecht Special Championship.
Ah, começando. Pera, o que aconteceu, gente? Pera, o que aconteceu? Eu não vi. Eu fui ler o chat. Esqueceu uma? Qual? Falei todas. Eu li a lista.
Well, here was a very easy game one. Doesn't get much easier than this in the top 4. No, I couldn't really do anything. This replay might be the whole game for Leo. Bosses, orders, plus Itchy Pollen. And then Alberto just says Itchy Pollen.
Mas também o cara não tava puro não, né, cara?
Luminous Energy. And that's all we saw. That's all we saw for game 1. No, whoopsie. What was that?
Olha lá, o cara tá puro não, velho.
Love to see that. Alberto thinking, okay, you know what? I'll take that. This is what I say, didn't I? You don't get bonus points for winning hard games. Now, in game 2.
Os caras pegou o 3º lugar, tá uma graninha boa no bolso, tá ótimo pra ele.
As we watch this replay, not even a GP. Now that was unfair, goodness. You haven't even got any setup Pokemon and you're gonna hit them with the unfair stamp. And that was pretty much all she wrote there for this game 2. Alberto wasn't really
Ultra Necrozma? Uma Ultra Necrozma é uma Ultra Beast? Pra mim o Necrozma só era lendário, não?
A game of both players having a dominant couple of games, so both players were able to
nunca perdi por causa disso não, olha, pra ser bem sincero.
And just showing the true power of Dragapult in many different ways, and Noah, a good example of how powerful this Dusknoir build can be, you know, able to take a 6 prize turn easily with those couple of Curse Blasts, you know, just showing how inherently strong that ability can be in connection with Phantom Dive.
Really is, and here we do see the game 3. The Itchy Pollen, the brave Budew, did exactly what it needed
de onde é esse regional?
And by Alberto
Ultrecht.
able to set up faster, be a little bit more analytical with those bosses, orders, knocking out key Pokemon.
Ultra Necrozma tem tag de Ultra Beast? Caramba, eu não lembrava disso. De verdade. E o Google não diz isso. Pera aí.
You really neutralize the Dusknoir threat because obviously when you're playing a Dragapult deck, that's just straight Dragapult at that point, and you can really start to steamroll yourself ahead. And Alberto Conti will be our finalist here in the Utrecht Special Championship.
Países Baixos. Neerlandes. É na Holanda. Cidade da Holanda. É na Holanda. O Special Event. Olha no Limitless. Pera aí. Não quero estourar o vídeo de vocês de novo. Ah, Ultra Necrozma também é Ultra Beast? Ah, e o Necrozma fundido também, eu não lembrava disso. Nem lembrava disso. Que doido. Mas esse aqui jogava, mano? Não, né? Ou jogava? Não sei. Pô, mas eu não... Mas, cara, eu não lembrava disso aqui não, velho. Pô, tem muitos anos, me quebra, pô. Joguei isso aqui, não joguei isso aqui no meta. Eu joguei só... Joguei um tantinho bom, pô. Mas nem tanto assim. Pô, tem muito tempo, nem lembrava disso aqui. Ah... Tem uma garagem só de bike? Caraca, velho. Entendi, é o país da bike. Sabia não.
But also from Baby Raging Bolt or Ogepon, the water type Ogepon. Yeah, in this case, that helped me a lot.
É o tipo dragão.
Protect the Dracloak in the bench. I almost forgot. I was about to pass and like I almost forgot to attach it, but right on time I forgot. I remembered.
So back in the final once again. What's it feel like to be back here on the main stage, strutting your stuff?
Well, it feels great actually. It's been a really good season for me, even though last 3 events were a bit so-and-so. But I fought back today, so I'm really happy.
And to once again be here at the top level, losing so few games throughout these long...
Da bike da erva liberada.
Hã? What is it about that preparation? How do you get into the mindset for these tournaments?
Well, the best preparation I think I have is playing so many local
Lá é o país da erva
events,
liberada também.
also local tournaments. And I want to shout out my community, of course, my local community from Bergamo, because we play a lot of locals. We actually play 2 locals per week, and then every weekend we try to play challenges and cup nearby. So that's helped so much.
Well, that's fantastic advice. Just play more Pokemon.
Yeah.
When you're going to those
Tem a
tournaments,
mesma habilidade de Sogalha no Pocket? Caraca, eu não tinha parado isso.
all sorts of different strategies and making sure you know every deck.
No, so my idea is always to start with one deck and master it, and then I wanna once I know one deck inside out, I wanna change to another.
Bom, agora é a final, gente.
And then see like if I can trust the second archetype, or if I don't, I can just go back to the first one. For in this case, I started with Dragapult, then I switched back last 2 weeks with Raging Ball a bit, and then I went back last weekend.
Tanto que a capital é conhecida como...
Over and over again, especially a player like yourself.
Ah, é?
So many games naturally just from your careful
É como saber
calculation.
disso, não?
How do you make those last
Eu sou
one or two
crente, eu não
tweaks to
sabia
your
disso.
deck? How do you know what those right decisions are for your testing?
Eu também sou bugado, não posso falar muita
I
coisa.
test a lot with my friends. We played these games where he shares his hand with me and I share my hands with him, and then we go really deep into the
Ah,
matchups.
a gente esquece, né, mano?
And in the end, we just decide what it's really needed, and what it's maybe like over, a bit, not really useful if you play well. So you can I really understand what it's really needed to win one matchup, or if it's not needed, it's like a win more card or stuff like that.
I love that concept, making the most out of every single card within your deck list. Alberto, I'm going to let you have a little break before we get back into the finals. Thanks so much for having a chat with me. Back to you guys at the desk. What did you think about Alberto?
I say, absolutely love Alberto. I'm going to be honest with you. One of my good friends. We talk quite a lot. And it's interesting. I follow him on social media.
É um mó legal, pena que a X é um lixo.
Here, there, and everywhere, playing Pokemon,
que
and
isso,
it just goes to show you, if you get involved in your local scene and play an awful lot,
foi bom.
good things happen.
Ah, mas é porque a gente gravou foi de tarde. Eu fiz a lista das Ultra Beast pra gente falar delas e eu esqueci do Taca-Taca. Eu peguei a lista no Google porque eu não lembrava o nome de todas. E o Taca-Taca não tava na lista e eu não lembrei do Taca-Taca, vocês acreditam? De verdade. Nada a ver, só porque tem moças do job em vitrine, todas as drogas liberadas. Não, pô, eu não implico não, eu nem sabia disso aí que você tá falando.
Wonder how that works. How about I get that up off the shelf? Yeah, it works really well, doesn't it, to be fair? So if you guys at home want to get involved in your local scene,
vitrine me quebrou, velho, como assim? Ai, musiquinha, tomar copyright, pera. Botei. Sério que não é piada? É sério mesmo? Caraca. Fica em vitrine? Caraca, que doideira, eu não sabia disso não. Bugado em vitrine. Assim. né? Com pose. Tem essa parada nos Estados Unidos, não tem? De você leiloar a pessoa pra fazer o que tu quiser durante um dia inteiro. Não tinha uma loucura dessa? Eu vi até nos filmes, eu acho. Existe isso, não existe? Ou eu tô louco, gente? Tem isso mesmo, não tem? Só no filme As Branquelas e nas festas do Piriri? Não, pô, eu lembro de ter visto outro filme que tinha essa parada. Ou foi série? Não, foi seriado que eu vi, pô. Teve essa parada também. Mano, tá mostrando no meu mapa que não tem um Small Leaf Shine, mas não consigo achar. Oxe, sério? Ela é minúscula, é verdade. Que joga cartinhas tem que escolher entre as vitrines e as cartinhas. Os dois são caros. Tem? Não é pra fazer o que quiser, mas tipo encontro. Ah, é tipo encontro? Não, gente, mas não é fazer o que quiser pensando besteira, não. É o que quiser sem ser coisas safadinhas, né? Mas existe, pô. Lá, mas não, aqui nunca vi isso. Aqui eu nunca vi isso, mas lá fora... Não é nem encontro. Eu vi, tipo, ajudar, tipo... A pessoa, tipo, leiloar a pessoa e a outra tinha que fazer, sei lá, trabalho doméstico, tinha que, sei lá. Acho que foi numa série que eu vi isso, tenho quase certeza. Aí alugou as meninas pra lavar o carro do cara. Foi tipo isso.
Final, we'll see.
Ai, meu Deus do céu. Eu desmuto e o bagulho vem com música. Vou desmutar mais não. Essa bagaça. Oxi. Que isso? É o palco de Anaheim? Nem ferrando. Vocaloid cantando? Mano, mó Vocaloid cantando, velho. Aqui no Brasil estão chamando de modelo. O povo tá troll, né? Mano, mó Vocaloid de fundo, porque eu não posso botar pra vocês ouvir, porque senão... As aves lendárias. Caraca. Mano, por que o TCG é um Pikachu Fly contra o Arceus, cara? Cara, que o TCG foi o único que não mostrou bagulho, velho. 2023? Tá, gente, ignora. Isso foi... Mano, 2023. Eu achei que era o bagulho de 2025, velho. Faz sentido sua afirmação. Saudades dessa época de espada e escudo. Verdade, né, mano? ADP. O protagonismo é o que há, né? É o poder mais forte, né? O poder do protagonismo vence qualquer coisa, mano. Não só o poder do protagonismo, mas... Ai, noite, cara. O poder do amor e o poder da amizade também vence tudo, né, cara? Fairy Tail ensinou isso pra gente, né? Que o poder do amor é igual o Goku transformando, tá ligado? O poder surge em você do nada e você ganha, mano. É isso. Não é não? Além do protagonismo, né? Caraca, Kylie Rex. Engraçado que quando o Black White lançou foi uma chuva de hate no jogo. Hoje é considerado uma das melhores gen. Hipocrisia às vezes é triste, né? Nós, o povo odeia Badu, mas todo mundo usa Badu nos baralhos. Hipocrisia, né? É, assim mesmo, mano. Na época que jogava, todo mundo falava mal de Lost Box. Hoje o povo tá, ai, saudade de Lost Box. Eu falo, meu Deus, mas é difícil, né? Agradar o povo, né? O ser humano nunca tá feliz. Essa é a verdade do mundo. Ainda bem que não joguei no lançamento. Saudades nórdicas. Ó o Mil aí, rapaz. O Mil foi Max. Vamos para a final, gente. Draga versus Draga de novo, cara. Esse eu vou botar aí pra vocês votarem. Aí eu vou botar Draga de um lado, não sei o que, e Draga do lado. Vou botar o nome do Draga Alberto e Draga Joa. Eu acho que o Joa leva, mano. O Joa joga muito bem, cara.
Boa tarde, bugado.
Boa tarde, Anônimo. Obrigadão, mano, pelo 5. Tamo junto. Obrigado pelo superchat, boy. Beijo no seu coração, mano. Valeu, Anônimo. Boa tarde, mano.
Beating Iono, who just won Seville on the previous tournament out here in Europe, now has to face another champion in this final match. He's able to slay dragons. Can he do it one last time?
Well, it looks like we're just about ready here for our...
Draga versus Draga, mano. Draga Joan e Draga Alberto. É isso. Ah, tá sem som, obrigado.
Learning more about the game, improving his play, and boys, he's shown it this weekend once again why he's in this final.
Whereas on the other side, Yoa recently aged up within the last few years, but is starting to really push for those top spots. This will be by far the strongest.
Votem aí quem vocês acham que vai vencer. Oxi!
This round match for him in the top 4 can see exactly why. Recognizing alternative win conditions.
Deixa eu aproveitar pra ir no banheiro correndo ali, mano.
Any top player would be proud to do so. And we will begin now as the prize cards go out.
Começar, eu já volto.
Alberto Conti on the left there, having 2 Psychic Energy prized. This could be risky for him, but the active Pokemons are ready to go. Let's see who's starting us off here. It will be Yoa to kick things off.
With that Dreepy in the opening, both players prizing their Monkey Dory, but a huge sigh of relief already from Yoa, finding the Buddy-Buddy Poffin. This is a vital item card. Both players have maximum copies within their deck because it's vital to get your Pokemon into play. Most notably, those Dreepy, because not only is Dragapult TX your core attacker, but Drakloak with that Recon Directive ability is so crucial to help you see more cards throughout the game, because this is a combo-based deck. We're oftentimes trying to pinpoint crucial supporter cards, pinpoint item cards, and we play a low count of energy, and we need to make sure we keep on top of those throughout the game to maintain our Phantom Dive attacks.
Both are finalists playing a Dragapult EX build that is very similar, often coined straight Dragapult.
Yeah.
The idea being that there's not many main partners outside of a few individuals like Monkey Dory, Genesect, and the usual Budew candidates, but it does have a few differences when we look at these two lists. We mentioned the Maractus before, with the corner attack to stop your opponent from retreating, which is on Yoa's side, but what does Alberto have in his deck that's different?
Well, Alberto doesn't have too much else, just a handful of tool cards that I think stand out, most notably that Luxurious Cape. Alberto used it just in the previous matchup against an opposing Dragapult EX player, and it allowed him to maintain a Recon Directive on his bench because it wasn't in danger of being KO'd by Phantom Dive sprinkle damage counters. So it allows you to maintain some of these Pokemon on the board that little bit safer, and when it comes to those later stages, both players Ionoing them down to low hand sizes, where you still need to find those final pieces to close the game. Those extra Recon Directives are massive.
And when we see these mirror matches, it can often be quite easy to see it as a bit of a lucky matchup if you win either way, but as the complexity of both of these archetypes strategies is so mathematical, you have to work out where the numbers go. There's a lot of room for error, so we will see the skill level of both these players shown fully in this matchup, and the better player should come out on top.
Every Recon Directive decision matters. Yes, these opening hands matter, but oftentimes you're looking at multiple supporter card options, and how you utilize those to the best of your ability will be the difference maker here, as we see Alberto on his first turn, Yoa passing things over with a pretty strong start. A turn attachment on his active Dreepy, already has the Budew prepped, expecting an Itchy Pollen from Alberto because he's already led his own Budew. And it looks like we can bounce back with a Buddy-Buddy Poffin from Alberto as well.
And the two buds, you want to be seeing that Budew in the active and the Buddy-Buddy Poffin to search your deck for those basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. Will go straight down onto that bench, typically Dreepies or the Budew you see
Jogo LIVEPIX pra fora.
Still a prize check for Alberto. Don't want to be making any mistakes based off of a lack of information.
Se eu tirar o LivePix, não tem doação, né?
The most notable here for Alberto is that
tá em inglês
can't
a
shut
carta.
down the unfair stamp of Yoa, so disruption is a viable way to get him here. And then you've got those two Psychic Energy, the only two copies in the deck.
Doesn't help things out when you just play those two Fire Energies now in addition to your Luminous Energy, so that can make things a little bit more awkward for Alberto, how he navigates those opening hands. And as you said, Mike, with Ace Nullifier not possible for Alberto, at some point he has to release a Budew lock and fall possible prey to an unfair stamp. So he will have to set up his bench very diligently if he ever wants to launch any pressure attacks.
And we mentioned about the maths of this matchup being so important. That Monkey Dory for both players being prized will be a factor, as if you can establish a Monkey Dory, you can
Você
really
não
change
pode
up
contra
how those
Badu,
sprinkles of damage
Delis
can
de
go
Badu
down. As both of them
neles,
don't have access
caralho.
to it right now, we'll be likely seeing the Dragapults be the main target.
Do outro lado fica na frente da tela.
Mouse, especially in this mirror, where sometimes you will over commit to certain Pokemon to play around Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain coming back in your direction.
É porque do outro lado fica no meio do campo.
In specific ways where you can
Aí fica
scatter
ruim.
those counters so that an Adrenabrain isn't going to completely punish you. Very often that critical
Porque do
90
outro lado
hit
fica
points of Drakloak
no meio do
can
campo.
be
Não no meio do
pressurized
campo, né, mas...
by the Adrenabrain plus Phantom Dive 6 counter placement. So that's something both our players will be trying to navigate, despite no actual Monkey Dory being possible just yet in the game.
Entre o Badu e o
Alberto
Drip.
just using that Ultra Ball preemptively for next turn, can't evolve
Entre o
a Dreepy right
Badu
now
e o
as it's the
Drip.
first turn of play. but because there's a likelihood that Buddy will be item locking in next turn, wants to make sure he gets the Drakloak available as soon as possible. And we just see on the other side, we mentioned that Ace Nullifier with the Genesect, a key part to protect yourself from early disruption.
Olha lá, aqui fica na mão do cara, ó, fica ruim.
Two Drakloaks can be retrieved by Jacques here, or just the one required, as there's one in hand already.
We'll start things off with a recon directive.
Eu ainda acho na esquerda melhor, mas sei lá.
Found another Drakloak. Now potentially you could use Brock scouting this turn. Get some basics instead into the hand.
Or even the Iono. You know there's a Drakloak in Alberto's hand, so if the Iono, you'll force them to have to find another one, which is always possible, but at least you're working with the information you know for sure.
Will be the Brock scouting in the end, grabbing the Holucha that you've just put to the bottom with a recon directive, as well as a Dreepy in the hand. Oftentimes a sign of when this deck is flowing well is based on how many Draklooks are in play, to be honest with you, Mike. So finding a couple on turn 2 already is amazing. You've stashed one into the hand in addition to benching a Dreepy this turn, you would imagine. So Joa has to be very happy with this.
Nesse layout dá pra botar ali, mas no layout do regional nem dá pra botar o LIVEPIX. Fica na frente de tudo. Aí fica só o bugadinho. Em 12 anos jogando Ragnarok Mobile, eu pensei pela primeira vez, fiz um gatuno que vai ser assassino. Mano.
First and just have Buddy-Buddy Poffin in the hand, then you get evolving faster, you get more chances to attach energy. It's all round a good thing if you just happen to get lucky enough to find the Poffin.
Yeah, so second more optimal, but first can sometimes work out better.
Você já vê a diferença de jogabilidade do cara. O cara tá jogando mais preocupado do que contra outro caboclo.
From Alberto will go down. 2 energies in play and the Drakloak, so this is where those advantages come in. You've got evolving is a big factor. The first one to get to the Dragapult can often be in a strong position, but it's also about those energies.
It really is, because you can target down multiple Pokemon in one go, so sometimes just making sure you can keep up on those attacks from your Dragapult EX are so vital. No more Drakloak coming out from the fresh 6 from Alberto, so he has to be content with just an Itchy Pollen. Yoa finds Jacques once again coming into the hand. That gives you access to Dragapult EX in addition to another Drakloak here. But we're still missing on energy, Mike. I'm not sure if there's even any in the hand here.
Yeah, so key here. You must get those energy in play, because you have to manually attach the 2 energy across 2 different turns. So the longer that first one takes to come down,
nem tá dando
the
sono.
final Drakloak came through clutch. And that will be going straight onto a Drakloak. Actually going for the one with the damage counter.
Em 12 anos.
With that one evolving up.
Qual Hag tu tá jogando? Eu tô jogando o X Next Generation nesse exato momento. Caraca, vocês gostam
once again. So it looks like Pheasantipity EX into the hand. Brock scouting. Ooh, instead it's going to be the Budew. So versatile here. And again, this might be Joe recognizing that at any point your Budew could be Itchy Pollen back. And when there's potential Adrenabrain math in the mix, even though it currently has 20 hit points remaining, it could be KO'd this turn.
And Brock scouting a card out of Journey Together. I'm sure many people didn't see the potential of it, as it has really shone in this Dragapult deck. Being able to find 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution, it's really that versatility that allows it to shine.
When I first looked at this card, I thought it was a maybe not quite possible one of just to fill out your curve. But the more and more Itchy Pollen has become dominant in this metagame, the more vital it's
Beta, velho, isso aí quebra mesmo. Tá igual o Ragnarok que lançou incompleto. Ragnarok não, o Grand Chase que lançou incompleto, né? Já tinha tudo antigo, né, pô. Isso quebrou também. Cansei de jogar contra a Draga, deck muito OP, é um insuportável. Final, massinha. Final.
Denied both players so far being able to use items, and the Bravery Charm and the Luxurious Cape have been a key part of survivability in this format, not just for Dragapult, but across the board, as there's so many attacks that are targeting that bench.
And even this Budew. Sometimes you need more than just a couple turns to use Itchy Pollen. You need more. And in this case, Alberto doesn't really have enough setup in the hand to do anything but more Itchy Pollen. So let's make it brave.
Tô gostando desse, tem os problemas do MMO Mobile, mas ainda assim tô me divertindo muito.
And we're once again going to tick one more.
A grande Chase e o Cog dando spoiler das classes com silhueta deles, como se ninguém soubesse. Pô, a galera que jogou antigamente já sabe é tudo. Que me desanimou do rola. Que isso, cara?
Which would bring that Droopy on the bench into range.
I don't see a Dragapult EX.
Has been so key to blocking off this opportunity, and the attachment there shows you that the combination wasn't available.
So close.
Has to go for Jacques to find the Dragapult, which meant there was no way to get the boss's orders as well as the evolution this turn. But Yoa now is one turn away from taking out that Dracloak and Droopy all in one foul swoop.
And has established a monster hand while
Ragnarok
doing so.
Online Latina America. Pô, que nome horroroso, velho. Vocês não tinham nome pior não pra botar nessa bagaça?
Even if he's going to be going down the first prize card via an Itchy Pollen, you know that your hand is really established to do some dastardly work next turn.
Feio, de verdade.
We need to see some Luxurious Cape or some more Recon Directive here.
Actually there, the Luxurious Cape and putting it to the bottom, but now has that Brock scouting to go wider, focusing less on protection and more on depth. And so it's actually going to focus on just the Dracloak alone. That will increase the Droopy's HP, so both of them can't be taken out. And it is still quite scary, though, for Alberto. A little bit behind when it comes to development of the board now that Yoa's starting to get those energies in play.
Yeah, still protection, just in a different means, and this allows
you to
keep
tem a questão de bem ser ódio que acaba, mas ainda assim dá pra ficar upando. Pô, eu não joguei Ragnarok na época que... antigamente, né, muitos anos atrás. Mas eu tinha um monte de amigo que jogava, eles falavam que era mó bom.
Partly, of course, because he is under Itchy Pollen lock right now.
É final, a gente.
Seems like he's having the worst of it. Both
Semifinal já foi. Foi Draga versus Draga também.
You know that Itchy Pollen will take the prize. You can maintain your item lock. You take the first prize of game 1 here in our best of 3 in the finals. But this is where we're going to see some fireworks. Yoa's been working towards a big turn.
É o melhor nome. Que isso, cara? É Lola. Cebolinha falando.
You have that Pheasantipity now available. Might not even need to put it in play, as there's going to be all those options built up in the hand across all these turns. And now you're starting to wonder what is the route Yoa's going to
go. É a Lola, a Lola, a Lola.
Take away that draw engine, and one of the options for Alberto, force him to build up something else. But then once that happens, the items will be back online, and that's when the game really starts going full speed ahead.
I feel like you're always ignoring Budgew here. You're going to take out a Dracloak, certainly, with boss's orders, but also I'd love to see a tool card come down onto Genesect, so you're not facing down an unfair stamp straight away. You can feel quite secure when you already have a couple Recon Directive at your disposal, and there are a couple tools in this hand. It's going to be the EXP share coming on to Genesect right now. So Ace Nullifier will be shutting down Alberto's option of unfair stamp on the following turn, and that's before the Itchy Pollen lock is gone.
Não, isso aí eu acho maneiraço mesmo. Canasca 14, obrigado pelo follow. Seja bem-vindo ao Bugado.
Developed is a massive milestone in the matchup, often dictating who takes the lead. And I think right here we've seen exactly that. The rest of the damage going to be put on that Budgew to be knocking it out, and that's 2 knockouts for Yoa with that Dragapult staring down a Dracloak that must be provided into the active spot. And now Alberto has to re-establish a strong board.
And all he has right now is Dracloak. The good news is he has a lot of cards, and he finally has items, so he can rebuild quite nicely here, and will likely try and fire back with an Iono, because Yoa's also built an insane hand size.
No access to unfair stamp if he finds it as the Ace Nullifier of Genesect in full action, and that's exactly why it's a massive part of this matchup, because disruption is the key in these kind of games. You want to try and steal a few turns back, and if you take away the ability to disrupt, then it's going to be really difficult for Alberto to come back here, as that Dragapult will not be knocked out next turn. So another attack will be announced by Yoa, allowing him to sprinkle even more damage into play.
Yoa actually chose to sort of waste the damage counter on the Budgew on the previous turn, so that Alberto didn't even have any Monkey Dory shenanigans, even in the distant future. So it shows how many turns ahead Yoa is already thinking with his prize map and what's in Alberto's range over the next couple of turns. Alberto has no issue finding some Pokemon here with a couple Ultra Ball in hand. Pheasantipity EX is sometimes a nice fallback. but guaranteeing a Dragapult TX also vital this turn. That's a no-brainer. We'll start things off with the flip the script though.
And that Serendipity being put in play increases the likelihood of Yoa to win earlier, as 210 hit points on a 2-prize Pokemon is very much in range of a Dragapult or a future attacking Bloodmoon Ursaluna and all sorts of different shenanigans that Dragapult is very good at doing. But unfortunately for Alberto, he needs to establish more.
Sabe o que é mais engraçado, gente? De verdade? É que essa Mirror é tão ruim, mas tão ruim, que não muda nada pra gente. Tipo, ah, quem vai vencer, Draga ou Draga? Draga. Tá ligado? Que grande merda, tá ligado? Nossa, quem vai vencer, Draga ou Draga? Pô. Mano, é a mesma coisa. As listas são praticamente a mesma coisa. Eu não tô nem zoando, eu tô falando sério. É praticamente a mesma coisa. Não muda nada.
Recognizing that Ultra Ball discarding useful resources is not good, so using the Dracloak to find something to discard rather than find something that he wanted.
It's so often
chega a ser bizarro isso, tá?
Main draw power is that recon directive that constantly your best cards are in your hand. As you see Alberto taking the opportunity to have a free fodder card. In this case it was a Budew, so that we can have an easier discard choice. Finally grabbing our Dragapult TX, and I know he's got an Iono lined up this turn. Another vital cog for him here to start mounting this comeback.
There's very few decks in Pokemon where it takes this many turns to start doing your main strategy, but both players went through 4 or 5 turns of setup to get to this stage where they have that Dragapult EX, but now it is time for both of them to start hitting that 200 damage into the active with Phantom Dive.
And let's target the engine. We're going to try and take out one of the Dracloak with this counter catcher. Combine it with the reduction of cards in the hand, the Iono. We're seeing a full shuffle from Yoa because he literally has like 15 or so cards in his hand.
That's what turns of Recon Directive does for you.
It does. And I imagine he has to keep pressuring the Dracloak as well. I imagine a full 6 counters will go on the bench Dracloak at the same time as this knockout. No, it's going to go 6 onto the Dragapult EX.
Interesting.
There's some times where you stay consistent with your strategy of just ensuring Dracloak is damaged, but now maybe you're looking to use counter catcher again on the following turn.
Mas
that Dragapult into range of the 200 damage counter placement later.
Mas aí vai pra habilidade do piloto, dependendo se os decks repetem. Não, no caso aqui é a habilidade mesmo. Aqui é a habilidade e parte da sorte, porque se as cartas não vier na mão, você não ganha, né? Draga de Dragapult, que é Dragapult versus Dragapult, os baralhos.
I think has really changed Dragapult's strategy, made it much slower, much more disruptive.
And even Yo-Yo is ahead. I'm feeling even more terrified for Alberto now. Has no recon directive on the board. Yoa won't have to activate flip the script with this attack. The Dragapult's not really under pressure. There's no guarantee that Alberto will be able to string anything together next turn.
Quase que o Caribe não fez antes.
Well, Yoa has much more of an engine established. Can continue to dig deeper with the recon directive as well.
E aí, meu Saranduba, beleza, mano? Como é que você tá? Tranquilo?
But as you mentioned, it's all about reducing the likelihood of Alberto setting up more and more. And this has been the story of this first game here. A mirror match between Dragapult EX with no partners, just straight Dragapult here, looking to try and punish each other through those small little moments of inconsistency early on. And on this occasion, Yoa is trying to punish Alberto, who wasn't able to set up quickly at the beginning. And here it is.
Mike, Monkey Dory's coming out. I think we have Luminous in the hand. We took Monkey Dory from our prize cards. I think we're going to be able to take out the Dreepy on the bench if we wish, or at least start healing up this Dragapult EX. Alberto was trying to get creative with those counters, and Yoa answers back straight away with the Adrenabrain.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to take a knockout. It's more about the healing at this point. True. And trying to move that damage off the active Dragapult. We'll see what strategy Yoa goes for. If he were to take a knockout here, then that Serendipity EX would be available, but capable of moving 3 damage across It
Just
will
the active, there you go.
Go to the active there, and now that active Dragapult EX for
Gostei
Yoa
dessa
is
lista.
much
A lista
further away
dele
from
não tem
being
nada
knocked out.
diferente dos Dragapult que já joga, mano.
With those damage counters, playing around Pheasant Dipty EX as you'd expect.
O cara tá maluco, mano.
And now you have 230 on the active.
Deixa eu equipar esse carimbo aqui, ó. Esse spec aqui é um cristal.
If you push this Dragapult EX out of the way, once again you can Adrenabrain plus the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive. This is, I'm certain, something Yoa has done. It's within his script of how to play this matchup.
Eu acredito que a sorte depende de embaralhar bem, de contrário não vem nada que precisa também.
To win the game, Yoa
Na verdade a sorte ela
away
existe,
from
né?
winning, where Alberto has to build here, has to find a solution. I think I saw a boss's orders in hand, so could potentially bring something up like that Pheasant Dipty and trying to really disrupt the board, but even then, there's a Dracloak on board for Yoa, so still being able to draw cards. And there we go, the Pheasant Dipty EX will come into the active spot with 210 hit points. A Phantom Dive won't knock it out.
Depois tô fazendo aquele meme do Buzz Lightyear. É, pô, é igualzinho, mesma coisa, velho. Toda vez que eu vejo Draga versus Put, eu fico triste. Quem não ficaria?
Alberto now has to decide where those 6 counters will be placed. It's going to go on to the Dracloak at this stage. All 6, perhaps. Yeah, now making that line of play possible.
Is there something in hand there for Yoa to be able to get that Pheasant Dipty out the active, a rescue board or a switch?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've spent the rescue board just yet. That's an Iono coming into the hand. Rock Scouting can grant us the Latias EX.
Well, that's another out with something that's unique about Yoa's deck. One of the main differences between the two decks. The Latias is there. And we'll be getting the Horlucha as well, which will allow for a potential bit of thinning to improve future draws.
Yeah, there's no space for it right now, but the main thing is you're getting a Phantom Dive. You're taking out the only Dragapult, possibly the only other energy in play as well if you would like. Your Dragapult EX is so healthy thanks to your Adrenabrain that you don't even fear a Bloodmoon Ursaluna coming back too much at the very least.
Well, could take out the active Dragapult, could move some damage across and actually take out both those Dreepies potentially. If moved in the correct way, so we might be seeing the attack for our game 1 here for Yoa, just doing the maths, moving that 30 damage off of the damaged Pheasant Dipty. Where's it going to go? It's going to go on to that Dreepy. There's only 10 HP remaining for that. And the 2 Dreepies will be knocked out. Phantom Dive for 4 prize cards. Yoa wins game 1 of the Ultrecht
1-0. Falei que esse Joa vai ganhar, mano. Mano, o Joa vai... Eu falei, o bicho tá insano, velho. Ninguém parece homem, não.
Before he started to launch those knockouts, he established his own ace nullifier. So when he is taking those prizes, he has confidence that the very worst case scenario, it's just an Iono. And even then, he has even more recon directive at his disposal. Yoa forced to go first in this game, had Buddy-Buddy Poffin straight into some of these crucial support cards, the Scoutings, the Jacques. These are such vital pieces in the new age builds of Dragapult.
And this Dragapult has a variety of friends to help in the way. Genesect nullifying.
Não, o cara joga... Esse cara tá jogando bem pra caramba. Todas as partidas dele, o cara jogou o fino do fino do fino mesmo.
Unfair stamp, but also the Monkey Dory. We saw how powerful that was towards the
Fino
end.
do fino do fino.
Accelerating the win condition by moving damage across, increasing the amount of damage moved about each turn to 90 rather than just the 60 from the Phantom Dive. And unfortunately for Alberto, both the Monkey Dory and Genesect remain prized that whole game, so it could completely change how this next game goes.
Players are opting to have one Monkey Dory in their decklist over a full.
Ele só jogou torto uma partida lá e só. Mas é porque ele jogou muito rápido e começou errado por isso, né? Por estar jogando rápido. Não prestou atenção, mas tirando isso. O cara é Marathos, Last, Genesect no deck. Pô, mas quais casas ele deixou de fora? Então, ele levou counter pra todo meta, se você parar pra ver, né?
Certainly was just sat there with
E aí,
one
Belzinho?
Dracloak for a while, so I feel like you have to write that
Já
one
almoçaram
off,
já, gente?
brush it off. You know, he's a confident guy. He's tested enough. He's been in every situation. He's seen worse hands.
Que eu
He's
não.
come back from worse situations before.
Pretty good hand there, I think.
Yeah, I saw Buddy-Buddy Poffin. I think Rock Scouting as well. Has to be chuffed with that.
And we got to note that Yoa went first last time, which then meant he was in a top position. But 2 Dragapult prize there. This is the question. Does he have
Na
the
Mirror é horrível, por isso que nem usa mais.
Straight down to see the deck list. It's actually Alberto that plays the 2 copies. Yoa does play 3, so still has access to 1. It's just the attached pass from Yoa straight away. Alberto already has Budew in the active position once again. And this is when you start seeing Itchy Pollen become such a nuisance. If you have that slow one turn, Buddy's going to keep it slow for the rest of the game.
In a weird way, though, all you really need is a droopy in play and an energy attachment when you go first, but it's really then what else you're able to establish. Do you have that Brock scouting or that Iono to see more cards next
Então, é justamente por isso que tiraram o Dusk, para caber outras paradas também.
Alberto is currently looking to set up much stronger than last time. The prize cards are more favorable for him and really trying to get ahead.
Establishing double droopy straight away is great. Even have, is that the Arvin in hand? Oh, it's the Brock scouting into a Jacques. You can really go wide on this bench if you would like to. Already a Psych Energy in this hand. Everything you want to see for Alberto. If you dream up an opening hand, it's this one.
And that Droopy and Monkey Dory. We mentioned the two best pals to Dragapult at the moment, Monkey Dory and Genesect, opting to go for the Adrenabrain ability as it's so much more effective at moving damage across during those Budew Itchy Pollen battles, and especially when you get that early attachment, you have more time to be able to get an energy onto the Monkey Dory. So now we're going to look at Yoa. Do you have the way of setting up more?
Bizarro.
The Droopy comes down, you have the energy attachment. What do you prioritize here? Jacques going to be going
Essa bomba é
for that
forte.
Dracloak, but that might mean that Alberto has full access to items.
Não gosto muito desse capacete. O XP Share é interessante, dependendo da versão que você estiver usando. E se o cara deitar teu bicho, tu não perde energia.
Cards don't really slow the speed of a Dragapult down too much because it's all converted into supporter-based search. Sure, you give your opponent Ultra Balls for maybe some more Dracloak, but if you're still the first person initiating Phantom Dive, it's still a good place to be, I would argue. So just guaranteeing your Dracloaks before any other shenanigans are afoot, before you're threatened by any high damage outputs, because these Dreepies are so easily targeted. I feel like this is still the best approach. You have a recon established this turn, you bank one for next turn as well.
I think that Droopy on the bench was off the top deck, so maybe that completely changed the decision, because then you got the Jacques to get your two Dracloaks, and otherwise you'd have to completely mix up how things are going here. Having an evolution line that you know your opponent can't skip past the middle stage, you do have a bit of time to work with, and just doing that prize checking now, as prizes were so vital last game. We'll be finding those two Dragapult are missing, but there is still one available.
Yeah, cannot be happy with that. The good news is there are still a number of Night Stretcher available, so you can still find a way toward them later, as eventually the two Dracloak do come into the hand as expected, giving us one more recon directive to play with. Couple cards to see, one goes to the bottom, one goes directly into the hand. One of the key selling points of this archetype and why we're seeing two of them in our finals this weekend and many more of them in our top cut. Not just the Phantom Dive attack from Dragapult that is so critical, also this single prize based draw engine as you work towards your key attacker allows you so much access to your deck.
Yeah, since Journey Together came out, Dragapult has been the most popular deck and often the highest converting deck, but has struggled to get that title of a win, and this is going to be an opportunity to guarantee that. As we've noticed, the energy attachment is big there, so that's going to
headbutt perhaps.
Oh, gee, that's pretty risky to attack.
It is a risk. That's why I said perhaps, Mike.
And you see the unfair stamp sitting in Alberto's hand. That would have been instantly slammed down to try and disrupt Yoa. So good recognition there, attaching the energy to be able to attack with Dragon Headbutt, but scared of the potential of an unfair stamp.
It's the right thing to do, especially when you've banked a Dracloak into that hand. For next turn, you give yourself the Iono plus a few draws from Recon Directive to possibly find your one-of copy of Dragapult and a handful of other cards as well. Alberto able to Jacques straight away and grab a couple of his own Dracloak, so can already be confident that he's having a better start than in that
Sendo bem
game
sincero
number
com
one.
vocês.
Let's get to work. There's already an attachment banked in the hand as well.
Alguém vê graça nisso aí?
And another Dracloak, so there's all three going to be online this time.
Wow. Recon Directive number 2 coming in.
It looked like he didn't even look at those cards there. That was so quick.
Dracloak number 3 then. This is again.
Mirror eu acho tão insuportável, velho.
3 Dracloak online. Energy scattered around the board now as well with the attachment, you would imagine.
Badu Wars, nossa, horrível isso aí, velho, de verdade.
Worried about that, but no damage currently in play, so you probably do want to prioritize getting those Dracloaks energized up. So we'll see where these attachments go. There is each of the types of energy in the deck, the Psychic, the Fire, and the Luminous Energy, all in that hand. So which one Alberto chooses here based off of
A graça tá em ganhar. A graça tá em ganhar, mas aí que tem que preocupar isso é os caras, né? Nós não. Então, Belzinho, essa aqui já é a final, então eu acho que já tem uma resposta pra você, né? Ele foi eliminado, possivelmente. Quando isso aconteceu, eu não sei, mas em algum momento isso aconteceu.
Ooh, interesting. The Genesect Ace Nullifier, he used it so well in that first game. Does seem like a good Pokemon to put onto your bench here.
Quando é a pergunta de milhões.
See another recon directive first.
And if you're worried about the unfair stamp post knockout, if you can get the
Eu Badu, você Badu, nós baduzamos.
You to take a knockout and feel a bit more confident with it, especially with that Dragapult, the singular copy of Dragapult in the deck going into the hand.
Nunca ganharemos a lagartixa, né, velho?
Can put the Genesect down.
There's EXP share available as well, Mike, but we're going to Iono it away.
Interesting.
Looking for potentially other tools, perhaps. Or it's an indication that we may still not attack.
Until
we can find it with a gusting effect or something along those lines.
I'm surprised the EXP share didn't go down onto the bench Dracloak. As you
or the Genesect. Both good options.
Yeah, and there we go. Going to be a retreat into the Budew.
We just wanted to find our Dragapult while we could. And go into Budew. Oftentimes it's so vital that Dragapult picks where its initial knockouts come from. You see the Fire Energy re-established onto the Dragapult EX. Action back over to Alberto now, though. Will he be the one to initiate the aggression? He has multiple Dracloak powered up. He has a lot of dig through the deck to try and find a Dragapult. Can he combine it with any Gust? Well, Jacques will kick things off.
Bem que o bicho tá com 3 Dracloak, mano.
As part of that first knockout, because you don't want to be swinging into the Budew with the 200 damage of Phantom Dive. You really want that one to be on the bench, taking some of those sprinkled damage counters instead.
Yeah, the first hit into your opponent's Dragapult EX can be critical, even taking out Dracloak, as we've seen both players attempt to do throughout this game number 1. And we will now see a flurry of recon directive. Alberto able to see 6 cards. And
cara, 3 Dracloak é muito bizarro, velho.
Just checking.
He's got to work towards that boss's orders. That has to be one of the final pieces for him.
Actually getting that unfair stamp back as well. That's the Genesect going to the bottom there.
Even finding Luminous for your Monkey Dory this turn is fine.
Luxurious Cape.
Luxurious Cape.
Muito drop power. É bizarro, o bicho puxa tudo, velho.
But it is coming into the hand now.
Yeah, one of the unique selling points of Alberto's list is that Luxurious Cape, not found in Yoa's.
True.
Wonder if it would be a part of this strategy here. And there's that Luminous Energy, 4 copies in Alberto deck, really trying to maximize the opportunity to set up that Monkey Dory. A Dragapult going down, but it won't be attacking this turn. And I think we're going to see another Itchy Pollen from Alberto.
I like the choice a lot to evolve, even though it feels unintuitive to lose a recon directive, because these evolutions are hard to find under Itchy Pollen lock. It means that if Yoa is just going to use an Iono, you just have to find an energy in boss's orders to start launching those Phantom Dives.
And if you're worried about swinging into that Budew with your Phantom Dive, another way around it, not just boss's orders, would be to knock out that Budew with your Monkey Dory's ability. As you can see, that 2 damage prepped now on the active Budew. So Yoa looking to try and find either a big attack this turn, using that Dragapult to start the big powerful turn, or whether they're going to be using another Itchy Pollen.
He's found the boss's orders from his recon directives. He can get aggressive if he would like. Yes, we're going to be the first one Phantom diving into a Dragapult. In comes our Dragapult EX. Out comes Budew. We go from 10 damage up to 200, and also 60 to the bench Dracloak. That means that even with Monkey Dory, that Dracloak still would be KO'd, forcing Alberto to evolve out of these abilities, so he has less draw power at the very least.
If last game is anything to go by, the first attack of Dragapult decided the end victory. Yoa was the first to attack last time, attacking first again here. Alberto now will have to find an energy, but will be able to return an attack himself. Does have the Monkey Dory in line, which was a key factor for Yoa last time. So a few different factors in this game could change the course of whichever player shoots forward into the lead.
Alberto with a library of cards right now. Finally has access to items as well, don't forget, so he can do all sorts at this stage. Boss's orders coming into his own thinking as well.
Tá, a final é agora também?
But Luxurious Cape, once again, it was crucial in his top 4 match. Once again, protecting his energy, protecting his Drakloak. The Arven use here.
And could take out both those Drakloaks using the boss, but instead might look to do it from the active. Might not even look to take a knockout at this stage, as that can open up things like Unfair Stamp, the Counter Catcher, and all these great mechanics that Dragapult has built into it. And that's why neither player is wanting to go ahead and take that first prize card, because it favors the opponent, unlocks a bunch of cards in their deck.
It's a real cat and mouse, but Alberto is mostly up on attachments here.
Tá jogando agora?
Does he have access to that fire energy? Yeah, he has a Luminous in his hand, so no problems there. Staying up on these attachments is so vital, because it means that Yoa can't weave in his own Monkey Dory easily at all. And it means you can just be in so much control. Adrenabrain here, removing 3 off Alberto's Drakloak, throwing it over to Yoa's Monkey Dory, a vital card in a couple of our Stage 2 archetypes. Dragapult and Gardevoir both utilize it.
Will a knockout be taken here? Alberto will do 200 damage to that active Dragapult, and it looks like he's not going to try and take a knockout. It looks like he targeted the other Drakloak. He wants to try and keep it alive.
Yeah, he's not going to take a knockout here. Just 6 onto the other Drakloak. Alberto is sculpting a big turn for the future, whilst not allowing Yoa to use his A-Spec or use Pheasant Deputy EX to have any means of a comeback.
And taking out the Drakloak would take away draw, but the Pheasant Deputy, the Unfair Stamps, the Counter Catchers are way more scary once you go into those knockouts. As we see lots of damage on board now on both sides, and it's going to be a huge turn at some point in the near future. Both players trying to navigate into that big swing turn that not only takes the knockouts you need to start winning the game, but also dismantling the board so it's harder to return any kind of damage.
And crucially, the 2 prized Dragapult EX means Yoa can't simply evolve his way out of this mess. We're going to see a Jacques, and there's no real targets for him. Oh, it's devastating. 2 of his 3 Dragapult EX in the prize cards means Alberto's use of damage counter placement is incredible right now.
que você só se lasca.
Yeah, I don't know if he's clocked that they're both prized. Definitely will be now, as the Jacques is got 0 targets in the deck.
Wow, this is so rough for Yoa.
E é isso, né? Não tem o que fazer.
Alberto made this decision simply to force him to evolve. But he can't.
É 1 a 1, também acho.
It's 2 in the prizes. You just have to take a sad Drakloak from this
Aqui o cara só tem como chorar, mano.
Not where you want to be. Alberto must be smiling now.
I mean, surely Alberto's worked out just from that alone that they must be prized. Prize cards making it a hard chore for Alberto to really go ahead and stay ahead. And on this occasion, it's hard for Yoa to stay in a safe position.
Look at this.
Oh, going to be going into that Itchy Pollen. The Budew coming forward, forcing Alberto to gust around it. No items available either.
No items. You're trying your best to not be completely wiped off this board. Alberto now.
Caraca, alguém caiu da cadeira, vocês viram o barulho?
Means of gust. We have some recon directives to help us.
I think there might be a boss's orders in hand.
Oh my goodness. Alberto, please. You're able to set up the other Drakloak, take them both out in the same turn. 3 dragons being knocked out in 1 foul swoop.
It's not far off. I think there's the boss's orders there. This is going to be possible.
It's going to be 4 prize cards, leaving Yoa with a Budew and a Genesect only. This is devastating, and it's an immediate concession. We're going to a game 3.
Alberto, the king of the dragons, slays all 3. And on
Cara, eu gosto do Joa. O Joa é rápido. O Joa falou, ah, mano, aqui lascou, bora pra próxima. É assim que eu gosto. Eu não gosto dos caras que
top contender, and it's because he sees those visions, he sees the board as it was there and dismantles it. All in one.
Ganhou, ganhou, parabéns, bora pra próxima, é isso.
Struggling with their prize cards.
Assim que é bom.
It was Alberto. This time Yoa unable to find his Dragapult EX, but it was that early
grande Bebeto.
favoring Alberto.
Yoa was the first one to work towards a Dragapult EX, but didn't want to launch.
Cara, no Japão eles jogam bem, mas só lá, né?
Was too scary. Alberto, with more recon directive on the board, was able to be the first one getting in that mix and making sure that he was.
Mas não é um deck ruim, não, é um deck legalzinho, mano.
To be fair, Yoa's prize cards did not help him out too much. When Alberto made this choice to target multiple Drakloak, it meant that he was a boss's orders away from completely wiping the board state.
Well, there you go. Game 3 it is. The two decks functioning very similarly in both games. It was the deck that had more Drakloaks on board. That's the biggest indicator, and the Monkey Dory as well.
True.
So it seems like it's all about the monkey business.
Always has been.
The draw support of the recons.
Yeah, those attachments are so vital. And actually, I think Alberto plays 8 energy rather than the standard 7. And those fine margins, you know, don't underestimate the power of an extra energy in your deck because they're so vital. Oftentimes we're saying we're reconning looking for these attachments. And when you play an extra copy, that's always going to help out.
Yeah, interesting how the deck with less Dragapult EX had an easier time finding the Dragapult EX. It was those 2 prizes for Yoa. Made it quite tough, but a lot of similarities. I mean, it's about 55 cards the same, I think, with these 2 decks, but those 5 that are different are significant. As you mentioned, 1 energy more. There's different tools. We've got different Pokemon on the side of Yoa able to utilize in the matchup. We've seen a lot of them being used so far, and I would love to see both players really set up strong here. From
Alberto and a fire, you're right. That's not the best as we see the fist bump. We're going into game number 3 in our Masters final here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Who's going to come out on top? Dragapult wears the crown.
Acho que o Draga aqui ganha, cara.
Alberto going first this time, and does have that early Buddy-Buddy Poffin, so key when you're forced to go into that game with a lack of supporters, many of which great to find that early setup. Brock scouting.
Eu também acho que o deck de Draga aqui ganha.
Very good at helping you set up, but if you go first and find that
Se eu acertar com o deck de Draga ganha, mano. Quero o Pix aí.
And make you in a stronger position as Alberto is just working out the prize cards. You see him pushing some of those cards to the top. Many different strategies of our players here to find out those 6 cards. And I think this way really highlighting the skill of these top players, finding out every little detail they need to win the game.
We've just seen prize cards helped lead Alberto to a victory because Yoa had some awkward ones. And in game 1, Alberto wasn't helped by his prize cards, having no access to his own Monkey Dory or Genesect. That didn't really help out too much in game number 1. So identifying those cards that aren't available and then constructing a strategy around what you do have is so crucial. That's why you see our top players always go through these motions with that first deck search, figure out what you do and don't have access to.
And we said about the 3 energy for Alberto being a key prize card check, but actually on the other side there is a key
Então,
card.
já responde a pergunta, tu não viu não? Eu falei que jogar bem ele joga, mas se ele vai bem, eu acho que não, hein? No Japão ele joga até melhor do que aqui. Aqui você vê ele pegando Day 2. Já vi em 3 regionais ele pegando Day 2. Regional aqui da gente, né? Joga bem, mas não sei não. Se é bom é outra história. Assim, eu gostei do deck. Pra ser bem sério, eu achei legal. Planejei meu dia pra ver TCG e só dá Dragapult. Parece que eu tô no limbo temporal, mano. É triste mesmo, velho, de verdade.
With a bit of a spring in his step, looking to really
não é uma sensação legal.
Flash through that deck and go as fast as possible. Really wants to get into a position, feel that confidence he felt in game 1.
Well, already seeing 2 Dragapult EX in his hand, could be confident at least he has his main attacker going into this game.
Gardevoir sempre,
also going to take a look diligently at those prize cards. As we said, at the top level of competitive play, this is something you have to get along and do. You just simply have to know what you have access to and what you don't. And Yoa, again, is doing so in this instance, also eyeing up the potential Latias EX as his first search from this Ultra Ball, so he can once again protect the energy. We've said it a couple times, Mike, but in order to stay on top of these attachments, work in your Monkey Dory, it's because you need to have had energy scattered throughout the entire game.
Yeah, so just checking through those trainer cards, it seems we'll recognize that Bravery Charm is missing, as well as a Counter Catcher, an Iono and an Arven. Nothing too crazy. But that charm could come in the future. Both of them will have access to that unfair stamp. Can turn it off through the Genesect. There's a lot of cat and mouse here trying to work out what you put in play to deny your opponent the ability to attack.
The bench management is so delicate for both players. Like you said, the positioning of these Pokemon, when you can weave in the lower hit point stuff, whether they're vulnerable to the combination of Phantom Dive plus Monkey Dory,
Teve drag literalmente todas as partidas, né? Todas hoje. Bem triste, pra ser sincero. Deck é forte? Absurdo. Mas você vê Draga versus Draga. Anterior foi Draga versus Draga. Anterior foi Draga versus Raio Fúria. Anterior foi Draga versus Gardevoir. Anterior foi... Nossa.
It is a 2-prize Pokemon though, with 210 HP, so has got a bit of vulnerability when it comes to the matchup. But on this occasion, Yoa valuing the energy on board over having that vulnerability in play. I doubt Alberto was expecting to see that Latias come out of the Ultra Ball.
And beyond this search, I think we're just going to be using Iono for a fresh 6 cards here, which means we need a lot. We need to start working towards Buddy-Buddy Poffin if we're going to launch our own Itchy Pollen, and we need more access to Budew. Big 6 cards for both players. Alberto is having one of his Drakloak shuffle to the bottom as well, don't forget. There is Buddy-Buddy Poffin.
Teve em todas as, mas aquela Draga versus Noah levando 6 prêmios. Achei lindo. Não, aquela foi bonito mesmo.
I know the key supporter in so many decks right now. Late game disruption, but early game consistency, and exactly that has been seen right here. A Dreepy and a Budew go straight down onto that bench, and that Budew will be able to come up whilst conserving the energy thanks to that Skyliner ability. 2 Dreepy, a Budew, and even more in that hand for future turns. So a great situation for Yoa, despite such a rough starting hand.
Looks like both players are going to have a good opener here, because there's the Jacques coming out immediately for Alberto, which means we're going to have a really interesting slog in our game number 3 here. Still half an hour remains on the clock. Plenty of time to see the fireworks.
After game 1 being heavily in favor of Yoa and game 2 heavily in favor of Alberto, we were hoping to see this, a matchup between these 2 decks where both are in control, and it looks like we'll be seeing that. More Drakloak on board, energy in play.
Qual a premiação desse campeonato? Não tem premiação em dinheiro, não, é só booster. Porque a special é bench.
So far through this tournament, they must be feeling exhausted at this stage. 12 rounds of Swiss with a top 8. No asymmetrical top cut here in Utrecht, and they both made their way past the rest of the competition to see who will be the Utrecht champion.
More energy coming into the hand for Alberto. You have to imagine he's going to retreat Drakloak into his own Itchy Pollen Budew this turn, but can at least re-establish an energy here. Finds another Dreepy.
E também o primeiro lugar ganha
energy will be sacrificed. And we can also bench this additional Pokemon
convite pro
launching your own Itchy Pollen straight back to your opponent.
It's very easy for us to look at the surface level of what's going on here, but all these tiny decisions both players are making, something as simple as that Psychic Energy being the choice for Alberto there, knowing there's a Fire Energy prized, not wanting to take all of your energy out of your hand and deck. These kinds of tiny decisions go unnoticed by so many players throughout the tournament, but it may be those small percentages that's taken these players to the final.
Convite que vale mais que uma Air Fry, com certeza. Que é tudo pago pela Pokémon Company.
Luminous Energy, well, not yet, but with some Recon Directive, we're thinking creatively. Rock scouting now for the following turn coming into the hand. Are we seeing any energy attachments? No. Couple tool cards. Going to value the option of Defiance Band for now, and simply Itchy Pollen back into Alberto. This is the cat and mouse that you sometimes see in this matchup. You're both working towards your energy attachments. You're both working towards Dragapult. You're often working towards boss's orders as well. Alberto with an opportunity to have a big turn. If he can find that combination, he could take out the only energy in play for Yoa.
Yoa having the best tournament of their career so far. Massively achieving the final, taking down the Seville champion in the semi-finals, looking to take down our Gdansk regional champion in Alberto. And Alberto looking so calm in this position as he's been there before.
Igual o Luba ter sido convidado e não ter postado nem mostrado nada.
Really looking to try and take that win.
Aí eu já não sei, não posso falar pelos outros.
You can feel the drive, looking to try and take this victory and go ahead.
Será que o Mundial vai ser só isso aí? Cara, se for, vai ser... Cara, se o Mundial for só isso aqui, eu duvido, porque vai ter mais guard também. Mas acho que o Mundial não vai ser só isso, não. Vai ter, sempre tem uma galera com uns decks muito diferenciados, sei lá. Porque vai ter nova coleção, né? Então acho que vai ser bem diferente. Ah, polêmico.
It's a bit of an easier choice when there's an EXP share in the hand as well for your backup Drakloak. That's also a Monkey Dory coming onto his bench. And then we will Itchy Pollen one more time. Alberto unable to string together a 3-card combo. But now the pendulum swings over to Yoa. Can he find his Dragapult EX in addition to Boss's
PP Box amassando Dragapult.
Brock Stoughton tells us immediately, not quite. Well, instead we're going to go for the
Como vamos fazer para jogar de Guard e Zard na próxima rotação? Não vamos, porque eles já vão morrer. Na próxima rotação, Zard morre e Guard morre. Então não vai ter como jogar. Vai ser praticamente o Mega Zard e o Mega Guard.
Energy Boss and Dragapult in hand. There is an opportunity here to take some big prize cards, looking to go safer, establish the board state, and this is the calm we like to see out of these players, acknowledging that sometimes the rush is not the key. And fair play to Yoa, it was almost the dream combo to take the big knockout.
Can still get one recon directive. I think Luminous Energy is still the best find here. Get your Monkey Dory into the mix, if you can. No, now we're going to have to split up our energy, I have to think. We have to put a Psychic onto a different... Oh, wow, we're both committed here.
Oh, the same setup, though, the EXP
share once again.
Não, não se reprinta Pokémon.
It's a mirror match. It's also a mirror match in the way they're playing.
Look at the entire board state is identical, apart from a Latiasi X.
And a Monkey Dory too, but those spaces are still available for Alberto to put things down.
Alberto with priority.
Is that a Monkey Dory actually on the bench there? Just
there is, yeah, I'm telling you.
Just at the top, it's just literally the Latiasi X there.
Luminous Energy picked up
quando? Sempre em abril.
Can we find the Dragapult EX now? Recon directive. We can finish off the Budew easily if we use Adrenabrain. That would force another Pokemon into the active for Yoa. That's a way you can take a 2-prize KO with your first Phantom Dive.
Given the symmetry of both their setups here, the first one to initiate a Dragapult attack will very much put themselves in the lead.
I don't think it's guaranteed.
No items.
No items. Well, Bravery Charm can come in clutch for the Budew. You could attach a Luminous to your Monkey Dory and use an Iono if you wish. Both players have started to stack up larger hands. There is the Luminous Energy. We're going to throw 2 damage onto Drakloak. We can Itchy Pollen for the first prize.
Os Tera, só daqui uns anos
still keep our bench just at Drakloak right now.
Muito cedo para pensarmos em rotação ainda, gente. Tem tempo ainda.
No, we're just going to take the first KO here in our game number 3 from Alberto. Continuing to keep that lock up. Yoa now. 3 recon directives. Boss's orders already in the hand. Dragapult already in the hand.
There's that unfair stamp. Can't play that though. Still under item lock with that knockout. That Bravery Charm on the Budew. A strategy unavailable to Yoa in this game as the Bravery Charm is prized. The Drakloaks are drawing.
Draga versus
find a big
Boa tarde,
right
tudo
now.
bom, né?
Free retreat on that Monkey Dory thanks to the Latiasi X.
Pior que Zard Gat são os únicos que eu tenho. Ah, mas até lá você monta outro.
Must find that boss which we know was in hand.
Yeah. And I think the best target is actually Monkey Dory here. I'm so afraid of Adrenabrain. It's such an insane ability.
What would you do with the damage after that, though? That's the question. This is why this mirror match can be such a tough one. Once you get to this stage of the game where you have pretty much identical setups except for those 2 prize liabilities on Yoa's side, you really are starting to think, what will be that first
Luminous
attack?
Picked up from the flip the script. A big decision from Noah, either to dig deeper with Pheasantipity or put down his Genesect with a tool. Boss's orders coming in. I feel like you staying on top of... Yeah, there we go. No, it's going to be the EXP share.
No dia da votação, fazer churrasco de despedida do
Can actually take out both the Drakloaks with energy on.
Jogo de Zard também, tá pensando um Dragazard.
All the energy will be removed from board. The knockout on the active, 6 to the bench Drakloak. And Alberto is left with no energy available.
Really, really clean play from Yoa here. taking so much off the board all in one go, and now look at his bench as well. Has lots of draw power developed, has that safety net of the EXP share, and both players in that cat and mouse. It feels like Yoa has struck
Só que até Dragapult embora já tem tanto deck pior.
It's not even like Alberto can quickly trade a blow back. No energy available. Might even need to attack with the Monkey Dory, but even then you're leaving yourself without more energy on your dragon types. This is going to be a tough situation for Alberto to come back from. The Buddy has gone forward. You can item lock, but with the Skyliner in play, everything that could be a liability has free retreat. You've just got those Drakloaks there.
And you're terrified of putting any amount of damage into play because it allows the Adrenabrain to get more creative. It could once again be a moment for Alberto to attempt to use his luxurious cape on this Drakloak to protect it that little bit more. Things are getting tough though. We know at least that the unfair stamp's available to him. We're going to see the Ultra Ball. Is it Finizen EX on his own side of the board now? Both these players have to think about not just this turn, but having some sort of engine. And when you've lost all your Drakloak, feels like Finizen has to be the fallback.
And you wonder if that last turn, maybe moving the 10 damage off of the Drakloak rather than off of the Budew, would have been a stronger play.
I know. It's one,
porque eles vão entrar na rotação, eles são G.
And even then, Yoa's decision between the Genesect and accepting an okay turn.
E ok, é maneiro. Eu vi uns gameplay dele, Moon, achei maneiro.
Changed the complexion of this game now.
Comba muito bem.
You can see how much Alberto's having to think to try and work out the route back in. We've seen it on stream already. Alberto has shown exactly why he's a regional champion, able to come back from many a tough situation, and one card that can typically initiate that kind of a comeback is the unfair stamp, where both players shuffle their hand into their deck and draw 5 for the player that plays the card and 2 for the opponent, but only can you play it if one of your Pokemon was knocked out in the last turn.
É que esse estágio é bom.
2 cards, Mike. That's not
Para
right.
mesmo.
That's one of the only defenses this deck has, and why it's so happy from playing from behind.
But with 2 Drakloak on board, it's going to be 2 cards plus a top deck plus 4 in those recon directives. It's really going to be tough for Alberto in this situation. We'll just slam that unfair stamp down, and we'll be looking to try and claw this one back as the energy attachment to the Drakloak will need a second one next turn to even start attacking with the Dragapult. Yoa has earned himself a free turn, but with very few cards in his hand.
I feel like Alberto does
Vai dando as peças, Pidgeot, X, Ursaluna.
Well. Has to bring up one of these Drakloak. I know it's only a single
para muita
retreat,
coisa.
but you have to try and make it a little bit more difficult. Yoa has committed a lot of energy already to this board. There's one in the prize cards for him as well. There's no guarantee that even off a couple of recon directive, he can't find a way out.
We'll see if it comes into those 5 cards for Alberto. He does have the Fezandipity as well.
Yeah.
There's a
lot of support. There's Countercatcher, giving you that little ray of hope.
Flip the
script as well for 3 more cards. Can we start night stretching back any Dreepy here? The problem with putting 70 hit point Pokemon down at this stage, if you use Itchy Pollen for 10, it can open up an Adrenabrain plus Phantom Dive if they are able to launch an attack. So Alberto has to decide, is it worth that risk?
Wow, and then his hand is the Ultra Ball
Complicado aqui.
With items.
Os caras não podem também fazer jogada errada, né? Que senão lasca tudinho.
One that could be useful, but maybe even prepping for next turn, getting that Dragapult ready. And realistically, you can't come back in this game without surviving a turn. So really thinking optimistically, Alberto, he knows that it has to work here. It has to lock out Yoa from another turn of attacking.
We will see Countercatcher onto the Drakloak that already has a tool committed. There's not even the opportunity for Rescue Board to be in out now. And it will be a 10 damage prod. If Yoa can find his way around this Budew, he will continue on a huge path of pressure. Not only to boss's orders as well. Night Stretcher not live in this hand. Is there a way to pivot a Drakloak? No, there is not.
Wow.
Sempre em abril, meu querido. Data não tem específica, mas sempre em abril, todo ano.
As we said, 2 cards is not a lot.
It really did look like that last turn from Yoa was going to seal the deal, but as is always the case with Drakloak, you can earn a turn back with combination pieces like Unfair Stamp and Itchy Pollen, and that Drakloak in the active has been locked up for 1 turn. But there's still a lot for Alberto to do. He has to develop this Dragapult, has to find a way to get another energy and start taking knockouts. And even then, a lot to do.
Step 1, success for Alberto. But there's still so much more to do here. Your opponent with the superior board state and making it tricky for you to even attempt to put any Dreepy down at this stage.
No draw on board for Alberto.
No.
The only thing, the Pheasantipity, but that requires a knockout in the previous turn as that Dracloak was evolved into the Dragapult.
Night Stretch coming into the hand now. Will Alberto try one more time to develop Dreepy?
It's risky.
It was risky last turn, it's risky now. You can only dodge for so long, but I'm certain one Dragapult TX will not be enough to carry you through this game. You need to re-establish some of these Pokemon. Just gonna be Fire Energy. That's also powering up your Dragapult TX.
Well, you have those 210 HP Pokemon, the Latias and the Pheasantipity. They're in good range of the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, which is a great finisher in both of these players' decks, and could be coming in clutch towards the end of this game. But Alberto going to be putting that Dragapult into the active. Will be looking to take a knockout on that Dracloak, but will be putting damage in play for the Monkey Dory. Where's it going to go? 200 to the active, 6 damage counters to spread.
I think all 6 onto Dracloak means even an Adrenabrain can't help out, but also if you're worried about Adrenabrain, you just start sprinkling the 1s and put a 2 basically anywhere, so that the Monkey Dory is not fully live. It's going to be a 5-1 split, which does allow Yoa to have a full power Adrenabrain.
Vai não, vai chegar o baralho de batalha do Dragapult e o Pheasantipity vai abaixar.
Both players now, 4 prize cards remaining. Counter catcher unavailable.
Igual o Prime Catcher quando veio do Charizard.
Stamp for Yoa is a possibility here. The Pheasantipity a possibility, and one Dracloak to see a few more cards. Recon Directive. Look at the top 2.
Não sei quanto vai ficar barato, mas eu acho que vai.
And looks like a tough decision here for Yoa.
Can't quite catch. One of them's a counter catcher.
And a
Can't see the other card just yet. Night Stretcher.
Eita,
Already has one in the hand, I
sociais.
believe. Sometimes it's even thinking about if I'm gonna Iono myself, what do I want to get closer to? There's Boss's Orders in Yoa's hand. Now spying that as an option. Looking at the discard pile, there's no energy. That's one of the only hurdles here. We can freely retreat this Pheasantipity EX. And we can at least launch a Phantom Dive, but where's the damage counter best served?
If you knock out that Budew, which you could with the Monkey Dory, it doesn't really help you too much because you need 4 prize cards. You need to find a way to take a big knockout on a 2-prizer and either 2 smaller Pokemon or another 2-prizer itself. And it looks like the Boss's Orders on the Pheasantipity has that in mind. We want to take that knockout there, but maybe do it next turn. So much to think about in this stage, and you can see how Alberto didn't develop any other liabilities, recognizing that the board was pretty secure and safe with that Budew with a Bravery Charm and 3 larger Pokemon.
3 counters going on to the Monkey Dory now from Yoa, and 200 to the active. Could load up even more damage across this board. Essentially, Yoa saying this heal from Alberto's Monkey Dory is great in so many positions now. Making it a tough one.
Podia ter levado o Pheasantipity, velho.
What's better?
Now you look at the taking 2 big 2-prize knockouts for Alberto. Knock out the Latias, knock out the Pheasantipity would be a possibility. Is there the Gust there available? Do you have the boss? You don't have the draw, but you do have a boss in hand, so there is the possibility now to take a knockout on either of those 2-prize Pokemon, or you could try and take out the Monkey Dory and the Dracloak.
Coming to the climax of this Game 3. 12 minutes remain in our Masters final here in Utrecht. One of these players will be walking home a special champion. Alberto already a regional champion. Yoa already taken down a special champion on his way to this final. Alberto closing in with the Bloodmoon Ursaluna and the energy attachment before using an Iono here. Both players going to get a random 4-card hand to play with.
Oh, really interesting. Actually going to be attacking into this Dragapult EX in the active spot. And that Bloodmoon Ursaluna ready to attack in the future. The Pheasantipity now, with just 10 HP remaining, is going to be sitting there as a little bit of a liability on Alberto's side of the board. But still, there's still going to have to be 2 turns from both players to secure this victory. So a little bit of a navigation through these final turns. Alberto looking to attack into the Dragapult. Where's the Monkey Dory damage going to go?
First of all, where do we take it off? Pheasantipity EX. Be in range of a Hawlucha if you don't heal it up. Monkey Dory still able to be KO'd with a
Vai
Phantom
mandar
Dive, even if you heal
pro
it.
Draclock, né?
But at least it's only a single prizer.
Acho que ele vai mandar pro Draclock, bater e deitar o
This is
Draclock.
critical.
This could decide the Utrecht Special Championship. Will Alberto
Ideal
make
pro
it 2 for the
Draclock, ele
season,
bate
or
e já
will
leva,
Yoa
não?
have an incredible performance? A young player here in Utrecht looking to try and make their first championship victory.
And a direct invite, don't forget, Mike. It's to the World Championships. Could mean anything to Yoa.
So Alberto, Phantom Dive into the Dragapult. Nothing too crazy going to be happening this turn, just going to be spreading some of that damage out. And with the Monkey Dory, this gets really complicated for these players to
You're telling
navigate.
me.
We're spreading it out, and I'm so confused as to why the decision's being made, but these guys have got a plan.
They'll tell us.
They'll tell us
in the winner's
after.
interview.
if they come through and these decisions are correct and they win, we'll be shown exactly why. As Latias and Fezendipity
Gabriel
accumulating
Edgar,
damage on the
Vinícius
bench,
Draga
and no
com
knockout
Neuper.
from Alberto in that turn.
Fernandes acabou jogando de quê no Chile? De Gardevoir.
Energy Search coming into the mix now. That was one of the crucial pieces he's lacked for a few turns. Fire Energy can be found. Can we evolve up?
Decks diferentes.
Single prizes at this stage. Feels like Alberto's
Diferente é o
trying to set up
Kidog,
multiple
homem.
of
Isso aí é a
the
mesma coisa de sempre.
basic EXs. Actually going to swap out for a Psych Energy now.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
No, not too sure. It's going to be the fire in the end.
You really see Alberto's leaning into those 2 prize Pokemon. Yoa has put 2 EXs on the board outside. Oh, guys! Try and avoid, but they've been so key to the success of this game. And it's whether Alberto can punish that scenario and utilize it in a situation. That unfair stamp in Yoa's hand has not been active for a few turns now.
Com certeza eles iam ter que... Pra enfrentar o meta, tu tem que usar o meta, né, Luxo?
4 EX Pokemon
Uma
now on the
infelicidade.
side of Yoa, and just that Monkey Dory as the only
Talvez,
single
não sei.
prizer. Alberto will have to take 2 massive knockouts in this next turn, but for now, Yoa is looking to try and move some damage across and put himself in the best position to win the whole event.
Adrenabrain coming in. Bit of healing. More importantly, where you want to place these counters. Do you want to deny Alberto his own use of Monkey Dory? Do you want to set up the Bloodmoon Ursaluna? Yeah, so this allows you to finish off Fezendipity EX with the Phantom Dive. And even put a huge chunk into this Bloodmoon Ursaluna. So that even with
Gabriel
Monkey
campeão?
Dory,
Eita, Gabrielzinho de novo, campeãozão. Aí sim, mano. Top.
Going to be taking out the knockout here on the Fezendipity.
Yeah.
Opens
Just
up
needed
counter
one
catcher.
damage.
Não, mais velho é o Vinícius.
There's not really anything Alberto can do to take
Gabrielzinho é
4 prize
senior,
cards
pô.
next turn. So Yoa trying to set up for win next turn.
Feels like he's in the best position. I do still like taking out Monkey Dory, but when you've evolved up so many of your Pokemon, you have so many hit points on your remaining Pokemon, you may feel content that you're not afraid of Adrenabrain. It's going to do up to 5 damage on the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, and the remaining damage goes on to Monkey Dory. So 1 on Fezendipity, 2 on Bloodmoon Ursaluna, I think, and then 3 on the Monkey Dory. Yoa goes down to 2 prize cards, putting himself essentially 1 attack away from closing our final out here.
What can you do this turn, Alberto, to put yourself closer? We mentioned how important that first attack from Yoa was.
Só sai que treinou ele, só sai brabo, mano.
Damage. And you can just see how much more damage he's been able to get on the board.
Acabei de dar uma suizagem do Oraldon de Quiser. Pode, mano.
To win the game.
He has no draw.
Porrada solta é bom.
Fezendipity taken off the board. It's just down to those few cards in his hand. Arven's there. Can we construct some sort of counter catcher play now?
I mean, what can you do here? If you bring up the Dragapult on the bench, then that can always just retreat into the other Dragapult. Maybe even having to use a Mind Bend here. Is there energy available? This is really tough now. Alberto having to find the solution that does not seem possible.
Alberto has to take a moment. He's found his way out of so many awkward spots throughout the weekend. But is this one a step too far? 200 damage on the active. 4 on Pheasant Dip TX on the bench. How can he get creative with his Monkey Dory at this stage? Tries to heal up his Dragapult TX.
Não, o Gabrielzinho é brabo.
170 damage remains on it.
Campeão. O Gabrielzinho é tipo cena da Fórmula 1 pra nós, tá ligado? O cara é brabo, representa o Brasil, mano, pra nós, nos mundial.
A fire or luminous energy attachment. Alberto shrugs. Launches the Phantom Dive, sets up the Monkey Dory on the bench, goes down to 2 prize cards himself. Yoa, can you close out this game? Luminous energy allows the Dragapult TX to come back into the active position and finish off a huge knockout. Yoa overcoming 2 champions to become one himself.
Our Ultrecht Special Championship has been concluded.
Falei que esse cara ia ganhar. Eu falei que esse cara ia ganhar.
A tough journey via multiple
champions. Salve, Dequim, beleza?
Semi-final with that Maractus taking down the Seville champion.
Eita, top, hein, mano. Boa sorte pra ele, velho. Quem votou no Alberto aí? Falei, mano, era o dia do cara. Eu falei que o cara ia ganhar. Eu falei, esse cara vai ganhar, mano. Esse cara tá com pinta que vai ganhar o regional. Esse Special Event, ele ganhou mesmo, velho. Special Event é um regional que não vale dinheiro, porque alguns países não podem valer dinheiro. É, mas é basicamente um regional, Cabelo tem skill up? Putz, não pensei nisso, né? Ele joga X2, né? Ele tem outro skill up também.
With clever use of his Adrenabrain, he was able to take that big 4 prize turn with Phantom Dive. Coming into that game number 2, those 2 Dragapult EX prizes were a huge hurdle for him. And as we see, going through this game number 2, Alberto was eventually able to capitalize.
And it was in the games which they won.
Eu tinha visto o cara na plateia de terno azul, o cara tá com meta japonês no bagulho, velho.
Get those energy in play, and despite Yoa attacking first in this game, it was Alberto who was able to navigate his way to victory.
Gênio.
And it was thanks to that Monkey Dory really keeping the damage off of his Pokemon and over to Yoa's.
This is still that game number 2. The boss's orders so critical, and Yoa could see the writing on the wall when he couldn't juck for any of those EX.
Mano, eu falei que era o regional desse cara. Esse cara iria ganhar, eu tinha certeza.
Boss's orders.
Ao vivo, Hidekin. Esse tá ao vivo, mano. Está aqui ao vivo mesmo. Aqui, ao vivo. Deu convitinho para o Mundial, mano.
Well, the turn just before this, where he was able to earn some time with the Buddy onto the Dracloak with the EXP share, but it wasn't enough as Yoa quickly started swinging straight back with the Phantom Dive, and it looked like for Alberto there was just too much to do. Not able to take 4 prize cards.
Tô desde as 5 da manhã, Hidekin, acordado, boy. Desde as 5 da matina que eu já cochilei no meio da live, o povo me zoou. Hoje foi o dia da zoeira, pô. Toda hora eu pisco, se eu piscar demais eu fico assim. Tá ligado? Eu durmo aqui.
Ultrecht, we can say Dragapult was the best deck in the room, had the best performance by far. It's laid at stake once again and finally comes away with a win.
Bora jogar no live. Vai lá. Só falta tô concentrado assim? Concentra, eu concentro-me. Eu concentro assim. Hoje tem o segundo dia do campo de 10k doll da Ursa Day. Ah, é? Do Pocket. Mas não julgo, 5 da matina é foda. Cara, eu tô acordado desde as 8 da noite do dia anterior, Hidekin, pra você ter uma noção. Desce o Galil 10-10, caralho. Me adiciona aí. Não, pô, vou abrir live não. O live não. A live já tá aberto. O live. Cansado, pô, morrendo de sono. O Bugado tá mais virado que eu. E acabar aqui, eu ainda vou dormir, cara. Eu vou almoçar, que eu não almocei ainda. Aí depois eu vou dormir, cara. Devo acordar só terça-feira. Dark Tina com um hit negativo. Caraca, sério? Ou foi pra counterar ele, não?
Yeah, showed great restraint in certain moments. Sitting behind ball states, being happy to.
Olá, pessoas, bom descanso, mano. Ótimo dia pra você. Assistir no final do dia. Ótima semana. Tamo junto, mano. Valeu, pessoa.
Even the Latiasi X came into effect to allow him to stay on top of those attachments. We said it as early as turn 1. Very much how vital it was in that game number 3.
Isso, dona Judite!
Building fantastic in-game play from Yoa. He's been a well-worthy champion.
And they made their journeys to the final.
Mesa bonitinha, lindinha, né? Mega Megane confirmado.
Dominating through the quarters and semis.
Energias positivas.
Only to be matched in the final with that mirror match.
Cadê sua força, Pegasus?
Of game 3.
Até a hora de Pegasus.
The Ultrecht champion, well deserved.
With such a stacked top 8 and the fact that Yoa happened to be the Dragapult player coming up against Gardevoir, you'd almost put him as the outsider as we got into that top 8. And then he was also able to overcome Yoan, a champion already from Seville, with that Raging Bolt archetype. Maractus, the one card answer. Probably not the only time that we've seen that strategy employed, because, wow, it was used to perfection by Yoa. He was clinical in that top 4 match. And then a wild, swingy back and forth finals.
Yeah, and now Yoa guaranteed a spot at Worlds, getting that invite through the special championship here in Utrecht. What a player to do it in such a I don't want to say an overperformance, but top 32, the previous best result.
Yeah.
You know, we typically see players going for multiple top 8s, sometimes getting a bit further, not quite reaching that final hurdle, but today was Yoa's day.
Quando terminávamos ver os melhores momentos desde o primeiro duelo. Já meio que mostra, eles fazem os replayzinhos aí rapidinho, né?
We saw it from Alberto, we saw it from Yoan, how they seemed more comfortable in those big matches, and I hope this gives Yoa that confidence.
Sei nem que bicho é esse, o quê?
Because we saw Yoa actually make that tiny mistake in his game in the Swiss rounds.
Não entendi essa afirmação, mano.
As the tournament went on, he's been on the big stage, he's seen those bright lights, and now he's been able to overcome them and become our champion.
Deck NS? Deck NS? Que deck é esse que eu não conheço? Deck do N, você tá falando?
Thank you both. Yes, I'm here on the main stage where we're about to crown our finalist and champion. Hundreds of competitors came from across the world here this weekend to try their hands at becoming the next champion. But there was only 2 that could rise from the rest to be here.
Sei não também, deve ser o deck do N, eu acho, mano.
Now, let's crown our finalist.
Chuto, né?
From Italy, Alberto Conte.
Cara, ficou em segundinho.
Thank you, Alberto. A well-deserved finalist, Alberto.
Live amanhã, possivelmente.
Thank you. Another record for yourself. And of course, there was always going to be just one champion this weekend. He faced 2 champions in the run-in, and what a deserved victory.
Cadê a postura do mano? Chegou em segundo lugar. Quer que se exploda. Esse aqui, pô, respeito. O cara tá chateadaço, pô.
Utrecht champion. How are you feeling after that victory?
Yeah, I'm feeling completely amazing. Like it's
Não
feeling unreal.
Mano, o cara segura.
I'm happy.
Já reparou que quem chega em segundo nunca fica feliz? Eu estaria felizaço, velho. Pô, cheguei em segundo, velho. Porque eu acho que é um feito muito grande, mano, na minha opinião, sei lá. Eu sei que não ganha o bagulhozinho pra ir pro Mundial, mas sei lá, mano, eu acho muito bom, mano. Tu chegou em segundo lugar num especial event ou num regional, sei lá, internacional, acho foda. Verdade, né? Verdade. Eu também acho. Eu acho um feito muito grande chegar terceiro, segundo. Né? Tem gente que menospreza, né? Pô, essa pode ser primeiro. Eu acho que não, mano. Acho que, mais frustrado é o segundo. Pô, no Japão, o terceiro e o quarto lugar eles ficam felizaço. O segundo sempre fica assim. Entendeu? É, eu acho que fica o gostinho de quase, né? Tipo, aí a pessoa fica chateada, né?
Both head in hands just going, oh my, that was just such a hard matchup. What was going through your mind as that game was going on?
Pera, o cara tá com a mão no saco ou no bolso, que eu não tô vendo ali? É no bolso, né? É no bolso que tá a mão dele, né? Não teve VGC nos dois?
My setup and got the monkey, especially in the
one where
I could both assist reactors with the energy on it, where I found the last energy to my former monkey Joey out of the
VGC, acho que teve, não teve não? Já acabou, eu acho, tem tempo.
He doesn't have any energies on board, so I knew, this is looking good then after this turn.
Começou até mais cedo, eu acho mesmo.
You said you were planning not to go to Worlds this year, or maybe not in the position to go to Worlds. Only a couple of events left now in our EU schedule. Is this come as a surprise of you to take this win?
I mean, at the beginning of the season I definitely played for Worlds because I also played Worlds last year. But my season didn't run that well, so before this tournament I needed like top 16 to qualify, and now I made obviously the top 16 even though champion, so it's really cool, yeah.
Now you've got so much to think about for Worlds as well, but what are your first initial impressions? You know, you're going to Anaheim, you're going to be a Worlds competitor.
Segurando o prêmio de console.
For me it's the third time actually, so it's really cool and I'm just glad I made it, and I'm looking forward to it, to go to Anaheim and play the tournament.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Yoa. You know, you've played such a fantastic game and you've had such a great run in the tournament, taking Dragapult all the way to the win and securing your World Championship invite. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for our winner, Yoa Wigner. Thank you so much, but don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap up very quickly on the sofa.
Tem tão pouca gente, só tem esse povo aí. Deixa eu mutar, né? Porque, né? Não posso sair som. Tava cheio de gente, mas esse horário todo mundo já vazou, meu amigo. O povo só foi... Ai, quase caí. Também, quem aguenta ver meio de Dragapult, o povo já foi embora. Até eu, né? Acabou, mano. Esse é o primeiro da Júnior. Quem que quer ver Mirror de Draga, né? O povo só foi embora, capou o gato e tchau, né? Eu vou ficar aqui até 2 da manhã vendo Mirror de Draga, né? Ah, pau, boa noite. Se bem que lá nem é de madrugada, né? Eu tô zoando, mas não sei nem que horas são lá. Lá é de noite, eu acho, né? Quase caí. Eu quase caí mesmo, pô. Mas tô nem zoando, eu quase caí mesmo. Minha cadeira tá quebrada aqui, gente, as costas.
My head was hurting trying to work out, you know, all the right maths. When's game on board? Is it now? What happens here? What does Monkey Dory do there? That was a final for the ages.
Shay, my adrenaline has melted. That was tough. There was so much going on, both players in that high pressure situation.
São 6:34 lá.
Ah,
tá de noite então mesmo.
Really shouldn't have had any business being in, and even closing out games with really creative
lines. Lá são 5 horas na frente.
An amazing final.
And the way Yoa composed himself in so many moments, there was that moment where he was about to play Brock Scouting and went, hang on a minute, let me just make some decisions first. And those kinds of things can be really hard to do under pressure. But I think both of them played so well considering the fatigue and the mental strain of the matchup.
Yeah, and there was about 10 of us backstage just kind of crossed arms with our heads slouched. What's happening there? What are they going for here? The damage placement and the nature of Phantom Dive just added that extra level of complexity to the game. You know, you saw the reaction.
Virou meta japonês isso aqui, cara, porque o Japão tinha uma época que Dragapult só tava jogando.
Circumstances, but for Yoa, you know, what a fantastic game he played throughout both games.
Yeah, it really was. Just before the winners ceremony there, I was chatting to Alberto. The first thing he said to me as I shook his hand, he was like, oh, I think I could have done some things different. And I was like, wow, that just shows a testament to these levels, you know, these players' levels, and instantly thinking, what could I have done different? How could I have changed the outcome?
And even though you don't win that final game, that's the champion mentality.
Yes.
That's how you keep getting back to this top level so frequently. You don't think about, oh, what if I drew this? What if I drew that? It's, what could I have done? How could I have influenced that final outcome? Both of them had opportunities to capitalize. And in this case, Alberto wasn't quite able to close it out, but he's had some great
Vencemos, gente. Dessa vez a gente venceu. Quase dormi. Mentira, quase dormi não. Dormi várias vezes na stream. Virado desde as 8 da manhã. Só pra gente assistir juntinho. Perdão aí ter ficado meio mudo, ter ficado concentrado no sono. Mas é complicado, mano.
Wagner added himself there. Only one more to be crowned. Remember, all of these finalists.
O sono bateu forte hoje, mano.
At the World Championship. There's Alberto Conte there.
Valeu a pena? Ah, bom pra gente dar trocar uma ideia, conversar. Sempre bom, né? Eu gosto de conversar com vocês, curtir com vocês. Eu fico triste quando eu não troco ideia, que eu tô com sono igual um cara de bunda, eu acho paia. Mas vou ver se da próxima vez eu descanso mais pra poder não... Eu falei, ah, não vou dormir não, eu devia ter dormido. Acho que eu estaria muito mais descansado do que virado. Mas apesar que eu ia dormir 3 horas pra dormir 1 hora, não ia adiantar de nada, sei lá. Cheguei tarde, mas foi massa. Tem o Void aí depois, qualquer coisa. Se quiser ver depois. Só que o Void na roxinha não tem a voz. Só tem a minha voz.
That last champion slot there on our graphic. Get yourself down to rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. There you'll find all the information about up and coming events, where they'll be, locations, times, all that jazz. And you know what? If you just want to get under this roof and get involved spectating with all the side events, vendors, and all that jazz, that's the same place you can go, because there's a whole lot of fun to be had, isn't there, outside of just playing.
Yeah, the side events have been pretty fun here. You know, we had GLC, we got a chance to look at, but also many different games that aren't even the trading card game Go or VGC going on here. And I know in the other games we had interesting formats. The new VGC format was going on here, so plenty to watch, even if you're just here to spectate.
Exactly that. And the next event actually isn't here in the EU. It's in Portland.
Próximo é Bolonha, semana que vem.
Joe, you're going to that one, aren't you?
I'm packing my bags, Shay. I'm over there just
semana que vem, sabadão.
Regional championships. I've just seen some top level action. I'm hoping to replicate that myself and go as far as I can in the tournament. I need a lot of championship points. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
Apesar que ela tá dia 23, vai ser na sexta, velho.
I'm gonna have fun nonetheless. Every tournament you go to, even if it's just one that you can go to throughout the entire season, even if you don't
vai ser na
invite,
sexta?
there's so much on the line every weekend, and Portland's gonna be fantastic for me.
Well, commentating this event is great prep, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm already prepped.
So my hot take is Joe's winning, basically.
Wow,
he's going
there
out
we go.
There you go.
Got that out nice and early. Love that.
Bring back some boosters.
Não, dia 24.
Get all the boosters.
É porque lá acontece dia antes,
where's the next event here in the EU region?
Well, it's going to be Bologna, a chance to go back to Italy.
É Bolonha,
We've been there
o
the
próximo.
last few years, and it's a great
Que é nos
place
Estados
to go
Unidos.
compete. The local community really come through and perform well. And it's also an amazing place to be. This is what we mentioned about Europe. There's so many different cultures.
Semana que vem, tomara que não tenha mais fute, mais Badu.
And that will be a great place to go.
Não duvide que tenha, cara. Só não quero que pelo menos no dia 1 não transmita, que eu já fico muito feliz, de verdade. Com certeza vai ter, cara.
Every single round about how close they can get, how many points they can earn to secure their place in Anaheim.
And that's where, as we said earlier, squeaky time.
É o último evento antes de chegar a coleção nova.
Weekend, but Bologna is going to be a different level. It's going to be the last opportunity in the EU for a large championship point play out for our competitors. So yeah, competition would be ramping up there. I spoke to a judge before. There is so much interest in that event at the moment to get registered, to get competing for that last opportunity.
That's going to be one crazy event. Make sure you get yourself eyeballs on the screen. If you can't get there, make sure to watch. If you want information about, you know, what times, exact dates as well, get yourself down to pokemon.com/broadcast. You're gonna find all the relevant information you need to keep your eyes glued to the screen so you don't miss any Pokemon TCG action, because that would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you've always got to tune in and see what's going on, even if it's just for a few matches early on to see the crazy decks playing. And as it goes through the tournament, you can start to see the strongest decks in the format. We had a joy yesterday of 12 different decks on stream, and then today we got to see the best decks in format, like Dragapult, come through with the best players showing exactly why they're the top of our meta right now.
It's going to be really fun. Now, fellas, if you want to get your posts on stream, how are we doing that then?
There's only one way, Shay. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, of course. I've been looking for cyclists all weekend. I've not done a great job, but one in the flesh. But I've also had a number of messages. I'm not going to say how many, sure, maybe not 5, but definitely a number of people have been saying yes, they did cycle to the venue. So I was right in some respects.
E aí, vocês gostaram desse dia 2?
There's Pokemon. /Pokemon. It couldn't be easier.
Eu particularmente não gostei.
We love to show your social posts as well. If you're at the tournament, if you're watching at home.
Eu preferi o dia 1. O dia 1 foi o melhor pra mim. Ontem foi muito mais da hora, muito mais divertido. Deck diferenciados. Só teve draga nessa bomba. Sei lá, eu não gostei do dia 2 não, velho. Hoje. Os caras jogam bem e tal, beleza, é maneiro ver as plays e tal. Mas, mano, draga em todas as... Tudo é muito cansativo. Acho que o que mais me dá mais sono, além do cansaço, é isso. Se fosse talvez uns baralhos tipo EV-Box, eu estaria mais concentrado, talvez. Mas foi draga em todas as partidas, mano. Pra mim, eu achei bem embaçado, velho. Não curti muito esse Day 2, não. Faltou 2 Hydreigo nessa final. Nessa final, essa é maneira. Nossa, mas, cara... Mas o dia 1 ontem foi pra mim foi o melhor, cara. O Kidog amassando o jogo de Kickbox foi cinema e... Cara, absurdo, tá? Foi muito bom. Draga vs Put toda a partida. Nada, as duas últimas que foi, né, Draga vs Put. A primeira foi Draga... Caraca. Mano, teve Draga o dia inteiro, mano. Draga Guard, Draga Raio Fúria. Nossa. Draga Dengo versus não sei o que. Aí depois foi Raio Fúria e Draga, depois Draga Draga, depois... Nossa, Deus, menino. Depois Raio Fúria e Draga de novo. O cara lendo as cards de Okidog foi cinema, tá? O cara não sabia o que tava acontecendo. Foi absurdo. Cara, concordo, Moon, porque tem mais variedade. Tem mais variedade não, lá só tem Raio Fúria, né? Enquanto aqui só tem Draga, lá só tem Raio Fúria, Moon. Mas pelo menos eles mostram várias matches, né? Então dá pra você ver uma variedade, nem que seja menor, mas aparece mais... Acho que é porque aparece mais partidas, eu acho, né? Acho que por isso. Né? Eu acho maneiro o japonês jogando. Próxima japonesa que vai ter vai ser dia 25 de junho. Vai ser numa quarta-feira, Caraca, a gente vai ter que assistir numa quarta-feira, boy. Ah, não, é 21, pô. Não, 21 nem vou estar aqui em casa, mano. A gente vai assistir só na outra semana, então. Deve assistir lá pro dia 28. Dia 21 eu vou estar viajando. A gente vai assistir outro dia, possivelmente. Lá pra dia 28, talvez a gente vai assistir na segunda, a gente assiste também qualquer coisa. Se tiver atualização na terça, a gente assiste também, a gente vê. E aí, Kay, voltou na saída, Bo?
Well, I was hoping I'd find some more cyclists. I was ambitious. I thought we're in the Netherlands. All I see is bikes.
Todo mundo voltou quando acabou, pois é,
and
pô.
cars and anything else. I couldn't find many motivated cyclists. Feels like I kept asking people who were in different countries in my defense, so they had to find different modes of transport. But I'm hoping that maybe I'll cycle home, and that'll be my punishment.
Well, I didn't want to tell you when you were trying to find the cyclists, but you said find 5 people who cycled to this event.
Yeah.
And I was tempted to tell you earlier on, but you could have asked the staff members. There's all the staff around the event who are local. You could have asked any of them.
Asked a couple of judges. No dice.
No, well, unfortunately you missed out on your 5.
Well, you wasn't the only one to miss out, because my hot take was I'm going to try my hardest to not say goodness gracious me while being live. I think I managed to dodge it all throughout day 2. Unfortunately, in day 1, though, I said it twice, unfortunately. So that's still a lot less than many other broadcasts, I'm sure you know. But unfortunately wasn't able to completely hammer it out. But here we are. When we started this cast, gentlemen, we had Utrecht was still, in color. Now it is complete. We have crowned our champion. Only 3 events left, including Europe and.
Vai dormir? Eu ainda vou almoçar depois que eu vou dormir. Já tá na saída? É, já é a final, já. Já acabou, já. Vim perguntar das bonitonas pra saber se já tá aí. Tá, não peguei com Arctic não. Eu devo pegar semana que vem, possivelmente, com ele. Que eu fiquei em casa, né, dessa vez. Eu acho que devo encontrar o Arctic semana que vem, possivelmente. Ele deve vir por aqui, né?
Championship point payout, we've said it before, and then one more international. And you feel like a lot of these European players, they'll be thinking, do I have to go to NAIC to make my World Championship invite? Do I have to go? That's what a lot of players will be contemplating now, and that's where the fine margins are. A lot of players will be thinking, oh, player X behind me is going to NAIC, now I have to go. And it's all about those mind games with the leaderboards at this point.
But those final 3 for a spectator, they sell themselves. The final event in Europe, the largest event of the year with NAIC, and then the culmination of it all. Why we've been battling it out all season, racking up those championship points, going through heartbreak, and those elation moments of having victories under your belt, coming back from all sorts of deficits, finding your way to win. That's what it's all come down to, and you can demonstrate that prowess better than anywhere else at the World Championships.
Exactly, I couldn't have said it better.
Qual é o melhor deck dessa nova coleção? Quero montar meu primeiro deck, Dragapult, mano. Você consegue comprar ele, inclusive, na próxima deckbox que ele vai vir só dele, por 120 conto, baratinho. Final do mês ou começo de junho deve vir.
That wraps up our Utrecht special event coverage. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all the lovely staff members, judges, production staff, and my fellow co-casters. But for now, good night.
Gente. Acabou-se, né? Infelizmente, acabou-se. Meu Deus, o que eu abri aqui? Pera aí que meu PC vai explodir, eu nem sei o que eu abri. Meu Deus, meu PC tá explodindo! O que eu abri aqui, véi? Meu Deus, eu abri o editor, cara. Meu Deus. Ou não abriu o editor, não? Tô maluco. Pra mim, eu tinha aberto o editor. Lembra que eu fui pré-release? Como é que foi lá, mano? Foi bom? Eu não abri o editor sim, cara. Depois que lança essa box, tanto de draga que vai ter no campeonato é brincadeira. Pois é, a gente vai ter que ir de pipi pra sempre, né? Levei 3-0. Nossa, apanhou pra caraca, mano. Mas trouxe 2 boosters pra casa. Aí sim, que vem as cartas bonitas pra você, mano. Triste. Foi maneiro. Dia 2, assim, na moral, dia 2 eu não curti. Foi bem embaçado. Acabou-se, mano. Hydraple R, a Bolívia X e a Mega X e Team Rocket Crobat X. Foram os hits. Ah, pelo menos veio algumas coisinhas, pô. Melhor do que não vi nada, né? Tenebroso, né? Ah, Crobat tá bom. Crobat é um hit bom, tá? Na minha opinião. Tchau, Massinha. Até amanhã. Boa tarde. Bom resto do dia para você. Gente, então é o seguinte. Bugado vai indo nessa. Vou lá almoçar, dormir e eu vejo vocês possivelmente amanhã, cara. Possivelmente eu vejo vocês amanhã, mano. Gente, bom descanso pra todo mundo. Obrigado a todo mundo que acompanhou a livezinha até aqui. Obrigado de coração. Não vou mandar raid porque não tem ninguém pra eu mandar raid. Vou só fechar a live mesmo, tá? Beijão pra todos vocês. Obrigado quem acompanhou a livezinha. Bom descanso pra vocês. Uma boa noite. Bom final de tarde pra vocês, tá? Amanhã a gente volta pra mais lives bugadas, belezinha? Amanhã eu tô de volta. Tá bom? 1 da tarde a gente deve... Não sei o que a gente vai testar amanhã. Possivelmente vamos aproveitar o bug do Metagross pra gente testar uma loucura amanhã. Tá? Vamos ver. O Silver me mandou umas coisas engraçadas pra gente testar amanhã. Pra gente se divertir. Que eu não vou testar Draga amanhã, mas nem que a gota serena. Nem a pau. Tá bom? Gente, beijão no coração de todos vocês. Bom descanso, boa noite, boa tarde. Vejo vocês amanhã, 1 da tarde, aqui na live do Bugadinho, tá? Obrigado quem acompanhou a live até aqui. Obrigado de coração mesmo, tá? Obrigado a todo mundo que acompanhou, assistiu com o Bugado. Valeu quem tá aí até agora também. Me viu dormindo, zoando o Bugado. Enfim, obrigado, velho, todos vocês. Obrigado por todo o carinho e por toda a atenção e por estar aqui assistindo com o Bugadinho, se divertindo, assistindo esses campeonatinhos. Mesmo que às vezes seja só Dragapult que a gente não aguenta mais, tá bom? Valeu, seus cheirosos, tamo junto! Falou! Beijão no coração, mano!